C1861 advancing to the half-step sovereign realm Junluo Void, Pantheon Space. After spending 1,000 years, Yang Fann had finally refined the Pantheon and gained complete control of the Junluo Void. In an instant, everything in the Junluo Void had clearly appeared in his sea of consciousness. Sure enough, as he had expected, he had only plundered a small portion of the resources in the Junluo Void. The most he had was 2 levels. At this moment, there were still 13,689 first-grade Junluo Voids left in the entire Junluo Void. Among them, the smallest number of first-grade origin lakes were 500,000 miles and below. There were almost 8,000 of them, and the number of middle-grade first-grade origin lakes was second to that. There were 5,632 of them, followed by the number of large-sized origin lakes. There were 123 of them. Apart from that, there were also 12 large origin lakes with a radius of more than 500 miles. Every single first-grade origin lake represented a king of vicious beast, especially the 12 huge origin lakes. The king of vicious beast contained within them was so terrifying that even a peak low-level dominator like Xu Ming would have to dodge when he saw them, and chase after some middle-level dominators. Of course, what surprised Yang Fann the most was that he found a third-grade origin lake in Junluo Void, and it was a huge third-grade origin lake with a diameter of more than 3 million miles. If it was converted into a ruler, it would be a peak high-level dominator. Just this third-grade origin lake alone was comparable to the 13,689 first-grade origin lakes. And the sum of all the king of vicious beasts. It was much more precious. If he were to devour and refine them, not to mention medium half-step dominator, even superior half-step dominator would have a high chance of doing so. And this third-grade origin lake was the source of all the first-grade Junluo Voids in the Junluo Void. The Junluo Void had existed for no less than 200 eras. Every 10 eras, a batch of geniuses from the Wangfu family would be harvested by the lucky ones in the Southwest universe. Adding on the fact that the king of vicious beasts were being devoured, if it was not for the continuous replenishment of these Tier 3 origin lakes, those Tier 1 origin lakes would have been left with very little left until now. In fact, not a single one of them would be left. Pucci Yang Fann took a step forward and left the Junluo Void. The next second, rumble, rumble, the Junluo Void shook violently as it rapidly shrank in size. 900 million light-years, 700 million light-years, 400 million light-years, 100 million light-years, 10 million light-years, 100,000 light-years, 100 light-years, 1 light-year. Finally, it turned into a fist-sized gray crystal pearl and fell into Yang Fann's hand. 1 month later, Yang Fann returned to the Holy Land of Emperor Tai. In just a few thousand years, the Holy Land of Emperor Tai had changed drastically. The abundance of spirit of heaven and earths was more than 10 times stronger than before. In the past, half-step dominator, who was elusive and secretive, would cut open the void from time to time. Even the high and mighty ruler was no longer mysterious. Unknowingly, the Holy Land of Emperor Tai had become the center of the Southwest universe. The Void Spirit Mountain was merely a high-grade spiritual mountain of the Holy Land of Emperor Tai in the past, barely making it into the top 100 spiritual mountains. But now, it was the undisputed number 1 divine mountain of the Holy Land of Emperor Tai. Countless domain gods lingered outside the Void Spirit Mountain every day. For a chance to become a servant, they fought with all their might. Even many half-step dominator warriors would fight because of this. Not to mention the high and mighty uncrowned king of Southwest Universe, His Royal Highness Yang Fann. Just the Supreme Lord of Southwest Universe alone was enough for them to chase after him like a flock of ducks. Even if it was some half-step dominator, if they didn't have any great opportunities, in an entire era, they might not be able to obtain the guidance of a sovereign, but the Void Spirit Mountain was different. The Great Tao Palace in the Void Spirit Mountain had several rulers guarding it all year round, preaching the Great Tao and answering questions. Yang Fann had always treated his subordinates well. With so many chief sovereigns around, he had nothing better to do. Why would he assign some of them to oversee the Great Tao Palace? Besides, Yang Fann didn't want them to oversee the Great Tao Palace for nothing. After staying for 100 years, they would get 1 point, and 100 points would be enough to exchange for an intermediate god crystal. Thousands of rulers, especially those intermediate and lower low-level dominator, were going crazy over this. Each of them had lived for hundreds of eras, and all of their belongings were only worth a few hundred to 1,000 intermediate god crystals. Now, As long as they stayed in the Great Tao Palace for 10,000 years, they would be able to obtain a single intermediate God crystal. If they stayed for tens of millions of years, they would be able to double their value. Where could they find such a good thing? A mere 10 million years. Was that a problem? They would not be able to stay in seclusion for just a short period of time. If not for Yang Fann, this mistress, pressing down on them from above. These rulers would definitely beat their brains out. Under the personal guidance of the many rulers, the cultivation of Shu Luo and the others was rising rapidly. In just a few thousand years, most of the servants and maids had leveled up by 1 rank. Breaking through 2 ranks was something that many people could do. There were even people who had broken through 3 ranks. Void Spirit Peak, the peak of the mountain, Divine Hall. Without alerting anyone, Yang Fann started his seclusion. Very quickly, thousands of King of Vicious Beasts appeared in front of Yang Fann. The next moment, rumble, the devouring black hole rapidly expanded, covering the 1,000 King of Vicious Beasts. Boundless power of devourings exploded out, crazily devouring the 1,000 King of Vicious Beasts' strength of origin. 1,000 years later, Pucci One King of Vicious Beast used up the last trace of the strength of origin, turning into ashes. Then, as if there was a chain reaction, the other 999 King of Vicious Beasts turned into flying ashes one after another. The time difference between the two was not more than 3 days. Soon, another 1,000 devouring black holes appeared in the devouring black hole. 30,000 years passed. Pucci the last King of Vicious Beast collapsed into dust. Rumble Yang Fann's eyes widened, and a hint of disappointment flashed across his face. He thought that this amount of King of Vicious Beast would be enough for him to break through to the half-step dominator, but he never thought that just by raising his cultivation base to the top-level rank 9 top-level domain god stage, he wouldn't even be able to touch the limit of the rank 9 top-level domain god. If breaking through to the half-step dominator was already so difficult, how difficult would it be to break through to the Sovereign Lord realm? Indeed, it was imperative for him to head to the eternal world. Unfortunately, even the 10 overlords of the Heavenly Spirit tribe had only heard of the eternal Great World, so they didn't possess any accurate star maps that would lead to the eternal Great World. If they wanted to head to the eternal world, they would have to find another way. When the time came, they would naturally be able to find a way. The most important thing right now was to break through to the half-step dominator stage. Very quickly, another 30,000 years passed. 13,554 medium-sized and small-scale first-grade origin lakes were devoured by Yang Fann. Yang Fann's cultivation had finally reached the limit of the rank 9 top-level domain god, and he was only a step away from the half-step dominator. 100,000 years later, nearly half of the 123 first-grade origin lakes were gone. Rumble, rumble, Yang Fann's aura rose rapidly. Finally, he broke through the bottleneck and began to break through to the half-step dominator. C-1862 The arrival of a supreme ruler Holy Land of Emperor Tai, Void Spirit Peak, Divine Hall Peak. He had gone into seclusion for 100,000 years and had obtained all the King of Vicious Beasts in his possession. After absorbing and refining the 9th and 9th layers of the first-grade origin lakes, Yang Fann's cultivation base had finally taken a crucial step forward, and he had stepped into the half-step domination stage in one go. Rumble, rumble, in an instant, Yang Fann's aura exploded like a tsunami, rising steadily and without any restraint within his body. The dimensional realm, which was even bigger than many inner worlds of Top Dominator, expanded and expanded once again, as if it was going to surpass the great 1,000 worlds of the Emperor of Thailand in one go. It was terrifying. One should know that the 3,000 sectors were naturally nurtured by the universe. The vastness of the area was far beyond the size of the worlds that were born in the body of the ruler. Even the inner worlds of the Top Dominator were far inferior to the smallest of the 3,000 sectors. According to the legends, only those universe sovereigns that surpassed a ruler could have an inner world that could surpass the 3,000 boundless worlds. Very quickly, another 30,000 years passed. Yang Fann's cultivation base had finally stabilized at the low-level half-step domination stage. The aura around his body was so terrifying that those below the Top Dominator could feel it. Anyone who took a step into the Divine Hall would instantly be crushed to the ground. Of course, for this reason, Yang Fann had also paid a huge amount of resources. Not only had the remaining first-grade origin lake been devoured by Yang Fann, but he had also refined more than half of the middle-level dominator that was suppressed by him. Only Heavenly Spirit King, 13 ultimate middle-level dominator, and 18 top intermediate sovereigns were left. Of course, the result was also delightful. The dimensional realm within his body was almost the size of half of the great thousand worlds of the Emperor of Thailand. With his full strength, just the strength of world alone was enough to defeat many high-level dominator warriors. Also, the power of the body had also increased by several times. It could be considered as one of the top amongst all middle-level dominator warriors. Its overall combat strength had increased by more than 10 times. Even if he was still no match for those Universe Sovereign, it would still take some effort for the Universe Sovereign to kill him. In the next moment, swoosh, Yang Fann's figure moved and entered the inner world. In the Void Spirit Mountain, under the constant preaching of the sovereigns and sovereigns, the cultivation bases of the maids and servants increased by leaps and bounds, advancing by leaps and bounds. In the inner world, the subordinates of many of his relatives and friends were not bad either. In fact, they were even better than them. The Great Tao Palace of Void Spirit Peak had been overseeing all year round, and most of them were middle and low-grade low-level dominator. However, in the inner world and the Great Tao Palace, the ones overseeing them were all top-grade, peak low-level dominator, or even middle-level dominator. Adding the massive amount of Yang Fanns that Yang Fann provided, the number of friends and family under Yang Fann's command was the lowest. All of them were at the middle-level domain god. Most of them were at the high-level domain god, and the best of them were all at the top-level domain god, or intermediate top-level domain god. Of course, the ones who had made the greatest progress were Yang Fann and the other girls. At every moment, middle-level dominator would be their mentor, and not only would he answer their questions, he would also use them. All kinds of resources and treasures were treasures that many rulers went crazy for. In terms of cultivation base, the 6 girls were even higher than Yang Fann. The weakest among them was at the superior half-step dominator, and the strongest was his youngest sister, Fan. She had even stepped into the ultimate half-step dominator. He wanted to cross the main god tribulation and become the ruler of this world. It was only a matter of 1 to 200 million years, perhaps he wouldn't even need it. A sovereign who was less than 500 million years old was extremely rare even in the eternal great world, let alone the 3000 great realm. Reincarnation was a skill, having a good birth was really better than anything else. As for whether or not he would fail the tribulation, that was something that he had never thought of. With the protection of an intermediate main divine artifact, how could a mere main god tribulation not pass the tribulation? After accompanying his parents for 1,000 years, Yang Fann continued his seclusion. Rumble, streaks of light flashed past. Heavenly Spirit King and the other 13 ultimate middle-level dominator. Hong Long, boundless power of devourings burst out from the devouring black hole. Waves of extremely pure strength of origin of the world flowed into Yang Fann's body through the black hole center, causing his cultivation base to steadily advance to the medium half-step dominator. Time flowed like water. Soon, another 1,000 years had passed. Southwest Universe, Venerable Luo Great Realm, Tianyan Dimensional Domain. This was one of the 8,600,000 dimensional domain in Venerable Luo Great Realm. It was located at the northeastern border of Zun Luo Great Realm. Rumble. Suddenly, a stream of light tore through the air at a speed that was 1,000 times faster than a middle-level dominator. In the sky, in just an instant, it had passed through the heavenly luck dimensional domain. It was a flying shuttle that was less than 100 meters long. Inside the flying shuttle, inside the glorious shrine. Rumble. The mighty figure suddenly opened his eyes. Southwest Universe, I, Wang Fushuan, have returned. HMPH, I would like to see who is the reckless one who dares to have designs on the Wangfu family. One day later, a hint of surprise flashed across Wang Fushuan's eyes. Southwest Universe, 196 Great Realm was actually unified by someone, and it's even a junior who hasn't even fully grown his hair yet, he hadn't even reached the age of an era. And with just a half-step dominator cultivation base, he had the strength to fight a peak high-level dominator warrior. This little son Yang Fann wasn't simple at all. It wasn't as if Wangfu family had never seen a peak high-level dominator warrior in less than an era. In nearly 1,000 eras, there had been a few of them. However, all of them had broken through to the middle-level dominator or even the high-level dominator, and only then did they have such combat strength. To have such mighty strength even before passing the main god tribulation, not to mention the Wangfu family, even the entire eternal great world might not be able to find a single person. This Yang Fann had almost broken the common sense of the world. According to what he knew, if he didn't use the top-level main divine artifact, the most powerful half-step dominator would only have the combat strength of a few middle-level dominator warriors. It was unknown whether he would be able to fight ultimate middle-level dominator or not. The combat strength of a peak high-level dominator warrior was like a dream. It seems like this little son Yang Fann has some kind of connection with the dogfish who robbed our Junluo void. He might even be that dogfish's disciple. It was just a mere holy land of Emperor Tai. The strongest person in the world is only at the middle-level dominator. There is no way they can cultivate such a monster. Not to mention the holy land of Emperor Tai, even if they gathered all the power of the universe in the southwest, there was no way they could cultivate a monster like Yang Fann. As for saying that Yang Fann had self-taught, Wang Fushuan didn't believe it. Although talent was important, the most important thing was resources. Without a first-grade top dominator expert, he would be able to cultivate Yang Fann with all his strength. No matter what kind of monster Yang Fann had, it didn't matter. It was impossible for Yang Fann to grow to his current level in such a short period of time. It seems like I have to make a trip to the holy land of Emperor Tai to meet that Yang Fann. I hope he can find some fun. Otherwise, there will be one less peerless evildoer in this world. C-1863 The one behind him the great thousand realms of the Emperor of Thailand, holy land of Emperor Tai. Rumble. All of a sudden, a terrifying and invincible pressure descended from the sky. In an instant, it covered the entire holy land of Emperor Tai. Ah, who is it? Within the holy land of Emperor Tai, including Emperor Tai, Holy Lord, and the other middle-level dominator warriors, all of them were shocked. Their eyes were filled with an indescribable fear. Terrifying, that pressure was truly terrifying to the extreme. Even when Yang Fann fought Heavenly Spirit King and the others with all his might, the pressure he unleashed was far greater than what they had imagined. A top dominator was definitely the legendary top dominator. Gulp gulp, they had no idea why this peerless expert had come to holy land of Emperor Tai. If it had any evil intentions, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, even Devil Spirit King and the others who had great confidence in Yang Fann didn't have much confidence. The newcomer was too terrifying. They had no idea what was going on. First, there was this monster Yang Fann, and now, there was this legendary expert. Was this still the Southwest universe they were familiar with? Right at this moment, rumble, rumble, the void began to ripple, and like a mirage, a terrifying figure appeared. That figure was so majestic that it was thousands of times larger than the entire holy land of Emperor Tai. One should know that the current holy land of Emperor Tai was no longer the same as before. It had merged into several worlds, and its size was so vast that it wasn't even a little bit inferior to the inner worlds of many top intermediate rulers. Scary without even needing to do anything. Just the majestic divine body alone was enough to scare many low-level dominator warriors, and they couldn't afford to have a single resistance thought. Sometimes, divine bodies were also a manifestation of one's strength in the blink of an eye. That terrifying figure condensed rapidly. Finally, it turned into a middle-aged man, who was less than 1.8 meters tall. However, the majestic pressure surrounding him didn't weaken at all. Instead, it became stronger and stronger, causing countless holy land of Emperor Tais to be unable to breathe under the pressure of the holy land of Emperor Tai. Bang bang, large. The elder disciples were crushed to the ground. In the blink of an eye, there were only 3,000 or so chief sovereigns left, and they were still able to stand. Rumble. The void twisted once more. In front of the middle-aged man, a black-clothed youth appeared, instantly blocking more than half of the middle-aged man's pressure. Phew. It's the Lord has finally come. Devil Spirit King and the other rulers let out a long breath. If Yang Fann didn't show up, many of them wouldn't be able to hold on any longer, especially those low-level dominator warriors. Their legs began to tremble. However, very soon, their hearts were raised again. This mysterious expert had already given them such an advantage. It was very likely that it was because of its extraordinary nature. Once their master was unable to withstand it, these people would be in danger. To the legendary top dominator, these low-level dominator were no different from ants. No matter how many of them there were, they wouldn't be of much use. 3,000 low-level dominator warriors, if they were replaced by 3,000 middle-level dominator warriors, they might still be able to fight. However, this wasn't realistic. Even if Heavenly Spirit King and the others came back from the dead, Southwest Universe wouldn't be able to gather 3,000 middle-level dominator warriors. In the void, you are Yang Fann. You are indeed a young hero. A hint of admiration and envy flashed across Wang Fushuan's eyes. When he saw the real person, he realized that this monster wasn't younger than an era. Perhaps he wasn't even a trillion years old. He was still young. He was truly too young. When he was this young, let alone fighting a peak high-level dominator, even a slightly stronger medium-low-level dominator would be able to teach him how to be a human. And just like that, he was also known as the #1 genius amongst the young generation of the Wangfu clan. Comparing oneself to others was really infuriating him. All of a sudden, Wang Fushuan's eyes shone with a strange light. Yang Fann, it seems like the person behind you values you very much. Even my Junluo Void has been given to you. Junluo Void wasn't just a place for trial. It was the divine mansion that he had forged when he advanced to the top dominator, and it was also a powerful top-level main divine artifact. Even some top dominator warriors would be tempted by it. As expected, they are from the Wangfu family. Yang Fann heard this and understood what was going on. However, this Wangfu family was making a big deal out of nothing. It was just a group of young geniuses who weren't even rulers. They could just send out a few high-level dominator warriors, but they didn't need to use top dominator warriors. Furthermore, Yang Fann could tell that the person in front of him wasn't as simple as ordinary low-grade top dominator warriors. He was simply making a big deal out of nothing. He didn't know how sensational the things he had done were. It was not just one, but two young geniuses. Almost all the top young geniuses of Wangfu clan had been killed. In the next 10 eras, or even longer, the Wangfu family would be in an awkward situation where no one would be able to deal with them. How could the Wangfu family not be furious? If they couldn't kill such an audacious man, the dignity of the Wangfu clan would be gone. In the next second, Yang Fann felt lucky in his heart. Luckily, he hadn't wasted too much time and effort in these years. Otherwise, he would have suffered today. If he still had the same cultivation base as before, running away from a top dominator would be an extravagant hope for him. Yang Fann, tell me the person behind you. Then, make a blood oath of the great Tao and pledge your loyalty to me. I will spare your life if you pledge your loyalty to the Wangfu family. Wang Fushuan's voice sounded once again. It was his love for talent, Yang Fann's talent. It was the first time in his life that he had seen Yang Fann compare himself to his family's old ancestor. It was 100 times, 1,000 times more than the monster. It would only be a matter of time before he could surpass their old ancestor if he was fully nurtured by Wangfu family. Even if he could reach the peak of the universe, it was not impossible for him to become that universe lord. At that time, the Wangfu clan would also become one of the top powers in the eternal world, standing at the peak of all the races in the universe. Who's behind him? Yang Fann looked at Wang Fushuan with a puzzled expression. He did not understand what Wang Fushuan was talking about. When did he find someone behind him? Ever since he stepped onto the path of cultivation, he had basically been the only one fighting. The sect in the sacred land had helped him, but most importantly, they relied on the heaven-devouring and earth-devouring techniques, heaven-defying divine effect. Yang Fann, don't pretend to be ignorant. If you didn't have the support of a top dominator, how could you be in less than a trillion years? You have the strength to fight a high-level dominator warrior, but you don't have the strength to fight a top dominator warrior. Wang Fushuan swore as if he had seen through everything. Although the Junluo Void was just an ordinary low-grade top-level main divine artifact, it didn't have the strength of a top dominator. It was impossible for him to find the Pantheon, let alone refine it for his own use. What? Master has a top dominator behind him. No wonder Master has the power to unify our Southwest universe. It turns out that he has a top dominator as his backing. C-1864 Suppress Wang Fushuan Holy Land of Emperor Tai, above the void. Wang Fushuan's words were firm. He was sure that there was a top dominator standing behind Yang Fann. Yang Fann, the one who was involved, had yet to speak. Devil Spirit King and the other slave masters had already believed what Wang Fushuan said. Everything made sense and made sense. Otherwise, there would only be an ordinary major power like the Holy Land of Emperor Tai. The strongest was Emperor Tai, Holy Lord, who was also a first superior middle-level dominator. How could he be able to cultivate such a monster? Only the legendary top dominator had such a powerful ability in the next second. Devil Spirit King and the others were very worried. Since their master had the support of a top dominator, and their master was chasing after a top dominator, they would definitely be able to ensure their safety. You are thinking too much. I don't have any top dominator backing me. I am the one who took over the Junluo Void. Yang Fann chuckled and denied it. Now that he had truly grown up, he didn't need to worry about anything anymore. He was deeply afraid that one day, his secret would be exposed. However, sometimes, the truth isn't easy to believe. A genius who hasn't even reached 1,000,000,000,000 years of age, possessing the strength of a peak high-level dominator, do you really think I am a fool? Yang Fann, it seems like you won't know how to do it unless I use some tricks. Sigh, my lord, why are you doing this? This was not the time to force yourself. It's not only Wang Fushuan who doesn't believe it, Devil Spirit King and the others also don't believe that there is such a monster in this world. Rumble. Wang Fushuan suddenly struck out with his claw. Countless divine imprints flashed and laws wove together, turning into a heaven-sheltering big hand that crushed down on Yang Fann. Wang Fushuan didn't use his full strength in this attack. He still wanted to find out the whereabouts of the person behind Yang Fann. He also wanted to completely subdue this monster, Yang Fann, and make a great contribution to the Wangfu family. He didn't want to kill Yang Fann with a single palm strike. Even so, with Wang Fushuan's superior top dominator strength, one of his 3 layers of strength was comparable to the full strength strike of a low-grade top dominator, and he had the power to suppress a high-level dominator. This was also the reason why Wang Fushuan knew that after killing all the young geniuses of the Wangfu family, he would still go to the Southwest universe and continue his hunt. Superior top dominator was already above most of the top dominator. One should know that amongst all the top dominator in Wangfu family, there were only a handful of them who could surpass him. This power is terrifying. It's too terrifying. It can't be blocked, nor can it be blocked. It's just a trace of lingering charm. I'm afraid that it can crush me. Rubbish. Devil Spirit King sucked in a breath of cold air. The other rulers were even more terrified. Their faces were filled with fear and despair. Puny tricks, break for me. A hint of disdain flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. With a loud shout, a terrifying sound wave rolled like a tidal wave. Wherever it went, the heaven-sheltering big hand would break apart inch by inch and break into pieces. Block. Block it, Master. Master has blocked it. Difficult. Could it be that what my lord said was true? Really? Devil Spirit King and the others widened their eyes. The thoughts in their hearts were wavering. Yang Fann, I didn't expect that I would still underestimate you. It seems like the Junluo Void was really taken by you. Wang Fushuan's body trembled. For the first time, a serious look flashed across his eyes. The power that Yang Fann had just unleashed wasn't any weaker than that of a low-grade top dominator. There was indeed a possibility that he could refine the pantheon of Junluo Void. Perhaps what he said was the truth. There was really no one backing him up. He had to rely on his own efforts. Even Wang Fushuan was willing to believe it in his heart. This was the truth. Otherwise, if there really was someone behind Yang Fann, he wouldn't be willing to see the consequences. To be able to cultivate a top dominator within 1,000,000,000,000 years, this was definitely not something a top dominator could do. He was at least a half-step sovereign, or even a true universe sovereign. If that was the case, today, even if he wanted to escape, it would be an extravagant hope. In the eyes of half-step sovereign and even the universe sovereign, superior top dominator was just like him. It's just a slightly stronger ant. Chaotic Yuan palm seal. Suddenly, a fierce light flashed in Wang Fushuan's eyes. He thrust his palm at Yang Fann once more. He didn't hold anything back in this palm strike. He unleashed his full strength, and even used the innate ability that he had cultivated for over 100 eras. Rumble. In that instant, countless laws flashed, interweaving into a giant hand that blotted out the sky and covered the sun. It covered an unknown number of light years, and its aura was ancient to the extreme. Vaguely, rolling sound of great taus came from all directions. It was like the morning bell and evening drum, and it was very thought-provoking. At the same time, it was like a shout that broke down the will of the gods, causing people's spirits to weaken and their fighting spirit to plummet. This was a double attack of strength and spirit. It was unpredictable and frightening to hear. Interesting. However, if you want to suppress me, you are still far from being able to do so. Rumble. Yang Fann no longer held anything back. He circulated the 9 revolutions divine devil body to the limit, and the strength in his body instantly increased by 8,640 times. Plop plop. One terrifying storm after another. Terrifying storms were unleashed from every cell of Yang Fann. They were like terrifying cosmic storms that could easily kill a high-level dominator. This wasn't the end of it. In the inner world, the light pillars of law were also flashing crazily, like heavenly pillars, piercing through the heaven and earth. After devouring a large number of half-step dominator, sovereign lords, as well as the young geniuses of Wangfu clan, Yang Fann's control of the law had increased rapidly, reaching nearly 2,000 of them. Not to mention top dominator, even some of the top dominators were comparable to him, perhaps even surpassing him. At this moment, he unleashed his full strength, causing the pressure on Yang Fann's body to increase by 100 times, more than 1,000 times. Puchi before the chaotic Yuan palm could even get close to Yang Fann, it was shattered into pieces by the rising momentum. Bitch, my lord is still hiding such a terrifying power. Devil Spirit King immediately swore. He smiled bitterly in his heart. Bitch they really had nothing to do when they were full. Why would they need to worry about their master? This pressure. Half-step sovereign, you are a half-step sovereign. No, how is this possible? How is this possible? Wangfu Xuan let out a hysterical wail. His face was twisted to the extreme, and he was on the verge of going mad. That terrifying pressure was much more terrifying than the half-step sovereign of Wangfu family, and it was only second to their old ancestor. A half-step sovereign, this was definitely a half-step sovereign, and one of the best amongst them. How old was this Yang Fann? Even the legendary universe lord wouldn't have this kind of mighty power. All right, the aphids, everything is over. Rumble. Yang Fann grinned hideously and sent a palm strike towards Wangfu Xuan. This was a pure strength crushing. There was no technique to speak of, it was simple and crude. Roar. The Chaos Tai Chi diagram appears. This was Wangfu Xuan's lifeblood divine artifact, a powerful intermediate top-level main divine artifact. It was only a step away from a high-grade top-level main divine artifact. Even some peak top dominator wouldn't be able to easily break through the defense of the Chaos Tai Chi chart. However, under Yang Fann's terrifying half-step sovereign power, it was like a piece of paper, unable to provide much of a defensive effect. Ah no, Venerable One, please spare my life, please spare my life. C. 1865. The Eternal World, Holy Land of Emperor Tai, Void Spirit Peak, Divine Hall Peak. Yang Fann sat on top of the divine throne, and Wangfu Xuan stood below him. However, the current Wangfu Xuan was no longer as high and mighty as before. He was now hunched over, and there was a trace of flattery in his eyes when he looked at Yang Fann. He was like a lowly servant who had lowered his attitude to the lowest. A top dominator, especially a superior top dominator like Wangfu Xuan. That was definitely a great supplement. It was enough to allow Yang Fann's cultivation base to break through 2 small grades in a row, or even more. However, after thinking about it again and again, Yang Fann suppressed the greed in his heart. Although devouring and refining Wangfu Xuan would allow his strength to improve tremendously, however, to be able to leap and possess the strength to match the universe sovereign, Yang Fann still didn't have much confidence in his heart. It was a supreme expert that surpassed the sovereign lords, and a sovereign. There was a qualitative difference, even if it was a half-step sovereign who had broken through to the universe sovereign stage with a single step. In front of a true universe sovereign, he was merely a slightly larger ant. Unless he was able to pass through the main god tribulation and attain the position of the ruler, it was likely that he would not be a match for a universe sovereign. In fact, it was unknown whether he would be able to save his life. A superior top dominator was different from those young geniuses. He was the true pillar of the Wangfu family, the foundation of their family. Once Wangfu Xuan fell, the Wangfu family would certainly be furious, and the next person to come back would be Ancestor Wangfu. Before dealing with Ancestor Wangfu, it was better not to completely infuriate the Wangfu family. Besides, Yang Fann couldn't stay in Southwest Universe all the time. If he didn't get rid of the Wangfu family as soon as possible, he wouldn't be able to leave in peace even if he left Southwest Universe in the future. After thinking for a while, Yang Fann decided to spare Wangfu Xuan's life and take him as his slave. However, the death penalty could be avoided, but the crime of living couldn't be avoided. Apart from a few Wangfu Xuans such as the primal chaos taijutsu, all of Wangfu Xuan's belongings had been plundered by Yang Fann. One had to admit that a top dominator was a top dominator. Just by himself, he had accumulated more than 100 eras of resources compared to the entire Southwest Universe. More than 30 billion intermediate god crystals. Yang Fann even found 126 high-grade divine crystals among them. One had to know that a single high-grade divine crystal was worth 100 million intermediate god crystals. Usually, it was priceless. The other treasures combined would probably be worth no less than 50 billion intermediate god crystals. Just the origin lakes alone were worth no less than 10,000 origin lakes. There were even 12 third-grade origin lakes. However, low-level main divine artifact, whom Yang Fann attached the most importance to, did not have many. However, there were only 100 of them. It was also true that superior top dominator, who was like Wang Fushuan, could easily blow up a low-level main divine artifact with a single strike. He was completely trash. Even intermediate main divine artifacts were useless and useless. He looked at Wang Fushuan who was below him. He quickly got him to send a message to the Wangfu family. The message was very simple. They had found out who the murderer was. It was the doing of a low-grade top dominator. Currently, he was chasing after the low-grade top dominator with all his might. With this, the hidden danger of the Wangfu family had been resolved. Wang Fushuan was one of the top 10 big shots in the Wangfu family. No one would dare to doubt his words. Besides, who would have thought that a barren land like Southwest Universe wouldn't even have a single high-level dominator? A monster like Yang Fann would appear. Furthermore, the news of Yang Fann suppressing Wang Fushuan had been strictly sealed. Even if there really were disciples of Wangfu family coming to Southwest Universe in the future, they wouldn't be able to find out the truth of the matter. Of course, when that time came, it would be too late. Thinking back to the Wangfu family, even if they knew the truth, they wouldn't have the courage to cause trouble for Yang Fann. In less than 300 million years, his overall strength was no less than that of a half-step sovereign, and he was also one of the best. If he was given tens of billions of years, he wouldn't dare to imagine how much he would grow to. However, thinking about it, it shouldn't be a problem for him to suppress Ancestor Wangfu's Universe Sovereign. There were 36 to 9 levels of Universe Sovereign, and Ancestor Wangfu could only be considered ordinary within the Universe Sovereign. After that, Yang Fann began to ask Wang Fushuan about the situation in the Eternal Great World in detail. He was very curious about the Eternal Great World. The Eternal Great World was huge. It was more than 10 million times bigger than the sum of the 3,000 worlds. Within it, there were countless powers and races. The things that determined the status of the various great races were often the ultimate experts of their races. A race that didn't even have a ruler could only be considered a minor race. A minor race like this basically didn't have any safety to speak of in the eternal world. They could be destroyed at any time. Above them was a small clan with at least one low-level dominator guarding it. It was a third-rate clan with the strongest being at the middle-level dominator. The second-rate clans usually had one. Even if there were a few high-level dominator guarding it, once a top dominator appeared in a clan, it would immediately become a top dominator. A first-rate clan had a significant status in the entire Eternal Great World. Above the first-rate clans were the top clans. Not only were they protected by the Universe Sovereign, they could be said to be the overlords of the Eternal Great World. They could easily decide the fate of billions of clans. And above the top clans, there was also the 8 most powerful races. One of them was the human race. They had a Universe Lord and dozens of Universe Sovereigns. Their name was renowned, and they dominated the human domain of the Eternal Great World. Apart from them, there were also the Heaven race, the Taoism clan, the Devil clan, Dragon clan and the Phoenix race, the God race, and the Witch clan. Unlike the humans who were born weak, the other 7 most powerful God clan were innately divine. When one was born, one was a true divinity. When one grew up, one would become a domain god. Only a ruler could do so. This was a huge bottleneck. As for the Witch clan, it was none other than the main clan of Golden Origin Sorceress and the others, who had helped Yang Fann a lot in the past. The strongest person in the Witch clan was Wu King, a Universe Lord stage expert. The 12 voodoo ancestors under him were all the top existences in the Universe Sovereign. There were also over 100 senior magi whose combat strength wasn't any weaker than the Universe Sovereign. In the 8 most powerful races, the Witch clan was even stronger than the human race, and was more than enough to be ranked in the top 3. Only the Sky clan, who was known as the #1 clan in the universal world, could suppress the Witch clan. One should know that in the 8 most powerful races, only the Celestial race had 2 Universe Lord. To the 8 most powerful races, the true deciding factor of the strength of the race was the number of Universe Lord. The human race was once an ordinary first-rate powerful race. The strongest among them was only at the top dominator. Not to mention the Universe Sovereign, there wasn't even a half-step sovereign expert. However, after Supreme Human Emperor rose to power and proved Universe Lord's strength, the human race immediately became the number 18 most powerful races, standing above all the other races in the world. One day later, Yang Fann went into seclusion once again. Rumble. Space distorted. The devouring black hole appeared out of nowhere, and Yang Fann continued to refine Heavenly Spirit King and the other 31 middle-level Dominator warriors, who had yet to be completely refined. Rumble. The strength of origin of the world flowed into Yang Fann's body like a great river through the devouring black hole. C. 1866 The Crisis of the Emma Realm Holy Land of Emperor Tai, Void Spirit Peak, Divine Hall Peak. Rumble. Endless power of devourings rolled like tides, crazily devouring Heavenly Spirit King and the other 31 middle-level Dominators' strength of origin. 10,000 years later, Pucci, the once number 1 person in the Southwest Universe, Heavenly Spirit King, had turned into a flying ash, and was completely destroyed. At this point, all 31 middle-level Dominator were devoured and refined by Yang Fann. The lords of the Great Realm were all dead just like that. How sad, what a pity. The next second. Rumble. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes slowly opened, faintly revealing a trace of disappointment. Heavenly Spirit King and the other 31 people were not ordinary middle-level Dominator. The weakest of them were top intermediate Imperial Lords, especially Heavenly Spirit King. The strength of his strength of origin was comparable to a low-level high-level Dominator warrior. It wasn't much weaker, however. Hong Long, not to mention breaking through to the medium half-step Dominator, even the bottleneck of a low-grade half-step Dominator would be broken through. There was no sign of them. It seemed like it wouldn't take long. He could also give up on these mid-low-level Dominator warriors. Luckily, they were eternal. There were countless experts in the Great World. Furthermore, after he had enslaved Wang Fushuan, he had successfully obtained the accurate star map for the trip to the eternal Great World. Otherwise, if he stayed in the Southwest Universe all the time, not to mention the Sovereign Lord of Tao verification, he would be able to break through to the superior half-step Dominator. It's a big mystery. Yang Fann shook his head slightly and shook off the distracting thoughts in his heart. Rumble. A stream of light flashed by, and a first-grade origin lake appeared within the devouring black hole. Soon, 30,000 years passed. Apart from leaving behind 100 or so super origin lakes for his parents and the others to use for their cultivation, the nearly 10,000 super Yang Fanns had all been devoured and refined by Yang Fann. Yang Yunfeng and his wife and the others had successfully broken through to the half-step domination stage. They already had the qualifications to start refining the first-grade origin lakes. If it wasn't for the fact that the second-grade origin lake was too pure and vast, and couldn't be absorbed by half-step Dominator warriors, Yang Fann would have let them use the second-grade origin lake to cultivate. 100,000 years later, aside from the 13 third-grade origin lakes, nearly 300 grade 2 origin lakes, not a single one was left behind. All of them were absorbed and refined by Yang Fann. Yang Fann's cultivation base had finally reached the limit of a low-grade half-step Dominator, and he began his final charge towards the medium half-step Dominator. It wasn't easy. It really wasn't easy. If it was any other low-grade half-step Dominator who had swallowed so many origin lakes, they would have already passed the main god tribulation and become the master of the Tao. It was very likely that they would break through to the high-level Dominator. The massive amount of energy that Yang Fann had accumulated had given him the ability to surpass a major level. However, the difficulty of breaking through was also so depressing. Luckily, Yang Fann had the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique. With his body by his side, the speed at which he absorbed and refined the energy was unprecedented. Otherwise, just the time required to refine them would cause one to worry about death. It could be said that before he could refine enough energy and activate the main god tribulation, the longevity would have already dried up. A dark shine flashed by, and Yang Fann continued to devour and refine it. However, what he refined wasn't the 13 third-grade origin lakes, but the foundation of the clan suppressing, the corpse of a high-level Dominator. With Wang Fushuan's explanation, Yang Fann wasn't as ignorant as before when it came to the strength of a high-level Dominator or top Dominator. Everything was based on his own imagination. He had seen most of the cultivation base of this high-level Dominator with a single glance. He was a peak high-level Dominator. He had no idea what kind of luck demon spirit had that allowed him to obtain this god corpse. Even if an expert like this fell, there were still some techniques left behind by it. Hong Long. Of course, all of this had benefited Yang Fann. One had to admit that a peak high-level dominator was a peak high-level dominator. Even if he had fallen for countless eras, the strength of origin he had was still 10 times stronger than before. It was more than 100 times stronger than heavenly spirit kings. 100,000 years, 150,000 years, 200,000 years, 300,000 years, 500,000 years. Very quickly, Yang Fann had been in secluded cultivation for close to 1,000,000 years. AIMA realm continent, the Paragon continent. In less than 130 million years, in the entire the Paragon continent. It could be said that the entire the Paragon continent had been reborn. Not only had the area expanded by dozens of times, but it had also changed. The spirit of heaven and earth had grown by more than 100 times, and it was completely incomparable to what it was before. Especially the supreme divine city, where the spiritual energy was so abundant that it was not inferior to some of the low-grade spiritual mountains in the holy land of Emperor Tai. As the hometown of the #1 genius, Yang Fann, the holy land of Emperor Tai had given AIMA domain lord a lot of rewards. It was enough to move many of high-rank top-level domain gods' heart. Especially after the rise of Yang Fann time and time again, there were even more rewards that were sent to AIMA realm, to AIMA domain lord's hand. This caused AIMA domain lord's cultivation base to rise by leaps and bounds, advancing by leaps and bounds, and advancing by leaps and bounds. By now, he had almost reached the critical point of ranked 6 top-level domain god's advancement, and he was afraid that it would only take 2 million years for him to break through to the ranked 7 top-level domain god realm. Into the great thousand realms of the Emperor of Thailand, within the 8 million dimensional domain, AIMA domain lord's cultivation base could be considered to be at the top. Not only AIMA domain lord, but the other major powers had also gained a lot. Currently, in the AIMA realm continent, even if there weren't 100 top-level domain god warriors, there would still be 80 of them. The number of high-level domain god warriors who were below the first grade had increased by more than 100 times. Of course, the Shangluo alliance had the biggest profit. As Yang Fann was born in a major power, as long as AIMA domain lord wasn't kicked in the head by a donkey, he would definitely take good care of them. Currently, in the Shangluo alliance, there were more than 200 high-level domain god warriors, intermediate warriors, low-level domain god warriors, and thousands of attacks. In the huge AIMA realm, except for AIMA domain lord, the Shangluo alliance was the most respected. Now, the Shangluo alliance had moved away from the Chengluo mountains and into the Paragon continent, supreme divine city. AIMA realm continent, an affiliated little world. Within a glorious palace, 6 middle-aged men wearing black divine armor stood in the center of the hall. If AIMA domain lord was here, he would be shocked, and he would be unable to eat or sleep in peace. No, with his current cultivation base, he couldn't even tell the depth of their cultivation base. High-rank top-level domain god wasn't even ranked 7 top-level domain god. Such a expert was hidden in their AIMA realm continent. AIMA domain lord would never believe that there was no scheme behind it. The goal was something he would never believe even if he was beaten to death. Eldest brother, it's just a bunch of aphids that aren't even at the ranked 6 top-level domain god realm. What right do you have to enjoy those treasures? Let's do it. At most, we'll just leave the great thousand realms of the Emperor of Thailand. C. 1867 The desolate Manchu 6 vicious beasts. The whole world comes for profits, and if there's a 100% profit, it's enough to make people take risks. Not to mention 1000%, 10,000. A mere rank 6 top-level domain god had the power to rival or even surpass half-step dominator families. This action of AIMA domain lord was no different from kids taking the gold and flaunting the market. Even if the one backing AIMA domain lord and the others was Yang Fann, the uncrowned king of Southwest Universe, it still wouldn't scare the greed in some people's hearts. At most, they could just leave the great thousand realms of the Emperor of Thailand and the Southwest Universe. The universe was vast and boundless. Could Yang Fann really cover the sky with his own hands? Desolate Manchu 6 ferocious beasts, the great thousand worlds of the Emperor of Thailand, and desolate mountain range 6 ferocious gods. Each of them was at the rank 9 top-level domain god, especially the leader of the 6 ferocious beasts, Desolate Manchu, great ferocious beast, who had stepped into the half-step domination stage. When the 6 ferocious beasts joined forces, even some low-level half-step dominator would have to be wary of them. In the vast the great thousand worlds of the Emperor of Thailand, they were all extremely ferocious. No one knew when it started. These 6 ferocious gods had their eyes fixed on the Paragon continent, AIMA Domain Lord, and the Shangluo Alliance. Alright, let's do this. However, we still need to plan this matter carefully. We can't let any of this leak out, that's right. Boss is right, we can't draw the attention of that monster, Yang Fann, otherwise, it will be difficult for us to leave the great thousand realms of the Emperor of Thailand safely. The news of Yang Fann becoming the uncrowned king of the Southwest Universe had not even reached 1,000,000 years ago. Among the 196 great realm in Southwest Universe, there were only those superpowers with rulers. They knew that the Southwest Universe already had a master, a rank 9 top-level domain god like the desolate 6 vicious beasts. Their impression of Yang Fann was still 100,000,000 years ago. Knowing that Yang Fann had suppressed the Green Devil Palace, the Blood Demon Palace, and the Pantheon all by himself, the combat strength of 7 low-level Dominator warriors was comparable to some middle-level Dominator warriors. Otherwise, even if they were extremely audacious, they wouldn't dare to have any ideas about AIMA Domain Lord and the others. It was easy for rank 9 top-level domain god warriors to leave the great thousand realms of the Emperor of Thailand. As long as they were careful, there wouldn't be too much danger. However, it wouldn't be easy for them to leave the Southwest Universe. If they were careless, they might die in the boundless starry sky. Furthermore, even if they didn't encounter any great danger, given their speed, it would take them billions of years to leave Southwest Universe, 196 great realm. It was only a small portion of the spatial zones, and most of them were dead silent starry skies. It was not an easy task to avoid being discovered by Yang Fann's men after such a long period of time. Very quickly, 10,000 years had passed. Rumble, rumble. Suddenly, streams of pitch-black devil light rose from the surroundings of AIMA Realm continent. They were like pillars that supported the heavens and the earth. A black barrier instantly enveloped the entire AIMA Realm continent, completely sealing it. Ah, what's that? What's going on? Countless true gods and domain gods looked up at the sky in shock. Faintly, an extremely uneasy feeling surged up in their hearts. Rumble, rumble. Waves of pressure that was 100 times more terrifying than the quasi-ranked 7 top-level domain god, AIMA Domain Lord, descended from the sky and covered the entire Supreme Divine City. Bitch, it really is coming for me. AIMA Domain Lord's expression suddenly changed, but he didn't panic too much. He had actually thought of this day long ago. Wealth moved the hearts of people. The illustrious reputation of Holy Land of Emperor Tai might not be able to deter those desperate men. Just the AIMA realm alone had countless little world. In a big world, there was no need to talk about the great thousand realms of the Emperor of Thailand. Finding an inconspicuous plain world to hide was the Sovereign Lord. It would be very difficult to find any traces of them. No, we have to inform the Holy Land of Emperor Tai immediately. The newcomer was at least at the rank 8 top-level domain god. He was even at the rank 9 top-level domain god, any random person. They were not someone he could deal with, let alone 6 of them. He had no chance of winning at all. But soon, AIMA Domain Lord's facial expression changed once more. Damn it, these guys came prepared. If they didn't break the devil formation, they wouldn't be able to contact the Holy Land of Emperor Tai. At this moment, panic finally climbed onto AIMA Domain Lord's face. With their relationship with Yang Fann, as long as they could contact the Holy Land of Emperor Tai, the Holy Land of Emperor Tai would surely come to their rescue immediately. At that time, not to mention some mere 8th and rank 9 top-level domain god warriors, even those half-step dominator warriors who had broken through to the domination stage wouldn't be able to escape death. Never would he have thought that these desperate men would be prepared for this. And with their strength, it was impossible for them to break the formation right under the noses of the 6 high-ranked top-level domain god. Right at this moment, grug grug grug, the void twisted, and 6 figures that looked like devil god appeared in the sky above Supreme Divine City. In an instant, the terrifying pressure increased once again. Ah, who are they? Good, what a terrifying pressure. Even His Majesty the Domain Lord is far from being able to match up to them. It's over, it's all over. Boundless fear and despair, like a surging river, engulfed all the living beings in Supreme Divine City. Buzz. AIMA Domain Lord's body moved, and he soared into the sky. As the master of a region, he absolutely couldn't avoid this attack, and there was nowhere for him to hide either. Who are you people? Don't you know that this is His Royal Highness Yang Fann's hometown? If you dare to act recklessly, His Highness will never let you go. The great thousand realms of the Emperor of Thailand is huge, there will be no place for you in this world. AIMA Domain Lord stared at the 6 great high-rank top-level domain god and said in a threatening tone. At this moment, he only hoped that Yang Fann's reputation could scare them away. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. We, brothers, can't afford to offend Yang Fann, but we need you to be able to contact him. Desolate Great Fiend looked at AIMA Domain Lord. He sneered. The 6 of them had not wasted their lives in the past 10,000 years. The entire AIMA realm continent had been sealed by the Great Sky-locking formation, and the formation wouldn't be broken. Even a half-step dominator wouldn't be able to contact the outside world. Not to mention a ranked 6 top-level domain god like AIMA Domain Lord. Eldest brother, let's do it, we don't want any more delays, a person behind him urged. Although the heaven-locking grand formation was mysterious, however, this AIMA Domain Lord was standing behind the most powerful monster that had been left behind in the history of the great thousand realms of the Emperor of Thailand, Yang Fann. No one could guarantee that he had left behind some arcane art that could break through the heaven-sealing grand formation. The longer they delayed, the more unfavorable it would be for them. Third brother's reminder is correct. The cold shine in the eyes of Desolate Great Beast flashed. Third brother's worry was not without reason. As he spoke, rumble, his right arm moved, and a palm pressed down on AIMA Domain Lord. Not good, this power cannot be blocked, we can't stop him either. His Majesty, in the Supreme Divine City, the hearts of all top-level domain god warriors were raised to their throats. This palm strike had caused them to feel despair. It seemed that as long as there was a trace of power remaining, it would be able to kill all of them, who were low-ranked top-level realm gods. Once AIMA Domain Lord was defeated and killed, what would await them? Needless to say, only death awaited them, killing them to silence them. These devils had wasted so much of their time, how could they let them live and leave behind any hidden dangers for themselves? At that moment rumble, a gray divine light suddenly rose from AIMA Domain Lord's body, turning into a huge diagram that covered the entire Supreme Divine City. Since he had thought that someone would target them, how could AIMA Domain Lord not be prepared for it? This chaotic diagram was one of his trump cards. It was a high-grade defensive quasi-main divine artifact. If it was used by a rank 9 top-level domain god Imperial Censor, it would be equivalent to some superior half-step dominator Imperial Censor. No one would be able to break through the defense of the Chaos map so easily. Although AIMA Domain Lord's cultivation base was not high enough, it was still impossible for him to break through the defense of the Chaos map. He was far weaker than a rank 9 top-level domain god Imperial Censor, so he couldn't unleash the full power of the chaotic map. However, as long as he wasn't a half-step dominator, he would be able to break through the defense of the chaotic map. It definitely wouldn't be an easy task. Bang! When the heaven-sheltering big hand struck the chaos diagram, it merely caused a ripple to appear before disappearing without a trace. It was blocked. His Majesty the Domain Lord had blocked it. Good, we are saved. We're saved. In an instant, all the His Majesty the Domain Lord's spirits were shaken, and their hopeless hearts were filled with a glimmer of hope. Quasi-main divine artifact. This fellow actually possesses a quasi-main divine artifact. Eldest brother gnashed his teeth in anger. His eyes were filled with the flames of jealousy. He wished he could take the primal chaos diagram for himself, thinking about the desolate 6 ferocious beasts. Each and every one of them was at the rank 9 top-level domain god, and none of them had a single quasi-main divine artifact in their hands. However, this young man from the AIMA, a mere rank 6 top-level domain god. He actually had a quasi-main divine artifact, and it was a precious defensive quasi-main divine artifact. If it was really an uncle who could endure it, then Ant could not. With just this aphid, how could he possibly possess such a precious treasure? Brothers, let's attack together. Yes, eldest brother. Kill C-1868 Dao Heart warning the Paragon Continent, Supreme Divine City. Rumble. The 6 ferocious beasts of Desolate Manku, the 6 rank 9 top-level domain god, unleashed their full strength with a fierce light flashing in their eyes. The violent energy tore through the sky, and under the support of the supreme grade top-level domain divine artifact, it crazily attacked the primal chaos diagram. The terrifying energy was almost on par with the full-force attack of some low-grade half-step dominator warriors. Rumble. The chaotic diagram shook violently. The light of chaos around him was constantly shattered and destroyed. AIMA Domain Lord's cultivation base was still a little weak. If he had the same rank 9 top-level Domain God cultivation base as the 6 ferocious beasts, with the defense of the chaotic diagram, not to mention the 6 rank 9 top-level Domain God warriors, even the 6 of them wouldn't be able to shake the defense of the chaotic diagram. One should know that the chaotic diagram was a defensive treasure that was infinitely close to a supreme-grade quasi-main divine artifact. Even many top half-step dominator might not be able to possess it. Hiss, hiss. AIMA Domain Lord's magic power was like a flood that had just opened a dam. It was rapidly depleting. With just ranked 6 top-level Domain God's cultivation base, it was still too early for him to use a supreme treasure like the Primal Chaos Diagram. Humph, let's see how long you can last. The eldest of the desolate Manku's 6 ferocious beasts let out a cold snort. The top-level Domain Divine artifact in the Imperial Censor's hand bombarded the chaotic diagram. 1 day, 3 days, 5 days, 7 days, soon, a month passed. AIMA Domain Lord's face turned pale. This was a sign that he had consumed too much of his magic power, and this was the result of continuously consuming pills. Otherwise, the magic power in his body would have long been depleted. Not good. I'm afraid His Majesty the Domain Lord won't be able to hold on for long. Within the Supreme Divine City, the hearts of the high-level and top-level Domain God warriors sank. Once AIMA Domain Lord's magic power was exhausted, without AIMA Domain Lord's Imperial Censor, the Supreme Treasure wouldn't be able to hold the 6 fiendish demon for long with just its natural defense. They wanted to help AIMA Domain Lord share some of the pressure, but they couldn't do anything about it. Their energy was like a cup of water in a burning cart of firewood. Even if they were to pour all of their energy into the chaotic map, they would still be able to withstand a single strike from the 6 fiendish demon. Brothers, let's put in more effort. This aphid is about to collapse. The eyes of the 6 ferocious beasts of the Desolation Realm lit up, not to mention the huge amount of resources. Just the quasi-main divine artifact of the Chaos map was enough for them to take the risk. With such a defensive quasi-main divine artifact, the 6 of them brothers. Even if they were to face some superior half-step dominator warriors, even if they were no match for them. Retreat. Soon, another half a month passed. The magical energy in AIMA Domain Lord's body finally dried up, and he coughed out blood continuously. Good, this aphid is going to die at this moment. The 6 ferocious beasts seemed to have seen a huge amount of resources waving at them. Then, with the support of the huge amount of resources, their cultivation base skyrocketed. They advanced to the half-step dominator stage one after another and rampaged across the great realm. It was a beautiful scene where they were invincible. Right at this moment, a flash of determination appeared in AIMA Domain Lord's eyes. A golden pill the size of a longan appeared in his hand. Heaven Returning Pill, the legendary life-saving divine pill. With just one pill, he would be able to restore all the energy of a rank 9 top-level Domain God. With his current cultivation base and strength, using this divine pill. However, at this moment, he couldn't care less. His life was almost gone. He didn't care if it was a waste. Ah, that's the Heaven Returning Pill. This bastard. Shut up. The faces of the 6 ferocious beasts stiffened and became flustered and exasperated. They had never had a single divine pill like this before, but they had wasted it on ranked 6 top-level Domain God. It was simply a waste of a heavenly treasure. Bastard, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. 1.5 months later. Crack. Another Heaven Returning Pill was swallowed by AIMA Domain Lord. In an instant, AIMA Domain Lord was revived to his peak condition. Damn it, this is the second one, this bastard. The third one. The 5th one. The 7th one. 2 years later. AIMA Domain Lord swallowed 16 Heaven Returning Pills. At this moment, a trace of anxiety faintly climbed into his eyes. Heaven Returning Pills were top-grade life-saving divine pills. Each of them was worth tens of thousands of elementary crystals, and they were usually priceless. And this was the last 5 Heaven Returning Pills. Once he didn't have the Heaven Returning Pills to recover his magic power, he wouldn't be able to last for a month and a half. However, with the Heaven-locking Devil formation, he couldn't contact the Holy Land of Emperor Tai. During this period of time, it wasn't as if he hadn't contacted the AIMA Realm continent. Many major powers had asked them to find a way to destroy the Heaven-locking Devil formation, but unfortunately, it was all in vain. Compared to these 6 great fiendish demon, the major powers of the AIMA realm continent were just too weak. Just a few soul duplicate was enough to completely suppress them. In these 2 years, not only did they not destroy the devil formation, they had even lost many soldiers and generals. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. Soon, another half a year passed. Crack, the last heaven returning pill was swallowed by AIMA Domain Lord. 1.5 months later, AIMA Domain Lord was on the verge of collapse, blood flowing out from his 7 orifices. However, unexpectedly, he did not take the heaven returning pill anymore. Not good, the Domain Lord doesn't have divine pills anymore. In the supreme divine city, the hearts of the domain gods trembled. An extremely ominous omen enveloped their bodies. Good, this bastard, he finally doesn't have a heaven returning pill. Good. Big Fury, who was already numb, uttered the word, good, 3 times in a row. Its eyes were filled with endless killing intent. 20 heaven returning pills, a total of 20 heaven returning pills. All of these belonged to the 6 brothers. In the end, the aphids were wasted just like that. These aphids really deserved to die 10,000 times over. Bastard, die for me. Rumble. Killing intent exploded in his eyes, and the power of the great desolation beast gathered at one point, fiercely smashing onto the chaos diagram. AIMA Domain Lord threw his head back and spurted out a mouthful of blood. He turned into a meteor and fell down from the sky. At this moment, AIMA Domain Lord finally couldn't hold on any longer. Kekekeka. This bastard finally can't hold on any longer. Later, I will definitely massacre this supreme divine city, only then will I be able to vent the hatred in my heart. How dare you waste so many of my heaven returning pills? Without the support of AIMA Domain Lord's magic power, the power of the chaotic diagram was reduced by more than 10 times. Under the attack of the 6 ferocious beasts, it was on the verge of collapsing. The light of chaos seemed to be on the verge of collapsing at any moment. Woo. I don't want to die, I am still young, not even 1 trillion years old. How can I die prematurely here? His Royal Highness Yang Fann, where are you? Quickly come back and save us. Wails of despair filled the supreme divine city. Countless true gods and domain gods had completely collapsed. Holy Land of Emperor Tai, Void Spirit Peak, Divine Hall. Rumble. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened. He frowned slightly, and a trace of uneasiness emerged in his heart. What is going on? Dao Heart's warning, could it be that something has happened? Little sister and the others are in my inner world, never leaving. Everything in the Holy Land of Emperor Tai was normal, and nothing unexpected had happened. Could it be the Shangluo Alliance? There were only a few powers that had a close relationship with him. In the next second, Rumble, 100 times, 1,000 times stronger than a top dominator's mental energy burst out from Yang Fanshihai's body, expanding towards the Great Thousand Realms of the Emperor of Thailand. C-1869 Yang Fann has returned AIMA Realm Continent, Supreme Divine City. Bang! With a loud sound, the layers of light of chaos completely collapsed. In the next second, the quasi-main divine artifact chaotic diagram turned into a stream of light and floated down from the void. Without the support of AIMA Domain Lord's magic power, the power of the chaotic diagram fell drastically. It only lasted for a few breaths of time before it was severely injured by the desolate 6 ferocious beasts. The surface of the scroll was covered with tiny cracks. Without a long period of nurturing, it would not be able to unleash much of its power. The chaotic diagram is broken, it's over, it's all over, it's dead for sure, we're dead. Woo. I have yet to break through to the top-level domain god. How can I die here just like this? Woo. In an instant, the huge supreme divine city was filled with wails and wails. Countless cultivators had looks of despair on their faces. Without the protection of the chaotic diagram, what could they use to fight against the 6 ferocious gods? Not to mention the 6 ferocious gods, any one of them would be able to slaughter all of them. Woo. I can't accept it. AIMA Domain Lord, Sovereign Xuanyuan, and the other Shangluo Alliance domain gods who had just recovered a portion of their Shangluo alliances had reluctant expressions on their faces. It wasn't easy for them to produce a peerless monster like Yang Fann. It seemed like they were going to rise quickly, but they had never thought that such a disaster would befall them. If they were given another 10 to 2 billion years, they would have to wait until they had completely digested the resources in their hands. At that time, not to mention the 6 rank 9 top-level domain god experts, even if they came here and doubled their strength, it was still uncertain who would be killed. One should know that the Holy Land of Emperor Tai had given them a lot of resources. Up until now, they hadn't even digested 1 in 10,000 of them. They were unwilling to accept it. They were truly unwilling to accept it. Kekekeka, without that turtle shell, I want to see what you have to fight with us. You actually dare to waste so many of my heaven-returning pills. If I don't massacre your dimensional realm, we won't be the 6 murders of the Desolation Realm. In the end, the 6 beasts of the Desolation Realm all had red eyes, and their killing intent reached the sky. 20 heaven-returning pills. That was 20 lives, and they were wasted by these aphids. It was unforgivable, it was truly unforgivable. Only fresh blood could quell the anger in their hearts. Bitch it, this bunch of beautiful girls. Veins popped out on AIMA Domain Lord's forehead. He was like an enraged beast that wanted to eat their meat and drink their blood. These beautiful girls had gone too far. The heaven-returning pill was his treasure. He could use it however he wanted. Could it be that he still needed their permission? They actually used this as an excuse to slaughter the billions of lives in AIMA Realm continent. Could these bastards be any more shameless? Aphids, go on your way obediently, he laughed sinisterly. The desolate barbaric vicious beast moved its right arm. It was a palm that was pressing down on the supreme divine city. It was a huge palm that covered the sky. No one knew how many tens of thousands of light years had passed, but it covered the entire supreme divine city. This palm was very slow, like a cat eating a mouse. These aphids were screaming in despair and begging for mercy before they died. It was the most beautiful movement in the world. Aphids, 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 aphids. It was intoxicating and irresistible. Ah no, no, sir, please spare my life, please spare my life, woo 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 woo. I don't want to die, surrender, my lord, I surrender. Hua Sheng, you will die a horrible death. His Royal Highness Yang Fann will avenge us all if you will die. Life is like a flower in the sky. No one can save you from the vastness of great realm. Kekeki Yang Fann was strong, but as long as he killed all of you, who would know that it was his 6 brothers who killed all of you? Even if we expose ourselves in the future, the 6 of us will have already left the Southwest universe. He, Yang Fann, is able to dominate the great 1,000 realms of the Emperor of Thailand. Could it be that he can still extend his hand to the other great realm? Mang Huang let out a strange laugh. He refused to believe that the 6 of them would be able to find another little world outside the great 1,000 realms of the Emperor of Thailand and live in seclusion in the great world. That Yang Fann would be able to find them. As long as they hid for 1 or 2 eras, Yang Fann would forget about them. How could a great figure like Yang Fann pay attention to a small figure like them? Right at this moment, is that so? I would like to see what kind of abilities you have to escape from the great 1,000 realms of the Emperor of Thailand right under my nose. A slightly mocking voice suddenly exploded within the void. It was boiling and surging, covering the Paragon continent and echoing in everyone's ears. Who is it? The facial expression of the desolate Manku's 6 ferocious beasts changed. Faintly, traces of uneasiness surged into their hearts. Grug ripples appeared on the surface of the void, and a person appeared out of thin air. Ah, it's Yang Fann. His Royal Highness Yang Fann is back. Woo 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 woo. We are saved, we are saved. His Royal Highness Yang Fann, you must help us. You must not let go of this group of girls. In an instant, AIMA Domain Lord and the others burst into cheers. They were very familiar with that young man. He was safe now. They were completely safe now. His Royal Highness Yang Fann was here. He was just a few rank 9 top-level domain god warriors. That was a piece of cake. It was said that His Royal Highness Yang Fann's combat strength was terrifying, but he was already able to fight against the legendary Sovereign Lord Prime Minister. Ah, Yang Fann, this. How is this possible? The desolate Manku's 6 ferocious beasts' hearts trembled, and their faces were filled with disbelief. The sky-locking grand formation had yet to be broken. How did these aphids get in touch with Yang Fann? Or was it because Yang Fann just happened to return to AIMA realm? Woo woo woo, how could this be? Heavens, you're playing with us, right? Regret, endless regret, like a surging tide, engulfed their souls. If they knew this would happen, they wouldn't have spent so much effort to set up the heaven-locking grand formation and launch an attack on the supreme divine city. It was hard to say that they had already escaped from the great 1,000 realms of the Emperor of Thailand. In the next second, bang bang, the 6 savage beasts of the desolate Manchu region immediately knelt down and begged bitterly, "Your Highness, please spare my life, please spare my life." As for escaping, they didn't even dare to think about it. This was a monster that could rival a middle-level dominator. There was more than one ruler in his hands. It was impossible for a rank 9 top-level domain god like them to escape from his hands. Yang Fann smiled coldly. He wanted to massacre the entire AIMA realm continent, and he also wanted Yang Fann to spare his life. Did he really think that Universe Lord in the southwest was a good man who didn't have a bad temper? A gust of wind blew past. The 6 ferocious beasts, which even half-step dominator warriors feared, turned into dust just like that, as if they had never appeared before. I'm dead, that's all. Those 6 ominous gods died just like that. Am I seeing things? Is this His Royal Highness Yang Fann's power? C-1870 set off AIMA realm continent, Supreme Divine City. Silence for a moment, the entire Divine City was terrifyingly silent. Countless cultivators widened their eyes, not daring to believe what they just saw. They didn't see what Yang Fann was doing. He just shouted, "Die!" He was dead. The 6 ferocious gods, who had crushed them until they couldn't resist at all, had turned into flying ashes just like that. Were they dreaming? At this moment, even AIMA Domain Lord, Sovereign Xuanyuan, and the others who knew Yang Fann the best, felt that this wasn't real. Those were the 6 rank 9 top-level domain god, the highest grade of top-level domain god experts, and not some random dog on the street. Even if Yang Fann had once suppressed the Sovereign Lord, he shouldn't have killed those 6 ferocious gods so easily. AIMA Domain Lord and the others were still a little lacking in terms of knowledge. Their understanding of the Sovereign Lord was mostly in their imagination and guesses. Rank 9 top-level domain god, away from the Sovereign Lord. It was only one level away from the Sovereign Lord. In their minds, even if a Sovereign Lord was 100 times, 1,000 times stronger than a rank 9 top-level domain god, that would be their limit. Little did they know that the gap between them and the Sovereign Lord was more than 1,000 times greater than they had imagined. Let alone Yang Fann, any low-level dominator that came would be killed. The desolate Manchu's 6 vicious beasts only had one eye. Ignoring the shock of the crowd, Yang Fann slightly raised his head, and a golden light flashed in his eyes. In the next second, swoosh swoosh swoosh, the sky-locking grand formation that had enveloped the entire AIMA realm continent instantly collapsed, and the layers of demonic light that caused one's hair to stand on end completely dissipated. The devil light has disappeared. It's broken. That demonic formation is broken. It's a victory. Could it be that His Majesty and the others have won? Very quickly, in the entire AIMA realm continent, countless forces of expert were boiling with excitement. Although the 6 ferocious beasts of the desolate realm had yet to attack them, the sound of them massacring the entire AIMA realm continent had already spread across the Paragon continent and AIMA realm continent. Everyone knew that once they finished dealing with AIMA Domain Lord and the others, it would be their turn. Now that the devil formation that made them despair had completely shattered, it was obvious that there was a new turning point. Not long after that, cheers of relief erupted from the entire AIMA realm continent. His Royal Highness Yang Fann, it's His Royal Highness Yang Fann who has returned. Woo. There's no need to die. We don't need to die anymore. That bunch of beautiful girls, let them die just like that. It's really letting them off easy. Father, grandfather, your souls in heaven can rest in peace now. His Highness has avenged you. In order to break the heaven-sealing demon formation, the various major powers had suffered heavy losses. Countless domain gods had fallen at the hands of the 6 great fiendish demon. Each and every one of them wished they could eat the meat of the desolate Manchu's 6 ferocious beasts and drink their blood. Supreme Divine City, Sovereign God Palace. Yang Fann did not hesitate and sat down on Sovereign God's seat. Below him were AIMA Domain Lord and Sovereign Xuanyuan, the Master of the 100 Soldiers Hall and the other higher-ups of the Shengluo Alliance. Looking at the divine throne, AIMA Domain Lord and the others' eyes were filled with admiration and respect, as if they were looking up at a divine being. What was the AIMA realm like in the past? The strongest person in the AIMA realm, AIMA Domain Lord, was only a first-ranked 2 top-level domain god, and the Shengluo Alliance was even more miserable. There wasn't even a single high-level domain god in the Shengluo Alliance. But now, each and every one of their strength had increased by more than 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times. Not only had AIMA Domain Lord stepped into the ranked 7 top-level Domain God realm, but Sovereign Xuanyuan and the other top 10 leaders of the Shengluo Alliance had also reached the top-level Domain God. The weakest among them was at the rank 2 top-level Domain God. All of this was because of Yang Fann. Without Yang Fann, not to mention 100 million years, even if they were given an era, 10 era of the year's warriors wouldn't be able to make much progress. Unknowingly, Yang Fann had become their belief. Even if they were asked to die, they wouldn't even frown. Yang Fann asked a little. In the past 100 million years, AIMA Realm and Shengluo Alliance had been developing largely. After that, he invited AIMA Domain Lord, Sovereign Xuanyuan, and the others to see if they were willing to move into his inner world. This time, his Tao heart warned him and rushed back in time. After that, he would soon leave the Southwest Universe and head to the Eternal Great World. At that time, it wouldn't be so easy for him to return. Of course, all of this depended on AIMA Domain Lord and the others. If they couldn't bear to part with such a small foundation, Yang Fann wouldn't force them. He couldn't force them into his inner world. However, AIMA Domain Lord and the others were obviously smart. They knew how to make a choice. With just a little bit of protection from Yang Fann, their cultivation base jumped by 3 levels. If they followed Yang Fann, it would be like running up and down. Compared to them, a mere sector lord and overlord of dimensional domain was nothing. In the world of cultivators, strength was the way of the king. Especially after entering Yang Fann's inner world and experiencing the abundant spirit of heaven and earths. After seeing the strength of Qinhu and his friends and family, each and every one of them secretly regretted not following Yang Fann all those years ago. A million years had passed, and Qinhu and his friends' cultivation base and strength had improved once again. The outstanding ones among them had all surpassed AIMA Domain Lord and stepped into the high-ranked top-level Domain God realm. Even the once ordinary outer sect disciple of the Blue Moon Palace had broken through to the middle-level Domain God stage. He didn't dare to imagine it. One should know that middle-level Domain God. In the current AIMA realm continent, there were no more than 20,000 expert. The number of outer sects that the Blue Moon Palace had in the past was in the tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. After giving AIMA Domain Lord and the others 1,000 years to move away, Yang Fann temporarily stayed in Sovereign God Palace. Soon, the news of AIMA Domain Lord and Shengluo Alliance moving into Yang Fann's inner world spread across the entire AIMA realm continent at a terrifying speed. Countless major powers were crazily gathering in Supreme Divine City. The threshold of the Supreme Divine Palace and Shengluo Alliance was almost broken by these major powers. How could they let such an opportunity slip away before their very eyes? As long as they could enter His Royal Highness Yang Fann's inner world, they would be able to break through to the top-level Domain God in the future. That was a sure thing. However, no matter if it was AIMA Domain Lord, Sovereign Xuanyuan, or the others, they were all people who knew how to behave appropriately. They strictly inspected him. Yang Fann had given them this opportunity because of their past friendship. However, they could not act recklessly. They had to take care of this pass. Otherwise, it would be too late to regret if they hurt their relationship. Yang Fann saw this, but he didn't stop it. After successfully advancing to the medium half-step dominator, his inner world had expanded a lot. Now, it was so vast that it was comparable to the Great Thousand Worlds of the Emperor of Thailand. It was only a little bit inferior. It was more than enough to contain all the living beings in the entire AIMA realm, but they weren't related to each other. Why should he help them for free? Because they barely came from the AIMA realm. In other words, they were all disciples of the Great Thousand Realms of the Emperor of Thailand. Could it be that he wanted to take all the living beings in the Great Thousand Realms of the Emperor of Thailand into his inner world? In Yang Fann's heart, the only people in his hometown that he truly recognized were the people of the great world of spiritual martial arts. As for the others, forget it. Anyway, he didn't really care about the source energy provided by these cultivators. 1,000 years later, nearly 10 billion descendants of AIMA Domain Lord, his direct line of descent, and the 30 billion official disciples of the Shengluo Alliance were taken into Yang Fann's inner world. Similar to the Blue Moon Palace and the other major powers, the inner world was the most prosperous. It was divided into 2 parts, which were roughly the size of the AIMA realm continent, for the 2 major powers to thrive and prosper. On this day, countless experts were filled with regret. Why didn't they become AIMA domain lord's direct subordinate or join the Shengluo alliance? Even if it was just an ordinary outer sect disciple, it would still be good. Time flowed like water. 100,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Holy land of Emperor Tai, Void Spirit Peak. Rumble. A flying shuttle less than 300 meters long shot into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it vanished into the boundless starry sky. C-1871 Space-Time Storm, the endless universe, the vast starry sky. Rumble. A flying vessel less than 1,000 feet long tore through space, flying at high speed. After spending another 100,000 years, Yang Fann finally devoured all of the remaining level 3 origin lakes. The only flaw was that it only allowed his cultivation base to reach the limit of the medium half-step dominator, and was only a step away from breaking through to the superior half-step dominator. There was still a long way to go. Without spending too much time in the holy land of Emperor Tai, Yang Fann started his journey to the eternal great world. This time, Yang Fann didn't bring too many people with him. It was Wangfu Xuan, Devil Spirit King, the 10 middle-level Dominator Warriors, and 100 low-level Dominator Warriors. Furthermore, Yang Fann didn't want them to be his guards. It was only because his parents needed their guidance. The remaining 3,005 slaves were all left in Southwest Universe by Yang Fann. Adding the trump cards he had left behind before he left, the entire Southwest Universe could be said to be impregnable. As long as it wasn't a half-step sovereign or even a real universe sovereign, even a top dominator who wanted to attack Southwest Universe would have to stay alive if he wasn't careful. Also, Yang Fann had made arrangements for the AIMA realm. Although many of his friends in the AIMA realm had already been taken into his inner world, it was still his hometown. Yang Fann didn't want the AIMA realm to be turned into ruins by the time he returned from the eternal great world. In the AIMA realm, Yang Fann had sent a half-step dominator squad to stay in it. There were a total of 12 half-step dominator warriors, and the strongest one was the ultimate half-step dominator warrior. He wouldn't lose the ability to fight even some low-level dominator warriors. If they were to meet the 6 ferocious beasts again, Yang Fann wouldn't be alarmed by such a bold and reckless man. Any half-step dominator warrior would be able to suppress them with ease. Flying Shuttle World Center, Wangfu Xuan's chambers. Yang Fann sat cross-legged, his body was shining with divine light, and his appearance was solemn and dignified. The Aurora Flying Shuttle was a top-flying main divine artifact that Wangfu Xuan had carefully crafted. Its speed was not inferior to superior top dominators, and it was even faster than him. However, it would still require tens of millions of years to successfully arrive at the eternal great world. And this was even with the accurate star map. If he were to rely on himself to explore it, who knew how many more years it would take? No wonder Devil Spirit King and the other overlords had been searching for the legendary eternal great world. They had no idea how many eras it had been, but they still hadn't found the location of the eternal great world. It was because the eternal great world was too far away from Southwest Universe. As for middle-level dominator, even Heavenly Spirit King and ultimate middle-level dominator's speed was less than 1,000th of the speed of the Aurora shuttle. After admiring the starry sky for a few days, Yang Fann once again began his seclusion. In the eternal great world, experts were as numerous as clouds, and expert rained down like rain. Currently, although he could be considered a top-tier expert in the eternal great world, he was still far from being comparable to those universe sovereigns. A slightly stronger universe sovereign would be able to make him unable to escape even if he wanted to. Before entering the eternal great world, he had to do his best to increase his strength. Although there were many chief sovereigns and their origin lakes had been completely refined by Yang Fann, he still had the high-grade divine crystal in his hand. This was a supreme treasure that not even a high-level dominator could possess. This high-grade divine crystal was filled with pure divine energy, and even compared to a low-grade high-level dominator, it was still far inferior. 126 high-grade divine crystals should be enough to help him advance to a high-ranked half-step domination stage. Rumble Yang Fann's left and right hands each held a high-grade divine crystal. He circulated the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique to the limit, crazily devouring the divine crystal's strength of origin. 30,000 years later, Grug, the 2 high-grade divine crystals virtually transformed into flying ashes at the same time. Fortunately, there was no second person in the divine hall. Otherwise, he would have been scared to death. Those were high-grade divine crystals, not intermediate god crystals, and not elementary crystals. One high-grade divine crystal. Even a superior top dominator like Wang Fuxuan would need billions of years to fully absorb and refine it. Furthermore, Yang Fann had swallowed 2 high-grade divine crystals at once, 300,000 years later. Out of the 120 high-grade divine crystals, there were only 106 left. Yang Fann started to break through to the superior half-step dominator. A million years later, Pucci, the last high-grade divine crystal, turned into a flying ash. Yang Fann's cultivation base had stabilized at the superior half-step dominator early stage, barely at the peak of the early stage. If he wanted to break through to top half-step dominator, he would need at least a few thousand high-grade divine crystals. As for attracting the main god tribulation and becoming the master of the Tao, without dozens of top-grade divine crystals, he wouldn't even be able to think about it. Just thinking about it made him feel terrified. One top-grade divine crystal. That was 100 million high-grade divine crystals. Many half-step sovereign warriors might not even have that many top-grade divine crystals. After letting out a breath of foul air, Yang Fann did not come out of seclusion. Instead, he started refining main divine artifacts and cultivating 9 revolutions divine devil bodies. Along the way, Yang Fann had been planning everything. Alright, 10 million years would not be wasted. After unifying the Southwest universe, Yang Fann did not forget to collect main divine artifacts. For over a million years, it was considered a small gain. At this moment, Yang Fann had more than 8,000 main divine artifacts in his hands. Low-level main divine artifact had the most, 6,816, followed by the intermediate main divine artifacts, which were 836. It was not far from the requirement of 1,000 intermediates for the second stage of the 9 revolutions divine devil body transformation. There were 35 high-grade main divine artifacts and 3 top-level main divine artifacts, including the Junluo Void. If one were to include Wang Fuxuan's vital treasure, the primal chaos taijutsu, and the Aurora flying shuttle, there would be another 2 vital treasures. Of course, Yang Fann wouldn't be so harsh on him. The Aurora flying shuttle was still fine. However, the primal chaos taijutsu was Wang Fuxuan's natal main divine artifact. Once it was refined by him, Hong Long, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to defeat a slightly stronger intermediate top dominator. What made Yang Fann feel somewhat regretful was that whether it was low-level main divine artifact, intermediate main divine artifact, or high-grade main divine artifact, there weren't many low-grade main divine artifacts in them. They weren't even half of them. Forget it, when the boat reaches the end of the bridge, it will naturally be straight. Very quickly, Yang Fann didn't think too much about it. He didn't know how many rulers there were in the eternal great world. He didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to gather 9,000 low-grade low-level main divine artifacts. Of course, that wouldn't work. He could only use other grades to make up the numbers. It was nothing more than spending a little more time. It wasn't a big deal. As his cultivation base increased rapidly, the low-grade low-level main divine artifact who had once made it difficult for him to refine for hundreds of millions of years was no longer as difficult as he used to be. In less than 100 years, a low-grade low-level main divine artifact had turned into a flying ash. Very quickly, another 300,000 years passed. The 3,128 pieces of low-grade low-level main divine artifact in Yang Fann's hands were all devoured and refined by Yang Fann. He looked at the intermediate low-level main divine artifact in his hand. Yang Fann hesitated for a moment, and then he continued to absorb and refine the Yang Fanns. In the vast universe, the starry sky was dead silent. Not even a trace of life could be seen. There was no need to talk about finding main divine artifacts. Now was not the time to be picky. After leaving Southwest Universe for nearly 3 million years, Yang Fann finally refined the last intermediate low-level main divine artifact. 10 million years later, the eternal great world was already within reach. If everything went smoothly, in at most a million years, the Aurora shuttle would arrive in the eternal great world. However, Yang Fann still had over 300 pieces of low-level main divine artifact that he hadn't refined yet. If it wasn't for the fact that he had no other choice, Yang Fann really didn't want to refine these high-grade extremely low qualities. Extremely low-quality main divine artifacts were just too time-consuming. A high-grade low-level main divine artifact required him to spend nearly 3,000 years, and extremely low-quality low-level main divine artifacts required more than 10,000 years. If it was a low-grade low-level main divine artifact, he would have reached the first stage of the 9 revolutions divine devil body's 9th transformation, the perfection, and more than half of the second stage would have been completed by now. Another 600,000 years passed. My lord, the space-time corridor is about to arrive. As long as we pass the space-time corridor, we'll be in the eternal great world. Wang Fushuan's voice faintly carried a hint of solemnity. The space-time corridor, this was a natural barrier of the eternal great world. It was filled with large amounts of spatiotemporal storms. Beneath the hegemon, entering the space-time corridor, it was a situation of life and death, an ordinary low-level dominator. They had to be extremely careful in this space-time corridor. Even a top dominator like him would have to be extremely careful if his luck was bad. They're all in danger of dying. The eternal creature of the world rarely left the eternal great world. It was one of the reasons why it looked down on the living beings of the great realm. The other reason was that the spatial passageway was too dangerous. Not good, it's a large spatiotemporal storm. It's over now. Why are we so unlucky? See 1872 Eternal World, Immortal Spirit World, Blood Plains. Pucci spatial ripples appeared in the air. Yang Fann suddenly appeared on the blood plains. At this moment, Yang Fann was wearing ragged clothes, and there were traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. It was as if he had just experienced a life and death battle. What a terrifying spatiotemporal storm. Yang Fann still had a lingering fear in his heart. If not for the fact that he had swallowed a large amount of main divine artifacts, and the body defense had risen to another level, it wouldn't be any weaker than some top-level main divine artifacts, and with the help of the 9 revolutions divine devil bodies, it would be able to catch up to some high-grade top-level main divine artifacts. This time, even if he didn't die, he would still lose a layer of skin. It had to be said that Yang Fann and Yang Fann's luck was a little bad. There were countless spatiotemporal storms in the spatial corridor, but most of them were small-sized low-level dominators, which could only threaten the safety of a middle-low-level dominator. A spatiotemporal storm that could destroy a top dominator was rarely seen in the world. It was hard to find one in 100 million years, but Yang Fann and the others had encountered one just like that. In the time it took to breathe, the dark shine on Yang Fann's body flashed, and the tattered black clothes were replaced with a new one. The next second, Yang Fann looked around. Could this be the eternal great world? Vaguely, a trace of doubt climbed onto Yang Fann's face. According to Wang Fushuan, the eternal great world was filled with spiritual energy. That was 100 times more than the boundless world, but here, compared to the great 1,000 worlds of the Emperor of Thailand, it was even worse. It was only a few times stronger than the dimensional realm, but the spatial barrier. It was terrifying, compared to the great 1,000 worlds of the Emperor of Thailand. 1,000,000 times stronger. Even an ordinary low-level dominator could only fly in the sky honestly. It was simply an extravagant hope to teleport. Buzz, a green light flashed, and Wang Fushuan appeared in front of Yang Fann. Thank you, my lord, for saving my life. In an instant, Wang Fushuan knelt down and kowtowed to Yang Fann. If it wasn't for Yang Fann keeping him in his inner world in time, superior top dominator's chances of survival wouldn't be higher than one level under that huge spatiotemporal storm. Get up and speak. Yang Fann waved his hand gently. Immediately, a gentle force lifted Wang Fushuan up. Look, what is this place? Is this the eternal great world? Yes, my lord. Very quickly, Wang Fushuan's face turned serious, and he said, my lord, we should be in a certain eternal world right now. Eternal world. Upon hearing this, Yang Fann's eyes lit up. Eternal world. He had heard Wang Fushuan mention before that this was an auxiliary world that was densely packed around the eternal great world. If the eternal great world was said to be the dazzling sun, then eternal world was the starry sky. These eternal world varied in size, and area. It was no less than the 3,000 worlds. The smaller ones might not even be as big as the little world. Of course, no matter what eternal world it was, they all had one thing in common. That was the incomparably solid spatial barrier. It was not much weaker than the eternal great world, and it was far from being comparable to the boundless worlds, let alone the mid-low-level dominator. Even the universe sovereign might not be able to destroy a part of the eternal world. What made Yang Fann's heart flutter the most was that the eternal world was able to produce origin of eternity. This was a comparison of the origin of the boundless universe. It was a source energy that was of a higher grade. A single cubic origin of eternity was equivalent to a 10,000-mile radius 4th grade origin lake. 4th grade origin lake was the highest grade origin lake, the source of top dominator. Furthermore, This origin of eternity was a currency that could be exchanged between half-step sovereign and above experts. It was even more useful than a top-grade divine crystal. One had to know that if a top dominator wanted to break through to the universe sovereign realm, they needed this origin of eternity. Even for universe sovereigns and origin of eternities, these origin of eternities would be of great help. Of course, it wasn't easy to obtain the origin of eternity. For outsiders like them, once they revealed their aura, they would immediately be targeted by the world will. Their strength would be greatly suppressed, and their luck would plummet. They would even become the prey of the top expert in the eternal world. It was hard to say whether they would encounter a powerful enemy just by taking a few steps. If they were not careful, even the universe sovereign might die. In the eternal great world, it wasn't a rare thing for the universe sovereign to fall in the eternal world. If one didn't have full confidence, even someone as strong as the universe sovereign wouldn't dare to casually conquer an eternal world. Right at this moment, my lord, it's better for us to leave as soon as possible. Wang Fushuan said. There was a hint of uneasiness in his voice. Eternal world, he had only heard of it, although it was the top dominator. He had the right to conquer the eternal world and plunder the origin of eternity. However, most of them were at the limit of the top dominator. He would even be at the half-step sovereign, superior top dominator. It was extremely rare to start a conquest of the eternal world. Among the 10 superior top dominator, not even one of them could be counted. It was too dangerous for a mere superior top dominator to conquer the eternal world with his cultivation base. It was almost a hopeless situation. Wang Fushuan had the Wangfu family as his backing, and he wasn't a top dominator from a small power. There was no need for him to take such a risk. Wang Fushuan had never thought that he would conquer the eternal world before reaching the limit of top dominator. It wasn't easy for me to encounter an eternal world. How could I leave just like that? Yang Fann's eyes lit up. He slightly shook his head. There were a lot of eternal worlds surrounding the eternal great world. There were hundreds of millions of them, but all of them were hidden in different spaces. Moreover, it wasn't fixed yet. It wouldn't be easy to find one. Many universe sovereign had spent a great deal of effort to calculate the coordinates of an eternal world, but they still couldn't calculate the exact coordinates of it. If the eternal world had a master, it would be fine. Even if it was a low-grade top dominator that occupied the entire eternal world, it would still be fine. In this eternal world, with the help of the strength of world, it could even suppress the universe sovereign. It wasn't something that he could afford to offend now. Otherwise, he would definitely conquer the eternal world. In the next second, Yang Fann's mind moved, and he placed Wang Fushuan back into his inner world. To conquer the eternal world, with Wang Fushuan's puny cultivation base, he wouldn't be able to help him much. Once he revealed the aura of an outsider and was targeted by the world will, he wouldn't be able to escape. Suddenly, Yang Fann frowned slightly. In just a short period of time, he felt a malicious intent coming from all directions. It seems like I have attracted the world will's attention after using the strength of world twice. This won't do. I have to find a body of this world's native to possess, find a body of an eternal world native and possess it, then use that native's identity to conquer the eternal world. This was the most popular and most effective method of conquering all experts in the eternal great world. It's him. C-1873 dare to be cannon fodder. Immortal spirit world, blood plains. Rumble. A dark shine descended from the sky. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of a corpse and disappeared without a trace. The next second, the dead body suddenly opened its eyes. Good. It was truly an ownerless world. The expert of the eternal great world often used possession and rebirth techniques to disguise itself as an eternal creature of the world. It hid its true form and conquered the eternal world. The corpse of a young man who had died several days ago was the target of Yang Fann's rebirth. Using the great heaven-devouring earth-devouring technique, he would devour the corpse of this young man and inherit his incomplete memories. Yang Fann had gained quite a bit of understanding about the eternal world. At least, he had a basic understanding of the situation. If this eternal world had a master, the name of the realm lord would spread across the entire world. It was impossible for this young man to not have any impression of him. Immortal Spirit World is the immortal sect ruling the world. The immortal spirit world was the name of the eternal world. There were many dynasties in it, and above them were the various immortal sect. This was the true power that the immortal spirit world controlled. Even if it was the lord of a dynasty, he was still in the immortal sect. His status was far inferior to an elder in the immortal sect, deacon. He was like a young man who had reincarnated. His background was also extraordinary. He was the son of Shui Yi, the southern marquis of the Tianfeng kingdom, Shuiyan. As a result, he was sent to the Tianfeng kingdom's hurricane stronghold to become a new recruit because he had offended a core disciple of the Aeolus sect who was in charge of the Tianfeng kingdom. What kind of place was Death Camp? It was a real cannon fodder camp. Every battle had to be fought by Shuiyan, who was the son of Shui Yi, the southern marquis of Tianfeng kingdom. Out of the 100 new recruits of the Death Camp, it was considered not bad that one of them survived. In the Death Camp, most of them were sentenced to death in the Empire. Sending Shui into the Death Camp was not giving him any chance to live. He had just participated in the battle, and Shuiyan, who had just reached the 3rd grade martial artist, was killed. If Yang Fann hadn't borrowed the corpse to revive himself, it wouldn't have taken him long to do so. This Shuiyan would become the food of those birds and beasts, and he would die without a burial place. This eternal world is a world of the immortal Tao. The path of cultivation is not the path of cultivation. Here, I am not allowed to use the strength of world as I wish. Yang Fann frowned slightly. Previously, he had only released Wangfu Shuan from his inner world and was almost locked onto by the world will. Once a large amount of strength of world erupted, his identity as an outsider would be exposed. At that time, he would have no other choice but to leave the immortal spirit world in time. The world will of the eternal world could even suppress the universe sovereign. Although he was strong now, there was still a big gap between him and the universe sovereign. Looks like the only thing I can rely on in the immortal spirit world is the body divine power. However, Yang Fann wasn't too worried. After breaking through to the superior half-step dominator, the strength of his body had increased by a lot, and it was comparable to some high-level dominator warriors. Once he used the 9 revolutions divine devil body, his divine power would increase by 8,640 times. No one below the top dominator would be a match for him. This was the heaven-defying part of the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique. It had devoured Shuiyan. Right now, he was Shuiyan, and there wasn't a single flaw in his technique. As long as he didn't expose the power and divine abilities outside of this world, he would be able to perfectly disguise himself. Even the world will wouldn't be able to detect anything out of the ordinary. This was also the reason why Yang Fann dared to conquer the eternal world, unlike the expert of the other eternal great worlds. He didn't dare to casually use any of his main body's strength. He could only use this barbaric method. Step by step, he would cultivate and improve himself. Even with the memories of his main body, it would not be easy for him to rise rapidly. Many of the experts of the eternal great worlds had died prematurely in the process of their growth. Or, he could use the power of his true self to expose himself to the world will and be forced to leave eternal world. All of his plans would go down the drain. In eternal world, the spatial barrier is 10 million times more powerful than in Great Realm. The destructive power of the cultivators dropped dramatically. Shuiyan, a 3rd grade martial artist, attacked with all his strength in the immortal spirit world. However, the energy contained within his body could only shatter a rock that was as tall as a man. A martial artist rank 9. The lowest grade was 1st grade, and the highest grade was rank 9. The 3rd grade was a threshold, and so on and so forth. 7th grade martial artists should have the power to fight against low-level saints, and above them were grandmasters. Grandmaster, Jindan Immortal Master, Old Ancestor Celestial Infant, and in the various majestic empires, grandmasters could be conferred the title of Marquis. For example, Shui An's old son, Zhenan Hu, was a grandmaster expert, and he was also one of the best amongst the grandmasters. A full-powered strike could blow up a small mountain that was 100 meters tall. Based on Yang Fann's calculations, his strength should not be any weaker than some of the top saint rulers. The higher-ranked martial grandmasters were most likely demigods' combat strength. Jindan Immortal Master, Old Ancestor Celestial Infant, who was above him. She should be comparable to a true god or a domain god. Of course, whether it was true or not could only be confirmed after seeing the real person. After all, the various dynasties. The strongest was a martial grandmaster, and could be called the pillar of a country. Jindan Immortal Master and the above experts were basically all cultivating in seclusion in the various immortal sect, and they were so secretive that they could not be seen. Not to mention Shuiyan, even Shui Yi, the southern marquis of the Tianfeng kingdom, had never seen Jindan Immortal Master before. I wonder if old ancestor celestial infant is here. Are there any more Shui Ans after this? Otherwise, it would be easy to conquer the immortal spirit world. Shui An's knowledge of the Marquise's manner, Crown Prince, was still a little shallow. Before he could determine the strength of the expert in the immortal spirit world, it was better to not be too high profile, lest he capsize in the sewer. After all, the current him was not at his peak. His combat strength was severely suppressed, and not even 1 in 10,000 remained. The next second, rumble, Yang Fann's gaze shifted, and his eyes shone with a bright light. It was as though he could see through countless spaces. My first target is you. Hurricane Stronghold was built in a huge canyon, Hurricane Canyon, spanning 3,000 miles. A single man was able to hold off 10,000 men. It was the northern gate of Tianfeng Kingdom. One of the 6 main troops of Tianfeng Kingdom, the 1 million soldiers of the Hurricane Corps. They were stationed here to defend the Tianfeng Kingdom from the great Yan imperial dynasty's attack time and time again, and protect the dynasty's safety. There was a special camp near the wall of Hurricane Stronghold. At first glance, it was dirty, just like the beggar's nest. Thousands of people were wearing tattered clothes, and their bodies emitted a disgusting smell. They were either lying or sitting, and in their eyes, there was only numbness and despair. Compared to the elite soldiers of the Hurricane Corps who were wearing green hurricane armor, the morale of the soldiers in Hurricane Stronghold was soaring. This camp was none other than where the Death Camp was located. Although, as long as the Death Camp could survive the 10 rounds of war, they would be able to become a member of the Hurricane Corps and enjoy the benefits of the Hurricane Corps. However, it was easier said than done. It was almost impossible. Since the founding of the Tianfeng Kingdom, it had been more than 10,000 years since the Death Camp had existed. It was not much shorter than the history of the Tianfeng Kingdom, but in the end, less than 10 people had survived the 10 rounds of war. It was truly a rare encounter that happened once every 1,000 years. At this moment, a man slowly walked over from the Death Camp, attracting the attention of many of the Death Camp's cannon fodder. "Ah, it's him. How is this possible? I saw him get stabbed in the chest with my own eyes. But this guy is also a bit stupid. He could have faked his death to escape, but he actually came back to die. Did he really think that the god of luck would bless him every time?" C. 1874 Conspiracy Hurricane Fortress, Death Camp. Shuiyan was the only lord of the Death Camp, Crown Prince. He was famous among the thousands of cannon fodder in the Death Camp. As soon as he approached the Death Camp, he was recognized by the cannon fodder. Very quickly, all of their eyes revealed traces of ridicule, as if they were looking at a fool. He had obviously successfully faked his death and escaped, but he still returned to the Death Camp. If he wasn't a fool, then what was? Everyone in the Tianfeng Kingdom knew what kind of place the Death Camp was. It was a place where there was no tomorrow. Perhaps, in the next battle, his body and soul would be destroyed. Who would be willing to wait for death in the Death Camp if they could escape? Ignoring the silly looks from the crowd, Yang Fann casually found an empty spot and sat down. He closed his eyes and began to think about the next path. There was only one way to obtain the expert in the eternal great world. That was to conquer all the native powers in eternal world and become the master of a realm. After that, he could use the arcane art to offer sacrifices to the heavens, and only then could he obtain a portion of the origin of eternity. Then, he would use the arcane art to offer sacrifices to the heavens, and only then would he be able to obtain a portion of the origin of eternity. For any ordinary top dominator power, it was a great secret. Even if they were lucky enough to become a sector lord of eternal world, without the help of some secret technique, it would still be difficult for them to harvest the origin of eternity. However, to Yang Fann, it wasn't a difficult task. As one of the most powerful humans in the human race, the Wangfu family was able to offer sacrifices to the arcane art. As a top dominator, although Wangfu Shuan had yet to conquer the eternal world, he was still proficient in using the arcane art. The Hurricane Corps was a good target, as it was one of the 6 major armies of the Tianfeng Kingdom. There were millions of soldiers in the Hurricane Corps, and all of them were the elites of the elites. In the entire Tianfeng Kingdom, there was only the Janissary Guard regiment that guarded the imperial city. They were just ordinary soldiers that could suppress them. They were usually 4th grade martial artist and centurion. They were at least at the 6th grade martial artist. As for the generals of the army, if they were not rank 9 martial artist, then they were grandmaster experts with the qualification to be a marquis. Great General and Hurricane Generals were one of the 8 Grand Masters of the dynasty, and they were very famous. Their name shook the world. Taking down the Hurricane Corps was almost equivalent to taking down the first level of the Tianfeng Kingdom. With the Hurricane Stronghold as a springboard, they could easily sweep across the Shanyang Peak. The entire Tianfeng Kingdom was divided into 9 parts. The strongest force in the Shanyang Peak was the Hurricane Corps. The Hurricane Corps would not be able to put up much of a resistance. When an army was sent out, it could also attack the Great Yan Imperial Dynasty. Of course, to Yang Fann, whether it was the Tianfeng Kingdom or the Great Yan Imperial Dynasty, it didn't matter. In fact, it wasn't a big deal. If he was willing, he could easily sweep across the many dynasties in Immortal Spirit World. The immortal sect that was above all the other dynasties was the one that he feared the most. If there were only Jindan Immortal Master in the immortal sect, it would be fine if old ancestor Celestial Infant was in charge, but he was afraid that there would be an expert behind them. To be safe, it was better to hide behind the scenes for the time being. It was better to plan slowly, and at most, it would take a little more time. Suddenly, 3 burly men with strong backs and beards, who were different from other cannon fodder, stood up and walked towards Yang Fann with a wide smile on their faces. 3 years in the army, the female pig, Diao Chan. Before Yang Fann was sent away, Xuan, who had been possessed by Yang Fann, had been crown prince, the Marquis of Zhenan. He had been living a comfortable life. His skin was white and smooth. His skin was soft and tender, and he had a slightly feminine appearance. In the death camp, he was a stunning beauty. Especially the status of the southern Zhenan Hu, crown prince, it gave these villains a strange feeling. If it wasn't for the fact that Xuan had just entered the death camp, there would have been a huge battle. With Xuan's mere 3rd grade martial artist cultivation base, he would have been taken special care of a long time ago. Those who were sent to the death camp were basically all men with some combat strength. Many of them were even bandits and bandits. They were far from what a 3rd grade martial artist like Xuan, who had taken drugs, could compare with. At that time, when they learned that Xuan had died in the bloody plains, many of them felt pity for him for a long time. It wasn't easy for such a young and handsome young master to be born. They hadn't even had the chance to enjoy him, yet he had been killed in such a way. It was truly a waste of heaven's gifts. Fortunately, they didn't know what kind of luck this fool had. He didn't die and returned. Seeing the 3 of them striding towards Yang Fann, many of the people in the surroundings started to act foolishly. Pretty boy, get up and vent your anger on the big men very quickly. The 3 of them arrived in front of Yang Fann and looked down at him from above. Their eyes were shining with a wolf's light, as if they were looking at some kind of peerless beauty. Motherfucker, let the White Wolf brothers take the lead first. Daddy wants to have some fun too. I hope that this kid's life will be a little tougher. Don't let the 3 brothers of White Wolf toy with him until he dies. The surrounding people looked at Yang Fann with ridicule. There was no sympathy or intention of helping Yang Fann. The 3 White Wolf brothers were considered ruthless figures in the entire death camp. The eldest brother, the White Wolf, was a 7th grade martial artist. Among the thousands of people in the death camp, there were no more than a slap to the face. They weren't stupid to sacrifice their lives for a gigolo like him. In the death camp, it was common for people to die. As long as it wasn't a large-scale death, no one from the Hurricane Corps would ask about it. Aphids, you're courting death. The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed. For so many years, no one had dared to speak to him in such a way, and they were 3 ants that weren't even demigod. What, did I hear it wrong? This gigolo actually dared to be so bold. The surrounding people's eyes went wide, and they couldn't believe their ears. Was this the hedonistic young master they knew? Pretty boy, how dare you speak to me like that? Let's see what I'll do later. Noisy Yang Fann shouted coldly and struck out with his palm. Bang! The sky and earth split apart. The 3 White Wolf brothers couldn't even dodge the attack. They were directly slapped by the palm and exploded into a bloody mist. Ah, I'm dead. The 3 White Wolf brothers are dead just like that. How is this possible? How is this possible? How can he have this kind of power? I'm not dreaming, am I? The surrounding cannon fodder were shocked, and their faces were filled with disbelief. The 3 brothers from the White Wolf, 2 6th grade martial artists and 1 7th grade martial artist, even a rank 8 martial artist wouldn't be able to blow them up so easily. This pretty boy was that rank 9 martial artist. Was this possible? According to their knowledge, this pretty boy was just a playboy. His cultivation base was only at the 3rd grade martial artist. Or was it that he had been hiding his strength all along? Yang Fann turned his gaze and scanned his surroundings coldly. In an instant, the entire death camp fell silent. All of them lowered their heads, not daring to look Yang Fann in the eyes, especially those who had the same crooked idea as the White Wolf brothers. They prayed in their hearts that Dark Star would not hold a grudge against them. Otherwise, they would be finished. Even the 3 White Wolf brothers were killed so easily, let alone these people. HMPH, Yang Fann coldly snorted and closed his eyes once more. A bunch of aphids that weren't even true gods. As long as they didn't take the initiative to seek death, Yang Fann wouldn't bother with them. Luckily, this Dark Star doesn't hate us. The cannon fodder heaved a sigh of relief. Their lives were saved. 15 minutes later. Rumble. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, flashing with a hint of wisdom. The next second, he slowly stood up and walked out of the death camp. C-1875 Golden Core Stage Immortal Master. Hurricane Stronghold, Great General Prefecture. Located in the center of the stronghold. It covered an area of 10 miles, and it gave off a majestic atmosphere. In front of Great General's mansion, a group of elite soldiers were guarding it closely. All of them were Hurricane General's personal guards, the elites of the Hurricane Corps. They were at least at the 7th grade. If they were placed in the Hurricane Corps, they would at least be a centurion. Tap tap tap. All of a sudden, a slender figure approached from afar. His steps were very slow, but he was well versed in the Tao of shrinking land. With a single step, he covered several miles. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at the entrance of Great General Prefecture. Stop right there. Who is it? It's you, the Southern Genin Marquis, Crown Prince, Shui, and what? You still want to plead with Great General? I advise you to give up on this idea. Great General won't be lenient to you and let you leave the death camp. Very quickly, a group of personal guards recognized Yang Fann. The Southern Junho was also a longtime general in the army. His son was sent to the death camp of the Hurricane Corps. They had heard of him before, and they had even seen Shuiyan once before. Although their general had a good relationship with the Genin Hu, unfortunately, Shuiyan had caused too much trouble this time. Even they, Great General Hong Long. It was true that a Grand Master was the pillar of the dynasty. Even the Emperor of Tianfeng Kingdom had to give him some respect. However, to the high and mighty disciple of the Immortal Sect, he was nothing. He was just a lowly ant. Not to mention a core disciple, even an ordinary outer sect disciple would have to think twice before speaking. However, what made them angry was that Shuiyan didn't seem to have heard them. He kept walking towards Great General Prefecture without stopping. How dare you? Don't tell me you want to trespass Great General Prefecture. Shuiyan, if you take another step forward, don't blame us for being merciless. Go take him down. Shut up, get lost. The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed. With a cold shout, the terrifying human-shaped Real Hu swept in all directions. In an instant, the group of personal guards bled from all their orifices. They held their heads and howled in pain. And this was only because Yang Fann hadn't had the intention to kill them yet. Otherwise, these personal guards would not be as simple as bleeding from all their orifices. Who is it? How dare you behave atrociously in Great General Prefecture? Swoosh swoosh. With a loud shout, streams of light shot out from Great General Prefecture. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man who was over 3 meters tall and wore a green Suani armor. As I expected, a martial Grand Master is at the Heavenly Sovereign stage. Yang Fann squinted his eyes and a flash of understanding appeared in his mind. Just like what he thought, the martial Grand Master of Immortal Spirit World was equivalent to the Heavenly Sovereign of Great Realm. For example, the energy within Hurricane General's body was comparable to that of a 3rd step Heavenly Venerate. However, in terms of combat strength, he might not even be comparable to a Super Empyrean. It had to be said that the cultivation methods of these martial Grand Masters of Immortal Spirit World could be said to be very simple and crude. They didn't even condense a void world within their bodies. In other words, their energy had reached the Heavenly Sovereign stage. Their comprehension of Tao of Law was extremely limited. Whether it was explosive strength or endurance, they were far from being comparable to a 3rd-level Heavenly Venerate. Of course, the biggest difference was still the longevity. In the outside world, a Heavenly Venerate could easily live for 1 trillion years. But in Immortal Spirit World, a Great Grand Master longevity could only live for 1,000 years. The difference between them was more than 108,000 light years. This was also one of the major drawbacks of the eternal creature of the world. Compared to the eternal great creature of the world, it was rare for it to live for a long time. However, there were pros and cons, and the reverse was the same. The speed at which the eternal creature of the world grew was far greater than the speed at which living beings in the outside world could compare. Heavenly venerates that were several hundred years old, apart from those who were naturally divine and ordinary, were extremely rare even in the eternal great world, let alone the great realm. Yang Fann's advancement speed could be considered terrifying, but with the combat strength of a heavenly venerate, it still took him tens of thousands of years. How could it be you? Looking at Yang Fann who was walking towards him, Hurricane General's face was filled with disbelief. It was as if he had seen a ghost. Shui An's cultivation base. He knew very well that he was a disciple of the first martial arts. A puny third-grade martial artist was built up by the piles of pills. Their actual combat strength might not even be as strong as a stronger second-grade martial artist. Any one of his personal guards. But now, what did he see? A group of personal guards. They fell to the ground. How long had it been? Even some rank 9 martial artist wouldn't have such strength. Grandmaster. This Shuian is a Grandmaster. Is this possible? An 18-year-old Grandmaster. Not to mention the Tianfeng Kingdom, even in the Aeolus sect, there were probably very few of them. In the time it takes to breathe, Yang Fann had already arrived in front of Hurricane Generals and said coldly, "Hurricane Generals, submit to me and I will spare your life." There was a faint hint of charity in his voice. In Great Realm, even a half-step dominator was not in Yang Fann's eyes. A mere heavenly venerate being able to become his subordinate was definitely a blessing that Hurricane Generals had cultivated for countless of years. However, these words were another kind of charm in Hurricane General's ears. "Shuian, what did you say?" Hurricane Generals could not believe his own ears. He was a great Grandmaster expert, and he was also at the peak of the low-level Great Grandmaster realm. He was only a step away from breaking through to the intermediate Great Grandmaster realm. In the entire Tianfeng Kingdom, that was a peerless expert that could steadily enter the top 5. Even if this Shuian was really lucky and had the power of a Grandmaster. In front of him, he was just a slightly stronger ant. The group of great generals' personal guards behind him laughed out loud. This Shuian must have lost his mind. Otherwise, why would he say such crazy words? "Submit to me and I will spare your life," Yang Fann repeated. "Shuian, although I don't know what kind of fortuitous encounter you have that allowed you to possess the power of a Grandmaster, the power of a Grandmaster is not something you can provoke. For the sake of your father, if you surrender now, I can still lower my guard." Noisy a cold shout was like a clap of thunder from the 9 heavens. It instantly caused Hurricane General's mind to split apart. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Ah, how could this be? This power was so powerful that it caused Hurricane General's heart and soul to crack. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Jindan Immortal Master, you are Jindan Immortal Master." Hurricane General's voice was trembling. His eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. Just a cold shout had seriously injured him. This power was something that not even a Supreme Grandmaster could possess. Only Jindan Immortal Master, who had truly stepped into the gate of the Immortal Tao and was known as a true immortal on land, could possess such terrifying power. This is really the Shuian I know. Could it be that a certain Immortal Master had taken possession of his body and was reborn? Ordinary people might not know, but a Grandmaster like him had heard of it before. In the legends, even if an Immortal Master's body was destroyed, he would still be able to leave his body, possess a body and be reborn, and live another life. Hurricane Generals, let me ask you one last time. Are you going to submit or die? C-1876 controlling the Hurricane Army Hurricane Stronghold, Great General Prefecture. Yang Fann stood with his hands behind his back. In front of him, Hurricane Generals and his personal guards knelt on the ground. After knowing that Yang Fann was a Jindan Immortal Master, Hurricane Generals wisely chose to surrender. Not to mention a low-grade Grandmaster like him, even those top-grade Grandmasters. In front of Jindan Immortal Master, he was just a slightly stronger ant. Those were the true immortals of the land who had truly stepped into the path of immortality. They were two completely different levels of life compared to these Grandmasters. In this secular dynasty where the strongest was a Grandmaster, Jindan Immortal Master was an invincible existence. Thinking about it carefully, it was not a shameful thing to be able to submit to a Jindan Immortal Master. In fact, it was his luck. Not everyone had the chance to become Jindan Immortal Master's subordinate. Maybe he could also take this opportunity to break through the bottleneck and step into the intermediate martial Grandmaster realm. At that time, in the entire Tianfeng kingdom, besides the old ancestor of the imperial family, who else could be his match? There were a lot of great grandmasters in the Tianfeng kingdom. The 8 generals were 8 great grandmasters. Adding the great grandmasters of the imperial family and some rogue cultivators, there were no more than 20 great grandmasters. There were also 15 or 16 of them, but most of them were low-level great grandmasters. The old ancestor of the imperial family was the only intermediate great grandmaster. It was also because the royal family had an intermediate martial grandmaster in charge that the Tianfeng kingdom rarely had any disturbances in the past few hundred years. The Aeolus sect was high and mighty. As long as the dynasty continued to worship them every year, they would never pay attention to these mundane matters. Even if the dynasty were to change, it would not be able to shake the Aeolus sect. The Aeolus sect was one of the 9 great immortal sect in immortal spirit world. It was a dynasty under the Aeolus sect. It wasn't just the Tianfeng kingdom. The Tianfeng kingdom, as well as the 8 nearby dynasties, were all within the Aeolus sect sphere of influence. Gather all the military officers and above from the Hurricane Corps. I want to see them. Yang Fann gave Hurricane generals an indifferent glance before striding into Great General Prefecture. He had no intention of planting a soul imprint on Hurricane generals. How could a heavenly venerate who was not even a true god be qualified to be his slave? If it wasn't for the fact that he had just arrived here and didn't know the true strength of the immortal sect, it wouldn't have been appropriate for him to keep a high profile. Otherwise, he would have been surrounded by the immortal sect. Yang Fann might not have even subdued this Hurricane generals. Yes, master. Very quickly, mighty generals wearing all kinds of armor descended, quickly arriving at Great General Prefecture and entering a large hall. Lieutenant was an intermediate general of Tianfeng Kingdom, able to command 3,000 horses. In the entire Hurricane stronghold, there were a total of 412 lieutenants and above. An hour later, 412 high-ranking military officers, not a single one of them was missing, all of them had arrived at Great General Prefecture. Old Shen, you are well informed. Why did Great General suddenly summon us? Old Liao, I am not sure this time. Could it be that we are going to start a war with those bastards from the Flaming Tiger Legion? That should not be possible. Even if Great General agrees, the Imperial Court will not agree. All the generals of Hurricane Corps were whispering to each other, confused. They really didn't understand why Great General would suddenly give the order to gather all of them. Under normal circumstances, even if they were to hold a meeting, they would only find a few generals. They wouldn't gather all the middle and high-ranking generals. Only when something really big happened, like the war with the Great Yan Imperial Dynasty, would they mobilize so many people. However, when he thought about it, he felt that it was impossible. Although the Hurricane Corps and the Flaming Tiger Legion had some conflicts and small-scale conflicts, it was far from the time for a full-scale war. At this moment, heavy footsteps could be heard from outside the hall. Ah, how is this possible? I didn't see wrongly. Great General, how could he? No, I'm seeing things. I must be seeing things. In an instant, all the generals of Hurricane Corps widened their eyes, as if they had seen a ghost. What did they see? Xueyan, that little bastard, was actually walking in front of them, while their great general was like a lowly old servant, following closely behind Xueyan. A breath later, Yang Fann sat down on the main seat with his saber and axe in hand. Hurricane Generals hunched his back and respectfully stood beside Yang Fann. Ah, he sat down. I'm not dreaming, right? I'm crazy. Or is Great General crazy? They couldn't believe it, and they couldn't accept it either. They were no strangers to the son of the Southern Marquis, Xueyan. Even though they had never seen him before, they had heard of him before. Now, the death camp had been reduced to ashes. They were in a precarious situation. How could they be able to take the position of Great General? Hurricane Generals has surrendered to me. What about all of you? Do you want to submit to me, or do you want to die? Yang Fann looked down at the crowd and went straight to the point. A group of aphids with the highest cultivation base of a sacred king. Yang Fann did not want to be humble with them. Great General, you. All the generals stared at Hurricane Generals, joking. Great General was a martial grandmaster. What about Xueyan, a playboy who wasn't even a 4th grade martial artist? Even his old son, Zhenan Hu Shuiyi, he was merely a peak grandmaster. He couldn't even withstand 3 strikes from Great General, so why should he make Great General submit to him? That's right, I have already submitted to you, my lord. Hurricane Generals admitted frankly. The next second, rumble, a terrifying aura more than 10 times stronger than the 3rd grade demigod erupted from Hurricane General's body. Ah, Great General, you broke through. All the generals were extremely shocked, especially that top-notch Xianxia realm Deputy General. He was so shocked that he could not close his mouth. He had once seen the aura of the old ancestor of the imperial family, but compared to them, he was far inferior. This was definitely not a power that an intermediate martial Grand Master could possess. Could it be that Great General had already advanced to a high-rank martial Grand Master? That's right, I am now a peak martial Grand Master. All of this is a gift from my lord. At the end of his words, Hurricane General's face was filled with fanaticism. With Yang Fann's strength, he wanted to improve the cultivation base of a heavenly venerate. If it wasn't for the fact that he had never seen Jindan Immortal Master before. He didn't know the cultivation system of immortal masters and the structure of immortal physiques. It was just a thought to raise him to the Jindan Immortal Master realm in one go. Top grade Grand Master, this. Their voices trembled, they could not believe their ears. That was practically a legendary figure. Apart from the 9 great immortal sect, there were more than 100 dynasties in immortal spirit world. They didn't know if they could find one more person. And this Xuan was able to make Great General jump 3 levels. How terrifying was he, Jindan Immortal Master, or was it the old ancestor celestial infant who could be called the ancestor of all immortal sect? Submit or die, bang bang bang. Almost at the same time, the 412 high-ranking generals of Hurricane Corps all kneeled down towards Yang Fann and chose to submit. Even Great General had submitted to them. What else did they have to worry about? Besides, Yang Fann had control over the unpredictable power of ghosts and gods. They might not be happy about it, but they could do the same thing as Great General and jump to the 3rd grade. They could take a look at the secret of that Grand Master. Alright, all of you, get up. As he spoke, Yang Fann waved his hand. A strand of divine energy split into 412 strands and merged into the bodies of the Hurricane Corps generals. The next second, the cultivation of the generals increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ah, Grand Master, I'm a Grand Master now. No, that's not right, my cultivation base is still increasing. Could it be? Ah, Martial Grand Master, I have really advanced to a Martial Grand Master. And will never forget the great kindness of the Lord. I pledge my loyalty to the Lord to the death. I swear my loyalty to you. I swear my loyalty to you. C-1877. He forcefully seized the land of the 3 Daos. The Shanyang Peak was one of the 9 paths of the Tianfeng Kingdom, and within it were another 6 prefectures and 32 counties. Each county had its own county, and there were a few towns and towns. If there were more, there would be more than 10 towns, and if there were less, there would be more than 10 towns. Yangping County, one of the 5 counties of the Shanyang Peak's Daoping Prefecture. Pingyang was a small city with a circumference of less than 100 miles. It was considered average in the 32 counties of Shanyang Peak. It had 1.2 million civilians and a unit of soldiers guarding it. It was the commander of the county commandant. The Tianfeng Kingdom had 2 schools and 3,000 people in each school. The full force was 6,000 people. However, the Tianfeng Kingdom had been peaceful for a long time, even though it had some conflicts with the neighboring countries. It was only a small-scale battle. It was limited to the border fortresses such as Hurricane Stronghold. It could not affect the cities in the inner palace at all. In the huge Yongping Cheng, the military preparations were lax and there was a full battalion. In fact, it was considered not bad to have 4,000 troops. Moreover, they did not train diligently and basically did not have any combat strength to speak of. Da 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 da, da 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 da. On this day, dust flew everywhere as a group of elite cavalry with 10,000 people approached Xiangyang city at lightning speed. In less than the time it took to make a cup of tea, a group of elite cavalry had arrived. The army was already at the foot of the city. In the next second, a middle-aged general wearing a black leopard head armor and giving off a wild aura walked out and pointed his saber at the city wall. County Magistrate Yangping, I am the Deputy General of Hurricane Corps, Black Panther. I am under the orders of Hurricane General's army to enter the city to search for rebels. Quickly open the city and let my army enter the city. Black Panther General, do you have an order from His Majesty? The County Magistrate of Yangping hid on the city wall. He shivered and said, "There is no imperial edict from the Heavenly Wind Emperor. Letting the border army into the city was a serious crime. Besides, Yangping County had always been peaceful. Where did this rebellion come from? This matter was very strange. Even if there was really a rebellion, Yangping Camp's soldiers would search for it. How could they directly dispatch a border army like the Hurricane Corps? Yangping County Magistrate, you dare to collude with a traitor. You deserve to be punished." The Black Panther general gave a ferocious smile and leapt into the air. He stepped on the void and strode towards Yangping City. Awe flying in the air, big. "Grandmaster, you are a Grandmaster, this. How is this possible?" Above the city, Yangping County's County Lieutenant Zhu Ping's eyes were wide open, and his face was filled with disbelief. As far as he knew, in the entire Hurricane Corps, there was only a Grandmaster in Hurricane General's army. Even if someone had broken through the bottleneck and advanced to the Martial Grandmaster realm recently, it was absolutely impossible for him to be a First Lieutenant General. A First Reserve General was merely a first-grade intermediate general of Hurricane Corps. Compared to him, who was the Yangping County Commandant who controlled a unit of horses, he was only half a grade higher. According to what he knew, most of the First Reserve Generals of Hurricane Corps were only rank 9 martial artists, and some of them were at the lowest level of the Great Grandmaster realm. However, the scene in front of him didn't seem to be fake. No matter how powerful the lightweight body was, it was impossible for him to be like the Black Leopard General, flying in the air as if he was walking on flat ground. This was definitely flying in the air. Suddenly, County Lieutenant Yangping's entire body trembled, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He raised his hand and the saber fell, and a huge head shot into the sky. It was none other than Yangping County's county magistrate. He did not die at the hands of the rebel army, but was instead killed by his colleagues. He died with everlasting regret. He truly died with everlasting regret. Black Panther General, Yangping County Magistrate colluded with rebels and tried to usurp the throne. He was killed by Zhu Ping shouted loudly, "What are you waiting for? Quickly open the city gates and welcome the king's army into the city." A martial Grandmaster. He was the most powerful person in the dynasty, fighting against an army by himself. Even if the emperor saw it, "You have to be polite, all right." It was not something a mere Yangping County could afford to offend, not to mention that there were 10,000 elites of the Hurricane Corps behind them. There was only one possibility for them to resist stubbornly, and that was death. "You are quite smart. Men, Yangping County's county magistrate intends to rebel against the 3 tribes. Hiss. So ruthless. Luckily, I reacted fast enough." Zhu Ping felt a chill run down his spine. If he had not acted in time and killed that county magistrate Zhang Yi, today the Zhu family would probably have followed in the footsteps of the Zhang family, causing blood to flow like a river. Not long after Lieutenant General Black Panther took down Yangping City, the silhouettes of the Hurricane Corps' army appeared in the other counties and prefectural cities of Shanyang Peak. There were at least a few thousand of them, and at most tens of thousands of them. Apart from encountering some obstacles in the Shanyang Peak's Daoji City, the other counties, including the 6 prefectural cities, all descended from the sky. One must know that every army was coming. Even the colonels were promoted to intermediate martial grandmasters by Yang Fann. To put it bluntly, the overall strength of a single battalion of soldiers from the Hurricane Corps could be compared to the overall strength of the army, and it could even be compared to the 6 main combat armies of the Tianfeng Kingdom. After taking down the Shanyang Peak, the Hurricane Corps continued their journey to the Rongyang Dao, which was located next to the Shanyang Peak, Wenhua Dao. A mere Shanyang Peak wouldn't be able to satisfy Yang Fann's wild ambitions. Tianfeng Kingdom, Imperial Court. Bang, the Emperor of Tianfeng Kingdom, Feng Moyang, who represented the highest authority on the Dragon Throne, had an angry expression on his face. He violently smashed the memorial in his hand onto the ground. What does this Hurricane Goat want to do? He actually dared to mobilize the Hurricane Corps, forcefully occupy all the provinces and counties of Shanyang Peak, and rebel. This Hurricane Goat was trying to rebel. In the provinces and counties of the Shanyang Peak, are they all just food bags for the dead? There was a battalion of 6,000 soldiers in a county of the Shanyang Peak, and it was the territory of a prefecture. There are also 30,000 soldiers in each of the 5 battalions. It was close to 400,000 soldiers, even the City Protection Legion Corps. Their combat strength was only at the second rate, not comparable to the Hurricane Corps. However, defending the city should not be done in just a day's time. They should have been killed to the point of throwing away their armor, and most of the provinces and counties should have been killed. What a good for nothing, they were all good for nothings right at this moment. Your Majesty, an urgent report from Xianyang City. A eunuch quickly came to Feng Moyang's side and reported. Bring it in. Feng Moyang's face was gloomy and a trace of uneasiness surged in his heart. Could it be that Xianyang City was also lost? No, this was impossible. As the governing area of Shanyang Peak, not only was there a huge army of 100,000 soldiers, there were also several top-grade grandmasters guarding the city. Most importantly, the immortal formation of Xianyang City had been set up by the immortal masters of Elis Sect. Once it was activated, even if Hurricane Goat led millions of Hurricane Corps soldiers to attack the city, they wouldn't be able to easily break through the defense of Xianyang City. Ah, it's broken. The city has really been broken. Bitch it, could it be that old man Gongyang has already broken through to the intermediate martial grandmaster realm? That immortal formation could stop a low-level martial grandmaster, but it couldn't stop an intermediate martial grandmaster. Once that happens, things will become troublesome. An intermediate martial grandmaster was in the Tianfeng kingdom. The royal family, although there was also an intermediate martial grandmaster, the old ancestor. He had lived for nearly 1,000 years and was already dying of old age. The decline of his qi and blood was no longer at its peak. If he really fought with the Hurricane Goat, who would win and who would lose? It was hard to say. Even if he was lucky enough to kill that Hurricane Goat, he would also be severely wounded, and might even lose his life. Once they lost the intermediate martial grandmaster to suppress the fate of their nation, Tianfeng Kingdom would be in danger. Let's not talk about anything else. The great Yan imperial dynasty would never let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Report His Majesty, Rongyang City urgently report. What? Before Feng Moyang could react, another urgent report came. Report Your Majesty, Wenhua City urgent report. 100 low-rank martial grandmasters and over 20 intermediate martial grandmasters. This. How is this possible? How can old thief Gongyang control such a terrifying power? What? 100 low-rank martial grandmasters and more than 20 intermediate martial grandmasters. It's over, it's all over. In the royal court, the officials. In the entire Tianfeng kingdom, there were only a few martial grandmasters. In total, there were less than 20 of them. However, the rebel army was just an intermediate martial grandmaster. There were more than 20 of them. This strength, how could the tiny Tianfeng kingdom be a match for them? Even if the 9 great empires of the Elis sect were to join forces. Not necessarily a match for the rebels. Ha ha ha, Your Majesty, this is a good thing. The rebel army is nothing to be afraid of. C-1878. The immortal master was furious. Tianfeng Kingdom, Imperial Court. All the ministers of Tianfeng Kingdom looked at the left minister of the dynasty. Zhuoqiu Yuan's gaze was as if he was looking at a madman. Listen to what they heard. What good news? What nonsense was this? Those were over 100 grandmasters, not over 100 grandmasters, and not even 100 ranked 9 martial artists. They could easily wipe out the Tianfeng Kingdom, but they weren't even afraid of them. To think that he would be able to say such a thing. Left Prime Minister, what do you mean by this? Feng Moyang's face darkened. If it wasn't for the fact that the Zhuo family had always been loyal to the imperial family, he would have suspected that Zhuoqiu Yuan was a disciple of the aconite that Gongyang had planted in the imperial court. Otherwise, why would he say such crazy words? Your Majesty, listen to me. The Hurricane Goat and the foundation of the Gongyang family. Everyone knew that it was impossible. They had nurtured so many great grandmaster experts, not to mention that there were more than 20 intermediate great grandmasters among them. This strength, not to mention the Gongyang clan. It was impossible for any dynasty to possess it. There is only one possibility. Saying this, Zhuoqiu Yuan raised his right hand and pointed at it. Feng Moyang's reaction wasn't slow. A bright light flashed across his eyes. Left Prime Minister, do you mean that old Gongyang has the support of the immortal sect behind him? That's right, Your Majesty. Apart from the high and mighty immortal sect, what other powers in the mortal empire can produce so many great grandmaster experts? Great grandmaster experts were the most powerful experts in the mortal world. Even if it was the top few great dynasties, it was still unknown whether they could surpass 50 great grandmasters. I am under the protection of the Elis sect. Your Majesty, as long as you report this matter to the immortal masters, the rebel army will be reduced to ashes in a few days. Upon hearing this, Feng Moyang was delighted. The huge burden in his heart, Immediately fell. Ha 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 ha. The left minister was right. That old thief Gongyang is just courting his own death. I will contact the Aeolus sect immediately. The immortal sect was high and mighty. They basically would not interfere in the mundane matters of the mortal world. Even if the dynasty was replaced, in their eyes, regardless of whether the Feng clan was in power or not, could it be that they would still be lacking the offerings of the Aeolus sect? However, if there were other immortal sect attacking the Tianfeng kingdom, it was no different from snatching food from the tiger's mouth. How could the Aeolus sect let this matter rest? Although over 100 Grand Masters were strong, in the eyes of the Aeolus sect's immortal masters, they were merely affidus. Any one of them, Jindan Immortal Master, could easily kill them. Hurricane Stronghold, Great General Prefecture. Yang Fann sat on the main seat. On top of the seat, Hurricane Generals was like a humble old servant, respectfully standing at the bottom and reporting to Yang Fann. 3 days ago, Yang Fann gave the order. Out of the millions of combat weapons in the Hurricane Corps, apart from the 100,000 combat weapons, they were stationed at Hurricane Stronghold to guard against the Great Yan Imperial Dynasty's Flaming Tiger Legion. The remaining 900,000 soldiers were going to sweep across the Tianfeng kingdom. In less than 3 days, 4 paths of the Tianfeng kingdom had fallen into the hands of the Hurricane Corps. This was because the Tianfeng kingdom was vast, and they spent most of their time traveling. Otherwise, the number of paths that fell into the hands of the Hurricane Corps would be even greater. One should know that under Yang Fann's divine force, all of the over 400 high-ranking military officers of the Hurricane Corps had broken through to the Great Grand Master realm. The Deputy General was an intermediate Great Grand Master, and the 10 Deputy Generals were all at the Great Grand Master realm. As for the 3 Deputy Generals, they had also broken through to the Great Grand Master realm, just like Hurricane Generals. Of course, there were also differences between Great Masters. If the combat strength of the 3 deputies was comparable to a top-level heavenly sovereign, then Hurricane Generals was infinitely close to the true God's battle force. To these Grand Masters, these so-called resistance was not worth mentioning at all. Even a place protected by an immortal formation could not withstand a full-force attack from a Deputy General. Have you already taken down the 4 Dao grounds? It should be enough to alarm the Aeolus sect. Yang Fann lightly knocked on the table, his expression did not change. The Tianfeng kingdom was just a bait to lure out the Aeolus sect behind him. Hurricane Generals was different from Xueyan, who was a playboy. As a Grandmaster expert, he stood at the peak of the dynasty. His understanding of the immortal spirit world was far beyond Xueyan's. Immortal spirit world there were over 100 dynasties, and each dynasty had the shadow of the immortal sect behind them. Without the immortal sect as their backing, the dynasty wouldn't be able to survive for long, and it would fall apart. As for the major immortal sect, they also had the small immortal sect, which was divided into the big immortal sect. The small immortal sect usually only controlled 1 dynasty, and rarely did they control 2 dynasties. The big immortal sect was different. They controlled at least 5 dynasties, and the Aeolus sect was one of the top powers in the big immortal sect. They were one of the 9 big immortal sect, and they dominated the 9 dynasties. Through the Aeolus sect, it was enough to calculate the peak combat power in the immortal spirit world. If it wasn't for the supreme expert that was comparable to a top dominator, at that time, he wouldn't be polite anymore. It's here suddenly. Yang Fann's eyes lit up. He swallowed a golden core. It should be Jindan Immortal Master from this world. In terms of energy, she was at the true God stage. Looks like my guess is right. These so-called Jindan Immortal Master are only comparable to a true God. Her actual combat strength is probably far inferior. These Jindan Immortal Master actually only fused 1 world law. One must know that even the weakest true God had comprehended 365 world law before being able to condense a part of the little world. Both sides were on completely different levels. Without the suppression of the world will, a true God could easily defeat hundreds or thousands of Jindan Immortal Master. If all these so-called Immortal Masters were like this, then even if there really was an Immortal Master with a cultivation base comparable to a top dominator, it wouldn't be a problem. 15 minutes later, a 7-colored cloud drifted over from afar. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived at Hurricane Stronghold. What is that? There seems to be someone above the clouds. Divine Immortal, it must be a Divine Immortal. In an instant, in the Hurricane Fortress, the large army of combat weapons bent their knees and fell to their knees. Although a martial Grandmaster expert could fly in the sky, it was absolutely impossible. Riding the clouds was a divine ability possessed by those immortal masters in the immortal sect. At the same time, there were many people who were feeling anxious, and their eyes were filled with an unconcealable panic. The power of an immortal master had already penetrated deep into their bones, and it wasn't a big secret that the Hurricane Corps had gone on an expedition in the past few days. If the immortal master became angry, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, rumble, 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 each wave was 10 times more terrifying than that of a peak martial grandmaster. 100 times more pressure exploded forth from the seven-colored cloud, covering the heavens and covering the earth as it swept through the entire hurricane stronghold. Ah, immortal master is furious. It's over, we're finished. Woo woo woo. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. In an instant, endless panic and despair spread throughout Hurricane Stronghold. C-1879 Soul Search Tianfeng Kingdom, Hurricane Fortress. 3 sage-like middle-aged men dressed in light blue thunder wind robes stood on the seven-colored cloud. An almost invincible aura radiated from their bodies. Their eyes were as deep as the stars, glowing with the radiance of dust, as if they were born superior. Rumble. Among the three of them, the middle-aged man with the most powerful aura stood at the very front. His eyes flashed with a divine light. His eyes seemed to be able to see through countless spatial zones. He could see everything in Great General Prefecture in an instant. He saw Yang Fann, who was sitting on the main seat, and Hurricane Generals, who was hunchbacked like an old servant. Junior, you are the one who supports the Hurricane Goat. Tell me honestly, which immortal sect are you from? Perhaps I can give you a way out. The middle-aged man's lips moved. His voice was like a thunderclap that exploded in Yang Fann's ears. His voice was so high and mighty, as if giving Yang Fann a way out was a great grace. This was the pride of the disciples of the 9 immortal sect. It was the pride that was engraved in their bones. Except for the other disciples of the 8 immortal sect, none of the immortal sect could enter their eyes. He is really arrogant. Yang Fann's lips curved upwards, finding this funny. A high-level true god's actual combat strength might not even be comparable to a low-level true god. He really didn't know where he got his confidence from to dare speak to him in such a manner. However, when that smile fell into the eyes of the middle-aged immortal master, it was another meaning. Instantly, a trace of anger flashed in the middle-aged immortal master's eyes. What a stubborn junior. You refused to accept a toast, but you refused to accept a forfeit in the next second. Without waiting for Yang Fann to speak, the middle-aged immortal master waved his arm and sent a palm strike toward Yang Fann. In the blink of an eye, a heaven-sheltering big hand descended from the sky. Terrifying lightning bolts shot out in all directions like lightning dragons, shattering the void. Yuan Ming's senior brother is Yuan Ming's senior brother. I'm afraid that this wind lightning seal has already reached the mastery. It's far from what we can compare with. The eyes of the 2 immortal masters from the Aeolus sect behind him flashed with envy. They didn't know when they would be able to cultivate the wind lightning strike to the mastery like Yuan Ming's senior brother. This ant from the minor immortal sect is going to die. The wind lightning strike was the #1 offensive immortal skill of the Aeolus sect's Golden Core realm, the advanced stage wind lightning strike, and Yuan Ming's senior brother's 3rd stage of the Golden Core realm, the True Core realm. He could even fight against a 4th-level Golden Core realm's expert. How could an ant from the immortal sect be able to withstand such an attack? But in next to no time, the ridicule in their eyes was replaced by boundless terror. What did they see? Scatter with a light shout, Yuan Ming's senior brother's wind lightning strike was broken and shattered into pieces. This power was far beyond Jindan immortal master's imagination. Old ancestor celestial infant, that person was definitely old ancestor celestial infant. He might not even be at the 1st stage of celestial infant's cultivation, the immortal embryo realm. Let's go immediately. Immortal master Yuan Ming's expression suddenly changed, and he urgently called out. Old ancestor celestial infant was definitely not someone Jindan immortal master could deal with. It was the same for old ancestor celestial infant of the minor immortal sect. In the entire immortal spirit world, he was able to challenge old ancestor celestial infant with Jindan immortal master's cultivation base. All of them were monsters in the monster, and not a single person could be found in 1,000 years. Furthermore, she was at the 4th level of the Golden Core realm, and she was challenging old ancestor celestial infant with her cultivation base at the 3rd level of the Golden Core realm, the True Core realm. Since ancient times, there had never been a single person who had appeared. Yuan Ming's senior brother is right, run, escape immediately. The other 2 immortal masters of Aeolus sect also reacted. Now was not the time to be in a daze. You want to leave? What kind of place do you think this is? Stay here, obediently rumble. Immortal Master Yuan Ming and the other two felt their vision turning dark. They reappeared in front of Great General Prefecture, and Yang Fann. I have captured them. The three Jindan Immortal Master were captured by the Lord just like that. Hurricane Goat's eyes widened and he almost cried out in shock. Although he knew that his Lord had great abilities and that these Jindan Immortal Master were no match for his Lord, he never thought that in less than a breath's time, the three great Jindan Immortal Master would all become prisoners. This was the legendary Jindan Immortal Master. Any random person would have the power to easily destroy a secular dynasty. Unbelievable, truly unimaginable. He didn't know what the cultivation base of the Lord was. Could it be that it was that old ancestor celestial infant? Master, it's a misunderstanding. All of this is a misunderstanding. Immortal Master Yuan Ming's voice is somewhat flattering. There is no longer the insufferable arrogance from before. A person under the roof has no choice but to lower his head. Misunderstanding? Yang Fann sneered. He couldn't defeat the Immortal Master, and his voice was filled with misunderstandings. He wanted Yang Fann to let him go. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Rumble. Before Immortal Master Yuan Ming could say anything, Yang Fann's vast spiritual power emerged from his body and began to read Immortal Master Yuan Ming's soul memories. Immortal Master Yuan Ming's face was extremely twisted. He looked like a malicious ghost. His blood vessels were bulging and his veins were bulging. It was obvious that he was suffering unimaginable pain. What are you doing? Let Yuan Ming's senior brother go, bastard. Do you really want to make Elis Sect your enemy? The other two Immortal Masters had anxious expressions on their faces. Noisy Yang Fann shouted coldly. The two Immortal Masters instantly felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They spat out blood, and their auras became extremely weak. Blood spurted out of their eyes as they stared at Yang Fann like two furious beasts. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. PCHT Immortal Master Yuan Ming collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive, but Yang Fann had obtained everything he wanted. Sure enough, there was still the expert after old ancestor celestial infant. There were a total of 6 major realms in the immortal spirit world: Qi Cultivation, Foundation Establishment, Spiritual Void, Golden Core and Soul Formation. Among them, there were 4 realms: Golden Core, Void Core, Core Formation, True Dan and Golden Core. Celestial Infant had 4 realms: Immortal Embryo, Nascent Soul, Soul Formation, and finally Soul Formation. There were also 4 realms: Void God, Soul Formation, Yang God, and Yuan Shen. They corresponded to the 3 realms of True God Realm, Realm God Realm, and Ruler. However, their combat strength was the Heaven and Earth Cloud and Mud. True Gods, Domain Gods, and Chief Sovereigns of the same level could easily challenge these Golden Core, Celestial Infant, and Soul Formation Expert, just as Yang Fann had expected. These immortal cultivators basically cultivated a great Tao of laws. It was rare for them to cultivate many laws, even if they did. It was just a few laws. They were far from being able to compare with Trainer, who was the Tao of the world. Of course, it wasn't without benefits. Compared to True Gods, Domain Gods, and Sovereign Gods, the breakthroughs of these immortal cultivators were much simpler. The resources they needed were far inferior to the Tao of the world, Trainer, and could be considered another shortcut. As one of the 9 great immortal sect of immortal spirit world, the Elis Sect. It was true that exalted immortals of deity transformation was in charge. However, Yuan Ming was only a Jindan Immortal Master, not even at the 4th level of the Golden Core realm. He knew very little about exalted immortals of deity transformation. He had no idea how many exalted immortals of deity transformation were in the Elis Sect, and what level of the Soul Formation realm they were at. It would be fine if he was at the 1st or 2nd level of the Soul Formation realm, but if he was at the 4th level of the Soul Formation realm, even if his combat strength was low, it was still far from being comparable to a top dominator. However, with the suppression of his cultivation base, he could still exert his combat strength that was close to or even comparable to a low-grade high-level dominator. If there were more of them, coupled with the geographical advantage, also, if the foundation of the Elis Sect were to charge into the Elis Sect recklessly. They wanted to suppress the Elis Sect as soon as possible without using their inner strength of world. Yang Fann wasn't very confident about it. Once he entered a deadlock, if the other 8 immortal sect interfered, it would be a huge variable. If he wasn't careful, he might suffer a great loss. The most important thing right now is to determine the number and strength of exalted immortals of deity transformation from the Aeolus sect. Jindan Immortal Master isn't sure, but what about old ancestor Celestial Infant? C-1880 soldiers descended upon the city Tianfeng Kingdom, Hurricane Fortress. Hurricane, refine this golden core and I'll help you break through to the golden core realm. As he spoke, Yang Fann clawed with the void in his right hand. An egg-sized void with a layer of faint golden halo appeared in Yang Fann's hand. Ah, you dare to snatch the Yuan Ming senior brother's golden core. The two Aeolus sect's Jindan Immortal Master glared at him. She screamed out involuntarily, but deep within her eyes, there was an indescribable fear. The golden core was the source of their strength. Once they lost the golden elixir of life, they would cultivate bitterly for tens of millions of years. Yuan Ming's senior brother was completely finished this time. Even if he could survive, in a few decades, he would become a pile of dirt. Thank you, Master Gongsun Jufeng was overjoyed. If it wasn't for Yang Fann, he would have burst into laughter. He had never thought that he, Gongsun Jufeng, would become Jindan Immortal Master one day. Before this, it was like a dream, not to mention Jindan Immortal Master. Whether or not he would be able to break through to the intermediate in his entire life. Hong Long, being able to become the subordinate of the Lord was definitely the greatest fortune of his life. Even if he had to die tomorrow, it would still be worth it. If he heard the news in the morning, he would die in the evening. Very quickly, Gongsun Jufeng opened his mouth wide and swallowed the golden core of immortal Yuan Ming. Rumble, a terrifying energy directly exploded within Gongsun Jufeng's body. If it wasn't for the fact that his cultivation base had been raised to the peak of the Martial Grand Master realm by Yang Fann, if he was still at the early stage of the Martial Grand Master realm. At this moment, he might have exploded into a mist of blood. But even so, his entire being, like a balloon that had been pumped with air, it rapidly expanded. If there was no external help, it would only be a matter of time before his body exploded and he died. He actually dared to swallow a golden core so directly. Serves him right to be stuffed to death. The two immortal masters looked at the hurricane goat with gazes that revealed a wisp of an expression of relief. Even these two golden core realm expert wouldn't dare swallow a golden core like this, let alone a martial grand master that wasn't even at the void core realm. He was simply courting death. Right at this moment, what are you panicking for? Focus and calm your mind. Circulating the wind lightning immortal technique with all your might, I'll help you refine that golden core. Yang Fann's voice sounded in the hall. At the same time, a large amount of information was sent. It appeared in the hurricane goat and sea of consciousness. Not only that, but it also included the various feelings of immortal master Yuan Ming regarding the wind lightning immortal technique, causing the hurricane goat to comprehend the wind lightning immortal technique. With a leap, he was on par with immortal master Yuan Ming. Damn it, how dare he? Hatred flashed across the eyes of the two immortal masters. Of course, most of them were still in disbelief. The wind lightning immortal chant was the foundation of Aeolus sect. It was the unique immortal art of their Aeolus sect, even if it was a disciple of the other 8 immortal sect. Even if they had obtained the wind lightning immortal art, they wouldn't dare to teach it to someone else. It was a direct provocation to the dignity of the Aeolus sect. Once it was discovered, the Aeolus sect would surely fight to the death with him. Chongbai fell from the sky, and chased after them with his life on the line. Rumble, rumble, with the complete understanding of the third level of the Golden Core realm, the true core expert, as well as the guidance of Yang Fann's divine power, the hurricane goat that was swelling like a ball immediately began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. The aura around his body began to rise rapidly and crazily. The first level of the Golden Core realm, the Void Core realm. Stage 2, Core Formation Stage 3rd level, True Core Stage. Finally, it stabilized after reaching the peak of the True Core Stage. Sir, thank you for your kindness. Hurricane Goat, it's hard to repay your great kindness even if you die 1,000 times. The Hurricane Goat's legs went soft, and he knelt down in front of Yang Fann, thanking him for his kindness. He waved his hand lightly, signaling him to withdraw. A mere high-level true god was nothing. Yang Fann turned his gaze to the other 2 immortal masters of Aeolus sect. Do you 2 want to die or live? We want to live, my lord. We want to live, we want to live. The 2 of them replied hastily. Their hopeless hearts were immediately filled with hope. At this moment, all their hatred and dignity had been thrown away from their minds. They only hoped that they wouldn't die. It's good that you want to live. Send a message to your immortal sect and ask them to send someone to save you. Jindan Immortal Master didn't know the exact details of the Aeolus sect, but if it was old ancestor Celestial Infant, she should know most of it. Of course, it would be even better if it was exalted immortals of deity transformation. After leaving the base camp, even if it was the fourth soul formation primordial immortal exalted immortal, Yang Fann had full confidence that he would be able to suppress him. Compared to a true sovereign lord, Shanshu's combat strength was at least a level lower. Hearing this, the two of them instantly opened their mouths wide, not daring to believe what they had just heard. They even thought that Yang Fann was testing them, and hurriedly said, "Lord, don't worry. We will tell the immortal sect some news about you, my lord. If I tell you to spread it, you will spread it. No matter how long-winded you are, you don't need to keep your golden cores." No sir, let's pass it on, we'll pass it on now. Losing the golden elixir of life is simply a fate worse than death to them. HMPH, you're asking for it when the patriarch arrives, you'll die of course. The rest of the words were just thoughts in their minds. Aeolus sect, boom. The eyes of the current sect master of Aeolus sect, Master Divine Lightning, flashed with killing intent. What a devil, he has harmed a disciple of the immortal sect, and now he dares to privately impart the immortal chant of our sect to us. He has gone too far. The Aeolus sect will not rest until you die. Let Zon Kai Jr. Brother go. Zon Kai Jr. Brother has the cultivation of the nascent transformation stage. It shouldn't be difficult to suppress that devil. That devil dares to challenge the dignity of the immortal sect. He even asked Yuan Jing and the others to send a message for help. He must have something to rely on. It was better to let junior brother Tian Ju take action. Junior brother Tian Ju had already become a celestial infant. Furthermore, he was the most powerful one, Sword Immortal, who was below the immortal venerable realm. Almost no one was a match for him. He was sure that he could kill that evil devil. Exterminate that evil devil's sect. Hurricane Fortress. Yang Fann casually sealed Yuan Jing and Yuan Ming's cultivation, along with the crippled Yuan Ming, and had the hurricane goat imprison them. After that, he quietly waited for the arrival of the Aeolus sect's expert. Suddenly, Yang Fann raised his eyebrows slightly, and a strange smile appeared on his face. The expert from the Aeolus sect did not arrive, but a group of uninvited guests had arrived. Hurricane Fortress. 10,000 miles away, there was a group of tiger cavalrymen with a population of around 1 million. Each of them was riding a demonic beast Scarlet Tiger, and they were rapidly approaching Hurricane Fortress. The flaming dragon flags that represented the Great Yan Imperial Dynasty were fluttering in the wind. This army of 1 million was none other than the Flaming Tiger Legion, one of the 7 main forces of the Great Yan Imperial Dynasty. Similarly, it was also the old rival of the Hurricane Corps, which was under the command of the Hurricane Goat. A quarter of an hour later, the Million Flaming Tiger Legion appeared 10 miles away from Hurricane Fortress. They were majestic and eyeing them covetously. C-1881 Sword Immortal Lin Fan Hurricane Fortress. The news of the main force of Hurricane Corps heading south was not a secret in Hurricane Stronghold. As the enemy of Hurricane Corps, there were many spies in Hurricane Stronghold. Very quickly, the news of the Hurricane Stronghold's defenses being empty reached the ears of the Flaming Tiger General. How could the Flaming Tiger General let go of such a rare opportunity? Without a word, he sent out 1 million troops, wanting to break through the Hurricane Stronghold in one fell swoop. As long as they took down the Hurricane Stronghold, the entire Shanyang Peak of Tianfeng Kingdom would be exposed to the cavalry of the Flaming Tiger Legion. If everything went smoothly, not only the Shanyang Peak, but also Wenhua, Rongyang, and the others would become the property of the Heavenly Flame Empire. At that time, his Flaming Tiger Great General would surely surpass all the other great generals of the Great Yan Imperial Dynasty, and he might even become a king in one fell swoop. Rumble, a Crimson Flame Tiger King, whose size was clearly more than double that of the other Crimson Flame Tigers, carried a mighty man wearing a fiery red tiger head armor on his back as he soared into the sky. This man was none other than Great General of the Flaming Tiger Legion, the General of the Flaming Tiger Legion. Similar to Hurricane Generals, this Flaming Tiger General was also a martial Grand Master. With the help of the Scarlet Flame Tiger King, who could rival a few low-level martial Grand Masters, this Flaming Tiger General could be said to be the strongest amongst the 9 generals of Great Yan Imperial Dynasty. His combat strength was even higher than Hurricane General's S, and he was able to catch up to some intermediate martial Grand Masters. In the past, the Hurricane Corps could only rely on the benefits of Hurricane Stronghold to resist the attack of the Flaming Tiger Army. Hurricane Goat, quickly open the city and surrender. I'll spare your life, the Flaming Tiger General's voice was like a clap of thunder, surging and boiling. His voice revealed an unconcealable confidence. 90% of the Hurricane Corps had been destroyed, even with the help of the stronghold. The Hurricane Stronghold would be destroyed today. Above the city, a hint of amusement flashed across the corner of Hurricane Goat's mouth. This Flaming Tiger General actually made him open the city and surrender, and even spared his life. What was this, an ant hooting at a tiger? Generals, follow me to meet this old man Flaming Tiger. Hurricane Goat suppressed his laughter and said to the group of Hurricane Corps generals behind him. Yes, great general. The dozens of high-ranking Hurricane Corps generals had strange expressions on their faces. If they hadn't gone to cause trouble for the Flaming Tiger Legion, the Flaming Tiger Legion would have been overjoyed. They actually dared to send themselves to their doorstep. In terms of seeking death, this Flaming Tiger General had recognized second place. No one would dare to claim first place. Great General, in N's opinion, a lieutenant should be the first to leave the city. After that, we will leave the city one by one. One of the three deputy generals, Joe Ran, suddenly spoke. Old Joe, you're still the wisest. Hurricane Goat scolded with a smile. However, he was looking forward to it. It seemed like the expression of the tiger leader would be quite interesting. In the next second, Hurricane Goat waved at a young officer and said, Lieutenant Zhang, you go first. This general accepts the order. Lieutenant Zhang cupped his fists and took a step out of the city wall, striding towards the Flaming Tiger General. Flying in the air, this is a martial Grand Master. The Flame Tiger General frowned slightly. Adding on his old opponent, Hurricane Goat, and two martial Grand Masters, they would probably have to pay a hefty price if they wanted to take down the Hurricane Stronghold. This old man Gongyang dared to send his army down south. It was definitely not something that could be done in a short period of time. At this moment, another lieutenant stepped out, all three martial Grand Masters. Instantly, the Flaming Tiger General's eyebrows knitted together. No wonder old man Gongyang dared to send his main force out. This time, this old man's trip was in vain. With the addition of two martial Grand Masters, experts, the defensive power of Hurricane Stronghold was not much weaker than when it was at its peak. Another martial Grand Master. Bitch it, how could this be? A hint of solemnity flashed across the eyes of the Flaming Tiger General. The strength of four martial Grand Masters had already surpassed the strength of their Flaming Tiger Legion. Ah, 5. No, 6. 6. These are 6 martial Grand Masters. That solemn expression was directly replaced by terror. The strength of 6 martial Grand Masters had already completely surpassed their Flame Tiger army. There's also 7 martial Grand Masters. Trap. This is a trap. The main force that had appeared was simply luring the snake out of the hole. 7 great Grand Masters. This power already had the possibility of leaving their Flame Tiger Legion completely under the city walls. 8 martial Grand Masters. Tianfeng Kingdom, you really think highly of this general. General Yan Hu was speechless. There were only so many martial Grand Masters in the Tianfeng Kingdom. Even if he calculated, there might not be 20 of them. 8 of them appeared at once, almost half of them. Was it really necessary to deal with General Yan Hu alone? And General Flaming Tiger wanted to cry but had no tears. How much did Feng Moyang hate him for sending out so many martial Grand Masters? 10 Grand Masters. Feng Moyang must have gone crazy. He must have gone crazy. Every Grand Master was in existence that stood at the peak of the dynasty. Even Feng Moyang, even the emperor of the dynasty, couldn't be controlled as he wished. Besides, out of the 10 Grand Masters that appeared, none of them were the 8 generals of Tianfeng Kingdom, or the Grand Masters of the imperial family. They were most likely the Grand Masters of the families and sects of Tianfeng Kingdom. He wanted to invite them. The price of these Grand Masters outside of the imperial court, one of them was enough to make Feng Moyang's heart ache. Inviting 9 of them at once, the price would probably be enough to empty the Tianfeng Kingdom's treasury. If he wasn't crazy enough to deal with him alone, what could he possibly do? The price he paid and the reward were completely disproportionate. Gulp. 11 martial Grand Masters, it's over, it's all over. Despair, complete despair, mental breakdown. Under the combined attack of 11 martial Grand Master experts, their Flame Tiger Legion, including him, had absolutely no chance of escaping. Even if they wanted to break out of the encirclement, there was no hope at all. They were dead for sure. On the city wall of Hurricane Fortress. What the fuck? This old man Flaming Tiger broke down. Hurricane Generals shook his head in disappointment. The Grandmasters under his command had only made it to the 3rd level. The next second, Hurricane Generals waved at the 30-plus generals behind him and said, "All of you follow me and meet that old man, Yan Hu." At this moment, the Hurricane Goat had no interest in playing with this General Yan Hu. Sigh, as a dignified Golden Core 3rd Stage Immortal Master, he actually wanted to tease such a beginner Grandmaster. This was really enough. "No, how is this possible, old man Gongyang? You all, no, this is not true. It's not true. I don't believe it, I don't believe it." The leader of the great Yan Imperial Dynasty's 9 generals, the Flaming Tiger General, let out a hysterical wail. His voice was almost crazed. 48 Grandmasters, a total of 48 Grandmasters. Even in the great Yan and Heavenly Wind Empires, there were not that many Grandmasters. "Put down your weapons. Those who surrender will be spared from death. Surrender, I surrender. We surrender, we surrender." Bang bang, saber and weapon after saber. Large, they fell to the ground. None of the 1 million Flaming Tiger Legion soldiers dared to hesitate, and they all dropped their weapons. 48 Grandmasters. This strength was too terrifying. It was enough to sweep across the great Yan Imperial Dynasty with ease, making them unable to put up any resistance. Great General Prefecture. Yang Fann didn't even raise his eyelids. The so-called Flaming Tiger Army was just a bunch of clowns. They weren't qualified to enter his eyes. 6 hours later. Rumble. Yang Fann opened his eyes, and a hint of surprise flashed in them. Good, finally, a big fish had arrived. Celestial Infant was at the 4th stage of the 4th stage, the 4th stage, Celestial Infant. A mighty warrior of the 4th realm, and a sword immortal at that. I don't think he will disappoint me. C 1882 8 Immortal Venerables Tianfeng Kingdom, Hurricane Fortress. Rumble. A brilliant sword light flashed across the eastern sky. It was a mighty brilliant sword light, and it carried a fierce killing intent. In the blink of an eye, the sword light had already reached the top of Hurricane Stronghold. In the next second, a peerless swordsman walked out from the sword light. He was a man in black who looked to be less than 30 years old. In his eyes, a world of sword light was flashing. It was as if he could kill everything with just a single look. He looked like a supreme, divine sword that could cut and tear anything in his path. This sword immortal was none other than the immortal venerable of Seven Sect, Elder Tianju. Hiss. What a terrifying sword immortal. I am no match for him. No, as long as he was willing to, he could easily kill me with a single sword. Chi. Within Hurricane Fortress, Hurricane Goat, who was arranging for his subordinates to imprison the captives of the Flaming Tiger Legion, raised his head and looked into the sky. He took in a deep breath of cold air, and his eyes were filled with panic. The complacency from advancing to the 3rd level of the Golden Core realm had vanished without a trace. Celestial Infant was a mighty figure. This sword immortal was definitely a mighty figure of Celestial Infant. As for the other soldiers of the Hurricane Core, they were in an even worse state. Their faces were filled with despair as they collapsed to the ground. Compared to that peerless sword immortal, they were probably not even ants. It seemed that as long as he was willing to, a single gaze from him would be able to erase the Hurricane Core from this world. Right at this moment, Elder Tianju seemed to have noticed Hurricane General's gaze. He shifted his gaze and his cold gaze fell upon Hurricane General's. Rumble. In an instant, killing intent exploded in Elder Tianju's eyes. Junior, you dare to cultivate my sect's wind lightning immortal chant. You deserve to die. As he spoke, a sword chi shot out from his eyes. It tore through the sky and slashed towards the Hurricane Goat. This sword chi was terrifyingly fast. It completely exceeded the reaction of the Hurricane Goat. It seemed to have transcended his thoughts. Just as he had a thought, the sword light had already arrived in front of him. Ah no! The Hurricane Goat suddenly let out a despairing and unwilling wail. It was not easy for him to have such a great opportunity. He had broken through to the Golden Core realm and had the 3,000-year-old longevity. Before he could even release any light, he was going to die here. He was not willing to accept this. He was truly unwilling to accept this. At that moment a voice that sounded like a god resounded in Hurricane Goat's ears. The sword chi instantly shattered into powder. Ah, its master. The Lord saved me. The Hurricane Goat's despairing heart was swept away in an instant. How could I have forgotten? I still have, sir. So what if Celestial Infant, Sword Immortal, is the Celestial Infant? Sir is also the old ancestor of Celestial Infant. Who will die in the end? It was still unknown. What an evil creature, it really does have some tricks up its sleeve. Elder Tianju's expression turned slightly serious. Although he didn't use his full strength in that sword light, it still contained a layer of strength. It was the strength of an ordinary immortal at the second stage of Celestial Infant's nascent soul stage. Under this sword attack, even if he didn't die, he would at least lose a layer of skin. To be able to block this sword attack without making a sound, that evil demon's strength was very likely to reach Celestial Infant's third stage of the nascent soul stage. Even if it was the same as him, it wasn't impossible for it to reach the fourth stage, the Celestial Infant stage. Aphids, come here suddenly, a sound of great Tao that seemed like it was hidden in the dark sounded by Elder Tianju's ears. The next second, rumble, a terrifying heaven-sheltering big hand descended from the sky. Its entire body was pitch black, and it was like a source of darkness that could devour everything was crushing down on him. This power, soul formation exalted immortals of deity transformation, this is exalted immortals of deity transformation's power and it's not even. The first stage of soul formation, void divine immortal venerable. Elder Tianju's pupils constricted, and an indescribable fear welled up in his heart. It was as though a surging tide had engulfed him. Under that heaven-sheltering big hand, he was like a lowly aphid, unable to stir up any waves at all. This power was much more terrifying than the first stage of the soul formation stage, the void divine venerable. The second level of the soul formation stage, exalted immortals of deity transformation, and even the third level, the exalted immortal Yang. Sect Master, you tricked me, roar Heaven's End sword Tao, break for me rumble. An almighty sword intent instantly rose up from the tip of Elder Heaven's End's head. This was the lifeblood sword intent that he had painstakingly refined, the crystallization of his sword Tao. It was one of the most powerful swords he had ever used to cut through the void and slaughter immortals and gods. It had the power to destroy almost everything. However, under the terrifying power that was 10 times, or even 100 times stronger, everything was in vain. Pucci, the intrinsic sword intent shattered with a loud bang, turning into bits and pieces that dissipated into the air. Pucci Elder Tianju was like a chicken as he was grabbed by Yang Fann. Invincible, my lord is invincible. The hurricane goat faced the sky and let out a long roar. It seemed like this was the only way to vent the excitement in his heart. Celestial Infant and Sword Immortal were all trash in front of his lord. Invincible, my master is invincible. Invincible, our master is invincible. Very quickly, the entire hurricane fortress erupted into cheers. With my lord here, what will happen to the Aeolus sect? They will only lose their lives. Great General Prefecture. Buzz ripples appeared on the void. Elder Tianju appeared in front of Yang Fann. Immortal. Oh, my god. Just as Elder Ju opened his mouth to say something, a terrifying and invincible spiritual power violently ripped apart his sea of consciousness barrier, violently reading his soul's memories. What are you doing? No, my Aeolus sect will never let you go, evil devil. You will die a horrible death. You will die a horrible death. 15 minutes later. Rumble. Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes. He had completely digested Elder Tianju's soul memory. In terms of cultivation base, Elder Tianju was comparable to a top-level domain god. However, in terms of memory, Elder Tianju, who was less than 3,000 years old, was like a drop of water in the ocean compared to those top-level domain god warriors. He was very inconspicuous, and did not pose much of a burden to Yang Fann. If it was a top-level domain god warrior, Yang Fann would have to spend a lot of time digesting his memory. Soul-searching technique. Although it was convenient, it was not something that could be used casually. If one was not careful, they might be affected by other people's memories. If it was serious, the soul might even split apart. As expected, old ancestor Celestial Infant. He wasn't someone that Jindan Immortal Master could compare with, especially someone like Elder Tianju, who was a fourth realm expert. In the Aeolus sect, he was one of the higher-ups, second only to sect leader and exalted immortals of deity transformation. The huge Aeolus sect had almost no secrets to him. In the huge Aeolus sect, there were thousands of Jindan Immortal Master and more than 200 Immortal Celestial Infant. Apart from sect leader, exalted immortals of deity transformation also had a few more immortal venerables. There were also 7 immortal venerables in the Aeolus sect. The strongest immortal venerable was a 3rd grade immortal sovereign, and there was no 4th grade immortal. Sovereign, primordial immortal exalted immortal. 3rd grade exalted immortal Yang. His cultivation base is comparable to a high-level dominator. His actual combat strength isn't much stronger than a low-level dominator. As for the other 7 first and second grade immortal venerables, they are only able to bully a half-step dominator. They might not even be as strong as me. With just this bit of strength, even with the geographical advantage, I can easily defeat them. There's no time to lose. I will head to the Wind Lightning Immortal Mountain now. C-1883 He charged up the Mountain Gate Immortal Spirit World, south of the border between the Grand Desert, the Heavenly Wheel, and the Azure Falling Empire. There was a huge mountain range that was tens of millions of miles long and had a majestic aura. This mountain range faintly took the shape of a dragon. It was like a divine dragon lying dormant in the ground. It was unknown when it would rise into the sky and soar into the sky. The mountain was filled with immortal chi. Countless palaces, pavilions, cranes, and spirit beasts were built on it. It was an immortal spiritual mountain. This mountain was none other than, in the ancient times, Wind and Thunder Immortal Venerable had obtained the great Tao in this mountain and established the Aeolus sect. Since then, he had become one of the 9 great immortal sect, and his name had shaken all the immortals in the world. The Wind Lightning Immortal Mountain was a spiritual mountain with half a waist. There was a large plaza that was created by humans. It was completely built from precious immortal jades and was the size of 1,000,000 acres of farmland. Swoosh 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 from time to time, immortal boats and auspicious clouds descended from the sky and landed on the immortal Jade Square. Under the lead of Jindan Immortal Master, young men and women followed closely behind. There were dozens of people at least, and hundreds at most. They were all very young, about 17 or 18 years old. However, all of them had their heads held high like roosters that had won a fight. They were extremely arrogant. Today was the day that the Aeolus sect had 10 years to live once. It was the day of its grand opening. And these young men and women were the geniuses and Aeolus sects of the younger generation of the Aeolus sect's 9 great empires. One should know that a dynasty could only choose a few dozen or over 100 people. At most, there wouldn't be more than 200 of them, and every one of them was a 1 in a million genius. In the future, as long as they didn't die, they would at least become a Grand Master. Some of them even had the chance to become Jindan Immortal Master, or even the immortal position of Celestial Infant. Pucci in the sky above the immortal Jade Plaza, the void rippled, and Yang Fann stepped out from within. Flying in the sky, this is a Grand Master, hiss. He doesn't look much older than us. How can he be so strong? Who on earth is this? He can't be a rookie of this year's batch, right? The geniuses of over 1,000 countries were extremely shocked, and many of them felt their hearts sink. Although they were the top geniuses of the younger generation of the 9 great empires. However, the strongest amongst them was only a rank 8 martial artist. Not to mention a great Grand Master. Even a great Grand Master was much weaker than them. If that man was really like them, he was also just a beginning disciple. That would be a tragedy with such a peerless monster around. All of them would have to live under his shadow. At this moment, rumble, rumble, numerous escape lights cut through the void. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen people appeared in front of Yang Fann, surrounding him. They were all Grand Masters. The strongest man had already broken through to the Golden Core Realm with a single step, and was only a step away from breaking through to the Golden Core Realm, becoming a core disciple of the Aeolus sect. Who are you? You actually dare trespass into my Wind Lightning Immortal Mountain? You don't have the right to know who I am. Tell sect leader to come out. Yang Fann didn't even look at them. They were a bunch of aphids that weren't even true gods. How could they have the right to talk to him? What a daring maniac! Junior brother, take him down. The half-step void core expert leading the group flew into a rage. Who did he think he was? Was it possible for him to meet sect leader just because he wanted to? I wanted to spare your lives, but why did I have to seek my own death? Yang Fann shook his head, and the cold shine in his eyes flickered. Grug grug grug. The dozen or so martial Grand Masters of the Aeolus sect, including the half-step void pill leader. Boom boom boom, on the immortal Jade Plaza. Ah, dead, dead, all dead. What kind of demon magic is this? The young geniuses, eyes widened, and within their pupils. Although they had no idea what the cultivation base of these people was. However, there was one thing that they were sure of, being able to fly in the sky. They were at least great Grand Masters, experts, the highest grade experts in all of the dynasties. To think that it would be reduced to ashes in such a silent manner. It was terrifying. It was really too terrifying. Even the 9 great Jindan Immortal Master had a solemn expression on her face. Even though they were all disciples of the martial Grandmaster realm, if they wanted to silently kill all of them, these Golden Core Stage 1 and 2 Immortal Masters felt that they could not do it. It was very likely that this person had already reached the 3rd or even the 4th tier of the Golden Core realm. However, very quickly, that solemn expression was replaced by raging anger. In broad daylight, he had killed the disciples of the inner sect of the Aeolus sect. He didn't put the Aeolus sect in his eyes at all, he was slapping them in the face. Everyone, junior brother, capture this bastard, how dare he harm our disciples. This is an unforgivable crime, he deserves to kill all of our family members. Killing intent flashed in the eyes of a peak core formation disciple. His entire body soared into the sky and charged towards Yang Fann. The other 8 great Jindan Immortal Master transformed into flowing lights and followed closely behind. Immortal Master Boundless Heaven and the others have attacked. That person is dead for sure. This was the joint attack of the 9 great Immortal Masters. They could easily slaughter an empire. No matter how strong that man was, he would never be a match for the 9 great Immortal Masters. Answer courting death. A cold light flashed in his eyes once more, but he still didn't see Yang Fann making any moves. Poochie poochie poochie. Almost at the same time, the 9 Immortal Masters were all destroyed. Ah, how could this be? Immortal Master Boundless Heaven and the others. Immortal Master Boundless Heaven and the others. Immortal Master Boundless Heaven and the others. Immortals, could he be a true immortal? Hua Sheng, you deserve to die 10,000 times for your sins. A roar that sounded as if his parents had died sounded out as streams of light descended from the sky. The aura exuded by each escape light was more than 100 times greater than Jindan Immortal Masters. Immortal Celestial Infant, all of them were Immortal Celestial Infant. There were a total of 13 people, and the strongest one had reached the 4th realm of Celestial Infant. In terms of cultivation base, he was no weaker than the Heaven's End. Sword Immortal, none of them would be a match for the 13 mighty Celestial Infant if exalted immortals of deity transformation didn't show up. One aphids is endless, right? Die now. A hint of impatience appeared on Yang Fann's face, and he sent a palm strike towards the 13 Celestial Infant. A palm that could cover the sky and suppress everything. Ah, not good. Exalted immortals of deity transformation, he is exalted immortals of deity transformation. The expressions of the group of Celestial Infant changed. Initially, they thought that with the help of the 13 of them, Evil Thief would be able to capture them with ease. Never would they have thought that this was actually a tiger pretending to be a pig, and it was also that white divine beast tiger. The terror of this palm strike gave them a feeling that it was much more terrifying than facing a first-level void divine immortal. It was far from something they could contend against. Save me, the sect leader, help. Ah, stop it, fellow Taoist, it's all a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Ah no, don't kill me. Sect leader, save me, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Bang. C1884 Crush Wind Lightning Immortal Sect Wind Lightning Mountain. Rumble, the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. Yang Fann acted as if he didn't hear sect leader's voice. The heaven-sheltering big hands struck mercilessly on the bodies of the 13 elders of Aeolus sect, destroying their immortal physiques, as well as their immortal embryo and celestial infant. It was so brutal that they didn't even have the chance to reincarnate. Arg no, devil, you're going to die a horrible death. A heart-wrenching roar was heard. Beams of divine light descended from the sky. Every single escape light contained a supreme great Tao. It was as if with just a single glance, it could make people have enlightenments, and their cultivation would skyrocket. In less than a breath's time, the divine light fell not far away from Yang Fann. Numerous powerful immortal Tao experts walked out from the divine light. All of them were immortal venerables who had surpassed the Golden Core realm. The 8 people in the lead had 10 times more terrifying auras, 100 times more terrifying than the 4th stage of Celestial Infant, Heaven's End Sword Immortal, who was suppressed by Yang Fann. Exalted Immortals of Deity Transformation, 8 Exalted Immortals of Deity Transformation. They couldn't ignore the fact that the strongest expert of Wind Lightning Immortal Venerable was only a Exalted Immortal Yang. One should know that the strongest expert of Wind Lightning Immortal Venerable was only a Exalted Immortal Yang. At this moment, the 8 Immortal Venerables and the group of Celestial Infant were looking at Yang Fann like enraged beasts that wanted to eat him. Ever since the Aeolus sect had become one of the 9 great immortal sect, they had never been provoked like this. Not only had they killed the elders of their Wind Lightning Immortal Mountain, but they had also killed 13 of their elders in one fell swoop. This was a blatant act of pushing their Aeolus sect to the ground. If this devil didn't die, how could the Aeolus sect still have the face to lead the group of immortals? They would become the laughing stock of the immortal sect. Devil, my Aeolus sect will never let you go until you die. There is no place for you in this world. Immortal Venerable Feng Lei, immortal venerable sect leader, gritted his teeth in anger. There were only 13 elders in the Aeolus sect, less than 200 of them. This was almost the total number of elders in the Aeolus sect. Especially his Scarlet Cloud junior brother, who was one of the best among the elders. He was even confident that he could break through to the last level and advance to the exalted immortals of deity transformation realm. And now, he had died just like that in front of his eyes. Die, this devil must die. You want to fight to the death with me? With just you aphids? Yang Fann looked down at immortal venerable Zan Yan and the others, his voice full of disdain. These so-called immortal venerables were just as he had expected. Their combat strength was so low that even the exalted immortal Yang, who was at the 3rd level of the soul formation realm, couldn't compare to them. The chi they unleashed was only comparable to a peak low-level dominator. The 3 void divine immortal experts were even weaker. They weren't much stronger than some low-grade half-step dominator experts. If it wasn't for the suppression of the Worldwall, Devil Spirit King would have been able to defeat them with ease. If you submit to me, I will spare your lives. Otherwise, today next year will be the anniversary of your death. What an arrogant devil. Could it be that he hasn't woken up yet? You're asking us to submit. Bah, devil, you're dreaming. The 8 immortal venerables and over 100 immortals couldn't believe their ears. Was this devil blind? This was the lair of Aeolus sect. Let alone exalted immortal Yang, even the 4th divine transformation primordial immortal exalted immortal might suffer a great loss if he was careless. As one of the 9 great immortal sect, the strength of the Aeolus sect's foundation was far beyond the imagination of any ordinary immortal sect. Immortal venerable sect leader, there's nothing much to talk about with this devil. Immortal venerable sect leader, please give the order to kill this devil as soon as possible. All right, everyone, spread out, surround and kill this devil. Revenge for the dead elders and disciples. Swoosh swoosh. Under the lead of an immortal venerable, the hundreds of immortals dispersed in a fan-shaped formation, seemingly trying to trap Yang Fann. Regarding this, Yang Fann acted as if he didn't notice their movements, allowing these immortal venerables to surround him. In the face of absolute power, everything was just an illusion. These Aeolus sect immortals were merely struggling to survive. Devil, face your death. The heavenly wind, earthly rain, divine thunder formation, activate. Seeing how arrogant Yang Fann was, Zan Yan immortal venerable was immediately delighted. He and the other immortal venerables had set up the Aeolus sect. It was a top-grade immortal formation, heavenly wind, earth rain divine lightning formation. It was a peerless killing formation created by the founding ancestor of the Aeolus sect, Wind and Lightning Immortal Venerable. With the 8 great immortal venerables as the leader and over 100 immortals as support. Once primordial immortal exalted immortal, who was at the 4th level of the soul formation stage, fell into this formation, Hong Long. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed greatly. Storms of wind and thunder rumbled. The wind was the wind of annihilation, the Yuan Shen of an immortal venerable. If it fell into it for a long period of time, it would be destroyed. The rain was the rain of the decaying immortal. It was good at corroding immortal physiques. The lightning was the 9 heavens divine lightning, the top-grade divine lightning in immortal spirit world. Each of them was comparable to the full force strike of a 2nd-level soul formation exalted immortals of deity transformation. Devil, your death has come. How dare you behave atrociously in my Aeolus sect? This is what you will end up like. Sounds of ridicule, it was coming from all directions of the world of storm. At this moment, Yang Fann was like a turtle in a jar in their eyes. Their life and death were in their hands. After killing a exalted immortal Yang, the Aeolus sect's power would surely improve by leaps and bounds. There was still an exalted immortal Yang family to deal with, which was more than enough for them to build up their foundation. However, very soon, the voices of the immortal venerables were replaced by endless fear. Ah, how is this possible? No, this isn't real, it's not real. How could his immortal physique be so powerful? This is impossible. Even if primordial immortal exalted immortal fell into their heavenly wind, earth, and divine thunder formation, it would still be difficult for him to take a single step forward. However, this devil was just like a stroll in the rain, allowing the wind of annihilation to blow him away. The rain of rotten immortals and the 9 heavens divine lightning struck his body in a leisurely manner. It was as if this wasn't a terrifying force that could make exalted immortals of deity transformation's expression change. It was just like a light breeze. All right, I won't play with you anymore. Break for me, Yang Fann shouted coldly. A desolate and invincible force burst out from his body. Wherever this force passed, the wind of annihilation, the rain of immortals, and the heavenly lightning of the ninth heaven were all destroyed. In the end, the entire world of the immortal formation was shattered into pieces. Arg! Puff! One after another, immortal celestial infants spurted out blood, especially those immortal emperors with low cultivation base, who were in the first stage of immortal embryo realm. They all exploded into a mist of blood. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Even the 8 immortal venerables, including immortal venerable Xianxia, coughed out blood from the corner of their mouths, suffering severe injuries. What kind of power is this? The immortal venerables and immortals looked at Yang Fann with fear in their eyes. Not even primordial immortal exalted immortal could break the heavenly wind, earth, and rain divine lightning formations so easily. Could it be that this devil's strength had already surpassed primordial immortal exalted immortals? Was this possible? Primordial immortal exalted immortal had already reached the limit of the heavens and earth, and no one had ever broken through it since ancient times. In the void, tap tap tap, Yang Fann walked very slowly. He had the calmness of a leisurely stroll. However, in the eyes of Xianxia and the others, it was like stepping on their hearts step by step. That terrifying pressure almost drove them crazy. My Aeolus sect's inheritance has lasted for over 1,000,000 years. Is it going to be broken by my hands? Xianxia immortal venerable had a look of despair on his face. Even the heavenly wind, earthly rain, and divine thunder formation had been destroyed by that devil with ease. What other power did they have left that could subdue the devil? Suddenly, a light flashed in Xianxia's mind. As if he had thought of something, a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. No, we haven't lost yet. We still have hope. C. 1885. They destroyed the Wind Lightning Immortal Sect Wind Lightning Mountain. A ray of hope blossomed in the heart of sect leader of Aeolus sect, but he suddenly thought of something. That was a secret that only immortal venerable sect leader knew about, and it was also the true reliance of Aeolus sect. The next second, Xianxia quickly performed a series of hand seals with his 10 fingers. Are you still unwilling to give up? Let me see what other trump cards you have. Yang Fann narrowed his eyes and sneered. He didn't have the intention of his master, immortal venerable Xianxia. Yang Fann was confident, even if this Aeolus sect was hiding something, it wouldn't be able to harm a single hair of his. At this moment, he had already seen through the true strength of these exalted immortals of deity transformation. Compared to them, who were the masters of the Tao of the world, these exalted immortals of deity transformation were truly weak. They were on completely different levels. Even those primordial immortal exalted immortal wouldn't be much stronger than some middle-level dominator. What was there to be afraid of? He didn't even need to use the 9 revolutions divine devil body. Just the power of the shell alone was enough to suppress them. After stepping into the superior half-step dominator, just the power of the shell alone was enough to defeat some high-level dominator warriors. A few breaths later, a terrifying aura that was dozens of times more terrifying than an exalted immortal Yang burst out from the bottom of the Wind Lightning Immortal Mountain. In an instant, it swept across the entire Wind Lightning Immortal Mountain. Is this the last reliance of the Aeolus sect? Yang Fann's heart skipped a beat. Primordial Immortal Exalted Immortal, and even the highest grade Primordial Immortal Exalted Immortal, in terms of cultivation realm, he wouldn't be any weaker than some of the peak top dominator. However, in terms of strength, the difference was too great. He wouldn't be much stronger than an ultimate middle-level dominator, perhaps even worse. Yang Fann could feel a hint of decay from the chi. It was the symbol of the exhaustion of the longevity. In the outside world, the top dominator longevity was as tall as 365 eras. If there were some longevities that could increase the longevity's strength, it was possible that they could live for 400 eras. But in immortal spirit world, it was different. The longevity was severely restricted. Jindan Immortal Master could only live for 3,000 years. Immortal Celestial Infant and the longevity could only live for 10,000 years. Even the 4th stage of soul formation, Primordial Immortal Exalted Immortal, rarely lived for more than 300,000 years. At this moment, it was unknown whether this Primordial Immortal Exalted Immortal could unleash the combat strength of a 8th layer at his peak. Right at this moment, cough, 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 cough. The sound of intermittent coughs suddenly resounded in everyone's ears. The coughs were not very loud and were faintly discernible. There was even a trace of a lingering charm. However, When it landed in the ears of the immortals, it sounded like the mysterious sound of great Tao was striking their souls. PFF ripples appeared on the void. A person appeared in front of immortal Zan Yan and the others. It was a tall and thin old man with white hair and brown spots all over his face. It was as if he had reached the end of his life. It was as if he would exhaust the last bit of his life force in the next second, and his body and soul would disappear. Unfilial juniors pay respect to the Grand Master. Zan Yan Immortal Venerable's knees went soft, and he directly knelt down toward the white-haired old man. Ah, Ancestor! The other Immortal Venerables and Immortals' faces changed, and they looked at the white-haired old man in disbelief. Great-grandfather, didn't you already ascend to the immortal realm 800,000 years ago? However, his movements weren't slow. All of them knelt down and greeted him. At this moment of life and death, it was impossible for sect leader to randomly acknowledge the ancestral master. Furthermore, looking closely, there were many similarities between this white-haired old man and the portrait of the ancestral master that they worshipped day and night. Disciple is incompetent. I hope the ancestor will punish me. Immortal Venerable Zan Yan had a guilty expression. 800,000 years ago, when the longevity of his ancestor was about to dry up, he didn't choose to reincarnate like the other Immortal Venerables. Instead, he used a secret technique to completely seal his life force, turning him into a living corpse that had been worshipped in the ancestral master palace of Aeolus sect. Now that he had broken out of the seal, it indicated that his life had truly come to an end. He wouldn't even have the chance to reincarnate and restart his cultivation. For the sake of Aeolus sect, his Grand Master had really given up too much. Reincarnation wasn't as dangerous as possession and rebirth. If he couldn't cultivate to the soul formation realm, there was almost no possibility of recovering his memory. Furthermore, even if he could recover his memory, it would only be a portion of it that was incomplete. It was still better than directly dissipating his soul. The inheritance of Aeolus sect had been passed down for millions of years. During this period of time, there were dozens of exalted immortals of deity transformation. There were also a dozen of them who had walked to the end of the longevity. However, except for their Grand Master, Venerable Thunderwind, no one had chosen this sealing technique. They had risked their soul to become the foundation of the Aeolus sect. Get up, it's not your fault. Venerable Thunderwind waved his hand gently. Ever since he had made up his mind to seal his life force with this secret technique, he had thought that this day would come. For the sake of the immortal sect, there was no harm even if his soul was destroyed. He had lived for more than 300,000 years. What he should enjoy, he had already enjoyed it. There was no longer any regrets in his life. The next second, Venerable Feng Lei shifted his gaze to Yang Fann and said calmly, "Before I die, I can die without regrets if I have a friend to accompany me. I'm afraid that you aren't qualified enough to bury me with you." Yang Fann smiled noncommittally. This Wind Lightning Immortal Venerable was definitely a top-grade expert in immortal spirit world. In a desperate battle, even Primordial Immortal Exalted Immortal would have to die for him. However, he wasn't a Primordial Immortal Exalted Immortal. Fellow Taoist, you will soon know whether I have that power or not. In his eyes, Venerable Wind Lightning wasn't angry. Yang Fann was already a dead man. He, Venerable Wind Lightning, had risked his life to bring a man away. No one in this world could stop him. Even if his Yuan Shen had decayed and he couldn't unleash his peak combat strength, it would still be the same. Innate Wind Lightning Diagram, come with a wave of his hand, a stream of light flashed out of Zan Yan's body and appeared in the hands of Wind Lightning Immortal Venerable. Innate Wind and Thunder Diagram, the ultimate treasure of Aeolus sect, the symbol of sect leader, and the natal immortal weapon of Wind and Thunder Immortal Venerable, was passed down from generation to generation. In ancient times, Wind Lightning Immortal Venerable had dominated the world with the help of the innate Wind Lightning Diagram. No one knew how many experts he had suppressed. Just exalted immortals of deity transformation alone was more than enough. Fellow Taoist, please buzz. The innate heavenly Wind Lightning Diagram grew with the wind, transforming into a world of wind and lightning. The hurricane raged, and the thunder dragon roared as it crushed down towards Yang Fann. Under the control of the Wind Lightning Immortal Venerable, the power of the innate Wind Lightning chart was more than 100 times, 1,000 times more powerful than it was in the hands of Zan Yan. It couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. It wasn't any weaker than the attack of a low-grade high-level dominator. Even some of the ultimate middle-level dominator would be suppressed by it. Hiss. Is this the power of our ancestor? Terrifying, truly terrifying. I'm afraid that I won't be able to hold on any longer and will be ruthlessly killed. Our ancestors' divine might will definitely be able to kill that devil and avenge us. What a good piece of pre-sky wind thunder blueprint. I wanted. Yang Fann's eyes sparkled. Although this wasn't a top-level main divine artifact, it had started to transform under the refinement of numerous immortal venerables of Xianxia sect. If he could add some top-grade natural treasures into it and refine it, it might be able to advance further and transform into a true top-level main divine artifact. Yang Fann wasn't a great blacksmith, but Wang Fushuan was a great blacksmith. The few Wang Fushuans in his possession were personally refined by him. Rumble. As he spoke, Yang Fann struck out with his palm towards the innate wind lightning diagram. The 9 revolutions divine devil body was pushed to the second revolution, and Yang Fann's strength instantly increased by 40 times. He was even stronger than a mid-high level dominator. Pucci. The heaven-sheltering big hand instantly wrapped around the innate heavenly wind lightning diagram in its palm. A hand that could cover the sky. It was no different from that. Ah, how is this possible? The expression of venerable wind lightning finally changed. He was the publicly acknowledged #1 person in the ancient era. Even the profound heart immortal venerable who was closest to the heavenly Tao couldn't suppress his innate wind lightning diagram so easily. What kind of monster did my juniors provoke? It's impolite not to reciprocate. Venerable wind lightning, take my palm as well. Rumble. The divine light around him once more struck out with his palm. The 9 revolutions divine devil body was pushed to the 3rd revolution by Yang Fann. Ah, not good. C. 1886 subduing the wind lightning immortal sect Xianxia sect. At the moment of life and death, immortal venerable Zan Yan couldn't care less about anything else. He had finally used the strongest trump card of Xianxia sect to awaken immortal venerable wind lightning. As one of the 10 great immortal venerables of the ancient era, immortal venerable wind lightning's strength couldn't be said to be weak. It was the highest grade expert of primordial immortal exalted immortal. In the history of immortal spirit world, he could be ranked in the top 30, or even the top 20. Unfortunately, he was up against a monster like Yang Fann. With the help of the 3rd transformation 9 revolutions divine devil body, Yang Fann's strength directly increased by 90 times. His strength was so terrifying that it had completely surpassed some high-grade high-level dominator, and could even rival a peak high-level dominator. In the immortal spirit world, this strength had even faintly surpassed the limits of what the world could withstand. Rumble. The heavens and the earth split apart. Like a deflated balloon, immortal venerable Windthunder was compressed to an extreme degree before exploding completely. He was crushed into powder and the soul was destroyed. Ah, ancestor, he was, this, how is this possible, how is this possible? Woo woo woo, this isn't true, it's not real, I don't believe it, I don't believe it. The surrounding 8 immortal venerables and nearly 100 immortal celestial infant let out heart-wrenching wails, as if they had lost their parents. They couldn't believe what they just saw. Ancestor advisor, that was an invincible existence in their hearts. Even amongst the many primordial immortal exalted immortal, he was considered a top-tier expert. How could he possibly be defeated? He was completely defeated, without any ability to resist at all. In the void, sigh, what a pity. A hint of regret flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Although this wind lightning immortal venerable's combat strength wasn't much stronger than Devil Spirit King's, and he could barely match the strength of a lower high-level dominator, the origin of his body was a genuine top dominator origin. At most, he only had a small amount of it, but there wasn't much difference in essence. If he could devour and refine it, the benefits it would give him wouldn't be much weaker than swallowing a peak high-level dominator. Unfortunately, this wind lightning immortal venerable had already reached the limit of the longevity, and was relying entirely on his will to support it. Even if he didn't attack ruthlessly, but chose to seal it, he wouldn't be able to live for more than a day, and he would be reduced to ashes. Under the control of the world will, the strength of world had been completely suppressed. The might of the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique had fallen to its lowest point, and it couldn't exert even a 10,000th of its power. In just a day's time, it was hard to refine even a trace of the origin of this immortal venerable wind lightning. Sigh, it would be great if venerable wind lightning still had a few hundred years of longevity left. By that time, he would have already swept across the immortal spirit world and become lord of the world. The world will would no longer be a shackle. Instead, it would become a great help to him. At that time, even if he couldn't devour all of venerable wind lightning, he would still be able to devour more than half of it. Shaking his head lightly, Yang Fann dispelled the distracting thoughts in his mind. It was already a foregone conclusion. There was no point in thinking too much about it. The next second, Yang Fann shifted his gaze and looked coldly at sect leader, the immortal venerable Zan Yan, from the Aeolus sect. I will ask you one last time, do you want to submit to me or choose to destroy me? This. Hesitation flashed across immortal venerable Zan Yan's eyes. This devil in front of him. Not only had he killed a large number of elders of Aeolus sect, he had also killed their ancestor, Wind Lightning Immortal Venerable. This hatred was irreconcilable. However, if they refused, all of them would die. They had even used their final trump card, but they couldn't do anything to the devil. What could they do to fight him? Without exalted immortals of deity transformation, Celestial Infant would be able to hold the fort. Even if this devil didn't continue to kill them, the Aeolus sect would still be finished. The other 8 great immortal sect, and those big and small immortal sect would never let the Aeolus sect go. No, the inheritance of the immortal sect cannot be destroyed by me. Zan Yan greets Lord. Zan Yan bent his knees and knelt in front of Yang Fann. These few words seemed to have drained all of his energy in an instant. Yang Fann gave Zan Yan a playful look. If he dared to say no, Yang Fann wouldn't mind making a move on him. The strength of Origin wasn't much stronger than a low-grade low-level dominator. Yang Fann wasn't even interested in devouring him. What about all of you? Submit to me or destroy me. Divine Lightning Kang Yang, Shang Yun, Immortal Feather. Greetings, my lord. After a slight hesitation, the other 7 great exalted immortals of deity transformation kneeled down. Even sect leader had chosen to submit to them, so why would they insist on doing so? After experiencing 1,000 tribulations, they had finally reached their current cultivation base. They didn't want to die, they just didn't want to die in their hearts. Of course, the most important thing was that Yang Fann was too terrifying. Even if they fought with their lives on the line, they would still be like moths flying into the flame, seeking their own destruction. All the exalted immortals of deity transformation chose to surrender, and the group of elders, Celestial Infant, wouldn't continue to resist. Alright, let go of your sea of consciousness. This. Immortal Zan Yan and the others hesitated for a moment, but in the end, they obediently released their sea of consciousness and placed restrictions on them. This was an essential step. Empty words. No one would believe them, just like the Aeolus sect. They had suppressed a part of the immortal sect, but they would also leave behind a restrictive spell. They had enslaved 8 immortal venerables. Also, most of the elders of the Aeolus sect, Celestial Infant, had become Yang Fann's property. As for Jindan Immortal Master, or perhaps even those golden core cultivators who were not at the spiritual void, foundation establishment, or chi cultivation, their opinions were not worth mentioning. The true ruler of the immortal sect had always been Celestial Infant, exalted immortals of deity transformation. If these ants were dissatisfied, they could just kill them. After that, Yang Fann casually ordered a mighty Celestial Infant to deal with a core disciple. It was none other than the main culprit who caused Shui Yan to become the cannon fodder of the death camp. He had finally understood the karma between him and Shui Yan. Wind and Thunder Immortal Realm. This was a secret realm that spanned 8 million miles. It was also the only top secret realm in the Aeolus sect. The spirit of heaven and earth was so abundant that it was hundreds of times more abundant than the Wind Lightning Immortal Mountain. In the past, the 7 great exalted immortals of deity transformation of the Aeolus sect lived in seclusion here, cultivating. Divine Thunder Palace. The only place where a exalted immortal Yang Divine Thunder Immortal Venerable was cultivating in the Supreme Elder of Aeolus sect. Yang Fann sat on the divine throne. Below him, the 8 great exalted immortals of deity transformation of Aeolus sect stood respectfully. Zan Yan, how strong are the other 8 immortal sect? How many exalted immortals of deity transformation are there? And what is the cultivation base of the strongest? Do you know? Yang Fann asked. It was one of the top powers in the immortal spirit world, almost including the 7th level of the immortal spirit world. As long as they could take down the 9 great immortal sect, they would be able to do so. It wouldn't be long before he became the master of the immortal spirit world. Master, in the 9 immortal sect, there are the 3 upper sects and 3 middle sects. The 3 lower sects are said to be the 3 lower sects, including the Aeolus sect, the Dragon God Immortal sect, and the Profound Sun Immortal sect. These 2 great immortal sect are similar to the Aeolus sect in terms of strength. There are 8 immortal venerables in each of them, and the strongest amongst them is at the exalted immortal Yang. 3 middle sects, Great Yin Immortal sect, Blue Lotus's Immortal sect, the 6 Joint Immortal sect, Exalted immortals of deity transformation should have a primordial immortal exalted immortal among the 10 to 15 people. As for the 3 upper sects, the Great Unity Immortal Sect, the Immortal Sect. In the Grand Development Immortal Sect, exalted immortals of deity transformation had more than 15 people. The strongest sect among them had 3 primordial immortal exalted immortal, and the Immortal Sect had the same strength as the Great Unity Immortal Sect. Each of them has 2. Primordial immortal exalted immortal. The 3 middle sects and the 3 lower sects are still manageable, but I'm afraid that the Great Unity, Indestructible, and Great Yan 5 Great Immortal Sect will have some difficulties. Yang Fann's expression turned slightly serious. Initially, he thought that the gap in strength between the 9 Great Immortal Sect wouldn't be too big, but he didn't expect that the gap between them would be so huge. Especially since there were 3 primordial immortal exalted immortal in the Grand Development Immortal Sect. The power that they could unleash wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Adding the foundation of the Immortal Sect, given his current strength, it was very likely that he would suffer a great loss if he rashly attacked the Grand Development Immortal Sect. One should know that the Aeolus Sect had the trump card of Venerable Wind Lightning. As the leader of the 9 Great Immortal Sect, the Grand Development Immortal Sect's trump card couldn't be underestimated. Zan Yan, the few of you, do you have any good friends with exalted immortals of deity transformation in the 8 Immortal Sect? C. 1887-38 Immortal Venerables Slaves Dragon God Immortal Sect, one of the 9 Great Immortal Sect. This was one of the major unusual creatures in the 9 Great Immortal Sect. Most of the disciples were the descendants of the divine dragon that possessed Dragon Clan's bloodline. They cultivated the dragon transformation technique and had the body of a dragon god. In Immortal Spirit World, there were more than 100 Immortal Sect. In terms of immortal physiques, this Dragon God Sect was ranked 2nd. No one in the Immortal Sect would dare to claim the 1st place. The Divine Dragon Realm was the top cultivation base in the secret realm of the Divine Dragon Sect, where exalted immortals of deity transformation was cultivating. Scarlet Dragon Immortal Palace, the place where Scarlet Dragon Immortal Venerable was cultivating. This was the 2nd stage of the Soul Formation Stage, the Soul Formation Stage, the Soul Formation Stage. Rumble. A streak of red light flashed past, transforming into a head of fiery red hair. The figure was a mighty middle-aged man with crimson eyebrows, and his aura was as mighty as the sea. It was as if he wanted to overturn the entire world. Brother Kang Yong actually got a jar of myriad immortal drunken wine. This is a good thing. Red Dragon Immortal Venerable's eyes lit up, and he quickly left the Red Dragon Immortal Palace. Myriad Immortal Drunk, the supreme immortal wine brewed by Immortal Venerable Wine, the number 1 bartender in ancient times, could be considered the number 1 immortal wine in Immortal Spirit World. Especially after the reincarnation of Immortal Venerable Wine, this Myriad Immortal Drunk even drank 1 jar less. Up until now, there were no more than 100 jars of Myriad Immortal Drunk that existed in this world. Even exalted immortals of deity transformation like them might not have the chance to taste it. The last time he drank this Myriad Immortal Drunk wine seemed to have happened 100,000 years ago. Brother Kang Yong was indeed a brother. Right at this time, swoosh, another stream of light tore through the void, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the Crimson Dragon Immortal Venerable. It was a young man dressed in blue. He had an extremely handsome face, and a hint of a frivolous smile hung at the corner of his mouth. He was like a prodigal son who indulged in flowers in the mortal world. I knew it. Brother Kang Yong will never forget you, drunkard. Scarlet Dragon Immortal Venerable scolded with a smile. Ji Wei was one of the 8 Immortal Venerables of Dragon God Immortal Sect, and his strength was slightly higher than Scarlet Dragon Immortal Venerables. He was the 2nd most powerful person in Dragon God Immortal Sect, and was only a step away from breaking through to the exalted Immortal Yong. Just like Scarlet Dragon Immortal Venerable, Ji Jia was also a good friend of Kang Yong Immortal Venerable, and he was a man who loved wine as much as his life. If he didn't call this drunkard over, this drunkard would surely cause a huge ruckus. Ha 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 ha, how can I, old Ji, be excluded from the Myriad Immortal Drunk? 2 hours later, Aeolus Sect, in front of the Wind and Thunder Immortal Realm. Scarlet Dragon Immortal Venerable and Gi Immortal Venerable entered the Immortal Realm without any hesitation. Firstly, they had been friends with Kang Yong for tens of thousands of years. More than once, they had lived and died together. They didn't believe that Kang Yong would harm them. Secondly, they were confident in their own strength. Even if they were in the lair of the Aeolus Sect, the 2 of them would still be able to escape unscathed. In terms of survival ability, they were definitely ranked in the top 3 amongst those of the same cultivation base. Kang Yang Immortal Palace. Ha ha ha, my 2 brothers, you've made me wait so long, ha ha ha. Kang Yang Immortal Venerable laughed heartily as he greeted the 2 of them. Brother Kang Yang, long time no see. Where is that 1000 immortal drunk? Brother Kang Yang, don't hide it anymore. Hurry up and take it out. The drunkard, Jia, couldn't wait any longer. At this moment, his mind was completely focused on the 1000 immortal drunk. How could he be in the mood to exchange pleasantries with immortal venerable Kang Yang? Ha 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 ha, you old drunkard, let's go, let's go. I have already prepared a feast in the hall. Rumble, rumble. As soon as the 2 of them stepped into the hall, 2 torrents of energy swept towards them. The 2 immortal venerables who were in high spirits had never imagined that someone would be hiding in the Kang Yang Immortal Palace, ambushing them, and even their best friend, immortal venerable Kang Yang. In an instant, the 2 immortal venerables were severely injured. Cough, 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 cough. The immortal physique cracked and was on the verge of collapse. It continuously coughed out blood. Kang Yang, you all of you. Red Dragon Immortal Venerable and Divine Thunder Immortal Venerable stared at Kang Yang and Divine Thunder Immortal Venerable with blood spurting out of their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. They were life and death friends. How could Kang Yang Immortal Venerable kill them? They couldn't accept it, they really couldn't accept it. Kang Yang Immortal Venerable had an apologetic expression. Don't blame me, old friends. I don't want to do it either. However, I can't disobey the orders of the Lord. Right at this moment, tap tap tap, a series of light footsteps could be heard coming from within the immortal palace. Surrounded by the 6 great exalted immortals of deity transformation of Xianxia Sect, Yang Fann slowly walked towards the 2 of them. Greetings, Master. Kang Yang Immortal Venerable and Divine Thunder Immortal greeted him. My lord, what's going on? The hearts of the Red Dragon Immortal Venerable and the Divine Thunder Immortal Venerable trembled. Divine Thunder Immortal Venerable and Kang Yang Immortal Venerable, one was exalted immortals of deity transformation, and the other was a exalted immortal Yang. Both of them were the best expert in the world. How could they acknowledge someone as their master? Judging from the respectful looks of the 6 of them, it was very likely that 8 to 9 of them had already been subdued by this mysterious man. Could it be that the Xianxia Sect had already, hiss. An indescribable panic surged in the hearts of the Crimson Dragon and Immortal Venerable at the same time. The Xianxia Sect was just like their Dragon God Immortal Sect, one of the 9 great immortal sect. Their strength was on par with each other. If this mysterious man could subdue the Xianxia Sect without anyone noticing, it would be terrifying, truly terrifying. Even the publicly acknowledged number 1 immortal sect, the Grand Development Immortal Sect, was far from being able to do so. Otherwise, the 9 great immortal sect would have become the 8 great immortal sect a long time ago. The 7 great immortal sect. Yang Fann looked down at the 2 of them from above and said coldly, "Let go of the sea of consciousness and submit to me. I will spare your lives, damn it, this bastard wants to slave us." Anger flashed across Kai Yang and Immortal Venerable's eyes. Once they let go of the sea of consciousness, their lives would be in the hands of this mysterious man from now on. No one was willing to lose their freedom, especially the high and mighty exalted immortals of deity transformation. "If you don't want to, then die." Cold killing intent rose from Yang Fann's body. "No, my lord, I am willing, I am willing." In the end, their survival instinct gained the upper hand. They were not even 100,000 years old, and to exalted immortals of deity transformation, who had a longevity as high as 300,000 years, they were only youths. One day later, rumble, another immortal venerable entered the Xianxia Sect. He was a exalted immortal Yang, Immortal Venerable Kuang Cheng of Blue Lotus's Immortal Sect, a good friend of Immortal Venerable Divine Thunder. "Ah no, Divine Lightning, are you crazy? Brother Kuang Cheng, don't blame me. I can't help myself." Days passed by. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the Immortal Venerables tore through the sky and entered the realm of wind and lightning. Then, without any exception, they all became Yang Fann's slaves. There weren't many Immortal Venerables who were close to Immortal Venerable Zan Yan and the other Immortal Venerables, less than 10 of them. However, after Immortal Venerable Kuang Cheng and the other Immortal Venerables surrendered to their slaves, they also had close Immortal Venerables and close friends, especially Immortal Venerables from the same sect. Many of them had never been on guard against them. They had never thought that they would betray them. 1 month later, Yang Fann had successfully enslaved 38 Immortal Venerables. Including the 8 of them, he now had 46 immortal venerables under his command. This was a terrifying number. One should know that the total number of immortal venerables in the 9 immortal sect was less than 150. If this news spread out, it would surely shake the entire immortal spirit world. 46 immortal venerable slaves. It's about time to deal with the 8 immortal sect. C1888 5 sects in a row: Dragon God Celestial Sect, Dragon God Celestial Land, Red Dragon Celestial Palace. The 8 great exalted immortals of deity transformation had gathered together. Red Dragon, what did you call us here for? The one who spoke was young man, who was wearing a golden divine armor and was glowing brightly. Just like Red Dragon, he was also a second-level soul formation immortal venerable. Furthermore, the two of them had always been at odds with each other. Wherever there were people, there would be the Jianghu, and it was the same in the immortal sect. For their own interests, there was constant competition for cultivation resources, and there were many contradictions between them. That's right, Red Dragon. Why did you call us here in a hurry? What's the matter? Among the 8 immortal venerables, Fire Dragon Immortal Venerable, who was the most proficient in alchemy, spoke. There was a trace of dissatisfaction in his voice. He had just been refining a cauldron of immortal pills, but because of Red Dragon Immortal Venerable's urgent request, the cauldron of immortal pills had become a useless pill. Today, if there wasn't anything important to Red Dragon Immortal Venerable, he would definitely teach him a lesson. Although Fire Dragon Immortal Venerable was only at the first stage of soul formation, Void Divine Immortal Venerable, he was the #1 alchemy grandmaster in Dragon God Immortal Sect. He had a supreme status in Dragon God Immortal Sect. He was even slightly better than Red Dragon Immortal Venerable, Exalted Immortals of Deity Transformation, who was at the second stage. He was only below Sect Leader and the only Exalted Immortal Yang. Right at this moment, tap tap tap, a series of light footsteps rang out from outside the Crimson Dragon Immortal Palace. Red Dragon, you called someone else over. Venerable Fiery Dragon and the others frowned slightly. The Dragon God Immortal Realm was the place where Exalted Immortals of Deity Transformation was cultivating, the most important secret realm in the Dragon God Immortal Sect. It wasn't something they, Exalted Immortals of Deity Transformation, could summon. The others, including Celestial Infants 4th Realm Elders, were not allowed to enter the Immortal Realm as they pleased. Judging from the sound of footsteps, it wasn't just 1 or 2 people, but a large group of them. Without waiting for the Red Dragon Immortal Venerable to speak, the group had already entered the Red Dragon Immortal Palace. Red Dragon, what's going on? Looking at the group of people who had suddenly barged in, Fire Dragon Immortal Venerable and the others furrowed their brows even more tightly, and their voices faintly carried a hint of anger. The newcomers weren't the elders of the Red Dragon Immortal Palace, but the other 8 immortal venerables. There were more than 40 of them. What was the Red Dragon trying to do? The Dragon God Immortal Realm was the foundation of the Red Dragon Immortal Sect. If something were to happen to it, the Dragon God Immortal Sect would be finished. If so many exalted immortals of deity transformation harbored evil intentions, it would be enough to overturn their Dragon God Immortal Sect. Red Dragon Immortal Venerable was inviting a wolf into the house. The Red Dragon Immortal Venerable didn't seem to have heard the question of the Fire Dragon Immortal Venerable and the others. Instead, he quickly came before a black-clothed youth and said respectfully, "Greetings, Master." It wasn't just the Red Dragon Immortal Venerable. There were also the 2 great Immortal Venerables, Ji Wei and the White Dragon Immortal Venerable. Scarlet Dragon, Ji Jia, and the White Dragon, what nonsense are the 3 of you talking about? The hearts of the Fire Dragon Immortal Venerables trembled. An extremely uneasy feeling swept through their hearts. Something had happened. Something big had happened. The newcomer wasn't a stranger. He was Yang Fann and the 43rd Exalted Immortals of Deity Transformation of the Immortal Sect. No need for formalities. Yang Fann nodded slightly and waved his hand. 46 Exalted Immortals of Deity Transformation surrounded Fire Dragon Immortal Venerable and the other 5 Immortal Venerables, completely blocking their path. 5 of you, are you going to submit to me or choose death? Sect Leader, and all of you, surrender. That's right, Sect Leader, surrender. You won't be able to escape. As soon as Yang Fann's voice faded, the 3 of them tried to persuade him. If it was possible, they really didn't want the 5 of them to die. Although there were occasional conflicts between them, it was just an ordinary competition. There weren't many grudges between them. Besides, it wasn't easy to give up the friendship between fellow disciples that had lasted for tens of thousands of years. Sigh, Forget it, 4 elders, we have lost. We have completely lost. Surrender. Sect leader sighed and chose to surrender. Amongst the 46 immortal venerables, there were 7 of them who were at the 3rd grade of soul formation, and one of them was a 4th grade primordial immortal exalted immortal. It wasn't something the 5 of them could fight against. Besides, how could the mysterious man be a weakling if he could enslave so many exalted immortals of deity transformation? At least, he was a primordial immortal exalted immortal. Besides giving up his life for nothing, there was no other possibility for him to resist until the end. Alright, let go of your sea of consciousness space. After having enslaved the golden dragon immortal and the other 5 immortal venerables, Yang Fann immediately asked them to gather all the major powers of the Dragon God sect, including nearly 200 of them. The entire Dragon God immortal sect had become the 2nd largest power in the Aeolus sect, and it was completely under Yang Fann's control. The Aeolus sect had the trump card of Wind and Lightning immortal venerable. The Dragon God immortal sect wasn't bad either, it was even stronger. The 10,000 Dragon Grand Formation used the ancient Dragon God Dragon Ball as the source of power. The 8 exalted immortals of deity transformation, hundreds of celestial infant, and thousands of Jindan immortal master were the nodes of the formation, transforming into the ancient Dragon God. Their combat strength was even greater than Wind and Lightning immortal venerables. Even an ordinary intermediate high-level dominator wouldn't necessarily be a match for the ancient Dragon God. If they attacked the Dragon God mountain like they did to the Aeolus sect, Yang Fann would have to put in a lot of effort. It wouldn't be as simple as it was now. They would be able to take down the Dragon God immortal sect with ease without even using a single soldier. 3 days later, the last lower sect of the 9 great immortal sect, Profound Sun immortal sect, Profound Sun immortal realm. Bang Bang sect leader, immortal venerable True Yang, and the other 2 immortal venerables all knelt on the ground and chose to submit. Compared to the Dragon God sect, the immortal sect was even more miserable. Of the 8 great immortal venerables, 5 of them had already been enslaved by Yang Fann, including the only exalted immortal Yang of the immortal sect. What was there to resist? Just the 3 of them, 1 exalted immortals of deity transformation and 2 void divine immortal venerables could easily capture them. 7 days later, Blue Lotus immortal sect, Blue Lotus Wonderland. As one of the 3 major sects, Blue Lotus's immortal sect was much stronger than the 3 major sects. Even though she had been enslaved by Yang Fann and had 4 exalted immortals of deity transformation slaves, she was still stronger than the 3 major sects. There are still 9 immortal venerables. However, she was still far from being able to handle the combined attack of 54 immortal venerables and expert. After barely holding on for the time for an incense stick to burn, all 9 immortal venerables were captured alive. Half a month later, the great Yin immortal sect silently fell. 14 exalted immortals of deity transformation and more than 200 elders of celestial infant had all become Yang Fann's slaves. At this point, there were more than 70 immortal venerables in Yang Fann's hands. There were a total of 73 of them, including primordial immortal exalted immortal. 15 of them were below the 1st grade exalted immortal Yang. Almost 3 levels of exalted immortals of deity transformation were under Yang Fann's control in the entire immortal spirit world. Soon, another 7 days passed. The 6 joint immortal sect could be said to be the head of the 3 great sects. There were a total of 15 exalted immortals of deity transformation, 5 of whom were at the exalted immortal Yang. However, at this moment, including the only primordial immortal exalted immortal, all of the exalted immortals of deity transformation were trembling with fear in their eyes. 1/3 of the 15 exalted immortals of deity transformation had betrayed them, leaving only the 10 immortal venerables to fight the 73 exalted immortals of deity transformation. Whether it was in terms of quality or quantity, they were far superior to them. How were they supposed to fight this battle? Tell me your choice. Submit to me or destroy me. C. 1889. The last hard-bone Luhi immortal sect, Luhi Wonderland. Lord, we are willing to surrender. After thinking for a moment, sect leader and immortal Liuhe of Liuhe immortal sect and exalted immortals of deity transformation of the other 9 Liuhe immortal sect chose to bow their heads and surrender. Under the joint attack of 73 exalted immortals of deity transformation, they had no chance of winning, especially the 5 traitors. With their presence, they might not even be able to use the strongest foundation of the immortal sect. There was only one possibility, death. Besides, even Blue Lotus and the immortal sect, who were equally famous as the immortal sect, had surrendered. It wasn't unacceptable for the immortal sect to choose to surrender. Not long after, many of the elders of the 6 joint immortal sect, celestial infant, were called to the six-joint immortal realm. As expected of the leader of the three major sects, the Luhi immortal sect was slightly stronger than Blue Lotus's immortal sect and the Great Yin immortal sect. There were nearly 300 elders in celestial infants group. This was because some of them were traveling outside. Otherwise, it would be a piece of cake for them to have more than 300 elders. With 15 exalted immortals of deity transformation holding the line, if nothing unexpected happened, all of the elders in celestial infants group released their sea of consciousness one after another. They were all planted with Yang Fanns by Yang Fann. Even the immortal venerables had become slaves. What else could they be unwilling to accept? After successfully slave Luhi immortal sect, the number of immortal venerables under Yang Fann's command had reached 83 venerable. The number of second-grade celestial infants subordinates had exceeded 1,000, and their overall strength had surpassed the Grand Yi, Indestructible, and Grand Yan immortal sect. With the existence of a monster like Yang Fann, even if they attacked the three immortal sect, they would still be able to defeat them with ease. However, Yang Fann still chose the old method. With the help of the three immortal venerable slaves, he would have a better and faster way to take down the three great immortal sect. There was no need for him to risk his life to fight them to the death, even at the risk of a large number of casualties. The trump cards of the three immortal sect weren't weak. One should know that Blue Lotus, the immortal sect, and the other two major sects weren't weak at all. The final trump cards could threaten the peak high-level dominator. The three great immortal sect, Tai Yi, Indestructible, and Great Yan would unleash their full power at any cost. They might be able to fight them, or even suppress the peak high-level dominator. Especially the Grand Development immortal sect, which was the strongest amongst them. It was possible that even a low-grade top dominator might suffer a great loss. At this moment, Yang Fann was using his full strength. He wasn't much stronger than a low-grade top dominator. At most, his survival ability was stronger, and his divine body had a defensive ability. Even without the support of the strength of world, he wouldn't be much weaker than when he was at his peak. Soon, Yang Fann had a goal. Tai Yi immortal sect. Amongst the three great sects, Tai Yi immortal sect had the most slaves. There were a total of 7 of them. There was even primordial immortal exalted immortal among them. In the entire Tai Yi immortal sect, there were only 18 exalted immortals of deity transformation. Apart from the 7 immortal venerables, there were only 11 of them left. 1 primordial immortal exalted immortal, 3 exalted immortal Yang, 4 exalted immortals of deity transformation, and 3 void divine immortal venerables. The remaining strength wasn't much stronger than the 6-joint immortal sect. Tai Yi immortal sect, Tai Yi immortal realm, Tai Luo immortal palace. This was the palace of one of the 2 great primordial immortal exalted immortal of Tai Yi immortal sect, the Tailuo immortal venerable. Attack! All of a sudden, the cold shine in immortal venerable Tai Luo's eyes flashed, and he thrust his palm toward immortal venerable Tai Hao, the other immortal venerable of Tai Yi immortal sect. Almost at the same time, the other 6 slave immortal venerables lunged at the 6 immortal venerables of the Great Unity immortal sect. Tai Hao and the other 7 immortal venerables were totally unprepared. They had never thought that the 7 of them would launch an attack and be severely injured by the attack, temporarily losing their combat strength. Tai Luo, have you gone mad? Tai Hao immortal venerable stared at Tai Luo immortal venerable like he was looking at a madman. Although the 2 of them were the leaders of the 2 major factions of Tai Yi immortal sect and had been constantly fighting for resources, they had never reached the stage of fighting. Other than weakening the strength of the Tai Yi immortal sect for nothing, doing so would not have any other effect. What was even more puzzling was that a few of the immortal venerables who had been ambushed were still from Tailuo faction. Even if he wanted to get rid of dissidents, he couldn't think of a second possibility other than going crazy. At this moment, rumble, rumble, streaks of light flashed past. Yang Fann and 76 immortal venerables appeared in front of immortal sovereign Tai Hao and the others. In an instant, they had surrounded the 11 immortal venerables. Tailuo immortal venerable isn't crazy, because he has already acknowledged me as his master. All of these are my orders. Yang Fann looked down at Tai Hao immortal venerable and said, Tailuo, you. Immortal Tai Hao trembled and was unable to speak. He had never thought that this would be the outcome. The dignified primordial immortal exalted immortal had actually accepted someone as his master. As primordial immortal exalted immortal's pride and dignity, could it be that he had been eaten by a dog? All right, tell me your choice. Do you want to submit to me, or do you want to die? The word, die, was said. Horrifying killing intent flashed across Yang Fann's body. Immortal Venerable Tai Hao and the others had no doubt that as long as they dared to say no, that mysterious man would definitely kill them. Now, it was no longer the same as before. Yang Fann needed these exalted immortals of deity transformation. Even without the help of Immortal Venerable Tai Hao and the others, he would be able to easily control Tai Immortal Sect with the help of Venerable Tailuo and the others. Sir, I'm willing to surrender, I'm willing to surrender. The three Void Divine Immortal Venerables couldn't bear the pressure and spoke. Soon, the four exalted immortals of deity transformation and three exalted immortal Yang chose to surrender. The situation had already changed. They were already at an absolute disadvantage, and under the sneak attack of Venerable Tai Luo and the other two immortal venerables, they had temporarily lost the ability to fight. How could they fight the other three with just one exalted immortal Yang, one exalted immortals of deity transformation, and two void divine immortal venerables? Never mind. Tai Hao pays his respects to Lord. After hesitating for a moment, Immortal Venerable Tai Hao lowered his noble head. The other immortal venerables had already submitted to him. It was meaningless for him to persist any longer. After some slight adjustments, Immortal Monarch Tai Hao and the others recovered from their injuries. Yang Fann and the rest charged towards the Eternal Immortal Sect. Although the Indestructible Immortal Sect wasn't like the Tai Immortal Sect where Yang Fann had enslaved 7 immortal venerables and even one of its 2 main pillars, 6 of them had submitted to Yang Fann, 2 exalted immortal Yang, 3 exalted immortals of deity transformation, and 1 void divine immortal venerable. In the entire Indestructible Immortal Sect, there were only 17 exalted immortals of deity transformation. Similar to Tai Immortal Sect, there were only 11 of them left, except for Primordial Immortal Exalted Immortal. Firstly, the 6 slave immortal venerables had gathered the 9 immortal venerables except for the 2 of them. Primordial Immortal Exalted Immortal was a first-grade exalted immortal Yang, but his strength was the heaven and earth cloud and mud. It was virtually impossible for him to launch a sneak attack under Primordial Immortal Exalted Immortal's nose. After quickly taking down the 9 immortal venerables, numerous exalted immortals of deity transformation under Yang Fann's command besieged the 2 great Primordial Immortal Exalted Immortal of the Immortal Sect. In the face of the 5 great Primordial Immortal Exalted Immortal and nearly 100 exalted immortals of deity transformation, the 2 of them weren't able to hold on for long before they were severely injured and captured. Soon, the 11 immortal venerables of the Eternal Immortal Sect made a wise decision. Now, there's only the Grand Development Immortal Sect left. However, this is a tough bone. It seems like there will be a tough battle coming soon. C1890 Shocking the experts of the Eternal World, the Indestructible Immortal Sect, the Indestructible Immortal Realm. Yang Fann furrowed his brows slightly. The last remaining Grand Development Immortal Sect. It was a tough nut to crack. Among the 3 great sects, the Grand Development Immortal Sect was the strongest. There were actually 26 exalted immortals of deity transformation, which far surpassed the Tai and the Indestructible Immortal Sect. Among them, Primordial Immortal Exalted Immortal, 8 of them were exalted immortal Yang, 11 of them were exalted immortals of deity transformation, and finally, there were 4 void divine immortal venerables. However, out of the hundreds of immortal venerables that Yang Fann had, only 2 of them were from the Grand Development Immortal Sect, and they were all at the first level of the Soul Formation Realm, Void Divine Immortal Venerable. The impact on the Grand Development Immortal Sect was negligible. With Void Divine Immortal status in the Grand Development Immortal Sect, the most he could do was launch a sneak attack on the remaining 2 Void Divine Immortal Venerables. It had nothing to do with the overall situation. The true battle would determine the strength of those exalted immortal Yang experts, Primordial Immortal Exalted Immortal. Especially in the enemy's lair. This battle would definitely be a tough one. But soon, Yang Fann relaxed his brows. Out of the 9 Immortal Sect, only Grand Development Immortal Sect was left. No matter what, he would never give up. Furthermore, with his current strength, he was confident that he could defeat the Grand Development Immortal Sect at its peak. Victory was only a matter of how much he had to pay. At most, he would sacrifice some of his immortal venerable slaves. These immortal venerables would be guarding the immortal spirit world for him in the future. Basically, it was impossible to bring them to the eternal great world and work for him. Even the most powerful Primordial Immortal Exalted Immortal might not have the combat strength of a high-level dominator. To Yang Fann, whose combat strength was comparable to a peak half-step sovereign, it was totally useless. If they were not careful, they might expose the coordinates of the immortal spirit world, attracting the greed of a group of hungry wolves. The coordinates of every eternal world were priceless. Many top dominator and even half-step sovereign might not be able to find the coordinates of an eternal world. Grand Development Immortal Sect, Grand Yan Immortal Realm. Yang Fann and the others agreed to enter the Immortal Realm with ease under the guidance of the Void Divine Immortal experts of the Grand Development Immortal Sect. After that, the two Void Divine Immortals sent out invitations. The number of people they could invite was just a few. Unfortunately, the number of people who accepted the invitation in the end was very few. There were only two Void Divine Immortal Venerables and three Exalted Immortals of Deity Transformation, Exalted Immortal Yang and Primordial Immortal Exalted Immortal. One of them hadn't arrived yet. Of course, it was understandable after thinking about it carefully. Fourth level of the Soul Formation Stage, first level. First layer was merely a Void Divine Immortal. In the eyes of Exalted Immortal Yang and Primordial Immortal Exalted Immortal, he was just a slightly stronger ant. They didn't even pay any attention to him. Very quickly, a mighty Primordial Immortal Exalted Immortal struck out, instantly suppressing the three great Exalted Immortals of Deity Transformation and the two Void Divine Immortal Venerables. Who is it? As if Devil God was roaring, a terrifying aura rose from the Great Soul Derivation Realm. Follow me to meet the Immortal Venerables of Grand Development Immortal Sect. Yang Fann chuckled. He wasn't surprised at all. Although the Great Soul Immortal Realm was a lot bigger than the Wind and Thunder Immortal Realm, it was only 30 million miles in radius. If the Immortal Venerables of Grand Development Immortal Sect didn't show any reaction, it would be too much. Yes, Master. Rumble, rumble. Yang Fann and the other Immortal Venerables had just stepped out of the gate of the Immortal Palace when streams of dazzling light descended from the sky, revealing terrifying expert that had a powerful aura, like a deep ocean. Especially the leader, whose aura was so terrifying. He was even more powerful than the Thunder Wind Immortal Venerable of Aeolus Sect, who had almost reached the limit of Primordial Immortal Exalted Immortal. Immortal Venerable Yan Shu was the true master of the Grand Development Immortal Sect. He was known as the number one monster in the immortal spirit world, the 10-year-old golden core, the 100-year-old celestial infant, and the 1,000-year-old soul formation immortal. Although he was less than 10,000 years old, he had already far surpassed many senior immortal venerables. One should know that no one had advanced to the immortal venerable realm before the age of 3,000, let alone 1,000 years old soul formation expert. The Grand Development Immortal Sect had also become the number one immortal sect under his leadership. One should know that the Grand Development Immortal Sect was ranked last among the three great sects. It was slightly weaker than the Tai Immortal Sect and the Indestructible Immortal Sect, which it did the 8 great immortal sect join forces. Could it be that they have already discovered? Looking at the hundreds of immortal venerables in front of him, Immortal Reverend Yan Shu's face darkened. Right at this moment, killing intent flashed in Yang Fann's eyes. He took the lead, tore open the spatial zone, and lunged at Immortal Venerable Yan Shu. The Grand Development Immortal Sect would be like a toothless tiger once he got rid of this Immortal Venerable. Yes, Master. What? Over 100 Immortal Venerables of the 8 great Immortal Sect had been enslaved. Where did this fellow come from? Could it be the World Will's counterattack, or is it the same as me? Immortal Reverend Yan Shu's mind was racing, but his hand movements weren't slow. The Grand Yan Heaven Realm will be unleashed, and the power of the Heavenly Tao will be fused rumble. A vast world appeared behind Immortal Venerable Yan Shu's back. The aura around his body was rising rapidly, and soon, he had surpassed a low-grade high-level dominator. Middle-grade high-level dominator. Superior middle-level dominator. A peak high-level dominator. Only when he was infinitely close to the top dominator did he stop his advancement. Why is this Void Evolution Immortal Venerable so strong? The faces of the Immortal Venerables who were about to surround and kill the slaves of the Grand Development Immortal Sect changed instantly. That terrifying pressure made them tremble in fear, even if it was Primordial Immortal Exalted Immortal. In front of him, he was like a lowly aphid. There is a faint shadow of the Tao of the world in this great Yan realm. Could it be that he too? A strange light flashed in Yang Fann's eyes, as if he had thought of something. Who cares who he is? The one who will win in the end will only be me. Open the 9 revolutions divine devil body rumble. Rumble. Boundless divine light erupted from all of Yang Fann's pores and cells, and the aura around him grew exponentially. In an instant, he turned into a giant that looked down on the world. The aura was so terrifying. He was even more terrifying than the Void Evolution Immortal Sovereign. Divine might of the Lord, kill in an instant, all the immortal venerables who had been hovering in the air immediately turned into rays of light and lunged at the 18 exalted immortals of deity transformation from the Grand Development Immortal Sect. Top Dominator, this guy can actually unleash the power of Top Dominator. This isn't a power that these natives can possess. Yan Shu's expression changed, confirming the speculation in his heart. Looking at the history of Immortal Spirit World, if he didn't utilize the power of the formation, or perhaps some secret technique, forbidden arts, could unleash the combat strength of a lower high-level dominator. It could be counted on one's fingers, let alone a top dominator warrior. This was completely impossible. Yang Fann's body moved, tearing apart the spatial zone as he thrust his palm at the immortal venerable. Yang Fann didn't hold anything back in this palm strike. He unleashed all of his strength, which was almost equivalent to the full strength of a peak top dominator. Poochie poochie poochie, a large piece of space was shattered into pieces, forming a terrifying spatial storm. Not good, retreat, quickly retreat. All the immortal venerables who were in the middle of the battle immediately retreated. If they were to die under the attack of their lord because of the impact, it would be too unfair, bitch it. I have been cultivating bitterly for nearly 10,000 years. I only have the strength of a half-step top dominator with the help of the arcane art great heaven realm. Where did this bastard come from? How could he be so strong? His strength is approaching that of a middle-grade top dominator. Immortal venerable Yan Shu gritted his teeth. It was only a single exchange, but it had almost destroyed his heaven realm and cracked his immortal physique. Quasi-intermediate top dominator. The gap between half-step top dominator and half-step top dominator was truly huge. No, I can't let this continue. Otherwise, this incarnation that I have painstakingly condensed will be destroyed by this bastard's hands. No, run, I have to run. Rumble, rumble. Suddenly, a mysterious energy exploded out from Yang Fann's body, causing the spatial crystal walls around him to increase tenfold, or even 100-fold. Damn it, it's the Tai Immortal Sect spatial ring. Immortal venerable Yan Shu's expression changed dramatically as he saw the forbidden space ring. It was the ultimate treasure of the Tai Immortal Sect. It was a Xiantian space treasure nurtured by the heaven and earth. Its grade wasn't much inferior to some top-level main divine artifacts. It had a considerable restrictive effect on top dominator warriors. With the space restriction ring and the spatial restriction ring, if he wanted to escape from this place, his chances of escaping would be infinitely close to zero. Bang bang. Yang Fann's hands danced wildly, and like a violent storm, he continuously beat him up. The only thing he could do was to defend himself, and he didn't even have the strength to fight back. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Chi-Chi, that part of the Grand Yan realm was covered in criss-crossing cracks, as if it would completely collapse in the next second. 10 seconds later, rumble, the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. The Grand Yan realm finally couldn't withstand Yang Fann's violent attacks and completely exploded. In an instant, the aura of immortal venerable Yan Shu plummeted rapidly. He was at the limit of the high-level dominator. A peak high-level dominator, high-grade high-level dominator. Intermediate high-level dominator. Stop, I surrender. As long as you spare my life, I can offer the Grand Development Immortal Sect to you. Surrender. No need. Today, you must die. The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flickered, and his voice was firm. There was no doubt about it. If it was anyone else, it would be fine, but it was very likely that this immortal sovereign Yan Shu would die today. It was the expert of the eternal great world. If this was really the case, letting him go might be like raising a tiger and causing trouble for himself. With his strength of soul, it would be hard to say whether he would be able to slay these exalted immortals of deity transformation or the expert of the eternal great world. Anyone who dared to conquer the eternal world was at least a peak top dominator. The strength of soul wasn't much weaker than him. Furthermore, this immortal venerable Yan Shu was merely an incarnation. Even if he could successfully enslave this immortal venerable, the effect on his true body would be limited. Bang. Yang Fann's palm struck. Ruthlessly, crushing the immortal venerable into pieces with irresistible force. Bitch it, you bastard, how dare you destroy my incarnation? I want you to die, I want you to die. C-1891 challenging the sovereign of the Tao Grand Development Immortal Sect, Grand Yan Immortal Realm. Rumble. Along with the sound of an extremely powerful enmity's curse, a terrifying aura that was 10 times stronger and 100 times stronger than Yang Fann's rose up and filled the entire Grand Yan Immortal Realm. In the next second, a young man in his 20s walked out from the spot where the Void Evolution Immortal Monarch's body exploded. He was extremely handsome, and there was a unique heart-shaped crystal between his eyebrows. Countless runes were flickering inside the crystal, as if he would be able to comprehend countless great Daos in the ocean of great Daos with a single glance. His eyes were fixed on Yang Fann, as if he was about to spurt out flames. He wished that he could cut Yang Fann into pieces and burn his bones to ashes. He had been planning for nearly 10,000 years, and it seemed like he was about to succeed. However, this bastard had ruined his plan. This hatred and hatred were irreconcilable. This is Dao Overlord. Yang Fann's expression changed slightly. Although he had never seen anyone other than the Witch clan, the other supreme races of the eternal great world, but through Wang Fushuan's mouth. He had some understanding about the other 6 powerful races, the Taoism clan. These were the top 4 clans of the 8 most powerful races, and their strength was even greater than the human race. Compared to the Witch clan, it was only slightly weaker. This was the true beloved child of the Great Tao, a natural Great Tao divine eye. To the other races, looking directly at the nature of the Great Tao. The enlightenment was something that could only be encountered by chance, but not sought after by the Taoism clan. They could enter the state of enlightenment at any time. It was nothing more than using some spiritual power. In terms of skill in the Tao of Law, the Taoism clan had recognized the number 1. In the universal world, there was no race that dared to claim the number 1. Even the heavenly race, which had the strongest race, was slightly inferior. The heart of the great Tao between their eyebrows was the symbol of the Taoism clan. It's still a peak-top dominator. If it was in the eternal great world, a mere peak-top dominator wouldn't be worthy of Yang Fann's attention. He could easily defeat or even suppress it. However, he couldn't use the strength of world now. His combat strength was less than 1,000th of his peak strength. Compared to this peak-top dominator, he was at least 10 times, 100 times weaker. Right at this moment, rumble, rumble, numerous energy grid line chains appeared out of thin air and tightly wrapped around Tao Overlord body. In an instant, the aura around Tao Overlord body began to rapidly decline. It rapidly fell from superior top dominator's body and continued to weaken at a terrifying speed. Alright, the world will really did not disappoint me. Yang Fann's eyes lit up. He looked at Tao Overlord like a hunter looking at his prey. Under the suppression of the world will, Tao Overlord would only become weaker and weaker. As long as he could hold on for a period of time, it wouldn't be difficult for him to fall from the top dominator to the high-level dominator. At that time, Tao Overlord would be the fat piece of meat in his mouth. Tao Overlord was a peak top dominator, and he was also one of the 8 most powerful races' disciples. The strength of origin was definitely several times stronger than the limit of the human race's top dominator. Compared to the other 7 supreme races, the human race's foundation was much lower. Apart from a peerless monster, who was the only human of the same level, no one could be a match for the other supreme races in a one-on-one fight. If he could devour and refine this Tao Overlord, even if he couldn't become the master of the Tao, he would still be able to break through to the ultimate half-step dominator. Bitch bastard, I want you to die. The killing intent in Tao Overlord eyes skyrocketed. Without any hesitation, he lunged at Yang Fann. How could he not know that once his true body was exposed in eternal world, the longer he dragged on, the more unfavorable it would be for him. In the end, it wasn't impossible for him to fall to the domination stage. At that time, not to mention taking revenge, even wanting to leave the eternal world and return to the eternal great world would be an extravagant hope. Kill sword of the great Tao. The power of numerous laws surged, transforming into a great Tao divine sword. It tore apart the void and slashed towards Yang Fann. HMPH, I'm not afraid of you. Yang Fann didn't show any signs of weakness. He welcomed the attack head-on. Although his strength was severely suppressed, his divine body's defense wasn't weakened by much. With the support of the 8th transformation god and devil's body, he wasn't any weaker than many intermediate top-level main divine artifacts. In fact, he even surpassed them. Not to mention Tao Overlord, under the suppression of the world will, he could only unleash superior top dominator's combat strength. Even if he could unleash all of his strength, it would still take him a lot of effort to completely crush an intermediate top-level main divine artifact. Bang! Yang Fann was sent flying away, but soon, he was entangled in another fight. It was as if nothing had happened. Bitch it, this bastard has such a strong divine body. Tao Overlord frowned. His sword of the great Tao could even cut a high-grade main divine artifact in half. However, when it landed on Yang Fann's body, it didn't even tear his skin apart. It was simply abnormal. Kill, kill, kill. The sword of great Tao brought up sword shadows that filled the sky. Horrifying sword chi of great Tao covered the sky and blotted out the sun, crazily attacking Yang Fann. However, Yang Fann was like a boulder in the river. No matter how the tides washed over him, they could not hurt him at all. 10 breaths later, Tao Overlord aura once again plummeted to the intermediate top dominator. This won't do, we can't continue like this. Tao Overlord glared at Yang Fann with hatred. He wanted to retreat. Even superior top dominator could not break this bastard's defense, let alone his combat strength being reduced by another level under the suppression of the world will. If he did not leave now, he would not be able to leave even if he wanted to when his strength dropped by another level. Boom boom boom. With a thought, Tao Overlord attacked with a burst of speed, forcing Yang Fann to retreat 10,000 miles away. He slashed with all his strength with the sword of the great Tao in his hand, forcefully slashing out a spatial fissure that could only allow one person to pass. With great difficulty, he squeezed towards the spatial fissure. You want to leave? Stay behind. Space restriction ring. A fierce light flashed in Yang Fann's eyes. He exerted all of his strength to activate the spatial ring, which was the ultimate treasure of the Tai Immortal Sect, causing Tao Overlord body to freeze for a moment. Ah no! In less than an instant, the spatial fissure quickly closed up. Washeng, not only did you destroy my incarnation. Washeng, not only did you destroy my incarnation, you also destroyed my path of return. I will not rest until one of us dies. Tao Overlord eyes turned red, killing intent surged from his body as he crazily attacked Yang Fann. With Yang Fann holding him back, even if he tore open the spatial zone again, he would never be able to leave Immortal Spirit World and return to the Eternal Great World. Die. This woman must die. You won't rest until you die. The one who will die today will only be you. Kill. Yang Fann's eyes flashed with killing intent as he charged forward once more. When Tao Overlord had the combat strength of superior top dominator, Yang Fann had never been afraid of him, let alone him, who could only exert the combat strength of an intermediate top dominator. Bang bang. A black and a golden figure collided with each other. Terrifying energy waves seemed to want to overturn the entire Grand Yan Immortal realm. Yang Fann's slaves and the 18 exalted immortals of deity transformation had already stopped fighting. They were watching the battle from afar. They knew that the key to this battle wasn't them. 5 breaths later, Tao Overlord aura plummeted once again, dropping to the low-grade top dominator. Kekaki kekaki kekaki. Let's see how long you can last. Your life is mine. Yang Fann let out a strange laugh. His energy soared, and in the blink of an eye, he threw out tens of millions of punches. Another 5 breaths passed. Tao Overlord aura dropped to the high-level dominator, and the situation instantly reversed. Yang Fann had gained the upper hand. 30 breaths later, Tao Overlord aura was on the verge of falling to the high-level dominator. Ha ha ha. You are dead meat. Be obedient and become my nourishment for my growth. Ah no, I am the son of Tao. Venerate Jing Miao Miao. If you dare to kill me, my father will not rest until you die. C. 1892. The Myriad Sovereign Assembly Grand Development Immortal Sect, Grand Yan Immortal Realm. Tao Sovereign Jing Miao Miao. Yang Fann let out a cold laugh. His hands didn't stop moving, and he forcefully suppressed his opponent. The Taoism clan's Tao Sovereign, that was a peerless universe sovereign stage expert, but so what? He, Yang Chao, wasn't scared to death. He was a Tao Sovereign, and if he offended him, then so be it. Besides, even if he showed mercy and let Tao Overlord go, would he really appreciate it and give up on seeking revenge? Whoever believed his nonsense would be a fool. This Tao Overlord had gone through a lot of hardships to become the immortal venerable of the immortal spirit world. It wouldn't take long for him to become the domain lord of immortal spirit world. In the end, his good deed was ruined by him. This hatred would be hard to wash away even if he used all the water in the world. Give up on revenge and lie to the ghosts. Rumble. The heaven sheltering big hand smashed into the ground, completely suppressing Tao Overlord, who had almost fallen to the high-level dominator realm. Buzz. With a flash of golden light, Yang Fann sealed it within a space treasure. Now was not the time to devour and refine Tao Overlord. Without the support of the strength of world, it would take hundreds of millions of years or even longer to refine Tao Overlord. It was simply an extravagant hope. It was better to wait for him to unify the immortal spirit world and become the master of that world. Then, he could refine Tao Overlord. Perhaps, with the help of the world will, he could refine this Tao Overlord in less than 1,000 years. In the next second, Yang Fann turned around and looked at the 18 exalted immortals of deity transformation from the Grand Development Immortal Sect. Do you want to die or live? His voice faded. The hundreds of immortal venerables under Yang Fann's command turned into rays of light and surrounded the 18 exalted immortals of deity transformation. As long as they dared to say no, they would explode and kill them with lightning speed. Master, we want to live, we want to live. The 8 exalted immortals of deity transformation couldn't withstand the tremendous pressure and begged for mercy from Yang Fann. What about you? Yang Fann's cold eyes fell upon the 2 primordial immortal exalted immortal and the 8 exalted immortal Yang. The terrifying pressure almost made them unable to breathe. Forget it, the situation is hopeless. With just the few of us alone, we are absolutely no match for that dark star. If we put up a stubborn resistance, it would only be a waste to have a few more dead souls. The 2 great primordial immortal exalted immortal and the 8 exalted immortal Yang sighed in their hearts. Thinking about it again, the invincible immortal sect and the great unity immortal sect, which were equally famous as the grand development immortal sect, had all submitted to Dark Star. It wasn't a shameful thing for them to choose to submit to Dark Star. A wise man who knew the situation was a wise man. How could the inheritance of the grand development immortal sect fall into their hands? Otherwise, how could they have the face to meet their ancestors in the future? All right, let go of your sea of consciousness. Half an incense stick of time later. Clang clang clang, an ancient and drawn-out bell rang out within the Grand Yan Immortal Mountain. In next to no time, numerous mighty figures of celestial infant tore through the void and swiftly entered the Grand Yan Immortal Realm. One had to admit that the number 1 immortal sect was the number 1 immortal sect. In the past 10,000 years, under the lead of Tao Overlord, the overall strength of the Grand Development Immortal Sect had improved by leaps and bounds. Celestial infants' number of mighty warriors had exceeded 500, almost the total number of mighty warriors of the 2 great immortal sect, Grand Unity and Indestructible. In fact, there were more than 20 of them who had the potential to break through to the soul formation realm. If Tao Overlord was given some more time to develop, the Grand Development Immortal Sect really had the possibility of unifying the immortal spirit world. One day later, rumble, rumble, streaks of light shot up into the sky from within the Grand Yan Immortal Mountain. In the blink of an eye, they vanished within the boundless voids. Kongming Island. This was a floating island with an area of no less than 10,000 miles. The surrounding immortal energy was ethereal and hazy. On it was a big sect of immortal Tao, Kongming Immortal Sect. This was a huge immortal sect. Although it was far from being as powerful as the 9 great immortal sect, it was still considered the number 1 immortal sect in the surrounding 10 million miles. There were a total of 3 immortal venerables guarding the place. The strongest one was Immortal Venerable Kongming, who was also the founder of the Kongming Immortal Sect. He was also a peak exalted immortals of deity transformation who had broken through to the exalted immortal Yang with a single step. In the entire immortal spirit world, he was a top-tier expert that could enter the top 50. Buzz, suddenly, the void began to distort. A sage-like middle-aged man in white appeared out of thin air. In an instant, exalted immortals of deity transformation's terrifying pressure surged like a tidal wave, covering the island. I, Fei Yu, would like to invite Immortal Venerable Kongming to come out and meet me. As soon as Fei Yu's voice faded, ripples started appearing in the air. In the next second, an old man wearing a black robe with a slightly cold expression appeared in front of him. Kongming greets fellow Taoist Fei Yu. May I know what advice you have for Kongming? There was a faint trace of flattery in Kongming's voice. Although Fei Yu was just a soul formation stage level 2 immortal venerable like him, his cultivation base was even slightly inferior. However, the Grand Development Immortal Sect was behind him, and it was not something that the tiny Kongming Immortal Sect could afford to offend. To put it bluntly, if the Grand Development Immortal Sect really had any dissatisfaction with the Immortal Sect, they wouldn't need to do it personally. As long as they showed a little bit of interest, they would be able to serve the Immortal Sect. Over the past 10,000 years, many Immortal Sect had witnessed the development of the Grand Development Immortal Sect. They didn't know how many Immortal Sect wanted to get on the ship of the Grand Development Immortal Sect. Immortal Venerable Kongming, sect leader of my sect, and sect leader of the other 8 great Immortal Sect will hold a grand meeting in Grand Yan Immortal Mountain in a month's time. The 3 Immortal Venerables of your sect, please be present. Immortal Venerable Fei Yu's voice was cold. It sounded like an invitation, but more like an order. Sovereign Assembly. A trace of doubt flashed across Venerable Kongming's eyes. This was the first time he had heard of the Sovereign Convention. However, he promised, don't worry, fellow Taoist. We'll definitely head there in a month's time. The Grand Development Immortal Sect was far from what the Kongming Immortal Sect could afford to offend. Furthermore, this was something that the sect leader of the 9 Great Immortal Sect had decided on together. If he dared to refuse, it was basically not far from the destruction of his sect. I hope nothing bad will happen when the time comes. While Immortal Venerable Kongming was feeling uneasy, Xu Ming in the Immortal Sect, the 3 Sun Immortal Sect, the Wind Riding Immortal Sect, the 42 Great Immortal Sect also had 9 Immortal Venerables from the Immortal Sect arriving one after another. They had informed them that the Sovereign Assembly would be held in Great Yan Immortal Mountain a month later. Not only those Great Immortal Sect, but also the Fiery Immortal Sect, Boulder Immortal Sect, Yellow Sand Immortal Sect, Jade Cloud Immortal Sect, over 100 small Immortal Sect were notified as well. Of course, the 9 Immortal Sect didn't attach much importance to these small Immortal Sect. They only sent a few mighty celestial infant. After all, the strongest warriors of these small Immortal Sect were merely the mighty warriors of Celestial Infant's 4th realm, Celestial Infant. Especially the weakest of the small Immortal Sect. The strongest experts only had the cultivation base of the 1st realm, the Immortal Embryo realm. They were barely qualified to establish the Immortal Sect. If Exalted Immortals of Deity Transformation was also sent out, it would be too much of a praise for them. Also, they wouldn't be able to put the reputation of the big Immortal Sect, the Kongming Immortal Sect, and the others in their eyes. I wonder what this 10,000 Immortals Assembly is. We can't afford to offend the 9 Immortal Sect. Even if it is really a banquet of Hongmen, we still have to go see 1893 Sovereign of the Immortal World. Time passed day by day. Immortal Spirit World, Great Evolution Immortal Mountain. Rumble, rumble. From time to time, auspicious clouds would appear, and numerous flying ships would tear through the void and descend from the sky to arrive at Grand Yan Immortal Mountain. The various Immortal Venerables and Immortals of the Immortal Sect were somewhat worried and uneasy about the so-called Sovereign Assembly, but none of them dared to miss it. The combined strength of the 9 Immortal Sect had far surpassed the combined strength of all the Immortal Sect. If they didn't give them face, it would be as if they didn't want to die fast enough. Great Yan Immortal Mountain, main peak, Yan Dao Peak, halfway up the mountain. At some point in time, a platform had already been built. At a glance, this platform was no less than 1,000,000 acres of farmland, and it was divided into 216 small platforms. Not much, not much. It was a perfect match for the 9 Immortal Sect, 43 Big Immortal Sect, and 164 Small Immortal Sect. Among them, there were 9 Great Immortal Sect seats. The seats were the most spacious, and each seat was no less than a few thousand acres of farmland. Among them, there were hundreds of seats. 43 of them were second to the rest. There were hundreds of acres of farmland, and there were dozens of seats in the farmland. Lastly, the 164 Small Immortal Sect had less than 10 acres of farmland. At most, there would be more than a dozen seats, and at most, there would be less. The number of seats they had could be counted on one's fingers. Soon, a month's time arrived. Rumble, numerous auspicious clouds of various colors descended from the sky. Exalted Immortals of Deity Transformation and Immortal Celestial Infant quickly found their seats and sat down. 15 minutes later, apart from the 9 Great Immortal Sect, the rest of the Immortal Sect had arrived one after another. These big and small Immortal Sect were on their own, so it wasn't a big deal. At most, they had 4 Exalted Immortals of Deity Transformation and dozens of Celestial Infants mighty warriors. However, if they joined forces, they still couldn't be underestimated. Exalted Immortals of Deity Transformation had 82 of them, and Celestial Infant, who was a grade lower than him, also had over 1,000 of them. In terms of numbers, they were no less than the total 8th layer of the 9 Great Immortal Sect. Of course, in terms of quality, there was a huge gap between them. Among the 82 Exalted Immortals of Deity Transformation, Primordial Immortal Exalted Immortal, who was at the 4th realm. No one was at the 3rd realm, Exalted Immortal Yang. There were only 2 of them. Even Exalted Immortals of Deity Transformation, who was at the 2nd Exalted Immortal Yang, didn't have more than 2 hands. However, there were only 8 of them, and most of them were at the 1st tier of the Void Divine Immortal Realm. In comparison, the inheritance of the 43 Great Immortal Sect was much weaker than the inheritance of the 9 Great Immortal Sect, which had the complete inheritance of the 4th realm. In other words, they could cultivate to the 1st realm, Void Divine Immortal. The later immortal arts could only be created by oneself. Another incense stick of time passed. Rumble, rumble, a terrifying pressure descended from the sky, and the 9 clouds descended at almost the same time. The 9 mighty immortal venerables of the immortal sect had arrived late. Hiss. As expected of the 9 great immortal sect. They are indeed much stronger than us. In an instant, many mighty experts and immortal venerables sucked in a breath of cold air. During the past month, the 9 great immortal sect had never been idle. All the experts that were roaming outside had been summoned back. Every immortal sect now had a dozen or even dozens of celestial infant. The weakest of the 3 major sects, Wind and Thunder, Profound Sun, and Dragon God, had exceeded 200 celestial infants. The strongest sect, the Grand Development Immortal Sect, had nearly 650 people. Just their sect alone was comparable to the 43 Great Immortal Sect. And the 164 Minor Immortal Sect's major powers. I'm afraid this so-called Myriad Immortal Convention isn't simple. How could it be a small matter for the 9 major Immortal Sect to mobilize such a large force? The Immortal Venerables of the 9 Immortal Sect had just taken their seats. Rumble, another cloud descended from the sky, landing directly on the 3,000-meter tall platform in the center of the platform. 10 figures appeared. Who is that person? He is actually able to make the 9 great immortal sect leaders surround him like the stars surrounding the moon. How is this possible? I'm not seeing things, am I? What exactly is his background? In an instant, all the immortal venerables and major powers widened their eyes and looked at Yang Fann in disbelief. Even the number 1 immortal venerable in the immortal sect, Immortal Venerable Yan Shu, wasn't qualified to have the support of the 9 immortal venerables. That's right. What about Immortal Venerable Yan Shu? Why isn't Immortal Venerable Yan Shu here? They had seen that all the exalted immortals of deity transformation of the 9 great immortal sect had gathered here. Logically speaking, it was impossible for Immortal Venerable Yan Shu to be absent. Right at this moment, a terrifying scene unfolded. Bang bang bang, all the immortal venerables and major powers of the 9 immortal sect fell to their knees and shouted, "Greetings, my lord, may the immortal fortune last forever, and my life will be equal to the heavens." Master, 9 immortal venerables were, 9 immortal venerables have been subdued. How is this possible? I'm not dreaming, am I? All the immortal venerables and mighty figures were so shocked that their jaws almost fell to the ground. Was there a mistake? That was the 9 great immortal sect, the most ancient and powerful force in the world. How could there be anyone in the world who could subdue all of them in one go? An illusion, this must be an illusion. Get up! Yang Fann waved his hand lightly. He turned his gaze to the immortal venerables and almighty experts of immortal sect and said domineeringly, "Those who submit to me will prosper and those who oppose me will die. Are you all going to submit to me or die? A trap. This so-called sovereign convention is a huge trap." At this moment, how could the immortal venerables and almighty experts not understand what was going on? This so-called sovereign assembly was simply gathering them together, trying to catch them all in one fell swoop. "Your Excellency, don't push us too far. We're not easy to mess with either. At most, it's a life and death struggle," exalted immortals of deity transformation said in a threatening tone. Although the immortal sect was no match for the 9 great immortal sect, if they joined forces, the 9 great immortal sect would have to pay a heavy price to suppress them. So noisy the cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed. Bang! The exalted immortals of deity transformation exploded into a mist of blood, and his body and soul were destroyed. Immortal Venerable Bei Zan. Gulp, gulp, what kind of power is this? The hearts of the immortal venerables and major powers trembled violently. Many immortal venerables who were about to agree with him hurriedly swallowed their words. The Northern Profound Immortal Venerable wasn't a weakling. He was a 2nd-level soul formation Immortal Venerable, and was at the peak of the 2nd level. He could be said to be in the top 10 among the 82 Immortal Venerables. Only 2 exalted Immortal Yang could suppress him. But what about the result? That man didn't make any moves. He merely shouted coldly and killed Northern Profound Immortal Venerable with ease. This power was far beyond their imagination. Even the number 1 Immortal Venerable, Void Yan, wasn't this terrifying. "I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't surrender, then die rumble." Horrifying killing intent rose from the bodies of the immortal venerables and almighty experts of the immortal sect, rolling towards the immortal venerables and almighty experts of the immortal sect. In an instant, the group of immortal venerables and major powers were like a lone boat in the raging ocean. They were in danger of being overturned at any moment, especially the weaker ones, Celestial Infant, who was at the 1st and 2nd realm. All of them were bleeding from their eyes, nose, and mouth. The immortal embryo and celestial infant were on the verge of collapse. "No, my lord, please spare my life. I'm willing to surrender, and I'm willing to surrender." C. 1894 Eternal Sector Lord Grand Yan Immortal Mountain, Yan Dao Peak. Bang bang along with the immortal embryo stage and nascent soul stage mighty figures kneeling down and begging for mercy, large. The nascent soul stage, celestial infant, and even void divine immortal realm mighty figures were kneeling on the ground. The combined strength of the 9 immortal sect had already far surpassed their strength. Adding the mysterious expert that could possibly surpass primordial immortal exalted immortal, they had no chance of winning this battle. The fish would die, but the net would never be broken. Thinking about it carefully, these small immortal sect had always been oppressed by the great immortal sect. Some of them were even the vassals of the great immortal sect. It seemed like they had a new master above them. It wasn't a big deal. In fact, if the big immortal sect were to be unified, their future days would be a little better. In the end, other than the 2 exalted immortal Yang experts, Yuyun and the 5 elements immortal sect, who were still struggling, the other 41 and 164 immortal sect all kneeled on the ground and chose to surrender. As the 2 strongest immortal sect, in the past, even the 9 great immortal sect had to give them some face. They wouldn't dare to offend them so easily. They were unwilling to surrender to a single person. Of course, the problem of face was also a big factor. As the leader of the great immortal sect, if they chose to submit with just one sentence, they would have no face left. No matter what, they had to be reserved. It would be even better if they could talk about conditions. If you don't surrender, then die. However, it was obvious that Venerable Yuyun and 5 elemental immortal Venerable had the wrong idea. The immortal sect had basically surrendered. The overall situation had already been decided. How could Yang Fann spoil them? While speaking, Yang Fann moved both of his hands and sent out 2 palms to suppress the immortal venerables and major powers of the immortal sect and 5 elements immortal sect. Rumble, a terrifying force comparable to a high-level dominator, swept across the void. In an instant, an ominous omen of collapse enveloped the souls of the expert of the 2 immortal sect. Endless regret surged like a tidal wave, flooding their heart seas. How could this be? This wasn't supposed to be how the script should be played. Shouldn't the mysterious expert continue to persuade him? Why would he directly take action? "No sir, please spare us, we have surrendered. Unfortunately, Yang Fann was unmoved. They didn't know how to cherish the opportunity given to them. It was too late for them to regret it now. "Ah no, I don't want to die, Hua Sheng, you won't die a good death. You won't die a good death. You will have your retribution, you will definitely have your retribution. I curse you, I curse you." Buzz with a flash of light, the 7 immortal venerables and hundreds of mighty figures of the immortal sect were all sealed by Yang Fann and thrown into the space treasure. "Let go of your sea of consciousness." "Yes, yes, yes. We will let go of the sea of consciousness immediately." All the immortal venerables and major powers answered hastily. Killing the chicken to warn the monkeys was quite useful. The 2 most powerful immortal sect, the Wandering Cloud immortal sect and the 5 elemental immortal sect, could be suppressed at any time, let alone them. If they dared to say no, they were afraid that they wouldn't even know how they died. Very good. The immortal sect of immortal spirit world rules the world and controls all of the immortal sect. Basically, they have succeeded in taking down the immortal spirit world. Now, it's time to build the heaven-worshipping altar to prepare for the final step, to ascend to the World Lord realm. Very quickly, immortal messages were sent to hundreds of dynasties in immortal spirit world. Large altars that were as large as hundreds of thousands of acres of farmland were quickly formed in the cities of the various dynasties. 1 year later, the entire immortal spirit world was densely packed with over 10 million large altars, including all the dynasties in the immortal sect. Tai immortal sect, Tai immortal realm. Rumble. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. The battle with Tao Overlord had nearly caused the Grand Yan immortal realm to explode. After the Myriad Immortal Convention, Yang Fann had temporarily taken up residence at the Primordial Immortal Realm. "Alright, it's almost time. Pass on my decree, let them all enter the altar." 3 days later, under the surveillance of numerous fully armed combat weapons, even immortal masters and almighty experts, the creatures of the 9th floor of immortal spirit world entered the various altars one after another, as if there were some who refused to comply. The word, death, was the only word that could be used to describe the situation. Yang Fann would never be soft-hearted when it came to the position of Sector Lord. Stopping others from achieving their goals, they would not rest until one of them died. 2 hours passed. All right, the heaven-worshipping feast has officially begun. Almost at the same time, a mighty voice resounded above the 10 million altars. Respectfully inviting the great master of phagocytosis and His Excellency Yang Fann to ascend to the position of Sector Lord. Respectfully inviting the great master of phagocytosis, His Excellency Yang Fann, to ascend to the position of Sector Lord. Respectfully inviting the great master of phagocytosis and His Excellency Yang Fann to ascend to the position of Sector Lord. In all parts of the world, above the tens of millions of altars, countless living beings simultaneously prayed in unison. Rumble, rumble, the winds howled and the clouds surged. Multicolored light shot out in tens of thousands of meters. One after another, mysterious specks of light rose up from the bodies of countless living beings, transforming into golden rivers that entered the center of the altar. Within the 1,000-feet-tall statues of Yang Fann, finally, they converged into a sea, flowing into Yang Fann's body through the true body. In an instant, Yang Fann felt as if he was floating in the air, and his mind became bigger and bigger, flying straight to the 9 heavens. Perhaps in just a breath's time, maybe one moment, maybe one day. Rumble. Suddenly, a flash of surprise appeared in Yang Fann's eyes, found it in the next second. A wisp of soul imprint left the sea of consciousness and imprinted itself onto the source of the world. In an instant, a mysterious feeling rose in Yang Fann's heart. It was as if the entire immortal spirit world was under his control. Nothing could escape his eyes and ears. In this immortal spirit world, he was the heavens and the god. The heavens' will was his heart. The shackles of the world will had vanished without a trace. In this immortal spirit world, his strength was no longer suppressed. Furthermore, with the support of the strength of world, his combat strength had increased tenfold or even 100-fold. He could even defeat some universe sovereign or even suppress them completely. In the immortal spirit world, he was invincible. Of course, this was only an illusion. In the eternal world, although it was powerful, it wasn't invincible. Not to mention the high and mighty universe lord, Hong Long. Eternal world. There were also different grades in the eternal world. Low grade, intermediate, high grade. Top grade, the low eternal world of the immortal spirit world. Its strength of world could suppress low-level universe sovereign, and it could suppress the intermediate universe. If a high-level universe sovereign didn't hesitate to pay any price, he could directly destroy the immortal spirit world. However, even so, for many top dominator and even half-step sovereign warriors, becoming an eternal lord of the world was an opportunity that could allow them to reach the heavens in a single bound. Even if it was just some universe sovereigns, they had to give the eternal realm lord some face. If an eternal sector lord couldn't kill him in a short period of time with lightning speed, it would be a great opportunity for him. He would be able to quickly return to his eternal world through the eternal seal. Spitting out a mouthful of foul air, Yang Fann suppressed the excitement in his heart. It's time to count my gains. I wonder how many immortal spirit world can provide me with. C1895. His strength has increased greatly. Immortal spirit world, origin space. Buzz the space distorted, and Yang Fann's figure suddenly appeared. Eternal world, origin space, was the origin of the world. It was the root of the world, mysterious and unfathomable. Even universe sovereign couldn't find its location. However, to a sector lord, it wasn't a secret. There are actually 800 cubic meters of origin of eternity. Very quickly, Yang Fann's eyes lit up. One should know that in the low eternal world, the origin of eternity was between 100 cubic meters and 1000 cubic meters. And in the immortal spirit world, there were 800 cubic meters of origin of eternity. This was close to the peak of the low eternal world. This was really out of Yang Fann's expectation. He thought that 500 cubic meters of origin of eternity was the limit of the immortal spirit world. After all, the size of the immortal spirit world wasn't that big. It was even smaller than the little world. Furthermore, the strength of the living beings inside wasn't very strong. In the next second, with a thought, 80 cubic meters of origin of eternity fell into Yang Fann's hand. A layer of origin of eternity. This was the biggest origin of eternity that eternal world could draw. Once the amount exceeded this amount, it would affect the foundation of the eternal world. At the very least, the spiritual energy would decrease, the energy level would drop, and the world would collapse. It was not impossible. It was no different from killing the chicken to retrieve the egg. One had to know that as long as the foundation of the eternal world was not destroyed, the depleted origin of eternities would slowly recover. Of course, the time required would be 100 million years, 1 billion years, or even 10 billion years. With these 80 cubic meters of origin of eternities, it should be enough for me to break through to the ultimate half-step dominator. Yang Fann's thoughts changed slightly. However, if he wanted to break through to the domination stage in one go, he still had no confidence. As a superior half-step dominator, his combat strength was no less than some peak half-step sovereign. Once he crossed the main god tribulation, he would become the master of the Tao. His combat strength would surely improve by leaps and bounds. Even if he wasn't as strong as the universe sovereign, he was afraid that he wouldn't be much weaker. As for a half-step sovereign, if he wanted to break through to the universe sovereign, he would need at least 10,000 cubic meters of origin of eternity. A few thousand cubic meters of origin of eternities. Was just a fraction of what he needed. As for breaking through to the universe sovereign realm, if he didn't have tens of millions of cubic meters of origin of eternities, or even hundreds of millions of cubic meters of origin of eternities, he probably wouldn't even think about it. It was truly a long and arduous journey. Shaking his head lightly, Yang Fann threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind and shut himself up in the origin space. There was no safer place in the huge immortal spirit world compared to the origin space. Buzz, a golden light flashed and Tao Overlord appeared in front of Yang Fann. This is the origin space. You really are a human from the outside world? Tao Overlord stared at Yang Fann. It was impossible for the natives of the immortal spirit world to know about the origin space, let alone enter it. Only the rulers and venerables of the outside world had a way to find the origin space. His voice was filled with envy and hatred. Entering the origin space and becoming the Eternal Realm Lord, he should be the one controlling the eternal world. It was all because of this bastard who destroyed everything. That's right, Yang Fann nodded slightly and admitted it. At this moment, the matter had already come to an end. Even if his identity was exposed, he would not be affected at all. Rumble. As his voice faded, a devouring black hole appeared out of thin air and enveloped Tao Overlord. In an instant, countless power of devouring surged towards Tao Overlord, crazily devouring his world's strength of origin. With the help of the strength of world, Yang Fann's power of devouring had increased by more than 100 times. With every breath, he could devour a half-step dominator. 1,000 years, or at most 1,000 years, Yang Fann would be able to devour Tao Overlord. Ah bastard, stop, I am the son of Tao Venerate Jing Miao. If you dare to harm me, my father won't let you off. Bastard, my father is a high-level Tao Venerate. Even if you become an eternal sector lord, hiding in this eternal world, my father wants to kill you. Bastard, stop now. Once I fall, the coordinates of this eternal world will be. My father will definitely find out. At that time, you will definitely die without a place to be buried. I didn't expect you to leave such a hand behind. Yang Fann frowned slightly. It seems like we can't stay here any longer. The next second, Yang Fann started to use the authority of the Sector Lord to forcefully move the immortal spirit world. The coordinates of the eternal world were not unchanging, especially those who had a domain lord. The eternal Sector Lord could even move the eternal world on his own. Of course, that would require a huge amount of energy. Now that the immortal spirit world was moving, the time needed to restore the damaged origin of eternity would be greatly delayed. However, at this moment, Yang Fann couldn't care about that anymore. A high-level universe sovereign wasn't someone he could afford to offend. If he was willing to pay a price, he could even kill his way into immortal spirit world and kill this eternal realm lord. A week later, the immortal spirit world gradually stabilized. Although it only lasted for a short 7 days, any movement of the eternal world would result in billions of light years. In just 7 days, it had moved by billions of light years. Not to mention high-level universe sovereign, even top-level universe sovereign warriors wouldn't be able to find the whereabouts of the immortal spirit world easily if they didn't have the precise coordinates. Time flowed like water, and soon, 800 years had passed. You will die a horrible death. A curse from an extreme enmity. Zan Long, Zan Long, Zan Long, Zan Long, Zan Long, Zan Long. Tao Overlord had completely turned into a flying ash, completely destroyed. Yang Fann's cultivation base had also stabilized at the top half-step dominator realm. His strength had increased by several times. Not only that, under the universe sovereign, even those extreme half-step sovereign would have to fight a battle to decide who would win and who would lose. Furthermore, Yang Fann's eyes had successfully evolved into the unique eye of the great Tao of the Taoism clan. Thousands of laws were under his eyes. Unfortunately, this eye of the great Tao that made countless races envious was of little use to Yang Fann. It didn't have much effect on him. No matter how fast one comprehended the laws, how could it be faster than plundering? As master of phagocytosis, devouring the master of the great Tao and harming others to benefit oneself was the way of the king. After resting for a moment, Yang Fann began refining the origin of eternity. This origin of eternity was worthy of being the source energy that even the universe sovereign coveted. It was much purer than the source energy of Tao Overlord world. 10 cubic meters of origin of eternity was almost as good as Tao Overlord. 2,000 years later, 80 cubic meters of origin of eternity had been used up nearly 30 cubic meters. Yang Fann's cultivation base had finally reached the ultimate half-step dominator. The strength in his body had grown exponentially like a tsunami. C-1896 The Eternal World Immortal Spirit World, Origin Space. After devouring nearly 30 cubic meters of origin of eternity, Yang Fann's cultivation base had advanced another level, and he had successfully broken through to the ultimate half-step dominator. 300 years later, after consuming another 10 cubic meters of origin of eternity, Yang Fann's cultivation had completely stabilized at the ultimate half-step dominator. His strength had once again increased by several times. At this moment, just the pure strength of body alone was enough to suppress a low-level high-level dominator. The vastness of the inner world far exceeded the limit of a top dominator. With his overall strength, there shouldn't be many opponents under the universe sovereign. Who, after letting out a breath of foul air, Yang Fann didn't immediately exit seclusion. Instead, he continued to refine the remaining half of the origin of eternity. 3,000 years later, the remaining 40 cubic meters of origin of eternities were all devoured by Yang Fann. However, in order to truly become a sovereign lord, he was still far too far away. Perhaps it was really as he had thought, without several thousand cubic meters, it was simply wishful thinking. It would be fine if he could conquer a top everworld, but if it was a low eternal world like the immortal spirit world, a world would only have 80 cubic meters of origin of eternity, or even less. If he wanted to become a sovereign lord, he would have to do a lot of work. Without hundreds of worlds, it would simply be wishful thinking. However, top everworld was not something that could be encountered so easily. There were millions of people in the eternal world surrounding the eternal great world, but the 9 levels and 9 of them were all in the low eternal world. Could it be that there were more than 100 top everworld warriors? All of them were unknown. Furthermore, even if he really found a top everworld, it wouldn't be easy for him to conquer it. The higher the grade of the expert in eternal world, the more expert it contained, and the more dangerous it was. A top everworld, even if it was a top-level universe sovereign, a slight carelessness could result in his death. Fortunately, conquering the eternal world was not the only way to advance. Those top dominator and even half-step sovereign, it would also be of great help to Yang Fann. There were as many powerful warriors as the clouds in the eternal great world, and the expert rained down like rain. Amongst them, there were many top dominator warriors and half-step sovereign warriors. In order to quickly advance into the sovereign lord realm, the two of them had to work together, and that was the way to go. Right, after dragging this on for so long, it's time to head to the eternal world. If you want to do so, do so. In any case, in this immortal spirit world, exalted immortals of deity transformation had already become his sole slave. It could be said that it was as stable as Mount Tai. Furthermore, with the eternal mark, he could return to immortal spirit world at any time. Even if something unexpected happened, he would be able to deal with it in time. In the next second, a green light flashed and a person appeared in front of Yang Fann. This man was none other than the only top dominator slave under Yang Fann's command, Xuan. This place seems to be the legendary eternal world's origin space. Gulp difficult. Could it be that the Lord has already taken down this eternal world? Xuan's heart trembled, and he swallowed his saliva with great difficulty. Hissed this. How long has it been? It hadn't even been 6,000 years since they arrived in eternal world. He didn't dare to imagine how many years had it been since he obtained the eternal world. It was 30,000 years, 50,000 years, or 100,000 years. Luckily, Wang Fushuan didn't know that Yang Fann had become an eternal world lord in less than 2 years. There was still more than a year left before he built the altar to prepare for the heavenly arcane art ceremony. Otherwise, he would have been scared to death and wet his pants. If this expedition to Eternal World became so simple, no matter how many Eternal World there were, it wouldn't be enough for a group of top dominator and half-step sovereign warriors to conquer it. Elder Wangfu, bring me to the Eternal Great World, Yang Fann ordered. Without Wang Fushuan's leadership, it won't be easy to travel from a mortal spirit world to the Eternal Great World. It will require a lot of effort. Yes, Master, Wang Fushuan replied respectfully and quickly took out the Aurora shuttle. As expected, my lord has already taken complete control of this eternal world. Very quickly, a wisp of understanding arose in Wang Fushuan's heart. If it wasn't for this, he would have long been locked onto by the world will if he rashly used the strength of world. The energy grid line chains had already filled his body, so how could he be completely fine like he was now? Eternal Great World, this was a vast and boundless world. It was vast and boundless. It was 1,000 times, 10,000 times larger than the total size of the 3,000 Great Realm. The Great Thousand Worlds of the Emperor of Thailand, in this Eternal Great World, was an unassuming island. Eternal Great World, human domain, on a desolate land. Wang, space distorted, and the Aurora shuttle quickly flew out, landing on that desolate land. In the next second, the Aurora shuttle flashed, revealing 2 figures. Eternal Great World, I'm back. Looking at the surroundings, Wang Fushuan was filled with mixed emotions. He thought that Wang Fushuan was one of the elders of the Wangfu family, but now, he had become that lowly slave. Sigh, the world was truly unpredictable and unpredictable. However, it was a blessing in disguise. Perhaps this was his fortune. He had seen Yang Fann's heaven-defying talent. As long as he didn't die prematurely in the future, even if he couldn't become Universe Lord, he would still be one of the top existences in the Universe Sovereign. His achievements would be far greater than the old ancestor of Wangfu family. Is this the Eternal Great World? Hiss, what a terrifying spirit of heaven and earth. Yang Fann looked around. The Eternal Great World was the Eternal Great World. It was indeed incomparable to the boundless world. The abundance of spirit of heaven and earth was dozens of times denser than the current holy land of Emperor Tai. Not only that, this place was just an unassuming wasteland. What kind of scene would those true paradises be? It was no wonder that the geniuses of Wangfu family looked down upon the creatures of their world, calling them aboriginals. Above the Shantian realm, this eternal great creature of the world was definitely superior to them. True God, in this eternal world, a true God was at the bottom of the hierarchy, just like the mortals in the mortal world. Those with a bit of talent would be able to advance to the domain God realm. For a true genius, advancing to the sovereign realm was a threshold. And this spatial barrier is terrifyingly sturdy. Although I have heard about it from Wang Fushuan, Yang Fann was still shocked when he arrived in this eternal great world. Compared to the boundless world, this spatial barrier is more than 1 billion times stronger. Let alone the domain God. What? A superior top dominator like Wang Fushuan could barely tear open the spatial zone, and it would consume all of his energy in just a few teleportations. If it wasn't necessary, he wouldn't have used teleportation. Why was it that superior top dominator was the lowest requirement to conquer the eternal world? This was also the reason why he couldn't even tear apart the spatial barrier, let alone conquer the eternal world. Also, the spiritual sense was also greatly suppressed. In this eternal great world, with his half-step sovereign combat strength, the power he could unleash was something that could only be unleashed by someone at the half-step sovereign. Compared to some of the saints in the little world, it wasn't much stronger. It might even be weaker. Elder Wangfu, do you know where this place is? C1897 Choice: the Eternal Great World, the Human Emperor Territory, on a wasteland. Wang Fushuan looked around, and after a long while, he said with some uncertainty, "My lord, this place should still be in our human domain." What about the details? Yang Fann frowned slightly. The Eternal Great World was vast and boundless. It could be divided into 9 large regions. The human domain, which was respected by humans, the celestial domain, which was led by the celestials, the Tao domain controlled by the Taoism clan, the witch domain of witch clan, the dragon domain of dragon clan, the phoenix domain of the phoenix clan, the divine domain of the gods race, the devil domain of the devil clan, and the chaotic domain, which was the largest in size. As long as it wasn't the territory of the 8 domains, then even the chaotic domain, the entire chaotic domain, was vast. It occupied almost half of the eternal Great World, which was more than the total of the other 8 domains. It was even bigger. Among the 8 domains, the human domain was the smallest, even less than half of the celestial domain. Even so, the entire human domain was still very vast, no less than the combined size of the 3,000 Great Realm. This was what Wang Fushuan said about his personal domain. The scope of his domain wasn't an ordinary one. Please forgive me, my lord. I'm useless. Wang Fushuan's legs went soft, and he fell to his knees in front of Yang Fann. Get up. Yang Fann waved his hand gently. He knew that Wang Fushuan couldn't be blamed for this. If it wasn't for the spatiotemporal storm, they wouldn't have ended up in the immortal spirit world, and Wang Fushuan wouldn't have deviated from his original position. Let's go to the nearest city and see where we are. Yes, my lord. Rumble. Very quickly, the Aurora shuttle once again soared into the sky. However, compared to the Great Realm, the Aurora shuttle's speed was suppressed by the 9th layer of the 999 heavens. Not only that, it was barely able to display several times the speed of light. It was simply like the speed of a turtle. 100 Smelting City. This was an inconspicuous small city in the human domain. It covered an area of no more than 10,000 miles. All kinds of carriages were shuttling back and forth on the streets, making Yang Fann feel like he had returned to the Fengyang city, where he had grown up. Ever since he left the Sobbing Blood continent, it had been many years since he last saw a carriage. It was either a escape light or a flying boat or a god ship. Supreme Mystery Tower, a top restaurant in 100 Smelting City. Yang Fann opened a top-class suite. The Eternal Great World was the Eternal Great World, and the common currency was divine crystals. The divine stone was really a stone on the side of the road, and it was thrown onto the ground. No one would pick them up. Fortunately, Yang Fann did not lack divine crystals. After searching Tao Overlord, all of Yang Fann's belongings had increased exponentially. One should know that not only was Tao Overlord a peak top dominator, he was also the son of a high-ranked Tao sovereign. His wealth was even greater than many half-step sovereign experts, and he was many times stronger than Wang Fushuan. Yang Fann had found 2 Yang Fanns and tens of millions of high-grade divine crystals. He did not find any intermediate or elementary crystals. It was not that he could not get the middle elementary crystals, but that he did not want to have them. The only flaw was that Tao Overlord didn't care about intermediate or low-level main divine artifact at all. He didn't even have many high-grade main divine artifacts. Instead, he had collected the 10 Yang Fanns that Yang Fann thought were the most difficult to get. It had to be said that luck played tricks on people. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Wang Fushuan, who had just left, returned to Yang Fann and reported respectfully. With the divine crystal opening the way, Wang Fushuan easily obtained everything that Yang Fann wanted to know. Human domain was vast and boundless. Apart from the human sovereign realm, which was directly under the human sovereign realm, there was also the human sovereign realm in human domain. There were 42 worlds in human domain. Each world lord could be said to be a great official of a region. They were all high and mighty universe sovereigns, and they were all the best of the best. An ordinary venerable like Patriarch Wangfu was not qualified to be the lord of a world and control the authority of a world. And within the great world, there were many provinces and counties. The governor of one province was a prefecture overseer, and he was at least a peak top dominator. He was the county governor of the first province, and the weakest was a high-level dominator. There were also many top dominator experts. The county governors of each county under the county governor did not have a middle-level dominator cultivation base. It was simply wishful thinking. Finally, the leaders of the various small cities were usually low-level dominator. For someone like Emperor Tai and Holy Lord, in this eternal great world, they could only be the county governor. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they would never believe it. In the 100 Smelting City where Yang Fann and the others were located, Kangshui County was one of the 36 cities under the jurisdiction of Kangshui County, and it was located in the Tianshui County, located in the Blue Forest Great World of the 42 Great Worlds. The Blue Forest Great World. It was the northern Great World of human domain. The Blue Forest Great World was located in the Luotian Great World, which was located in the western part of the human domain, where the Wangfu family was located. It wasn't very close to the Luotian Great World, and there were a total of 5 Great Worlds between them. It wasn't an easy task to return to the Luotian Great World. Yang Fann had only one goal in coming to the Eternal Great World, and that was to obtain sufficient resources, so that he could successfully become a ruler, and even surpass a ruler. The coordinates of the eternal world was something that ordinary first-rate powers would never know. However, it wasn't a secret for top families, who had the universe sovereign in his hand, to know the coordinates of the eternal world. The Wangfu family definitely had the coordinates of the ownerless eternal world. Moreover, there were more than one of them. Suddenly, Yang Fann frowned. They only cared about themselves and forgot about them. The next second, rumble. With a flash of light, a group of strong men with powerful bodies, who looked like devil god, appeared in front of Yang Fann. It was none other than Golden Origin Sorceress and the other expert from the Witch clan. Yang Fann had promised them that he would bring them to the eternal great world. Today was the day he would fulfill his promise. One had to admit that the Witch clan was indeed worthy of being one of the 8 most powerful races in the eternal great world. Due to the limitation of resources, their cultivation base was stuck at the true god stage, and they couldn't break through to the next realm. After receiving the huge amount of resources from Yang Fann, their cultivation base had been improving rapidly, and it was far from what Dongfang Sheng and the others could compare with. Their progress was so fast that they weren't any weaker than Yang Sifan and the other 2 girls. The strongest Golden Origin Sorceress was no weaker than Hall Master Battlefield, and he had the strength to fight ultimate half-step Dominator Warrior. Brother Jing Yuan, this is your hometown. The eternal great world. Brother Yang Fann, we will never forget your great kindness. Jin Yuan and the other Wu god were all extremely excited, looking at Yang Fann with grateful eyes. If it wasn't for Yang Fann, they wouldn't have been able to return to the eternal great world even if the longevity dried up. It was unknown whether they could even walk out of Guangling Minor Thousand Realm. Brother Jin Yuan, we are brothers of our own. It's our duty. Yang Fann waved his hand gently. If it wasn't for the Witch clan's support, he wouldn't have been able to rise so quickly. He would always remember the kindness of the past. That's right, Brother Jin Yuan, what do you plan to do in the future? Do you want to go to Witch domain immediately, or do you want to stay in my inner world and cultivate? Brother Yang Fann, we, C1898 Spatial Shift Eternal Great World, 100 Smelting City, Grand Mystery City. Golden Origin Sorceress and the rest of the expert from the Witch clan were hesitating. The Witch domain in the Eternal Great World was the true hometown of their Witch clan, and not the human domain they were in right now. In their hearts, they were eager to return to the Witch domain, but they knew very well what they were capable of. With the help of Yang Fann's massive amount of resources, in less than 200 million years, the overall strength of the Witch clan had increased by hundreds of millions of times. There were countless true gods and tens of millions of domain gods. All of them had half-step dominant force. In the 3,000 worlds, this was a force that couldn't be ignored. Even some rulers had to give some face to the Witch clan. However, in this eternal world filled with experts, low-level dominator was merely a city lord. The middle-level dominator that could easily wipe out their entire family was only a county of experts. With just their strength, it would be difficult for them to cross a prefecture of the human race, let alone crossing the human domain and heading to the Witch domain. They were afraid that they would be completely wiped out before they could leave the Tianshui county. Of course, if Yang Fann was willing to work tirelessly and escort them to the Witch domain, the danger level would naturally drop to the lowest. Although they didn't know what Brother Yang Fann's current cultivation base was, there was one thing they were certain of. Brother Yang Fann definitely had the strength to fight a top dominator, and he was also a top dominator expert. As for a peak top dominator, in the entire eternal great world, he was also an expert amongst experts. Many prefecture overseers only had such a cultivation base. Crossing a large region was still very likely. It was just that they really couldn't open their mouths to say this. All these years, Yang Fann had helped them a lot, and he was truly kind to them. Looking at Golden Origin Sorceress and the others' hesitation, there was also a look of anticipation in their eyes. Yang Fann vaguely understood what they were thinking. He said in a low voice, "Brother Jin Yuan, why don't you stay in my inner world and continue cultivating? I will send you back to Witch domain one day." If they really couldn't wait and wanted to rush back, Yang Fann wouldn't be able to do anything about it. It was impossible for him to escort them back to Witch domain now. He also had a family, and he wasn't alone. He couldn't risk everything for Golden Origin Sorceress and the others. Crossing regions wasn't as simple as it sounded. The danger involved was far beyond Golden Origin Sorceress and the others' imagination. Even though Yang Fann rarely met any enemies under the Universe Sovereign, if he really went to the witch domain recklessly, he would die if he wasn't careful. The depth of the water in the eternal Great World was not something that ordinary people could imagine. Superior Top Dominator, who was like Wang Fushuan, was only active in the Luotian Great World and a few nearby Great Worlds. He hadn't even explored the 42 Great Worlds of the human domain. He had never even thought of going to other Great Worlds. It wasn't difficult to tell how difficult it was to cross regions. Yang Fann wouldn't leave human domain before he became a ruler and truly possessed the power to fight against the Universe Sovereign. Brother Yang Fann, I'll have to trouble you then. After a slight hesitation, Golden Origin Sorceress agreed. With just them alone, it would be impossible for them to return to which domain. They had already waited for hundreds of billions of years, so it wouldn't be a problem for them to wait for tens of billions of years. With Yang Fann's heaven-defying growth speed, it was unlikely that they would be able to wait for too long. Very quickly, Golden Origin Sorceress and the rest of the Witch Clan's expert returned to Yang Fann's inner world. They did not stay in 100 Smelting City for long. After resting for a night, Yang Fann brought Wang Fushuan and left 100 Smelting City. A small city like this that was no stronger than a low-level dominator wasn't worth much for Yang Fann to stay in. 10 years later, Yang Fann and master and servant arrived at Skywater City. This was the location of Tianshui County City, 168 counties, thousands of cities, and the core of the city. Compared to a small city like 100 Smelting City, this city was more than 1,000 times bigger. The people who came and went were generally several levels higher. In 100 Smelting City, there might not even be one top-level domain god among 100,000 people, but in Tianshui County City, out of 100 people, there would usually be one top-level domain god. Of course, most of them were middle-low-rank top-level domain gods. High-rank top-level domain god, who was at least at the 7th order or above, was still not a lot. In the end, in Skywater City. In other words, it was a prefectural city. There were 68 provinces in the entire Blue Forest Great World. And in each province, there were hundreds of counties, and even more, there were hundreds of counties. For example, the High Province where the Tianshui County was located had a total of 181 counties. In these 181 counties, the Tianshui County could only be considered ordinary. It could barely be considered a middle-tier province, and it was ranked in the top 100. If it was placed in the entire Blue Forest Great World, it was unknown whether it could be ranked in the top 6,000 of the tens of thousands of counties. In the huge Tianshui County, there were no more than one high-level dominator, including the county governor. There were only a few hundred middle-level dominator warriors in the lower tier. High-rank top-level domain god, in the Tianshui County, could barely be considered as one of the top 6,000 warriors. He was a small expert. Of course, all of this had nothing to do with Yang Fann. He had only one goal in coming to Skywater City, and that was to get the soaring shuttle he needed to travel to High Province. The eternal world was vast and boundless. High Province alone was no less than a boundless world. With the speed of the Aurora shuttle, it would take hundreds of millions of years for it to fly out of High Province, let alone crossing several great worlds and returning to Wangfu Realm. And in order to increase the connection between the eternal Great World and the other worlds, soaring shuttles were born. This was a heavenly shuttle that specialized in traveling through different space-time. Its speed was no less than that of some half-step sovereign or even the teleportation of universe sovereigns. However, a small city like 100 Smelting City did not have soaring shuttles. It had to be at least a grade 1 city in a county city to have the qualifications to equip soaring shuttles. Luckily, the Kangshui County that 100 Smelting City was located in was a large county directly under Tianshui County City's jurisdiction. If it was any other county, with the speed of the Aurora shuttle, one would not be able to reach Tianshui City without thousands or tens of thousands of years. It was no wonder that many low-level dominator in Eternal World had never left their county. Even the Aurora flying shuttle, which was a top-grade flying main divine artifact, could only bring out a few times the speed of light, let alone those low-grade flying main divine artifacts, which were not much faster than the speed of sound. If one wanted to go to another county, the time needed would be billions of years. As for the transportation array, it was different from the Great Realm. In this eternal Great World, the transportation array was basically useless. The higher the world's energy level, the stronger the world's spatial barrier would be. The more resources it would consume, the more resources it would require. Constructing transportation arrays in the eternal great world. It's easy to empty out a first-rate force. Other than those top powers with universe sovereigns, there were virtually no other powers that would build transportation arrays. In the human domain, all the soaring shuttles belonged to the government, the Supreme Court. They had set up the Void Escape Division, which was directly under the jurisdiction of the human sovereign realm. In the human domain, all the major powers, including even the Wangfu family, were under the jurisdiction of the human sovereign realm. With the universe sovereign in charge, top families was not allowed to buy the human domains without permission. Anyone who violated the rules would be severely punished. If it wasn't for this, how could an elder like Wangfu Xuan not have a soaring shuttle? Half a month later, 1,000 feet long silver soaring shuttle soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the boundless void. C-1898 Spatial Shift Eternal Great World, 100 Smelting City, Grand Mystery City. Golden Origin Sorceress and the rest of the expert from the Witch clan were hesitating. The Witch domain in the Eternal Great World was the true hometown of their Witch clan, and not the human domain they were in right now. In their hearts, they were eager to return to the Witch domain, but they knew very well what they were capable of. With the help of Yang Fann's massive amount of resources, in less than 200 million years, the overall strength of the Witch clan had increased by hundreds of millions of times. There were countless true gods and tens of millions of domain gods. All of them had half-step dominant force. In the 3,000 worlds, this was a force that couldn't be ignored. Even some rulers had to give some face to the Witch clan. However, in this eternal world filled with experts, low-level dominator was merely a city lord. The middle-level dominator that could easily wipe out their entire family was only a county of experts. With just their strength, it would be difficult for them to cross a prefecture of the human race, let alone crossing the human domain and heading to the Witch domain. They were afraid that they would be completely wiped out before they could leave the Tianshui county. Of course, if Yang Fann was willing to work tirelessly and escort them to the Witch domain, the danger level would naturally drop to the lowest. Although they didn't know what Brother Yang Fann's current cultivation base was, there was one thing they were certain of. Brother Yang Fann definitely had the strength to fight a top dominator, and he was also a top dominator expert. As for a peak top dominator, in the entire eternal great world, he was also an expert amongst experts. Many prefecture overseers only had such a cultivation base. Crossing a large region was still very likely. It was just that they really couldn't open their mouths to say this. All these years, Yang Fann had helped them a lot, and he was truly kind to them. Looking at Golden Origin Sorceress and the others' hesitation, there was also a look of anticipation in their eyes. Yang Fann vaguely understood what they were thinking. He said in a low voice, "Brother Jin Yuan, why don't you stay in my inner world and continue cultivating? I will send you back to Witch domain one day." If they really couldn't wait and wanted to rush back, Yang Fann wouldn't be able to do anything about it. It was impossible for him to escort them back to Witch domain now. He also had a family, and he wasn't alone. He couldn't risk everything for Golden Origin Sorceress and the others. Crossing regions wasn't as simple as it sounded. The danger involved was far beyond Golden Origin Sorceress and the others' imagination. Even though Yang Fann rarely met any enemies under the Universe Sovereign, if he really went to the Witch domain recklessly, he would die if he wasn't careful. The depth of the water in the eternal great world was not something that ordinary people could imagine. Superior top dominator, who was like Wangfu Xuan, was only active in the Luotian Great World and a few nearby great worlds. He hadn't even explored the 42 great worlds of the human domain. He had never even thought of going to other great worlds. It wasn't difficult to tell how difficult it was to cross regions. Yang Fann wouldn't leave human domain before he became a ruler and truly possessed the power to fight against the Universe Sovereign. "Brother Yang Fann, I'll have to trouble you then." After a slight hesitation, Golden Origin Sorceress agreed. With just them alone, it would be impossible for them to return to Witch domain. They had already waited for hundreds of billions of years, so it wouldn't be a problem for them to wait for tens of billions of years. With Yang Fann's heaven-defying growth speed, it was unlikely that they would be able to wait for too long. Very quickly, Golden Origin Sorceress and the rest of the Witch clan's expert returned to Yang Fann's inner world. They did not stay in 100 Smelting City for long. After resting for a night, Yang Fann brought Wangfu Xuan and left 100 Smelting City. A small city like this that was no stronger than a low-level dominator wasn't worth much for Yang Fann to stay in. 10 years later, Yang Fann and master and servant arrived at Skywater City. This was the location of Xianxia County City, 168 counties, thousands of cities, and the core of the city. Compared to a small city like 100 Smelting City, this city was more than 1,000 times bigger. The people who came and went were generally several levels higher. In 100 Smelting City, there might not even be one top-level domain god among 100,000 people, but in Xianxia County City, out of 100 people, there would usually be one top-level domain god. Of course, most of them were middle-low-rank top-level domain gods. High-rank top-level domain god, who was at least at the 7th order or above, was still not a lot. In the end, in Skywater City, in other words, it was a prefectural city. There were 68 provinces in the entire Blue Forest Great World. And in each province, there were hundreds of counties, and even more, there were hundreds of counties. For example, the High Province where the Xianxia County was located had a total of 181 counties. In these 181 counties, the Xianxia County could only be considered ordinary. It could barely be considered a middle-tier province, and it was ranked in the top 100. If it was placed in the entire Blue Forest Great World, it was unknown whether it could be ranked in the top 6,000 of the tens of thousands of counties. In the huge Xianxia County, there were no more than one high-level dominator, including the county governor. There were only a few hundred middle-level dominator warriors in the lower tier. High-rank top-level domain god, in the Xianxia County, could barely be considered as one of the top 6,000 warriors. He was a small expert. Of course, all of this had nothing to do with Yang Fann. He had only one goal in coming to Skywater City, and that was to get the soaring shuttle he needed to travel to High Province. The eternal world was vast and boundless. High Province alone was no less than a boundless world. With the speed of the Aurora shuttle, it would take hundreds of millions of years for it to fly out of High Province, let alone crossing several great worlds and returning to Wangfu Realm. And in order to increase the connection between the eternal great world and the other worlds, soaring shuttles were born. This was a heavenly shuttle that specialized in traveling through different space-time. Its speed was no less than that of some half-step sovereign or even the teleportation of universe sovereigns. However, a small city like 100 Smelting City did not have soaring shuttles. It had to be at least a grade 1 city in a county city to have the qualifications to equip soaring shuttles. Luckily, the Xianxia County that 100 Smelting City was located in was a large county directly under Xianxia County City's jurisdiction. If it was any other county, with the speed of the Aurora shuttle, one would not be able to reach Xianxia City without thousands or tens of thousands of years. It was no wonder that many low-level dominator in Eternal World had never left their county. Even the Aurora flying shuttle, which was a top-grade flying main divine artifact, could only bring out a few times the speed of light, let alone those low-grade flying main divine artifacts, which were not much faster than the speed of sound. If one wanted to go to another county, the time needed would be billions of years. As for the transportation array, it was different from the Great Realm. In this eternal Great World, the transportation array was basically useless. The higher the world's energy level, the stronger the world's spatial barrier would be. The more resources it would consume, the more resources it would require. Constructing transportation arrays in the eternal Great World, it's easy to empty out a first-rate force. Other than those top powers with universe sovereigns, there were virtually no other powers that would build transportation arrays. In the human domain, all the soaring shuttles belonged to the government, the Supreme Court. They had set up the Void Escape Division, which was directly under the jurisdiction of the human sovereign realm. In the human domain, all the major powers, including even the Wangfu family, were under the jurisdiction of the human sovereign realm. With the universe sovereign in charge, top families was not allowed to buy the human domains without permission. Anyone who violated the rules would be severely punished. If it wasn't for this, how could an elder like Wangfu Xuan not have a soaring shuttle? Half a month later, 1,000 feet long silver soaring shuttle soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the boundless void. C1899 Elder of the Divine Rain Sect. There's a total of 3. The highest level was the highest level, while the lowest level was the third level. The county city had a third-level Void Escape Division, which was mainly used to travel to and fro a province. The prefecture city had a second-level Void Escape Division, which was used to travel to various large provinces in the Great World. The last level was the Void Escape Division, which was set up in the various world capitals in the human domain. Finally, it was the headquarters of the Void Escape Division, which was located in the Supreme Court. Similar to the Void Escape Division, the common soaring shuttles were divided into 3 grades. The first grade was the highest, and the third grade was the lowest. Among them, the third grade soaring shuttles were comparable to the speed of a peak top dominator teleportation. The second grade soaring shuttles were comparable to half-step sovereign soaring shuttles, and the highest grade universe sovereigns were comparable to some universe sovereigns. Only with this kind of speed could one travel between the major worlds of human domain. In the boundless void, a silver grade 3 soaring shuttle quickly shuttled through space. The third grade soaring shuttle was only 1,000 feet long, but there was another world within it. Besides the master control room, there were also 999 small spatial zones. Each small space was 100 miles and 10 miles in size. There were palaces, pavilions, manors, waterside pavilions and all kinds of facilities. Each small space was considered a ticket. As for the last small space, whether it was 1 person, 100 people, 1,000 people, or 10,000 people, the Space Escape Division wouldn't even ask. After all, in this eternal great world, there were no mortals who could afford to pay the price of soaring shuttles. Even if one didn't cultivate the Tao of the world, and didn't have a world within one's body, they wouldn't lack any heavenly passage treasures. Hiding some people was simply too easy. It was simply unrealistic to sell tickets based on human heads. One couldn't just open up the space treasure and even open up their inner world. Putting aside the space treasure for now, the inner world was the foundation of the realm god and the ruler. If anything were to happen to it, the consequences would be unimaginable. No one would easily reveal their inner world to outsiders. Even if they really didn't mind revealing their inner world, no one would be able to afford the ticket. Those hegemons, which one of those inner creature of the worlds wasn't worth trillions, 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 trillions. Of course, even if it was just a single ticket, it was not something an ordinary hegemon could afford. One had to know that in the nearest 2 counties, a single ticket cost 10,000 intermediate immortal crystals. This was the total wealth of an ordinary half-step dominator. For example, Yang Fann and the others needed to pass through 12 prefectures before heading to the Haijo City, Divine Sea City. They would need 990,000 intermediate god crystals and many low-level dominators' belongings to buy a ticket. And this was only a third-grade soaring shuttle ticket. For those first-grade soaring shuttles that came and went between different worlds, a single ticket was enough to bankrupt many high-grade top dominators, and even top dominator warriors. Third-grade soaring shuttle, 932 different spaces. Yang Fann sat cross-legged in a large hall, his entire body shining with divine light. Rumble, rumble, divine artifacts, strength of origin, continuously flowed into Yang Fann's body through the devouring black hole. The main divine artifact was a rare item in the 3000 Great Realm. It was one of the most precious treasures in the holy lands of the big sects. However, in the eternal great world, they were very common. As long as there were enough divine crystals, they would be able to get as many top-level main divine artifacts as they wanted. In the Xianxia County, there were only a handful of high-grade top-level main divine artifacts and top-level main divine artifacts. However, low-level main divine artifacts still had quite a number of them. Especially that low-grade, low-level main divine artifact. Under the large amount of divine crystals, Yang Fann managed to obtain over 1,000 of them in less than half a month's time. If it wasn't for the soaring shuttles, with the voyage approaching, he could still obtain a few hundred more low-level main divine artifacts from low-level main divine artifact. His cultivation base had advanced by 2 small grades, and Yang Fann's Devour Great Tao had also advanced by quite a bit. Although it could not be compared to the time he was in Immortal Spirit World, in just a dozen years, 1 piece of low-level main divine artifact had been devoured and refined by Yang Fann. Very quickly, 300 years passed. The silver soaring shuttle successfully arrived at the State City, Divine Sea City. The State City was the State City. Its prosperity was far from what Skywater City could compare with. It opened up a path in a sea of divine crystals. Adding on the deterrence of superior top dominator, Wang Fushuan, Yang Fann quickly gathered the remaining 1,000 low-grade low-level main divine artifacts, low-level main divine artifact. 0. It had to be known that the strongest prefecture overseer of Divine Sea City was only a peak top dominator. In Divine Sea City, superior top dominator was the strongest powerhouse below the prefecture overseer, a synonym for invincibility. After Wang Fushuan accidentally revealed superior top dominator's cultivation, all the major powers had no time to curry favor with him. How could they find trouble with Yang Fann? Besides, Yang Fann and the others were not trying to take advantage of him. They had clearly marked the price. The divine crystals that needed to be given were not small. Not only was it a low-grade low-level main divine artifact, but the rest of the low-grade middle-level main divine artifacts had been successfully gathered. The only thing missing was the high-grade main divine artifacts. Apart from the low-grade, high-grade, and high-grade main divine artifacts, Yang Fann did not care about the rest of the intermediate, high-grade, and high-grade Yang Fanns. Similarly, Yang Fann did not want to spend a few times, dozens of times, or even hundreds of times more time. Divine Sea City could not gather all of them. Could it be that the Azure Forest Great World, did not have any? It wasn't just high-grade main divine artifacts. Even top-level main divine artifacts had to be purchased by Yang Fann in the Azure Forest Great World. Currently, he had quite a number of top-level main divine artifacts in his hands, but he didn't have many low-grade top-level main divine artifacts. It had to be said that this was a blissful problem. 1 year later, a golden rank 2 soaring shuttle soared into the sky from the Divine Sea City. Compared to a third-grade soaring shuttle, a second-grade soaring shuttle had an unchanging number of different spaces, but it was far more luxurious and broad. It was over 100 miles wide. Of course, the price of the tickets had also increased by more than 100 times. One high-grade divine crystal was needed for each ticket. An ordinary middle and low-grade high-level dominator might not be able to afford it. Only someone like Yang Fann, who had tens of millions of high-grade divine crystals, did not take high-grade divine crystals seriously. The rest of the people basically walked together in groups. In any case, the Void Escape Division did not limit the number of people. There was no need to spend such a waste of money. Time passed year by year. Unknowingly, 1,000 years had passed. Rumble. All of a sudden, a terrifying pressure rolled over from the front, covering the sky and covering the earth. It directly shook the soaring shuttle out of the alternate dimension. Not good. Something has happened in all the different spatial zones. The expressions of all the rulers changed instantly. The speed of a second-grade soaring shuttle was no slower than a half-step sovereign, and it was able to force a second-grade soaring shuttle out of the different spatial zones. This person must be at least a half-step sovereign, or even a real universe sovereign. If that expert were to harm them, they would all be afraid. Hong Long. At this moment, who is it, daring to rob soaring shuttle? Do you want to rebel? A cold cry was transmitted from the soaring shuttle. However, it faintly revealed a trace of lack of confidence. Rumble. The void twisted, and a handsome young man appeared out of thin air. He wore a black Qilin robe, and his long hair reached his waist. A Qilin belt wrapped around his waist, and he wore a pair of phoenix feather boots. Elder of my Divine Rain Sect, Mu Feng, I would like to take the liberty of stopping the soaring shuttle in order to find out who is the traitor of my Divine Rain Sect. May I know if this master can give me some convenience and allow me to enter the soaring shuttle to investigate. See 1900 Raging Flame Venerables Treasure Eternal Great World, Human Domain, Blue Forest Great World. The Elder of the Divine Rain Sect, Mu Feng, descended like Devil God and blocked the soaring shuttle. In an instant, within the soaring shuttle, the hearts of all the chief sovereigns tightened. The name of the Divine Rain Sect. They were the Divine Rain Sect, 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 and the Divine Rain Sect. A famous top sect. Within the sect, there were as many masters as the clouds, and the expert rained down like rain. The guardians were top dominator, and the 4 great elders. They were all half-step sovereign warriors who had broken through to the universe sovereign realm with a single step. According to the legends, the chief of the Rain God sect. It was very likely that this was the real universe sovereign. Even the realm lord of the Forest Blue region. He didn't dare to offend the Rain God sect. But fortunately, this elder Mu Feng was still wary of the Void Escape Division's prestige, and didn't dare to go too far. Unlike the other Supreme dynasties, the Void Traverser was directly under the control of Supreme Human Emperor. Although the possibility of Supreme Human Emperor being alarmed by a mere second-grade soaring shuttle was very slim, he wasn't afraid of 10,000, but what he was afraid of was 10,000. It was better not to offend him completely if he could avoid offending him. Not to mention a mere elder of the Divine Rain Sect, even the mysterious and unfathomable sect master of the Divine Rain sect was merely a slightly stronger ant in front of Supreme Human Emperor. He could be killed with a wave of his hand. Universe Lord's power was not something that the Universe Sovereign could imagine. He was the true strongest person in the universe, he was in charge of the authority of the universe, and his divine abilities were boundless. Soaring Shuttle, within the Master Control Room. Zhao Feng, the second-grade master of the Void Escape Division, looked at Elder Mu Feng with a conflicted look in his eyes. If he allowed Elder Mu Feng to enter the Soaring Shuttle just like that, wouldn't the face of their High Province Void Escape Division be tarnished? At that time, he wouldn't be able to escape the punishment of the higher-ups. It wasn't impossible for him to be crushed to the ground. However, if he refused, he would not have the guts. He was only at the high-level dominator. It wouldn't be harder for a half-step sovereign to kill him than pinching an ant to death, as long as he wasn't killed in public. Void Escape was afraid he wouldn't fall out with a half-step sovereign just because of a second-grade ruler like him. One should know that the strongest expert in the entire High Province's Void Travel Agency was only a middle-grade top dominator. Even amongst the first-grade Void Travel officers, a half-step sovereign was considered a major power, or at least a deputy secretary of the Void Travel Agency. Right at this moment, Elder Mu Feng's expression suddenly turned cold. Could it be that this Lord Void Traverser doesn't give me face? Forget it. Being criticized by the higher-ups is better than offending a half-step sovereign and losing his life. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feng gritted his teeth and made a decision in his heart. I don't dare, this junior doesn't dare. Senior, please, please. The next second, the door of the Soaring Shuttle opened wide. Elder Mu Feng took a step forward and went deep into the Soaring Shuttle. Within the 678th different spatial zone. My lord, what do you think? Wang Fushuan's facial expression changed slightly. The pressure coming from Mu Feng's body had frightened him. A superior top dominator like him. In Mu Feng's eyes, superior top dominator was just a slightly stronger ant. It's fine. Yang Fann shook his head lightly. It was fine if that Elder Mu Feng didn't come and provoke him. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind leaving him here. In fact, there was a faint trace of eagerness in Yang Fann's heart. In human domain, he couldn't casually create a massacre. He didn't want to attract the attention of those old monsters. Even if it was Supreme Human Emperor, if someone attacked him first, he wouldn't have so many concerns. Up until now, he had yet to absorb and refine a half-step sovereign. He didn't know if this Elder Mu Feng would become the number one person. Sigh, I'm really worried for nothing. With my master here, what am I afraid of? Wang Fushuan smiled bitterly in his heart. How could he have forgotten about his master's abnormal combat strength? Back in the Southwest universe, Yang Fann had given him the impression that he was stronger than the elder of the Divine Rain sect. Besides, after so many tens of thousands of years, he had become an eternal lord of the world. This monster's strength must have improved a lot. How could this elder of the Divine Rain sect be a match for this monster? Taking a step back, even if he was no match for this monster, as the Eternal Realm Lord, he could easily retreat to the Eternal World. It could be said that he was undefeatable. From a certain point of view, the Eternal Realm Lord was as hard to deal with as some universe sovereigns. A peak overlord. Why did half-step sovereign chase after the Eternal World like a flock of ducks? The origin of eternity was one aspect. After becoming the Eternal Sector Lord, a powerful life-saving ability was also indispensable. A few breaths later, a terrifying energy wave erupted from the 172 spaces. Bang! The terrifying energy directly ripped apart the Soaring Shuttle. A flaming devil god escaped from the Soaring Shuttle in a sorry state, and Elder Mu Feng of the Divine Rain sect followed closely behind. Ah, it's over now. Master Zhao Feng looks like he has lost his parents. The value of a third-grade Soaring Shuttle is higher than an intermediate top-level main divine artifact, let alone a second-grade Soaring Shuttle. With such a big hole, even if I sold him, it wouldn't be enough to pay for the repairs. It's over, it's completely over. Little kid Lu Chou, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Obediently stay behind for me. Old thief Mu Feng, are you really going to be so ruthless? Good old thief Mu Feng, you forced me to do this. You forced me to do this. The treasure of our clan's supreme sovereign Nu Yan is with this old thief. Bitch it, this bastard. What? Sovereign Nu Yan's treasure? Could it be the supreme being of the ancient fire clan, Sovereign Nu Yan? Instantly, the hearts of all the rulers in the Soaring Shuttle trembled. Sovereign Nu Yan was once the supreme being of the fire clan, and he wasn't a weakling amongst the numerous universe sovereigns. According to the legends, his strength wasn't any weaker than the Sector Lord of the Senlin world. If the Sector Lord didn't use the authority of the Sector Lord, he might not be a match for Sovereign Nuyan. In human domain, there were 42 great worlds. Each big world could be considered a part of the eternal world, and it was also a top everworld. Every Sector Lord was given the authority of a Sector Lord by Supreme Human Emperor. In the big world, every Sector Lord could produce top-level universe sovereigns that were as powerful as top-level universe sovereign or even higher. In the entire human domain, it could be said that this was the power of a Sector Lord. In the human domain, Supreme Human Emperor was an invincible existence. He could even defeat a few Universe Lord at the same time. It wasn't just the human domain. The other 7 major domains such as the Celestial Domain, Witch Domain, and Divine Domain were the same. Because of this, 8 great Universe Lord basically wouldn't step into the other 7 domains, lest he was mercilessly suppressed by the lords of the other 7 domains. Under Sovereign Nuyan's lead, the Fire Clan was the #1 clan in the Blue Forest Great World, second only to the human race. Its power was even greater than the Divine Rain Sect. However, following the fall of Sovereign Nuyan, the Fire Clan gradually declined and became a legend. Soon, the eyes of the rulers shone with a scorching light. If we can obtain Sovereign Nuyan's treasure, not to mention Top Dominator, Half-Step Sovereign, it's not impossible to become a venerable in the future. Right at this moment, Mu Feng is an old thief. You're going to die a horrible death. The curse of an extreme enmity immediately woke all the rulers up from their greed. In an instant, their bodies began to tremble. An extremely ominous omen swept through their souls. Once the treasure of Sovereign Nuyan was revealed, even the real universe sovereign would be moved. Would Elder Mu Feng let them go? I don't want to kill you all. Unfortunately, your ears aren't good. If you want to blame someone, blame that brat Lu Cho C-1901. Suppressing a half-step. Venerable Elder Mu Feng looked down at the soaring shuttle from above. Cold killing intent flickered in his eyes, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. Don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for hearing things you shouldn't have heard. Once the news of Sovereign Nuyan's treasure was leaked, even the universe sovereign would be tempted. The consequences. It was absolutely not something a half-step sovereign like him could bear. For the sake of secrecy, he would die. All of these people had to die, even if it meant offending the Void Travel Agency. Although the Void Travel Agency belonged to Supreme Human Emperor, the Human Emperor was a high and mighty figure. It was merely a second-grade soaring shuttle. The possibility of alerting the Human Emperor was infinitely close to zero. In other words, the Void Travel Agency of High Province would be furious. At most, it would alert the first-grade Void Travel Agency of the Azure Forest world. With his half-step sovereign cultivation base, he was afraid of the enormous profound Azure Void Escape Division. Only the secretary had the ability to suppress him. The other deputy directors were on par with him. Besides, he was not alone. The Divine Rain Sect behind him wasn't a small force either. Even the Azure Forest Realm Lord had to give the Divine Rain Sect some face. At most, they would just hide in the sect for a period of time and temporarily hide from the limelight. Woo. It's over, it's all over. Venerable One, spare me, we can swear that we will never tell anyone about Sovereign Nuyan. Yes. Venerable One, we can swear that we will never tell anyone about what happened today. Please show mercy and spare our lives. The rulers wailed and begged for mercy. They kept cursing and swearing that they would never tell anyone about Sovereign Nuyan. Swear? Unfortunately, I only believe in dead people. Venerable Mu Feng sneered. Although an oath was very binding, it was not necessarily safe. If these people were to fall, it was possible that someone would search their souls in the hands of others. At that time, even an oath would be in vain. In the next second, rumble, a terrifying hurricane appeared out of thin air. It was like a cosmic storm, sweeping through everything as it charged towards the soaring shuttle. Don't, stop, woo. I don't want to die. Mu Feng, I am the second-level ruler of the Void Escape Division. If you kill me, it will be a rebellion. The Divine Court will not let you go. Buzz. Streams of golden divine light rose from within the soaring shuttle, forming a golden barrier of light that attempted to block the killing blow of the hurricane. However, the soaring shuttle specialized in speed, so its defense could only be considered not bad. A second-grade soaring shuttle could only block superior top dominator's attack for a short period of time. Furthermore, this soaring shuttle had a huge hole in it, causing its defense to drop by a grade. It was barely able to withstand the attack of a middle-grade top dominator. Poochie. The golden escape light barrier was like a piece of paper that was easily torn apart by the hurricane. After that, the entire soaring shuttle was shredded to pieces. Ah, old bastard Mu Feng, you're going to die a horrible death. Ah, I curse you to die a graveless death. Wails of despair and despair could be heard. Amidst the curses, numerous rulers, including the second-grade envoy, Zhao Feng, and the other high-level dominator warriors, appeared. None of them could last more than a breath's time. They were all killed in body and soul. In front of a half-step sovereign warrior, an ordinary top dominator warrior was nothing more than an ant, let alone these high-level dominator warriors. How could that be? Suddenly, Elder Mu Feng frowned slightly. Under his attack, there was actually someone who was still alive among these aphids. Although this attack was just a casual attack. However, what was his cultivation base? Mid-half-step sovereign, and one of the best amongst them. Even if it was just a casual attack, it was still a casual attack from him. His strength was no weaker than the full strength of a low-level half-step sovereign. He could easily injure or even kill a peak top dominator. Oh, so he borrowed the power of a supreme treasure. It's actually a top-grade defensive main divine artifact. What an unexpected harvest. Very quickly, a flash of understanding and surprise flashed across Elder Mu Feng's eyes. A top-grade defensive main divine artifact was priceless. It was a half-step sovereign like him. He only had one main divine artifact in his hand. With this defensive main divine artifact, his combat strength would improve by another level. The aphid actually wants to resist. Truly naive. Do you think that you can defy the heavens just because you have a supreme grade defensive main divine artifact? Elder Mu Feng, did he really think that the top-grade defensive main divine artifact was that universe treasure? Right at this moment, Elder Mu Feng's expression suddenly changed dramatically. An ominous sign of collapse swept across his heart. See. Rumble. A terrifying devouring black hole instantly smashed into his body. Endless power of devourings erupted wildly, completely swallowing him. Bitch it, break it for me. Rumble. Rumble. Endless hurricanes erupted from the pores and cells of Elder Mu Feng's body. They were like peerless evil dragons that swept across the world. Chi. The black hole crystal wall was extremely twisted, and it was covered with thin and dense cracks. You fell into my hands and still want to overturn the heavens. The power of laws, open up and suppress me. Rumble, rumble, countless law chains pierced through the heavens and earth, tightly wrapping around Elder Mu Feng. The cracked black hole crystal wall instantly recovered to its original state. Ah no, Yang Fann heaved a long sigh of relief. This wave could be considered to be stable. It was not in vain for him to deliberately hide his weakness and show weakness to the enemy. 5 half-step sovereign, which one of them wasn't an old monster that had lived for hundreds of eras? How could they not have some life-saving trump cards in their hands? In fact, many of them were like him, eternal lord of the world. With his current strength, defeating Elder Mu Feng was as easy as flipping his palm. However, Yang Fann didn't have full confidence in keeping him alive. Elder Mu Feng was determined to obtain Sovereign Nu Yan's treasure. How could Yang Fann not be moved? This wasn't a half-step sovereign like Elder Mu Feng, but a true universe sovereign. From the looks of it, this wasn't an ordinary universe sovereign. The treasures in this treasure vault would definitely allow his cultivation base and strength to increase by a huge amount. In order to keep this Elder Mu Feng alive, Yang Fann had put in a lot of effort. Of course, everything wasn't in vain. He had calculated it with his heart, but suddenly unleashed his full strength. Elder Mu Feng didn't even have time to react before he was forcefully suppressed by Yang Fann. One had to admit that Yang Fann's age was too deceptive. Even if it was the legendary human sovereign crown prince, he was only a few 100 million years old, and he could only reach the high-level dominator. Buzz the devouring black hole rapidly shrunk, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. We can't stay in a place that is neither right nor wrong for long. C-1902 The Raging Flame Sea Human Domain, Blue Forest Great World, Gan Province, in an inconspicuous valley. Poochie the Void twisted, and Yang Fann's figure appeared out of thin air. It should be about time. Looking around, Yang Fann took a step forward and entered the valley. After teleporting for more than half a month, he had passed several counties. It was unlikely that anyone would be able to find him again. However, it was really tiring. This was also Yang Fann. His recovery ability was heaven-defying. If it was any other half-step sovereign, they would have died from exhaustion after teleporting for more than half a month. It wasn't easy to teleport in the eternal world. For an ordinary half-step sovereign, teleporting a few hundred times was the limit. Even the universe sovereign wouldn't be willing to teleport away unless it was an emergency. One day later, after swallowing over 10,000 high-grade divine crystals, Yang Fann finally recovered his depleted magical energy. Let me see how valuable a half-step sovereign is. I don't think he will disappoint me. A bright light flashed in his eyes. Yang Fann's terrifying spiritual force that was chasing after the universe sovereign surged out from his sea of consciousness, forcefully tearing apart the spatial barrier in Mu Feng's inner world. Half a day passed. Yang Fann opened his eyes and revealed an unconcealable excitement on his face. A half-step sovereign was indeed a half-step sovereign. The wealth of a half-step sovereign was far from what a top dominator could compare with. Just the top-grade divine crystal alone was enough for Yang Fann to find 8 of them. The number of grade 1 high-grade divine crystals was even higher, and it was more than 100 million. Furthermore, Yang Fann had also found 10 cubic meter origin of eternities. The value of the Taoism clans was several times greater than the maximum top dominator in the Taoism clan. Not to mention, this elder Mu Feng was an intermediate half-step sovereign. His net worth was equivalent to dozens of cubic origin of eternities. It's time to search for that sovereign Nu Yan's treasure. The corner of Yang Fann's mouth curled up. The powerful spiritual sense turned into an invisible blade that broke through elder Mu Feng's mental defense and read his soul's memory. An hour later, a hint of surprise flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Found it. So that's how it is. The opening of sovereign Nu Yan's treasure requires the blood sacrifice of the master of Fire Clan. Furthermore, he isn't an ordinary master of Fire Clan. At the very least, he has to be a low-grade top dominator. No wonder elder Mu Feng vowed to kill the master of Fire Clan. The master of the Fire Clan was a peak top dominator. The Fire Clan had vanished dozens of eras ago. He wanted to find a ruler of the Fire Clan, a top dominator. It was easier said than done. One should know that during the peak period of the Fire Clan, this ruler of Lu Chou, it was very likely that he was the only top dominator that the Fire Clan had left in the Blue Forest Great World. If he missed this chance, he would never be able to open sovereign Nu Yan's treasure vault for the rest of his life. But now, all of this had been given to Yang Fann. Buzz. With a flash of green light, Yang Fann summoned Wangfu Xuan and had him set up numerous concealing formations around him. No one knew what kind of unusual phenomenon would occur if sovereign Nu Yan's treasure was opened. It was best to be careful, as Yang Fann did not want to attract the attention of others. The next second, boom, a fiery light flashed, and the ruler of Lu Chou, who was sealed by elder Mu Feng, appeared in front of Yang Fann. I have suppressed that Mu Feng for you, and I have avenged you. You can rest in peace now. Kai. Lu Chou's entire body was like an inflated balloon. At a speed visible to the naked eye, it rapidly swelled up. Bang! With a loud explosion, flesh and blood splattered everywhere. At some point in time, a palm-sized fiery red altar had appeared in Yang Fann's hand. Lu Chou's blood seemed to be attracted by some kind of force, turning into a long river of blood that surged towards the flaming altar in Yang Fann's hand. The altar was none other than the gateway to sovereign Nu Yan's treasure vault. Rumble. When the blood of the Lu clan sovereign flowed into the flame altar, streams of dazzling, blazing flames shot up into the sky from the flame altar, finally forming a 30-meter-tall flame door. Good sovereign Nu Yan's treasure has finally been opened. Yang Fann's eyes lit up, but he didn't enter it immediately. Instead, he casually enslaved a low-level dominator in elder Mu Feng's inner world and controlled him to enter the flaming door. The moment the low-level dominator entered the flaming door, Yang Fann felt that his connection with him had been severed. However, his soul imprint had not dissipated. Clearly, it was still alive. Only now did Yang Fann take a step forward and enter the flaming door. Although a universe sovereign like sovereign Nu Yan had fallen over 100 eras ago, who knew if he had any hidden trump cards that he had to be wary of? In Trainer's world, if one didn't have a cautious and respectful heart, they would be foolish and bold, and they wouldn't be able to live for long. Yan province that was close to Gan province, within an ancient volcano that had existed for who knew how many eras. All of a sudden, a terrifying heat wave rose from the volcano. It was as if there was some peerless berserk beast that was about to revive. Someone has opened it. My clan's divine treasury is in the direction of Gan province. Space changed, time flowed. Yang Fann found himself on a plain. The ground was red, just like a red-hot piece of iron. The temperature was terrifyingly high. Ordinary realm gods would probably be burnt to ashes as soon as they stepped onto this plane. The low-level dominator who was scouting the way was standing not far away from him, confused. With a wave of his hand, he kept the low-level dominator into his inner world. Yang Fann began to observe his surroundings. This spatial barrier is not any weaker than the immortal spirit world. Could it be an eternal world? No, I don't feel any suppression from the world will here. It should be a Haodian eternal world. It must be the inner world left behind by Sovereign Nu Yan after his death. After the half-step sovereign advanced into the universe sovereign, the world within his body would undergo a true transformation and transform into the eternal world. However, unlike the eternal world that was born from the Xianxian realm, the eternal world that was born from the Haodian realm would not give birth to world wills. 0s, the universe sovereign could not give birth to them. This was no different from burying a huge hidden danger in his body. He nodded thoughtfully. Yang Fann took out the flame altar once again. Rumble, rumble, both of his fingers danced about as he struck out a set of mysterious seals. The mighty sovereign Nu Yan commands the heavens, overseeing the myriad worlds. At the same time, 1,000 words of a mysterious incantation sounded out from Yang Fann's mouth. This was the ancient arcane art that he had obtained from Mu Feng's memory. With this arcane art and the guidance of the flame altar, it could bring him to the true treasure location of Sovereign Nu Yan. Found it. In that direction. Very quickly, Yang Fann's eyes lit up. He moved his body and moved towards the direction that he was pointing at. One day later, a vast ocean blocked Yang Fann's path. This was a terrifying flame. Heat waves rolled and burned everything. The temperature was so high that it seemed like even high-grade main divine artifacts could be burnt in an instant. According to the guidance of the secret technique, Sovereign Nu Yan's treasure should be in this sea of fire. It seems like I have to cross this sea of fire in order to find the treasure. C1903 Sea of Fire Body Tempering Ice Flame Soul Refining Raging Flame World, Boundless Sea of Fire. A hint of solemnity flashed in Yang Fann's eyes. Just outside the Sea of Fire, the divine flames could burn high-grade main divine artifacts. How terrifying would the depths of the Sea of Fire be? Even the top-level main divine artifact wouldn't be able to hold on for long before melting into molten iron. How could he obtain the tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? He would give it his all. My 9 revolutions divine devil body isn't something to be trifled with. Isn't it just a sea of fire? What can it do to me? Sovereign Nu Yan's treasure was right in front of him. No matter what, he had to give it his all. Not to mention the sea of fire, even if it was difficult, he had to do it. Of course, the most important thing was the immortal Tao seal on his arm. It was none other than the mark of the eternal world, the immortal spirit world. Just a moment ago, Yang Fann had triggered the eternal mark with his mind. He discovered that there was still no obstruction in this world. As long as he wanted to, he could return to the immortal spirit world in just a breath's time through the eternal mark. Unless the sea of fire in front of him could burn him into ashes in an instant, his safety wouldn't be in any danger. With his current strength, even if Sovereign Nu Yan was resurrected, he might not be able to kill him in a single strike. Yang Fann didn't believe that the sea of fire that Sovereign Nu Yan left behind from countless eras ago would have such terrifying power. In the next second, Yang Fann moved and stepped into the boundless sea of fire. It's hot, but it doesn't pose any threat to me. Yang Fann frowned and quickly advanced into the depths of the sea of fire. The flames around him only gave him a burning feeling, but he didn't have any other feeling. Even without using the 9 revolutions divine devil body, just the body defense alone was enough to make Yang Fann comparable to a low-grade top-level main divine artifact. A light year later, rumble, the surrounding flames became even more crimson, red to the point of purplish red, and the temperature suddenly increased by more than 10 times. The flames from before were able to burn low-grade high-grade main divine artifacts in a short period of time. But now, even an intermediate high-grade main divine artifact could not last for more than a few breaths of time. Vaguely, Yang Fann felt like he was melting. However, Yang Fann gritted his teeth and forcefully suppressed the thought of using the 9 revolutions divine devil body. Under the burning of the surrounding divine flames, his physical defense had actually improved a little. This was a very rare thing. When one's divine body reached his current realm, apart from the advancement of the 9 revolutions divine devil body to the 9th transformation, or the breakthrough of his cultivation base to the main god tribulation, his divine body's defense wouldn't improve much. 10 years later, rumble, the surrounding divine flames completely turned purple, and the temperature rose tenfold once more. Even the high-grade main divine artifact couldn't last more than 3 breaths of time within this divine flame. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In less than an hour, Yang Fann's skin began to crack. It was as if his entire body was going to burn up in the next second. This won't do. I have reached my limit. Looks like I can only use the 9 revolutions divine devil body now. Buzz rays of divine light rose from Yang Fann's body. The 9 revolutions divine devil body circulated slowly. The body defense doubled and doubled. Streams of indestructible energy turned into warm currents that washed over his body. The thin cracks on his body began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Very quickly, Yang Fann's 9 revolutions divine devil body stabilized at a boundary. The restoration and destruction were just in time to maintain a great balance. His divine body continued to crack and heal, causing his physical defense to rise steadily. A year later, Yang Fann once again advanced. This purple divine flame could no longer cause any harm to his divine body. The result was that his physical defense had increased by nearly 2 times, and he steadily stepped into the ranks of low-grade top-level main divine artifacts, and it was one of the best among them. After 100 years, the color of the divine flame changed once again, purple with a hint of black. The temperature of the flame increased exponentially once again. Regarding this, Yang Fann was not shocked, but rather happy. Rumble, rumble, the 9 revolutions divine devil body circulated on its own, and its defense rose steadily. Soon, it was once again in a state of equilibrium. 1 year after another passed. In the blink of an eye, 300 years had passed. Yang Fann had successfully entered 100,000 light years deep into the sea of flames. The surrounding divine flames changed again and again, and their power increased and increased. At this moment, even if it was a low-grade top-level main divine artifact, it wouldn't be able to last more than a few breaths in the midst of this ink-black divine flame before it turned into ashes. As for Yang Fann's divine body's defense, it had also broken through its limits time and time again. Its defense was terrifying, and it had steadily stepped into the intermediate top-level main divine artifact. It had to be said that this world was truly his blessed land. Even if he couldn't obtain Sovereign Nuyan's treasure, he would still be able to make a fortune out of it. Although his strength hadn't increased at all, his survival ability had increased by more than 10 times. He unleashed the 9 revolutions divine devil body with all his strength, causing his divine body's defense to increase by 8,640 times. Even if it was compared to those supreme grade top-level main divine artifacts, it wouldn't be much inferior. If an ordinary low-level universe sovereign didn't have a supreme treasure, it would take a lot of effort to kill him. As for those half-step sovereign warriors, Yang Fann basically had no chance of winning against them. 800 years later, the divine flames of destruction that were as black as ink and looked like source of darkness suddenly changed and turned white. It was as if yin and yang were born, and the extreme heat turned into extreme ice. The temperature was so low that even a half-step sovereign soul could be completely frozen. What a terrifying ice flame! A trace of fear flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Fortunately, he wasn't a simple body cultivator. The soul was weak, otherwise, he would have fallen into the trap. This ice flame didn't harm the divine body, it directly struck the soul. For a mid-level elder like Elder Mu Feng, if he was caught off guard, the soul would be instantly frozen into slag, and he wouldn't even know how he died. The divine flame of destruction can burn the soul. What about this ice flame? Can it refine the soul? Suddenly, Yang Fann had an idea. I can give it a try, but I have to be careful. The soul was the foundation of a cultivator. If there was any major damage, it would affect the foundation of the cultivator. If there was a serious injury, it would directly cut off the great Tao, and the cultivator would not be able to make any progress in his cultivation. Of course, this was only to the other cultivators. With the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique, Yang Fann could quickly recover even if the soul was severely injured. It was nothing more than a soul that could devour a large amount of souls. This was also the reason why he dared to attempt a single test. It was the reason why he had the confidence to refine his soul with the ice flame. Kai, the soul defense carefully tore open a breath of air and drew a single ice flame into the sea of consciousness. In an instant, Yang Fann felt as if his soul was trembling. His thoughts seemed to have become much slower than before. But soon, a hint of surprise flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. His speculation was indeed effective. In just a short period of time, just a single ice flame had refined his soul, and it was no less powerful than swallowing a half-step dominator's soul. What kind of divine effect would it be if billions of ice flames soul-refining pills were to be produced at the same time? All right, continue. 10, 100, 1,000 flowers, 10,000, 100,000. Yang Fann continued to condense the Yang Fanshi, increasing his resistance to the ice flames. A large amount of ice flames surged into Yang Fanshi's body. Soon, another 300 years passed. Gan Province, that hidden valley. Genshi, the layers of concealment formations around the valley were forcibly shattered, completely collapsing. A mysterious figure wrapped in raging divine fire descended from the sky. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of the flaming door. Raging flame gate. Sure enough, someone opened the door. My clan's divine treasury. This won't do. My clan's divine treasury belongs to this sovereign. I definitely won't allow it to fall into someone else's hands. C 1904 Raging Flame Divine City Raging Flame World, Boundless Ice Flame. Rumble. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. The divine light was bright, like the first ray of light in the darkness, illuminating the universal world. Has he reached his limit? After 300 years of refining the ice flame, Yang Fann's soul had finally reached its limit. No matter how much ice flame poured into the sea of consciousness, it would not have any effect on his soul. Any natural treasure would have its limit, and this ice flame would be the same. Unless he could find a type of even stronger ice flame, no matter how much Yang Fann refined his soul, it would be useless. It's time to continue our journey. I hope we can find a stronger cold flame ahead. Yang Fann faintly revealed a trace of anticipation. A single ice flame soul refinement had caused his soul to increase by more than 10 times. Although he didn't know if the strength of soul could be compared to the universe sovereign, there shouldn't be many half-step sovereign warriors who could be compared to him. 10 days later, the scenery in front of Yang Fann changed once again. However, it was not the stronger cold flame that he was looking forward to, but a vast continent. At a glance, he could not see the end of it. The flame altar indicated that Sovereign Nu Yan's treasure was in this continent. Looks like that ice flame is the last barrier of this sea of flames. Vaguely, a hint of understanding arose in Yang Fann's heart. What a pity, what a pity. I wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to transform the soul into a sovereign stage. Sigh. But soon, Yang Fann shook his head. As expected, the human heart was like this, not knowing how to satisfy. In this sea of flames, he had already obtained a lot of benefits. The ice flame soul refinement, the strength of soul had increased by more than 10 times, and the body defense was even more terrifying. It had increased by more than 100 times. In just 1,000 years, he had achieved a great breakthrough that many half-step sovereign warriors couldn't even achieve in hundreds of eras. No matter how extravagant his request was, it was truly too greedy. In the next second, Yang Fann moved and went ashore. He didn't travel more than 10 million miles. Waves of terrifying flames descended from the sky, and surged towards Yang Fann. Rumble waves of terrifying and ferocious energy soared into the sky from the flames. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 meters tall fiery devil god was born, holding the flame halberd in his hand. The aura of each fiery devil god was no less than that of a low-grade top dominator. With dozens of flaming devil god together, even some of the peak top dominator would have to flee in a sorry state. One aphids, die for me. Yang Fann grinned hideously and threw out a punch. The terrifying devouring black hole swallowed the heavens and swallowed the earth. 15 minutes later, the dozens of flaming devil god were completely devoured by the devouring black hole. A hint of disappointment appeared on Yang Fann's face. Although each of these flaming devil gods' combat strength was comparable to a low-grade top dominator, they weren't true top dominator, they were just the incarnation of the law of fire. The strength of origin that devil god had cultivated was even weaker than a low-level dominator. After absorbing dozens of flame devil god, Yang Fann's cultivation base hadn't improved at all, and it was completely negligible. I have been thinking too much. Devil god, these flames. If he was really a top dominator, how could he let me devour all of them so easily? A hint of self-mockery appeared on Yang Fann's face. Even in the immortal spirit world, with the help of the world will, If he wanted to refine a low-grade top dominator, it would take him at least 10 years. Furthermore, if a top dominator was born so easily, the Fire Clan wouldn't only have a few top dominator warriors. Yang Fann kept moving forward. Buzz from time to time, heavenly fire would descend from the sky and transform into numerous fiery devil god, lunging at Yang Fann. If it was any other half-step sovereign, they would have already exhausted all their energy in the face of the endless flame of devil god. Although the origin of these flames was less than 1 in 10,000 top dominator, with the help of the strength of world in this raging flame world, their combat strength was comparable to a true top dominator. 1, 2, 10, and 100 were nothing. However, what if there were 1,000, 10,000, or even more? Even an intermediate half-step sovereign like Elder Mu Feng would have a high chance of being surrounded and killed. However, Yang Fann had been cultivating himself by fighting and devouring everything. Not only did his chi not weaken at all, it had also become slightly stronger. This was the terror of the great Tao of Devour. If he couldn't completely kill Yang Fann with absolute strength, he would only become stronger and stronger in the end. 10 years later, the speed at which Devil God's eyes were blinded by the flames increased by 10 times in an instant. Not only that, but his combat strength had reached the intermediate top dominator. The danger level did not decrease but increased instead. However, to Yang Fann, no matter if it was a low or intermediate top dominator, they were all trash. They were like a hot knife cutting through butter as they punched little kids. 10,000 light years deep into the continent, the combat strength of the flaming devil god was comparable to a peak top dominator. Under the siege of over 100 flaming devil god, even a peak half-step sovereign would have to retreat. However, Yang Fann was still as powerful as before. So what if he was a peak top dominator? He didn't have any high-grade top-level main divine artifacts with him, and even Yang Fann's body defense wouldn't be able to break through. Any more than that would be useless. A million light years later, the combat strength of the flaming devil god was no less than some low-level half-step sovereign. Fortunately, there weren't many of them. There were only 36 of them. If it was the same as before, there would be thousands of them. Yang Fann had no choice but to put oil on the soles of his shoes and run as far away as he could. If there were thousands or tens of thousands of low-grade half-step sovereign, even if they were universe sovereign, they would still be surrounded and killed if they didn't retreat. Pucci the last flame, devil god, transformed into a flying ash. Yang Fann's path was unimpeded, and he didn't encounter any more attacks. It seemed like the 36 low-grade half-step sovereign had already used their last resort. 15 minutes later, a huge and majestic city appeared in Yang Fann's sight. The giant city was surrounded by divine flame jades that glittered brightly. The entire city was like a hole, with no universe sovereigns coming out of it. Even extreme half-step sovereign found it very difficult to destroy this giant city. Under the huge city stood 4 majestic statues that were tens of thousands of meters tall. They were dressed in red divine armors and were carefully crafted from the extreme flame divine jade. As soon as Yang Fann approached the huge city, the 4 mighty statues suddenly opened their eyes. They looked like peerless divine generals who had just woken up from a deep slumber. Rumble, rumble, terrifying and invincible ferocious aura rose from their bodies. Like cosmic storms, they swept across the universal world. Their imposing aura was more than 10 times more terrifying than that of Venerable Mu Feng. 0 high-level half-step sovereign, these 4 combat dummies all had the strength to fight a high-level half-step sovereign. Raging Flame Divine City is not the bloodline of the Fire Clan. Anyone who dares to enter will die. See 1905 Treasure Found Raging Flame World, Raging Flame Divine City. Rumble, rumble, the 4 great extreme flame battle puppets tore through space and slashed towards Yang Fann with the extreme flame divine sword in their hands. The terrifying power was more than 10 times stronger than an intermediate half-step sovereign like Elder Mu Feng. High-level half-step sovereign, this was definitely the combat strength of an high-level half-step sovereign. With the combined strength of the 4 great extreme flame battle puppet, even a peak half-step sovereign would be severely injured or even killed by them if they were careless. If you want me to die, you are not qualified. The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed. He pushed the 9 revolutions divine devil body to its limit and instantly turned it into a 100,000 feet tall terrifying giant spirit, attacking the 4 great extreme flame battle puppets. Bang bang, the terrifying power that faintly surpassed extreme half-step sovereigns and wreaked havoc in the world, coupled with the terrifying defense that was comparable to a supreme-grade top-level main divine artifact, Yang Fann was only attacking and not defending. He was like a mad devil, and his storm-like attacks completely suppressed the 4-grade extreme flame battle puppet. Ha 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 ha, awesome, truly satisfying again. Yang Fann's fists were beating crazily, and he was laughing out loud. It had been so many years since he last fought like this. 1,000,000 years, 10,000,000 years, or 100,000,000 years. 15 minutes later. Explode for me, bang. The heavens collapsed and the earth collapsed. The extreme flame battle puppet could no longer withstand the violent power and exploded, falling to the ground at any time. The 4 battle puppets could only be suppressed by Yang Fann, let alone now that there were only 3 of them left. They were no match for Yang Fann. An hour later. Bang, the last extreme flame battle puppet completely shattered, turning into rubble on the ground. Awesome. Yang Fann let out a breath of foul air and said. After the battle, he had enough of it. In the next second, Yang Fann took a step forward and entered the Divine City. There were a lot of corpses everywhere in the Divine City. Each corpse was faintly emitting a terrifying, ferocious aura. When these people were still alive, they weren't weak. It was highly possible that they were the experts of Sovereign Nu Yan. Unfortunately, under the erosion of the power of time, there were no secret techniques to nurture them. These corpses had almost exhausted all of their strength of origin. Even if they were completely refined, they wouldn't be able to obtain any benefits. The most heartless thing in the world was time. If someone as strong as a top dominator or half-step sovereign didn't have the protection of a formation, and no one used any resources to nurture them, they would become a pile of useless corpses after dozens of eras had passed. Soon, another hour passed. Yang Fann appeared in front of a majestic palace. This is the great Sovereign Nu Yan Divine Palace. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Divine Palace? Kneel down and face your death. Do you want to have all your family and friends killed? A shout filled with killing intent was heard. Ripples appeared in the space in front of Yang Fann. In the next second, a strange man with long purple hair and purple skin wearing a purple divine armor suddenly appeared in front of Yang Fann. Countless seals were flashing around his body, and his chi was boiling. He was the overlord of the heavens. Even the 4 extreme flame battle puppets were far from enough. This is an extreme half-step sovereign. Yang Fann frowned slightly. No, that's not right. There's something strange about this man's aura. This was actually a living puppet. What a big deal, this is truly a big deal. Sovereign Nu Yan has refined an extreme half-step sovereign into a living puppet. It was terrifying. One should know that extreme half-step sovereign was the strongest person under the universe sovereign. In the entire eternal great world, he was the overlord of a region. If he was willing to join the Supreme Court, he would immediately become a top 3 official and be conferred the title of Marquis. However, this Sovereign Nu Yan had actually refined him into a palace guardian puppet. He was worthy of being called the best of the best in the universe sovereign. At this moment, Yang Fann's anticipation towards Sovereign Nu Yan's treasure became even greater. To be able to get Sovereign Nu Yan to use an extreme half-step sovereign to guard the treasure, it definitely wasn't a simple treasure. However, that Elder Mu Feng was really bold. With his mere intermediate half-step sovereign cultivation base, even if he could open this world of raging flames, he wouldn't be able to escape his fate of dying here. Stubborn fool, die for me. Seeing that Yang Fann had no intention of kneeling down and accepting his death, killing intent flashed in the eyes of the palace guard. He spun the purple divine halberd in his hand and turned into a purple divine radiance. He turned into a purple torrent and arrived in front of Yang Fann in an instant. With a slash of the halberd, a ray of purple divine light shattered the void. If you were alive, I would still be afraid of you. How dare a mere puppet be so impudent in front of me? Get lost! A fierce light flashed in Yang Fann's eyes. He shattered the purple divine radiance with a punch and started fighting the palace guard. Compared to the real extreme half-step sovereign, the dummies were still somewhat lacking. They could barely unleash the combat strength of an 8th layer at their peak, and many secret techniques were just decoration. Since they couldn't be used, their combat strength was only a level higher than a peak half-step sovereign, and they could barely be considered a quasi-extreme half-step sovereign. The moment they started fighting, the palace guard fell into a disadvantageous position. Every strike of Yang Fann had caused his divine body to crack. On the other hand, Yang Fann had completely treated his attack as a tickle. The defense of a supreme-grade top-level main divine artifact was just that overbearing. Without the universe treasure and the power of the universe sovereign, it was extremely difficult to break Yang Fann's defense. An hour later, the divine general who was guarding the palace could no longer withstand the attack and was completely destroyed by Yang Fann. Sigh, what a pity. Even though extreme half-step sovereign had turned into a puppet and the strength of origin had been severely damaged, he was still not comparable to an intermediate half-step sovereign like Elder Mu Feng. If he could suppress and devour the palace guard, the effect would be no less than refining a few hundred cubic meters of origin of eternity, or even more. Unfortunately, Yang Fann couldn't hold back in this battle. His strength wouldn't be much stronger than this divine general's in the future. It was possible to destroy him, but there was no hope of capturing him alive. Capturing him alive was several times more difficult than killing him. But soon, Yang Fann couldn't be bothered to sigh. Finding Sovereign Nu Yan's treasure was more important. He just didn't know if Sovereign Nu Yan had any stronger trump cards. If he had more, things would get really bad. He was now extreme half-step sovereign. No matter how strong he was still a true universe sovereign. Although he was powerful now, if he really fought with the universe sovereign, Yang Fann wouldn't have any confidence. He was afraid that he could only activate the eternal mark and flee for his life. My luck shouldn't be so bad. It won't be so easy to suppress and refine a universe sovereign into a puppet. Even if Sovereign Nu Yan is a middle-level universe sovereign, he shouldn't be so extravagant. With a trace of apprehension and anticipation, Yang Fann slowly pushed open the door of Divine Palace. Ah, this is Sovereign Nu Yan's treasure. He let me find it just like that. 0C1906 Half-Step Venerable of the Fire Family Raging Flame World, Raging Flame Divine Palace. Yang Fann's eyes widened as he looked at the sea of natural treasures in front of him in disbelief. He really didn't expect happiness to come so suddenly. Initially, he thought that Sovereign Nu Yan was in the Divine Palace. We have to set up a few more traps, no matter what. Even Yang Fann had a thought in his mind that he couldn't do anything about it, so he activated the Eternal Mark. The thought of returning to a mortal spirit world. Who would have thought that the moment the door opened, it would be the location of the treasure? However, after thinking about it carefully, it wasn't understandable. Sovereign Nu Yan had made enough arrangements. Not to mention an intermediate half-step sovereign like Elder Mu Feng, even some of the peak half-step sovereign might die if they couldn't retreat in time in this Raging Flame world. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to enter the Raging Flame Divine Palace without the Universe Sovereign. Very quickly, Yang Fann's attention was attracted by the huge amount of natural treasures. He had struck it rich. This time, he had really struck it rich. All sorts of natural treasures, divine herbs, and divine fruits were innumerable. Furthermore, not a single one of them was ordinary. Even the lowest grade of high-level dominators was enough for many high-level dominator warriors to fight until they bled profusely. The top-grade divine crystal was filled to the brim with a treasure chest, and there were no less than 10,000 high-grade divine crystals. The second-grade high-grade divine crystals were piled up into a huge mountain, and there were hundreds of billions of them. There were also the origin of eternities. It contained a pond of 4,000 cubic meters. As of this moment, Yang Fann could see the position of Chief Sovereign waving at him. Yang Fann had also successfully gathered all the low-grade high-grade huge perfections and low-grade main divine artifacts needed for the 9 revolutions divine devil body to reach the 9th transformation huge perfection. This saved him a lot of time and effort to collect them. Now, he just needed to spend some time to refine these main divine artifacts, allowing his 9 revolutions divine devil body to break through to the 9th transformation great perfection stage. At that time, just the pure body defense alone would be comparable to some high-grade top-level main divine artifacts. Once he unleashed all of his strength, the 9 revolutions divine devil body might even be able to compete with the universe treasure in a single leap. Just the thought of it was enough to excite him. If that was the case, Yang Fann wouldn't be afraid even if he were to face the universe sovereign. Grug grug grug. Yang Fann's long sleeves waved quickly, and a large amount of natural treasures were stored into his inner world. A treasure vault was filled up, and it was cleared at a speed visible to the naked eye. A quarter of an hour later, the entire treasury, apart from the 3 treasures that stood out like cranes in a flock of chickens in the center of the treasure vault and on the high platform, all the other treasures had been kept by Yang Fann in his inner world. Not even a strand of hair was left behind. The last 3 treasures were a flaming scepter, a flaming divine ring, and a flame halberd. The aura that erupted from each treasure far exceeded that of a supreme grade top-level main divine artifact. It was more than 10 times, 100 times stronger than a supreme-grade top-level main divine artifact. These 3 treasures, 8 to 9 of them, were the legendary universe treasures. As expected of a peerless expert that was on par with the Sector Lord, this sovereign Nu Yan was indeed rich. Universe treasure, that was a supreme treasure that even universe sovereigns would go crazy for. Many universe sovereigns didn't even have a single universe treasure in their hands. But this sovereign Nu Yan actually had 3 universe treasures in his possession. It was obvious how powerful sovereign Nu Yan was. Furthermore, Yang Fann could also sense 3 eternal auras from the staff, ring, and halberd. They were similar to the auras of the immortal spirit world, but also different at the same time. Suddenly, a thought flashed across Yang Fann's mind, and he recalled something. For someone as outstanding as sovereign Nu Yan, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death if he said that he had never occupied the eternal world. Among these 3 supreme treasures, there was a high possibility that sovereign Nu Yan had left the mark of the eternal world that he had conquered before. He could sense the locations of the eternal world through these 3 supreme treasures. Sovereign Nu Yan had already fallen. Those eternal world had once again become ownerless items. As for the eternal realm, it wasn't easy for it to be born. It wasn't possible to say that those eternal world had yet to produce a world lord. That was his chance. If he could conquer a few more eternal world, not only would he be able to plunder a large number of origin of eternities, he would also be able to control these eternal world to merge with the immortal spirit world and increase the power level of the world. One should know that many of the levels of the eternal world were increased through the integration of the other eternal world. The high grade and top everworld that were born naturally were extremely rare. It might not even be possible to produce one in a dozen or 20 eras. Once the immortal spirit world transformed into an intermediate, or even a high-grade eternal world, even a top-level universe sovereign would be suppressed by him if they didn't retreat in time. At that time, he would be able to rest in peace in this eternal world. As long as he didn't provoke the 8 great universe lord, even if he couldn't defeat him, he would be able to quickly retreat back to the eternal world and avoid the attack. Taking a deep breath, Yang Fann suppressed the excitement in his heart. He moved his right arm and grabbed the 3 supreme treasures. Buzz, buzz. Divine flames of destruction that could even burn top-level main divine artifact rose from the 3 supreme treasures, wanting to burn Yang Fann's arm into ashes. If sovereign Nu Yan were to personally use it, I wouldn't be able to do anything to you all. However, by instinct, you all want to break free from my palm. That's a dream, be obedient. Yang Fann sneered. If a cooked duck could still escape from his grasp, he would just find a piece of tofu and smash it to death. The next second, rumble. The power of the laws within his body crazily erupted. Terrifying power surged, crushing down powerfully. The 3 supreme treasures resisted with all their might, unwilling to be suppressed just like that. However, with the instinct of the supreme treasures, they could only fight a peak half-step sovereign. It was simply an extravagant hope to break free from Yang Fann's restraints. The flames of destruction were constantly weakened and suppressed. 2 hours later, Kai. All of the divine flames of destruction were destroyed, and the 3 supreme treasures were completely subdued by Yang Fann's mighty power. With a thought, Yang Fann wanted to check the information of the 3 supreme treasures and find out how many coordinates of the eternal world were recorded in them. Put down the supreme treasures of my race and I will spare your life. A roar like that of Devil God rang in Yang Fann's ears, as if it was the fury of a heavenly duke. The next second, rumble, a fiery cloud descended from the sky, seemingly wanting to dye the entire sky red. A terrifying man walked out from it. His fur was crimson red, and he was wearing a flaming divine armor. Every inch of his skin was covered with terrifying divine fire, as if it could burn down an entire world with just a tiny bit of it. The aura he gave off was more than double that of the future palace guardsman. It blotted out the sky and covered the earth, rolling towards Yang Fann like a tidal wave. His crimson eyes were fixed on the 3 supreme treasures in Yang Fann's hands, and they were filled with greed and desire. A half-step sovereign from the Fire Clan, and also a extreme half-step sovereign. C-1907 defeated by a peak half-step sovereign Raging Flame World, Raging Flame Divine Palace. Looking at the expert of the Fire Clan in front of him, a dignified look flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. This expert of the Fire Clan was different from the Divine General of the Palace. This expert of the Fire Clan was extreme half-step sovereign, a formidable opponent that he had never met in his life. Next, It would definitely be a fierce battle. However, Yang Fann didn't stop moving his hands. He kept the three supreme treasures into his inner world. So what? Although he was afraid of extreme half-step sovereign, he was only afraid. It was not to the extent where he was afraid. With the powerful 9 revolutions divine devil body, he was already in an invincible position. Even in the depths of Yang Fann's eyes, there was a faint trace of excitement. An expert was lonely, and it was difficult to find an opponent. Especially when it came to Yang Fann's realm, it was even more difficult to find an opponent who was equally matched with him. There were only a few eternal worlds in Eternal World. In the open and in the dark, when all the universe sovereigns were combined together, there would definitely not be more than 10,000 extreme half-step sovereigns. Although extreme half-step sovereign had a lot of extreme half-step sovereigns, 1,000,000 extreme half-step sovereigns was the limit. It seemed like a lot, but if they were scattered in the vast eternal great world, they would be like a drop of water in the boundless ocean. It would be very inconspicuous. Fight rumble. The soaring killing intent rose above Yang Fann's head, turning into a huge word, fight. Fukai. Without waiting for the expert to attack, Yang Fann tore open the spatial zone and attacked it. Strength of world. It surged violently. 1,968 light pillars of law shone brightly. Yang Fann did not hold back at all in this attack. He unleashed all of his combat strength. That was extreme half-step sovereign, there was no need to test him. As for how he was going to deal with Elder Mu Feng, he was hiding his true strength. He wanted to show weakness to the enemy. In the blink of an eye, Yang Fanshihai was killed in the bud. The expert of the Fire Clan was able to appear here. Obviously, he had gone through all the obstacles that Sovereign Nuyan had left behind, even though he had never seen the power of those extreme flame battle puppet and the divine general of the palace. Just the previous few difficulties were not easily overcome by a high-level half-step sovereign. It was simply impossible to sneak attack while he was unprepared. It might even be possible that he had fallen into the opponent's trap. For these old monsters who had lived for hundreds of millions of years, they could eat more salt than he could eat rice. Comparing schemes was no different from showing off in front of an expert. It was better to fight fair and square. Human, you aphids are courting death. Killing intent flashed in the eyes of half-venerable Yan Zhe. This bastard had stolen the supreme treasure of Fire Clan, but he still dared to attack first. He had gone too far. Rumble. Boundless divine fire burst out from his body. In an instant, the entire raging flame divine palace turned into a flame world, while Yan Zhe also turned into a 30,000-meter tall flaming giant. Every inch of his skin was burning with black flames of destruction, and endless divine imprints of the great Tao of fire were flickering around his body. Kill bang. The two titans collided, as if they were two sharp needles against each other. They fought with all their might, not giving a single inch of their strength to the other. PCHTPCHTPCHTPCHTPCHTPCHTPCHTPCHTPCHTPCHTPCHTPCHTPCHT. The surrounding space was filled with cracks that were like fine spider webs. It was as if it would completely shatter in the next second. Bitch it, how can this human's aphids be so strong? A trace of shock flashed across Yan Zhe's eyes. This time, he was actually at a disadvantage in this clash. Most importantly, the destructive flame that Fire Clan was so proud of was actually unable to harm that human in the slightest. It was simply unimaginable. As a peak half-step sovereign, he had already cultivated his clan's destructive flame to the mastery. Furthermore, he had also devoured a large amount of destructive flame in the Sea of Flames, causing the destructive flame's power to increase by a lot, almost reaching the great perfection stage. Throughout the history of Fire Clan, only Sovereign Nuyan could suppress him. Even some top-level main divine artifact wouldn't dare to touch his destructive flame, let alone his divine body. Even some universe sovereigns would burn a hole in them. How could this human aphid be unharmed? Half-venerable Yan Zhe would never have thought that Yang Fann had used the flames of destruction to refine his body. It was only when the flames of destruction no longer had any effect on him that he went to the raging flame continent. In his opinion, Yang Fann had relied on his tyrannical strength to cross the raging flame sea. If he wanted to use the flames of destruction to deal with Yang Fann, it could only be said that he was thinking too much. Die. A fierce light flashed in Yang Fann's eyes, and he once again attacked the half-step sovereign Yan Zhe. Bang bang. The black and red giants crazily collided. The terrifying power seemed to want to blow up the entire raging flame divine palace. The large expanse of space couldn't withstand the violent power and shattered into pieces. Half an incense stick of time later. Bitch it, how could this be? Half-venerable Yan Zhe was secretly anxious. Most of the divine abilities of Fire Clan were focused on the flames of destruction. Now, the ever-victorious flames of destruction had been suppressed by Yang Fann, turning into a decoration. His combat strength had fallen by more than a level. At first, he was still able to fight evenly with Yang Fann, but now, he was at a complete disadvantage. 15 minutes later. Ha ha ha, awesome, an ant from the Fire Clan, watch how I blow you up. Yang Fann burst into laughter. His face was filled with madness. With every breath of time, he would throw out thousands of punches, and the only thing he could do was defend himself. He didn't even have the strength to fight back. Bitch it, how could this bastard have such a terrifying divine body? Is he really a human? Of all the races in the world, who doesn't know that the divine bodies of humans are the weakest? Even some individuals who cultivate experts have divine bodies that are far inferior to the other top races. However, this monster in front of him made him feel as if he was facing those barbarians from the Witch Clan, whose brains were filled with muscles. In fact, it even gave him a terrifying feeling. If it was any other extreme half-step sovereign, his divine body would have collapsed a long time ago if he were to face hundreds of thousands of punches from this monster. However, this monster acted as if nothing had happened, and it was getting more and more brave as it fought. Soon, another quarter of an hour passed. There was not a single complete spot on Yan Ji's body. The divine armor on his body had long been shattered. He was in an extremely sorry state, and his aura was on the verge of falling to the limit of half a zun. Good. Yang Fann's eyes lit up, and his expression was ferocious. If he could keep a supreme half-venerable, even if he only got a broken corpse, the benefits of devouring it would be even greater than that of Elder Mu Feng, not to mention that he still had his belongings. Although he had obtained Sovereign Nu Yan's treasure, he would never complain about having too many resources. No, this can't go on. Otherwise, I will definitely give you an explanation today. Venerable Yan Zhe finally had the thought of retreating. He glared at Yang Fann and said, "Human aphids, just you wait. This matter won't end just like this. Not good, this fellow is trying to escape." Yang Fann's heart skipped a beat. "Bastard, where are you going?" "Stay here." C. 1908. The Three Eternal Worlds Raging Flame Divine Palace. Yang Fann's facial expression changed, and a trace of anxiety flashed across his eyes. How could this be? How could the fat meat in his mouth allow him to slip away under his nose? His attack speed increased by 30% once again. Even if he had to put all his effort into his divine body, he would still be able to keep this half-step sovereign alive. Right at this moment, buzz, a dazzling fiery light shot into the sky. In the next second, the mighty figure of half-venerable Yan Zhe disappeared without a trace, as if he had never appeared at all. Bitch it, that guy ran away. Yang Fann looked at the direction where half-venerable Yan Zhe had disappeared with hatred and resentment. His heart was bleeding. A supreme half-venerable and the many resources in his hands were more than enough for his strength to increase by another level. Unfortunately, he was able to escape just like that. As expected, it was easy for him to defeat these peak half-martial highness realm experts with his current strength. However, it would be extremely difficult for him to make them stay behind. Billions of light-years away from the raging flame continent. Poochie. Space distorted, and a person fell from within. His clothes were ragged, and the divine fire around his body was dim. He looked extremely pathetic. If it wasn't that half-zun Yan Zhe, who else could it be? Son of a bitch that bitched human aphid. The half-step sovereign Yan Zhe gritted his teeth. His eyes were burning with fury, as if he could burn all worlds. This time, he had suffered a great loss. It was the ultimate treasure of the Fire Clan. Not to mention that he didn't even get a single treasure, he even used the forbidden arts of the Fire Clan in the end. Yuan Fire God's escape technique. In an instant, a layer of the blood essence was sucked out of his body. His cultivation base had almost fallen to the limit of the half-step sovereign realm. He didn't know how many tens of thousands of years he would need to rest before he could recover. Everything was the fault of that human bastard. It was all his fault. Bitched bastard, I will not rest until you die. No, this place is not a place to stay for long. After venting his anger, Yan Ji's expression darkened. Once again, his rationality gained the upper hand. Right now, his combat strength had fallen to the lowest point, and he wouldn't be able to use his source, Fire God, to escape for a short period of time. If that monster really caught up to him, he wouldn't even be able to escape. He fiercely looked in the direction of the raging flame continent, and then he quickly tore through space and disappeared without a trace. Raging Flame Divine Palace. Yang Fann shook his head lightly and shook off the unwillingness in his heart. Even the real universe sovereign might not necessarily be able to keep a maximum of half-venerable. It was normal for him to not be able to keep that half-venerable Yan Zhe. Furthermore, he had already made a huge profit from this trip by obtaining Sovereign Nu Yan's treasure. A single amphioxus would be enough for him to escape. It wasn't a big deal. The next second, boom, a ray of light flashed past, and 3 supreme treasures appeared in Yang Fann's hands once again. Rumble. A terrifying mental energy seeped out of Yang Fanshihai's body. Within the 3 supreme treasures, he had planted his own spiritual brand, and had barely managed to recognize them as his master. Very quickly, the information of the 3 supreme treasures surged into Yang Fann's sea of consciousness like a surging river. 15 minutes later, rumble, Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. At this moment, he clearly knew the origin of these 3 supreme treasures. The flaming staff was called the Fire God Scepter, and the ring was the Angry Divine Fire Ring. The last flame halberd was the Divine Fire Devil Suppression Halberd. Just as Yang Fann had guessed, the 3 great treasures were all universe treasures. However, the grade wasn't high, it was only a low-grade universe treasure. Even the highest-grade Divine Fire Devil Suppression Halberd, it was just a quasi-intermediate universe treasure. Of course, this didn't mean that the 3 supreme treasures weren't precious. One had to know that every universe treasure was a treasure of the universe, and it was an extraordinary treasure. There were many universe sovereigns in the eternal great world, and most of them were only low-grade universe treasures. Even many middle-level universe sovereign warriors might not have a single quasi-intermediate universe treasure. If Yang Fann could completely refine the Divine Fire Devil Suppression Halberd and unleash all of its power, it would be enough for his combat strength to increase by 10 times, 100 times. At that time, if some low-level universe sovereign warriors did not have the universe treasure, it would be a draw between the winner and the loser. Furthermore, amongst the 3 supreme treasures, there was also a eternal world, one of the 3 supreme treasures. Sovereign Nu Yan had left behind a trace of the original wool of the eternal world, which allowed him to control the 3 supreme treasures. Not only could he smoothly enter the 3 great eternal world, but also, he would immediately be loved by the original wool of the eternal world, and become the beloved child of the heavens and earth. The main character of fate was to seize the position of the Eternal Realm Lord. He would be the first to seize the position of the Eternal Realm Lord. Of course, the prerequisite for all of this was that the 3 eternal world hadn't given birth to the Eternal Sector Lord yet. Buzz. The void twisted and Yang Fann's figure disappeared from the Raging Flame Divine Palace. When he reappeared, he was already in the immortal spirit world's origin space. Although he had obtained the coordinates of the 3 major eternal world, Yang Fann didn't intend to enter the 3 major eternal world right now. The 3 major eternal world controlled by Sovereign Nu Yan couldn't be compared to the immortal spirit world. All of them were in the intermediate eternal world. The Divine Fire Devil Suppression Halberd was especially powerful in the eternal world. Its energy grade was almost at the limit of the intermediate eternal world. It was only a step away from advancing to the advanced grade of the eternal world. The strength of the strength of world. The strength of world was more than 100 times, 1,000 times stronger than the immortal spirit world. If the eternal realm really existed in these 3 eternal world, with his current cultivation base and strength, once his whereabouts were exposed, he might be instantly suppressed by the eternal realm. He wouldn't even be able to escape. Yang Fann wasn't prepared to take the risk if he didn't convert all the resources in his hands into strength. With the support of the world will, it would not take too long. Sovereign Nu Yan had fallen for nearly 100 eras. If the 3 great eternal world really had sector lords, they would have appeared a long time ago. If they didn't, they wouldn't be so short of 100,000 years. Su array of light flashed past. Elder Mu Feng had appeared in front of Yang Fann. Now was the time to devour Elder Mu Feng. Rumble. Space distorted. A devouring black hole appeared out of thin air, crazily devouring Elder Mu Feng's world strength of origin. 800 years later. 3 Pucci. Elder Mu Feng had completely turned into a flying ash. Yang Fann's vast inner world had expanded by 1 circle, and his strength had increased by nearly 3 layers. It was no less than absorbing 50 cubic meters of origin of eternity. Soon, another 100 years passed. Swallowing the origin of eternity was much faster than refining a half-step sovereign. The 10 cubic meters of origin of eternity that Elder Mu Feng had painstakingly accumulated had all been devoured by Yang Fann. The next moment, buzz, a divine light flashed, and the eternal divine pool that Sovereign Nu Yan had obtained from his treasure vault appeared in front of Yang Fann. Whether or not I can become a sovereign depends on this pool of eternal scar origin. Yang Fann's eyes flashed. Then, he moved his body and went deep into the pool. Hong Long. Yang Fann turned into a devouring black hole, crazily devouring all the origin of eternities in the surroundings. C. 1909 The Nine Transformations Great Circle of the Nine Transformations Devil Body Immortal Spirit World, Origin Space. Rumble. Yang Fann transformed into a devouring black hole, devouring the heavens and the earth, crazily devouring the origin of eternity. The nearly 4,000 cubic meters of origin of eternities within the eternal God pond slowly began to decrease. 3,800 cubic meters. 3,500 cubic meters. 3,000 cubic meters. 2,200 cubic meters. 1,000 cubic meters. 100 cubic meters. 10 cubic meters. Soon, nearly 40,000 years passed. The last drop of origin of eternity was swallowed and refined by Yang Fann. The continuously rising aura around Yang Fann's body slowly weakened, and in the end, it was completely restrained. He had an ordinary appearance, as if he had returned to his original state. Yang Fann sighed. His voice revealed an indescribable regret. He was still a little lacking. He had devoured and refined nearly 4,000 cubic meters of origin of eternity, but it had only allowed him to touch the bottleneck of the ultimate half-step dominator. If he wanted to truly break through, he would need so many more origin of eternities. It was simply terrifying. One should know that some of them were at the limit of half-venerable. If he didn't consider his own foundation, with their future potential, 4,000 cubic meters of origin of eternity was enough for them to barely form the eternal world and break through to the universe sovereign realm. However, Yang Fann had so many origin of eternities. Yet, none of them were enough for him to break through to the sovereign realm. If this were to spread, countless experts would be scared to death. But soon, Yang Fann wiped away all the regrets in his heart. Although he couldn't activate the main god tribulation and break through to the domination stage, after absorbing 4,000 cubic meters of origin of eternity, his strength had increased by a lot, and his overall strength had increased by at least 10 times. If he were to meet that half-step sovereign Yan Zhe again, Yang Fann was confident that he would be able to cripple him within 10 moves. Even if his overall strength wasn't as good as a newly advanced universe sovereign, it wouldn't be too far off. Yang Fann's figure moved and returned to his inner world. In a short period of 40,000 years, the strength of the others had not changed much. However, the cultivation of the 6 girls had improved tremendously under the support of Sovereign Nu Yan's numerous top-grade divine herbs. Each and every one of them had reached the limit of the half-step dominator. At any time, they could trigger the main god tribulation and transcend the tribulation to become the sovereign lord. It was only because they were in Yang Fann's inner world that they were unable to activate the main god tribulation that they were unable to take that step forward. Regarding this, the 6 girls didn't pay too much attention to it. If they couldn't activate the main god tribulation, they would continue to build up their foundation. Besides, all 6 of them had a great ambition in their hearts. Just like those top-level heavens pride monsters from the eternal great world. Once they crossed the main god tribulation, they would immediately possess the strength to fight middle-level dominator or even high-level dominator warriors. Otherwise, if they were like the other rulers, how could they be worthy of Yang Fann's nurturing? Up until now, the resources that each of them had used up were enough for an ordinary person to cultivate to the high-level dominator. After accompanying their parents for nearly 100 years, Yang Fann once again returned to origin space and continued his seclusion. He had already gathered all the 9 revolutions divine devil bodies needed for the 9th transformation huge perfection. It was time for him to completely break through to the huge perfection. Swoosh! With a flash of divine light, a low-grade low-level main divine artifact appeared in Yang Fann's hand. He pushed the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique to its limit, crazily devouring low-level main divine artifact strength of origin, increasing his cultivation base, as well as the enhancement of the world will. Yang Fann's refining speed had increased by more than 100 times. In just a month, a low-grade top-level main divine artifact was completely devoured by Yang Fann. 480 years later. Rumble. The divine light around Yang Fann's body instantly expanded, illuminating the entire origin space. He had finally absorbed and refined 9,000 pieces of low-level main divine artifact, successfully completing the first stage of the 9th revolution of the 9 revolutions divine devil body. The growth of the power of the shell wasn't much, it hadn't even reached the first stage yet, but the body defense had increased by several times. At this moment, the terror of the Yang Fann's divine body wasn't much weaker than some high-grade top-level main divine artifacts. And this was only the first stage of the 9 revolutions. Once one reached the 4th stage of the huge perfection and used all of his strength to unleash the 9 revolutions divine devil body, he might really be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the universe treasure. After calming down the excitement in his heart, Yang Fann continued to refine the intermediate main divine artifact. Compared to low-level main divine artifact, the difficulty of the intermediate main divine artifact had increased by more than 10 times. It took Yang Fann nearly 6 years to refine a single intermediate main divine artifact. It took Yang Fann nearly 6,000 years to completely refine 1,000 intermediate Yang Fanns. As for Yang Fann's body defense, it had increased by nearly 10 times, steadily stepping into the high-grade top-level main divine artifact, and it was one of the best. Time flew by, another 30,000 years passed. Pucci, the 100th low-grade high-grade main divine artifact turned into flying ashes, and the 9 revolutions divine devil body completed the 3rd stage of the 9th revolution. Yang Fann's pure body defense had increased by more than 10 times. It was no less than the full power of the 9 revolutions divine devil body before he went into seclusion, and it was comparable to a supreme grade top-level main divine artifact. At this moment, if he were to activate the 9 revolutions divine devil body, the body defense had increased by more than 700 times. It was completely unimaginable, although there was still a big difference compared to the 3 universe treasures in his hand. However, it had absolutely surpassed the category of top-level main divine artifacts. It could be said that it was a quasi-universe treasure. It was definitely not an exaggeration. Not only that, after the 3rd stage of perfection, Yang Fann's power of the shell had also improved by leaps and bounds. More than 10 times. Even without using any techniques, Yang Fann was confident that he could fight any high-level dominator warrior with just his power of the shell alone. Furthermore, the first 3 stages could only be considered as the foundation. The 4th stage, the perfection, was the true perfection. At that time, Yang Fann's strength would surely undergo a qualitative transformation. Perhaps, it was not a dream for the pure strength of body to fight a half-step sovereign warrior. Buzz. With a flash of divine light, a top-level main divine artifact appeared in Yang Fann's hand. It was none other than the Junluo Void. It was Wang Fushuan's practice after breaking through to the top dominator. The Junluo Void could only be considered a low-grade top-level main divine artifact. Among all the Yang Fanns in Yang Fann's hand, if one were to say which grade was the lowest, then the Junluo Void would recognize the second. There was absolutely not a single top-level main divine artifact that recognized the first. Even so, Yang Fann had spent nearly 3,500 years to completely devour this true Junluo Void. One had to say that top-level main divine artifacts were top-level main divine artifacts. They were far from what high-grade main divine artifacts could compare with. Fortunately, a 4th grade huge perfection only needed to devour 10 top-level main divine artifacts. If he was like low-level main divine artifact, who needed to devour 9,000 Yang Fanns, Yang Fann would definitely cry, 52,600 years later. Pucci. The 10th top-level main divine artifact was reduced to ashes. Rumble, rumble, countless divine artifact phantoms flickered around Yang Fann's body. Divine light glittered around him, and strange phenomena could be seen everywhere. It was as if the legendary king of divine artifacts had descended and controlled all divine artifacts in the world. The next second, Yang Fann used all his strength to defend himself. Everything erupted like a landslide or a tsunami, increasing exponentially. 1C1910 The Great Cosmos Eternal Physique Immortal Spirit World, Origin Space. Rumble, rumble, Yang Fann's aura was rising rapidly, crazily. The power within his body was like a flood, rising to the limit and never ending. Chi even the surrounding space seemed to be unable to withstand the violent pressure and began to distort. Terrifying, this was the origin space of the eternal world. The toughness of the spatial barrier was so strong that even the full force attacks of some extreme half-venerables would not be able to harm it in the slightest. After over 70,000 years of bitter cultivation, Yang Fann had finally swallowed the last low-grade top-level main divine artifact, and the 9 revolutions divine devil body had finally broken through to the great perfection stage. At this moment, his divine body, defense, strength and speed had all been restored. Everything had undergone a qualitative change. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Rumble. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes slowly opened, his face filled with unconcealable surprise. Powerful, truly too powerful, sure enough, just as he had imagined. After the 9 revolutions divine devil body became a true huge perfection, his strength had undergone a tremendous change. At this moment, with just the power of the shell alone, Yang Fann was confident that he would be able to fight Elder Mu Feng. His strength had increased by more than 10 times, 100 times. Once he activated the 9 revolutions divine devil body, his strength would once again increase by another 981 times. No one would be a match for him if he didn't use the Universe Sovereign. If he unleashed all of his combat strength, it would be even more terrifying. He would definitely have the strength to challenge a Universe Sovereign with a higher cultivation level. If he were to meet that half-step Sovereign Yan Zhe of the Fire Clan again, Yang Fann was very confident that he would be able to keep him here. Of course, the most terrifying part was still his divine body. Although his 9 revolutions divine devil body wasn't as powerful as the divine fire devil suppression halberd, it wasn't any weaker than the fire god scepter and the divine fire ring. He had already reached the universe treasure grade. If this news spread out, it would certainly scare a group of universe sovereign to death. Even among the top-level senior magi of the witch clan who were as powerful as the universe sovereign, only a few of them had the body of a magus. As for the venerables of other races, there was even less of a need to talk about the level of a first-grade universe treasure. Especially the human race, who had always been known for their weak divine bodies, perhaps not even one of the universe sovereign had a divine body comparable to the universe treasure. Currently, it was hard to determine one's combat strength. However, in terms of survival ability, Yang Fann had already surpassed most middle-level universe sovereign warriors, which was comparable to many high-level universe sovereign warriors. He wanted to destroy a universe treasure. Even if it was just a low-grade universe treasure, without the strength of a high-level universe sovereign warrior, or without a high-grade universe treasure, Yang Fann's defense wouldn't be able to break it. Right at this moment, Yang Fann frowned, but his expression didn't change at all. It's here. Rumble, rumble. A torrent of energy crazily surged into his sea of consciousness and poured into his soul. Countless profound great Tao divine imprints continuously flickered. Luckily, Yang Fann was prepared for this. Furthermore, the current him was no longer the same as before. The ice flame soul refinement, as well as the huge improvement in his cultivation base. The soul had grown by quite a bit, although it had not truly transformed into a venerable. Hong Long. The current of qi only caused it to swell slightly, and it didn't feel too uncomfortable. He did not know how much time had passed. It might have been an instant, or it might have been a day. Yang Fann slowly exhaled a breath of foul air. However, his eyes were filled with an unconcealable excitement. The great cosmic eternal physique, what a great cosmic eternal physique. This was a peerless body refinement divine arts that was more than 10 million times scarier than the 9 revolutions divine devil body. Once a huge perfection transformed into a great cosmic universe, he would be able to destroy an entire universe with a single thought. Like that universe lord, he was just a representative of the universe, he could only control a portion of the power of the universe. At that time, he could easily blow away tens of thousands of people with just a breath. For legend has it that the universe was not the only one, there were other universes outside of their universe. Looking at it now, this legend was not baseless. If there was only one universe, how could there be an eternal body of the universe? One must know that the eternal body of the universe would directly devour the universe to cultivate. Furthermore, it required more than one or two of them. I wonder what the purple lightning that I encountered that day was. Even though his current combat strength was comparable to some universe sovereign, he still couldn't find any trace of the purple lightning, as if it didn't exist at all. However, Yang Fann knew very well that it was still within his body. Otherwise, where did this eternal immortal body come from? Also, how did he get to great world of spiritual martial arts? A great world like this. Even in the eternal great world, there wouldn't be a second heaven-defying fortuitous encounter like this. As for the great world of spiritual martial arts, it was just a big world that wasn't even the little world. Forget it. Shaking his head lightly, Yang Fann did not think too much about it. If he is not strong enough, no matter how much he thinks, it was all in vain. When he had enough strength, he would naturally be able to understand everything. Very quickly, Yang Fann's attention returned to the great cosmic eternal physique. The great cosmic eternal physique was incomparably heaven-defying. Compared to it, the inheritance of the supreme experts in the eternal great world was nothing. There was no comparison at all. However, the difficulty of cultivating it was equally terrifying. A mere beginning needed to devour the universe source. Just from the name alone, one could understand what a universe source was. It was the core of a universe, the source of energy. It was the origin of eternity that many half-venerables and supremacies sought after like a flock of ducks. It probably didn't even have the qualifications to carry his shoes. 10,000 cubic meters of origin of eternity might not even be comparable to a single universe source. In the vast eternal great world, there was only one possibility that 9 great universe lord had the great universe lords. He just wanted to obtain the universe source from universe lord. Just thinking about it made one despair. The current Yang Fann's combat strength was pretty good, and his survival ability was no less than some high-level universe sovereign warriors. However, to universe lord, top-level universe sovereign warriors were just slightly stronger ants, let alone the current Yang Fann. He could kill Yang Fann 1,000 times with just a flick of his finger. When the boat reaches the end of the bridge, it will naturally be straight. The current me is indeed not a match for universe lord, but that doesn't mean that I will not be a match for them in the future. His true cultivation base was only at the first half-step dominator, not even at the low-level dominator. What if he could advance his cultivation base to the top dominator, or even the universe sovereign? Perhaps, he wouldn't even need to look for those universe lord to enter the universe source's spatial zone and capture the universe source. Haste makes waste. The most important thing right now is to become a Tao-confirming divine master. As he spoke, rumble, rumble, the treasure light of 3 paths flashed by. The fire god scepter, the divine fire ring, and the divine fire devil suppression halberd appeared in front of Yang Fann. 3 great eternal world, which one should I choose first? See 1911 Magic World in the Magic Continent, in a secret divine palace located halfway up the mountain, surrounded by numerous secret formations. All of a sudden, the space distorted, and a black-robed young man with an ordinary chi walked out from it. It was none other than Yang Fann. After making his choice, Yang Fann chose the eternal world that corresponded to the fire god scepter. Out of the 3 great eternal world, this eternal world had the lowest energy level. Among the many intermediate eternal world, it could only be said to be ordinary. The difficulty of conquering was much lower compared to the other 2 great eternal world. First, it was easy, then difficult, and step by step, it would be easier. It was not a good habit to bite off more than one could chew. Even though the 9 revolutions divine devil body had reached the 9th transformation huge perfection, and its combat strength had increased by more than 100 times, Yang Fann still had a cautious and respectful heart. If he wanted to walk further and longer in the cultivation world, he must not be blindly arrogant. Through the information left behind by the fire god scepter, Yang Fann knew that this eternal world was called the magic world by Sovereign Nuyan. He focused on magic and finally controlled the source of magic, becoming the high and mighty master of magic. Back then, Sovereign Nuyan was the master of magic in the magic world and controlled the magic world. Buzz suddenly, ripples appeared on the void. A crystal coffin appeared in front of Yang Fann. Inside was a frozen young man, about 20 years old, and he was extremely handsome. Is this the trump card that Sovereign Nuyan prepared for me? Yang Fann's eyes lit up. He turned into a ray of light and entered young man's body, merging with him. As expected of Sovereign Nuyan's backup plan, this young man's physique and talent could definitely be considered a peerless evildoer in magic world. It was a rare thing in this world. If the expert in the eternal great world could obtain such a body, it would definitely save them a lot of hard work. However, it was useless to Yang Fann. With the heaven and earth devouring divine art, as long as he could devour any living being in the magic world, he would be able to steal the sky and transform into a living being in the magic world. As long as he didn't use any power that was different from the magic world, he wouldn't reveal any flaws and attract the world will's attention. A genius wasn't a genius. It wouldn't be of much use to him. No matter what kind of genius he was, with the monster physique, could he still force the god and devil physique that he had carefully crafted? Different from the immortal spirit world, it was a world of the immortal Tao, and there were body cultivators in it as well. The origin power of the magic world only consisted of magic and no other cultivation system. It seemed like the 9 revolutions divine devil body was not allowed to be used in the magic world. Luckily, there were no restrictions on pure strength of bodies. This was the original power of living beings. No matter which world it would not be suppressed. Of course, this was only suitable for Yang Fann. If it was any other eternal great world's expert, the so-called rebirth through possession, or to be more precise, it was to refine an avatar for himself, unlike Yang Fann, who perfectly merged with the eternal creature of the world, defying the heavens and changing his fate. No matter how powerful his true body's physical strength was, it was just a decoration, unable to be used. In the next second, rumble, with a flash of fire, the universe treasure and fire god scepter appeared in Yang Fann's hand. Through the trace of the origin of magic world in the fire god scepter, Yang Fann began to calculate the many things that had happened in magic world after Sovereign Nu Yan's death, especially if a new master of magic had been born. It was of utmost importance. If the magic world really had a master, all of his plans in the future would go down the drain. He didn't need to think about conquering the magic world. It was better to return to the eternal world as soon as possible so that he wouldn't lose his life in vain. Even if Yang Fann's current strength had improved by leaps and bounds, no less than some low-level universe sovereign, he absolutely wouldn't be a match for the master of magic in the magic world. If one was not careful, even running away would be an extravagant hope. The scariness of the master of intermediate eternal world was thousands of times greater than the master of low eternal world. Soon, 15 minutes had passed. Fortunately, the expert of the eternal great world didn't discover this magic world. Up until now, this magic world is still an ownerless world. Yang Fann's heart was pounding. It wasn't easy to find the eternal world. Especially in the intermediate eternal world, the origin of eternity was at least 10 times more powerful than the top low eternal world in the immortal spirit world. If Lord of the world could become this magic lord of the world, he could at least get close to 1,000 cubic meters of origin of eternity. He was really unwilling to give up just like that. It's just that the flow of time in magic world is a little strange. Sovereign Nu Yan had already lost nearly 100 era of the years, but through the origin of magic world, Yang Fann was very sure that in magic world, it had been less than 1 trillion years since Sovereign Nu Yan had fallen, and in an era, it had been 560 billion years. The time ratio was about 1/60,000. In other words, it had been a year in magic world. In the eternal great world, nearly 60,000 years had passed. In the universe, there were countless worlds, and the flow of time was different. Yang Fann had heard about this before, but this was the first time he had encountered such a thing. It seems like I have to unify the magic world as soon as possible and become the magic lord of the world. If he returned to the eternal great world, it would have been hundreds of millions of years, or even billions of years. Yang Fann would definitely be depressed to death. To the expert of the other great worlds, billions of years was nothing. Let alone billions of years, even if it was just a few eras, as long as they could become an eternal lord of the world, they would probably laugh out loud in their dreams. But to Yang Fann, he had cultivated for less than 200 million years. Spending billions of years to unify a great world, he might as well stay in the eternal great world and cultivate step by step. Thinking about it, his harvest was definitely not only close to 1,000 cubic meters of origin of eternities. Perhaps he had already transcended the main god tribulation long ago, becoming a sovereign lord. Rumble, with a flash of light, a pile of hill-sized crystals appeared in front of Yang Fann. These were magic crystals unique to magic world, the source of magic power. They were all top-quality magic crystals. Each one was worth a fortune, enough to make Sky Magician fight for them. However, there were millions of magic crystals here. Many Sunshine Mage did not have that many top-quality magic crystals. In the magic world, mages were divided from low to high. They were divided into low-level mages, intermediate mages, and high-level mages. Great Earth Mages, Sky Magician, Stellar Mage, Moonlight Magister and Sunshine Mage. Holy Spirit Mage and God Realm Mage, as well as the last Master of Magic. Sunshine Mage, that was a top-tier expert among mages. Every one of them was rich enough to rival an entire country. This was another trump card of Sovereign Nu Yan. When a cultivator cultivated, talent was important, and resources were indispensable. When a mage cultivated, it was the same. It was impossible for Sovereign Nu Yan not to make preparations. Boom! The heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique started circulating. Yang Fann crazily devoured the energy within the magic crystal and refined it into pure magic power. He stored it within the sea of consciousness and formed a sea of magic power. It was up to the common people to enter the country. Although his current body's power was powerful, even comparable to God Realm mages, it could not be moved lightly. He still needed a layer of disguise. Otherwise, it would easily attract the attention of the expert in the world of mages. After all, in magic world, mages were the orthodox path of cultivation. No matter how much innate divine strength he had, it was impossible for him to possess such terrifying strength. It might even be possible for Holy Spirit Mage and God Realm Mage to form a group to deal with this abnormal being. Mages cultivated the first heavy spiritual power, and the spiritual force was exactly what it looked like. As the top-grade magic crystals were absorbed by Yang Fann, his magic was drained. Yang Fann's cultivation level advanced by leaps and bounds, changing day by day. Low-level mage, intermediate mage, high-level mage, earth mage, sky magician, there were no bottlenecks at all. It was as though as long as he had sufficient resources, he would be able to improve infinitely. C-1912 The situation magic world, demon god continent. Rumble, pure magic power. The pure magic power was like a surging tide. It poured into Yang Fann and into the sea of magic power, causing Yang Fann's cultivation base to rise. There was no such thing as a bottleneck. If there were other mages here, they would have been scared to death. Each of them had been training hard for many years before they had made a breakthrough. However, he had made a breakthrough to Stellar Mage in less than a week, and he was still rushing towards Moonlight Magister. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days had passed. Pucci, the last supreme grade magic crystal, turned into a flying ash. A powerful Moonlight Magister's aura rose from Yang Fann's body. 10 days. Moonlight Magister. If this was spread out, not to mention these magic world natives, even Sovereign Nuyan would vomit blood from jealousy if he was resurrected. Even if they had the memories of their true selves and the terrifying spiritual power, it would take at least 1,000 years or even longer for them to advance to the Moonlight Magister realm. They didn't have Yang Fann's terrifying divine body. If they really wanted to follow Yang Fann's crazy refinement, their weak bodies would explode in an instant. In the end, it was still the heaven-swallowing, earth-devouring great law that was too heaven-defying. It was far from being comparable to the divine arts that was passed down in the eternal great world. However, Yang Fann was still somewhat dissatisfied with this. It was still because he did not have enough resources. If he had enough resources, he would be able to quickly raise his cultivation base to God Realm Mage's realm, or even God Realm Mage's limit, infinitely close to the Lord of Magic. 11th level of the Mage Realm. The final master of magic was comparable to Universe Sovereign. Of course, this was not something that could be born from cultivation. In the intermediate eternal world-like magic world, the half-step sovereign was the limit, which was the 10th level of the Mage Realm, God Realm Mage. If he wanted to break through the shackles and become the master of magic, there was only one way, and that was to become the magic lord of the world, and completely control the magic world. Yang Fann's current cultivation base was considered a top-tier expert in the magic world. In the eternal great world, he was comparable to a middle-level dominator. However, this was only in terms of destructive power. In terms of overall strength, he was slightly weaker than a true middle-level dominator. Especially his physical body, there was no comparison at all. A devil mage's physical body could no longer be described as weak. A Moonlight Magister's physical body might not even be as strong as a top-level domain god. Of course, Yang Fann was an exception. Even if he could not use the 9 revolutions divine devil body, Yang Fann's current body defense was. Neither of them could be compared to a low-level Universe Sovereign. In terms of strength, they were equally terrifying, no less than some intermediate half-step sovereign. In the magic world, they could be compared to some intermediate God Realm Mage. They were definitely one of the top few people in magic world. Who, after letting out a breath of turbid air, Yang Fann slowly stood up. The black robe on his body flashed and turned into a black magic robe. Very quickly, Yang Fann left the secret divine hall. He had used up all the resources left by Sovereign Nuyan. It was just a waste of time to stay here. 1 day later, Yang Fann appeared outside a city. It was a small city with an area of no more than 100 miles. It was surrounded by a 30-meter-tall city wall. It was similar to the Fengyang city where Yang Fann was born. There were many pedestrians at the city gate. There were many people coming and going. A group of swordsmen in leather armor was maintaining the order of the city gate. There were swordsmen in magic world as well. They were just some strong ordinary people and did not have much strength. Even the strongest swordsman could barely fight against a low-level mage. Here, magic was the right way. Unfortunately, not everyone had the talent to practice magic. Among millions of people, not one could be found. Moreover, most people trained their whole lives. In other words, a low-level mage's achievements were limited. Ah mage, it's Lord Mage. My Red Soil City actually has Lord Magician. Quick, go and report to Lord Mayor, our Red Soil City has Lord Magician. In an instant, the entire city gate was in an uproar. The crowd of people retreated and looked at Yang Fann with respect and worship. A mage, this was the legendary Archmage. How many years had it been since the Archmage appeared in their Red Soil City? 10 years, or 100 years, looks like the status of magicians in magic world is much higher than I imagined. Yang Fann narrowed his eyes and slowly stepped into Red Soil City. He did not reveal much of his strength. Just the identity of a mage caused such a sensation. It could be seen that the status of a mage in the hearts of everyone. 15 minutes later. Make way, all of you make way for me. Go, go, don't block the way. The city lord is here, the city lord is here. After a wave of noise, a burly man wearing silver armor, under the protection of a group of swordsmen, quickly came in front of Yang Fann. He gave Yang Fann a big bow and said, Red Leaf City's city lord, Lemon Duchy Viscount Allen. Chapman greets the great mage. His expression was extremely respectful, and he did not dare to show any disrespect. Although he was a Viscount of the Lemon Duchy, to a mage who possessed extraordinary powers, even if he was a low-level mage, he was nothing. He could not afford to offend anyone in the Lemon Duchy, as long as a low-level mage was willing to join the Lemon Duchy. If he worked for the duchy, he would immediately be conferred the title of Earl. Furthermore, he would be conferred the title of Earl with a large amount of feudal fiefdom. Unlike him, he had to work hard to obtain a Viscount position, and his feudal fiefdom was still in the Red Soil Plains, where there was not even the slightest bit of profit. Yang Fann waved his hand, and a gentle force immediately supported Viscount Allen and his guards, lifting them up. As expected of the Archmage, Viscount Allen sighed in his heart. He was not one of those hedonistic sons who relied on their fathers. His position as Viscount was completely earned through his hard work on the battlefield. He had advanced to become a senior swordsman a few years ago. He was only a step away from the highest realm of swordsmen, the Great Swordsman. There were also a group of guards behind him. They were all elites under his command. Many of them had reached the intermediate swordsman realm. To be able to lift them up so easily, this mage might have already broken through to a low-level mage. He was a powerful intermediate mage. If that's the case, I must not miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as I can build a relationship with an intermediate mage, perhaps it won't be long before I can advance further and become an earl. Lord Magician, I have already prepared a feast in the mansion to welcome you. I hope that you will give me your honor. There is no need for the feast. But I have something I need your help with. Currently, nearly 10 billion years had passed since Sovereign Nu Yan's reign. Yang Fann had no idea what was going on in magic world, and what he knew was limited. As the lord of a city and a noble of a country, Chapman must have some understanding of the situation in the continent. Master, just tell me what to do. When Viscount Allen heard this, he was immediately delighted. Very quickly, under the guidance of Viscount Allen, Yang Fann entered his study. This Viscount Allen, although he was just a small viscount and was not even a mage, he had a lot of books in his house. Through those books, Yang Fann obtained a lot of useful information. At least he had a general understanding of the current situation in magic world. Sovereign Nu Yan, the master of magic, had fallen not long ago. The entire magic world had fallen into chaos. That was the darkest era. Countless experts had been killed, and countless experts had fallen. Legend had it that even the high and mighty Sunshine Mage and Holy Spirit Mage had fallen. Of course, that era was too far away from the present. Apart from some ancient legends, there were also some records that couldn't be verified. Magic world was different from the eternal great world. The lifespan of most people was much longer than that of ordinary mortals. They were not much stronger. Generally, they would not be more than 200 years old. Only those mages could live over 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years. This was also one of the main reasons why mages were revered. Currently, the entire magic world was in a struggle for supremacy between the 9 emperors, and they were barely able to maintain it. In terms of balance, these were the 9 great empires of the magic world, as well as the 9 strongest powers. Each of them was backed by one of the 9 great empires. Each of them had a god backing them. Apart from that, there were also many kingdoms and countless small duchies that depended on the 9 great empires to survive. The Lemon Duchy was one of the small duchies. It depended on the Storm Empire of the 9 great empires and believed in God of the Storm. The 9 great gods are the 9 god realm mage. It seems like it won't be easy to take down the magic world. C. 1913 Raymond, I am your uncle. Lemon Duchy, Red Leaf City, City Lord's Mansion. A grim look flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. The situation was much more serious than he had imagined. He never thought that after Sovereign Nu Yan's death, there would be 9 great divine spirits born in magic world. The one who could become a god in magic world was none other than God Realm Mage. Currently, if he didn't expose his strength, he would only be comparable to a middle-level God Realm Mage. At most, he would only be able to survive, and would be slightly stronger than the 9 divine gods. A single god was enough for him to drink a pot of water. If he were to face the 9 gods at the same time, he would absolutely have no chance of winning. Those 9 godly spirits would not be able to destroy his divine body. However, it did not mean that there was no way to deal with him. For example, the sealing technique had been developing in magic world for so many years. The sealing technique wasn't a rare technique. At that time, he might have to expose his true strength. Once he attracted the world will's attention and escaped from the magic world, it would be difficult for him to conquer the magic world. Without hundreds of thousands of years, or even longer, it was impossible for the world will to eliminate the lock on him. As long as Yang Fann dared to step into the magic world again, he would definitely be discovered by the world will. The time flow between the magic world and the eternal great world was close to 60,000. If he really wanted to wait for tens of millions of years, he would have to wait for millions of years. Tens of billions of years had passed in the eternal great world. At that time, even the flowers and vegetables would turn cold. It seemed like he still had to slowly plan it out, the 9 great divinities. It could be roughly divided into 3 forces: light, darkness, neutral. The light side had God of Light and God of the Storm. Flame God, one of the 4 great gods of the Earth God. In the dark camp, it was God of Destruction. God of Darkness, the God of Death is the most respected. The final God of Ocean and the God of Life were neutral, and these 2 gods were the only 2 goddesses among the 9 gods. It's easier to fish in muddy water. If I can stir up a war between the gods, then I'll have a chance to defeat them one by one. Otherwise, if I rashly attack a certain god, it is very likely that the 8 gods will be in danger and join forces. On the other side, they also had to think of ways to collect resources as much as possible to increase their magic cultivation. If they could raise their cultivation to the limit, and with their powerful divine bodies, it wouldn't be difficult for them to sweep away the 9 gods by themselves. However, as soon as the thought of improving his strength of divine body emerged, it was killed by Yang Fann in the cradle. Currently, the 9 revolutions divine devil body had already reached the 9th transformation huge perfection. Unless he could obtain the universe source, cultivate the great cosmic eternal physique, or break through to the sovereign realm. Otherwise, he could forget about the body's improvement. Let's think of a way to solve the identity problem first. If he wanted to fish in troubled waters, his identity was a problem. He was a level 7 mage, Moonlight Magister. He was considered a top-tier expert in magic world. He had the ability to pluck the stars and moon. Even if he was in the 9 great empires, as long as he was willing to join the empire, he would immediately be conferred the title of Marquis. And in many kingdoms, the strongest might not necessarily have the cultivation of Moonlight Magister. It would be a big problem if Moonlight Magister, who did not have any background, did not want to attract the attention of others. Raymond City, this was the capital of Lemon Duchy. It covered an area of 10,000 miles. It was not something a small city like Red Leaf City could compare with. It was surrounded by thick and heavy city walls. On the walls, there were a lot of magic runes. Once it was activated, even Sky Magician would not be able to easily break through the defense. In a small duchy like Lemon Duchy, Earth mages were the strongest. Sky Magician was almost a legend. In the palace in the center of Raymond City, 5th of Raymond, he was the current Archduke of Lemon Duchy and also the 5th Archduke of Lemon Duchy. Compared to his ancestors, he was much more powerful. Whether it was magic talent or governance, the fifth elder of the Raymond could only be considered mediocre. Talents were all mediocre. After cultivating for more than 300 years and accumulating a huge amount of resources, he was still only an intermediate mage. If it was some magic genius, even if it was not sky magician, at the very least, he would be an earth mage. In these years under his rule, the Lemon Duchy's strength was constantly declining. In the past, the Lemon Duchy was one of the most powerful duchies among the dozens of duchies in the vicinity. It had the land of the 9 states, and its total area was no less than 81 million square kilometers. But now, 3 of the 9 states were gone, and the territory of the duchies barely exceeded 50 million square kilometers. At this moment, the fifth elder of the Raymond was inspecting the memorial. To say that he was a fool who only knew how to play around, he could not be counted as one. In terms of political matters, the 5th generation of the Raymond could be considered diligent, but unfortunately, he did not have any talent, and that was talent. Sometimes, if one didn't work hard, they would definitely succeed. Buzz. Suddenly, the void twisted, and Yang Fann appeared in front of the Raymond's 5th reincarnation. "Free someone, there's an assassin." Raymond's 5th generation's heart trembled, and he called for help. No matter what, he was also an intermediate magician. To be able to appear in front of him without making a sound, he was at least an advanced mage, or even an earth mage. This was the top expert of Lemon Duchy. At this moment, rumble, a fiery light flashed, and the fire god scepter appeared in Yang Fann's hand. "Raymond, have you forgotten about your uncle? I am your most beloved uncle." Yang Fann slightly shook the fire god scepter in his hand. Immediately, a strange force surged out and entered the body of the Raymond's 5th life. The Raymond's 5th reincarnation's face was confused, but soon, it turned into a trace of respect. "Ah, Uncle Elvin, you're finally back. Great, I've been waiting for you for a long time." The trace of the origin of magic world in the fire god scepter did not only play a role in the coordinates. Through this trace of origin, Yang Fann could easily confuse the native creatures of magic world. He could easily solve the problem of his identity. Of course, after all, it was only a trace of origin, and its power was limited. It could also confuse all living beings below Moonlight Magister. As for the real expert, it would at most give them a favorable impression. The Evan that Yang Fann spoke of was indeed the uncle of the Raymond's 5th life, the brother of the Raymond's 4th life's father and mother. Before the Raymond's 5th year inherited the position of Grand Duke, he had already left the Lemon Duchy and ventured into the continent. After that, he would never return. After more than 100 years, there was no news of him. Swoosh swoosh, a few rays of light quickly entered the hall and protected Raymond's 5th generation. After that, there was a burst of hurried footsteps. "What a bold assassin! How dare you assassinate an archduke? Do you want to have all your family and friends killed? Put down your staff and surrender immediately." "Stop, don't be rude. This is my uncle, Duke of Evan c. 1914. He controlled the Duchy of Raymond. Lemon Duchy, Royal Library. The abundance of books, compared to Viscount Allen's study, it was 1,000, 10,000 times more. More than that, for the next few days, Yang Fann spent most of his time in the Royal Library. Whether it was the official history, novels, or biographies, he did not miss a single book. He was like a sponge that was dehydrated, crazily absorbing all kinds of knowledge. Soon, Yang Fann had a deeper understanding of Magic World. Magic World, the main continent, also known as Magic Continent. There were countless kingdoms on it, and the strongest was none other than the 9 great empires. The Empire of Light believed in God of Light, and the Empire of Storms believed in God of the Storm. Flame God's Divine Flame Empire, the Gaia Empire of the God of Earth. The Solomon Empire of God of Destruction, and the Darkness Empire of God of Darkness. The Death God's Undead Empire, Goddess of Life's Elf Empire, and Sea Goddess's Ocean Empire. These 9 empires emphasized on the supremacy of divine power. The 9 major divine sects were the true rulers of the empire. The royal family was merely a puppet of the empire. Their status in the empire was far inferior to the churches. Even the Pope had the right to directly abolish the establishment of a new emperor. Only by obtaining the recognition of the church would they be the true rulers of the various empires. Every divine sect was filled with experts. The expert rained down like rain. Moonlight Magister and Sunshine Mage were not few in number. It wasn't as if Holy Spirit Mage didn't exist either. In the huge demon god continent, there were 9 levels and even more resources, and they were all controlled by the 9 great divine sects. This also made the status of the 9 great divine sects unbreakable, and the other major powers could only become their vassals. Whether it was the kingdoms or duchies, they all had their own religion. A country without religion could not be passed down in Demon God Continent. For example, in the capital of Lemon Duchy, Raymond City, there was a level 3 division of the Church of Storm. It was also the strongest force in Lemon Duchy. Legend had it that the bishop of the Church of Storm was a sky magician. In the Lemon Duchy, which was no stronger than an earth mage, he was an invincible existence. Not only the Lemon Duchy, but also the other nations and kingdoms. All the major churches were the strongest forces in the country. The number 1 expert in the country basically came from all the major churches. However, under normal circumstances, as long as they could maintain their faith, the major churches would not interfere too much in the affairs of the country. 3 days later, Lemon Duchy, Imperial Court, passed down a decree. From now on, Duke of Evan will be the Grand Marshal of Lemon Duchy, in charge of all the soldiers in the country. The 5th elder of the Raymond looked down at all the ministers and announced loudly. What, General Ma, did I hear it wrong? When did my Lemon Duchy gain such a position? Could it be that the Archduke of Raymond wants to reclaim all military power? Hee, there's going to be a good show to watch now. The hearts of the ministers trembled. Very quickly, the corners of many people's mouths curled into a mocking smile. Just based on the decree alone, they wanted to seize all the soldiers of the duchy. How naive. The Lemon Duchy was no longer the founding period. The Raymond controlled all the forces of the duchy. Although the Raymond was still the strongest force in the Lemon Duchy, they only controlled 3 levels of the Lemon Duchy's military force. The remaining 7 levels of military power were controlled by the Pan Shi, Brown, Ace, and Jones families respectively. This was also the only 4 Duke families in the Lemon Duchy apart from the Raymond. At this moment, the Archduke is wise. This old subject has no objections. The leaders of the 4 great clans took a step forward and agreed. Ah, no way, answer. I agree. How is this possible? All the officials stared at Duke Pan Shi and the other 3 men with their eyes wide open. Their faces were filled with disbelief and disbelief. They had gone mad. The 4 dukes must have gone mad. Otherwise, how could they have made such a ridiculous desperate situation? Losing their military power, the status of the 4 families in Lemon Duchy would fall drastically. If they were not careful, they would be completely removed from the family. It was not impossible. If it wasn't for the donkey kicking their heads, they wouldn't have agreed. All of this was naturally caused by Yang Fann. Of the 4 dukes, the strongest Duke Harold was only an intermediate Great Earth Mage. With the power of the Fire God Scepter, it would be a piece of cake for him to influence the 4 dukes. Now, all of them had become Yang Fann's slaves. Not to mention handing over their military power. Even if they were asked to die, they would not even frown. No, that's not right. There was also Bishop Billy. As long as Bishop Billy objected, even if the 4 dukes agreed to hand over their military power, it would all be in vain. In the Lemon Duchy, Bishop Billy was the true uncrowned king. With one sentence, he would decide everything in the duchy, and even the position of the Duke of the Lemon Duchy. In an instant, many ministers' eyes were focused on Bishop Billy. An archduke who controlled all the power in the kingdom was not something the Church of Storm wanted to see. It was likely that Bishop Billy would not let them down. However, the reality was so despairing. Bishop Billy did not object. Instead, he congratulated Duke of Evan directly. Just like Duke Harold and the other 3, Bishop Billy was also Yang Fann's man. As long as God of the Storm was not present, no one would be able to discover the abnormality of Bishop Billy. As for the bishop, he was only a mere rank 3 bishop. Sky Magician's cultivation base was only at the middle level of the Storm God Sect. In the past, even Pope Storm had not been able to meet him, let alone the high and mighty God of the Storm. Yang Fann wasn't worried at all that something would go wrong. This is going to change the world. The Lemon Duchy is going to change the heavens. Since when did the Archduke of Raymond have such means? Or is this Duke of Evan's idea? Many of the nobles were shocked. They seemed to have thought of something. If the Archduke of Raymond really had this kind of ability, the Lemon Duchy would not have been invaded by the other nations in the past 100 years. And, is this person really the Duke of Evan? Regarding this, a few days ago, when the Archduke of Raymond introduced them for the first time, he had some doubts. The person in front of them and the Duke of Evan in their impression. There was no similarity, even if they had not seen each other for more than 100 years. Duke of Evan had changed a lot, but he shouldn't have changed so much. However, the Duke of Raymond had determined that he was Duke of Evan, and for this reason. How could they dare to say anything? They could only suppress all their doubts in their hearts. Yang Fann did not care about the suspicions of these ministers. It was just aphids. If they dared to come out and stab him, he would send them on their way. Controlling all the soldiers in the country. It could be said that the entire Lemon Duchy was under Yang Fann's control. Very quickly, a large amount of resources were transported to the Raymond city. The Lemon Duchy had been passed down for nearly 10,000 years and was once a member of the top duchies. They had given birth to Stellar Mage, and they still had some foundation, especially the Church of Storm. They were extremely wealthy. The Palace of Raymond. Pucci demonic crystals turned into ashes, causing Yang Fann's cultivation base to rise steadily. 5C1915 Battle Lemon Duchy, Imperial Palace. Grug demonic crystals turned into ashes at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yang Fann's aura was steadily rising. One day later, rumble. Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes. The divine light was so bright that it shattered the vacuum. Resources. I need more resources. The Lemon Duchy had accumulated a lot over the past 10,000 years, especially after they had plundered all the resources of the Church of Storm in the Lemon Duchy. Moonlight Magister, who had a poor life, had all his belongings. That was all. Unfortunately, to Yang Fann, it was just a drop in the bucket. It barely allowed Yang Fann's cultivation base to advance by a small level, reaching the intermediate Moonlight Magister realm. This was also because he was one step away from the intermediate Moonlight Magister. The 9 great divine sects were high and mighty. As long as it was not a war between the 9 great empires, the 9 great divine sects would not interfere in the wars between the subsidiary kingdoms and duchies. This was the agreement of the gods. To the 9 great divine gods, the 9 great empires were their foundation. Many kingdoms and dukedoms were insignificant foundations that were not worth their interference. Losing some kingdoms and dukedoms would not cause much of an impact. Especially in the war between the vassal kingdoms and duchies of the same empire, they would not care. No matter which country won, would they still have the courage to change their beliefs. This made it easier for Yang Fann. Currently, he was the one who made money silently. He didn't want to attract the attention of the 9 great divine sects so early on. Intermediate Moonlight Magister was considered a top-grade expert in all the kingdoms, but in the 9 great divine sects, he was just an ordinary expert. Any random archbishop would have the power to fight or even suppress Moonlight Magister. In the past 100 years, there have been many duchies in the Mohe River Plains that have invaded the Lemon Duchy's territory. It's time to settle the score with them. Mohe River Plain, a large plain in the west of Magic World. It was about 670 million square kilometers. On it, there were a total of 12 small duchies, and the Lemon Duchy was one of them. The Lemon Duchy at its peak was known as the #1 nation in the Mohe River Plains. The first Grand Duke of the Raymond was also known as the #1 expert in the Mohe River Plains. He was a stellar mage who possessed the power to pluck stars. At that time, the Lemon Duchy had occupied almost half of the land in the Mohe River Plains. Unfortunately, with the fall of the Raymond, the Lemon Duchy was getting worse with each generation. Especially now, it had become a small country on the plains of Mohe River. Anyone could bully them. Magic World. Although the Magister's longevity was much stronger than the cultivators of the immortal spirit world, compared to the true gods, domain gods, and sovereigns of the eternal great world, it was still far from enough. Even the high and mighty god realm mage's longevity was far inferior to a true god's by 1,000th. As for stellar mage, the limit of the longevity was 5,000 years. For example, the Raymond had lived their entire life for 4,300 years and died of old age. Willy Principality, one of the 12 duchies in the Mohe River Plain. Its national power could be ranked in the top 5, and it was much stronger than the Lemon Duchy. Similar to the Lemon Duchy, the strongest person was also an earth mage. However, the number was several times greater than the Lemon Duchy. In the entire Mohe River Plains, apart from the Church of Storm, only the Luke Duchy, the #1 duchy, had Sky Magician in charge. The strongest duchies were all earth mages. There were simply too many of them. Ruo Man City, this was the important border town of the Willy Duchy. It belonged to Marquis Ruman's territory. There was a magic division with 300 people, as well as 1,000,000 swordsmen stationed there. In addition, Marquis Rumen was a lower Earth mage. The entire city was impregnable. Even the top Earth mages would have to pay a heavy price to take it down. Enemy attack quick, quickly get on top of the city wall. Someone, inform the Marquis immediately. Suddenly, Ruo Man City's alarm rang loudly. 100 miles away from Ruo Man City, dust was flying everywhere. An army was rapidly approaching Norman City. Half an incense stick of time later, a group of 300,000 people from the elite army appeared at the foot of Rumen City. This seems to be the Lemon Duchy's guards army. What is going on? Why is that army of guards here? Or is it that the Duke of Raymond wants to personally lead the army? Could it be that he has gone crazy? Above the city, the nobles, including Marquis Raymond, looked at the army of 300,000 soldiers in disbelief. The Raymond's guards were the most elite army of the Lemon Duchy. The guards were at least intermediate swordsmen. They had been guarding the imperial city and the Duke of the Raymond. It was impossible for them to leave the city. Besides the Duke of Raymond, no one else in the entire Lemon Duchy could privately mobilize this army of guards. At this moment, rumble, Yang Fann's figure moved, and he soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he had surpassed the top of the city wall. Ah, this is flight. There is no wind magic, it is not wind magic. Rumble, heavens, Sky Magician, he is Sky Magician. The nobles in the city all took a deep breath, their eyes filled with fear. In Magic Continent, other than the wind mages wind-riding magic, the other mages who wanted to fly had to be Sky Magician. This was also the reason why Sky Magician was called Sky Magician. For a small duchy like theirs, Sky Magician, even the weakest lower Sky Magician, was invincible. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was an enemy. That Lemon Duchy did not even have an Earth Mage. How could there be Sky Magician? Flaming meteor shower. Yang Fann raised his right hand. Large, fist-sized fireballs fell like raindrops towards Ruo Man City, covering almost half of the city. Is this really a high-level spell, meteor shower? How can it be so terrifying? 5 Could this be Sky Magician's power? Quickly activate the city protection formation. Rumble, rumble, a blue barrier rose up and covered the entire city. It was a rank 4 spell formation, wind protection. Under the control of a lower Earth mage like Marquis Raymond, it was enough to block the attack of an Earth mage. However, under the rain of fire, it was like paper, breaking through in an instant. Rumble, rumble, in that instant, a large mushroom cloud rose up from within Rumen City. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, the smoke and dust dispersed. The entire Rumen City had turned into ruins. There was not a single complete piece of land. Destroyed. If Man City is destroyed just like that, I didn't see wrongly, right? Terrifying, truly too terrifying. The 300,000 guards of the Raymond were all dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their eyes. To destroy a city with a single strike, was he still human? The might of a duke, the might of a duke is invincible, the might of a duke, the duke is invincible, the power of a duke, the duke is invincible. Very quickly, the 300,000 guards of the Raymond shouted in unison. They looked at the thin figure in the sky, full of worship. Leave a group of men and horses to clean up the battlefield and receive the rest of the troops. The rest of the soldiers, follow me and continue our march. C-1916 sweeping across all countries. Willy Duchy, Caslan, Mara State, Tota State, Gilly State. Under the leadership of Sky Magician, the Janissary Guard was like a hot knife cutting through butter. No matter if it was the small town or the important town, it was just Yang Fann's magic. It was unstoppable. In less than 3 days, there were only 3 states left in the 8 states of Willy Principality. This was also because they were slowed down by the Janissary Guard. Even if the Archduke of Raymond had already equipped the Janissary Guard with top-quality warhorses, it was still the same. Willy City, the capital of the Willy Principality. It was a land of tens of thousands of miles. Its majesty was much stronger than the Raymond City. As the capital of Willy Principality, Willy City was crowded with people and pedestrians. It was bustling. However, it was very desolate now. There were not many people on the streets. They were all in a hurry, and the entire Willy City was covered with an unconcealable panic. Many of the nobles had already packed up their belongings and escaped from Willy City. They fled to the other 2 states that were still under the control of the duchy. They even fled to other duchies directly. They were afraid all of them had truly lost their lives after hearing the news the powerful sky magician was not something that their Willy principality could contend with. In just 3 short days, losing 5 provinces was the best proof. Although Willy City was the largest city in the duchy and had the strongest defensive power, they had no confidence in blocking Sky Magician's attack. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. As nobles, they all had power and power. If they wanted money and money, they had money. How could they put themselves in danger? One day later, they're here, they're here. Quick, hurry up and activate the City Protection Formation. Activate the City Protection Formation. The Boulder Formation is a rank 5 magic formation. It will definitely be able to block Sky Magician's attack, it will definitely be able to. In Willy City, the alarm bells rang loudly. Within the palace, the Archduke of Might clenched his right hand tightly. On his palm, at some point in time, it was already filled with sweat. Their Willy City's City Protection Spell Formation, the Boulder Spell Formation, was a level 5 spell formation. It corresponded to Sky Magician's rank 1 magic formation, and it was one of the top 10 magic formations in the rank 5 defensive magic formation. It was enough to resist Sky Magician's attack, but could it resist the attack of the Lemon Duchy's Duke of Evan? In his heart, he really didn't have much confidence. Once the Boulder Formation was broken, what would await Willy Principality? Just thinking about it sent a chill down his spine. The ancestors protected him, he had to block Duke of Evan's attack. Hurricane sword, slash, a voice that sounded like the judgment of a god descended from the sky. A terrifying hurricane transformed into a huge sword of wind that could slash through anything. Grug grug grug. The dark yellow boulder barrier only lasted for a breath's time before it shattered with a loud bang, completely collapsing. It broke. The rock barrier broke just like that. This power. It's incredible. Top-grade Sky Magician, he's a top-grade Sky Magician. It's over. It's over. Our Willy Duchy is completely finished. Woo woo woo. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Endless panic and despair spread throughout Willy City. A single strike to destroy the Boulder Formation. This was the power that only the top Sky Magician possessed. In the current Mohe River Plains and the 12 duchies, the top Sky Magician was practically the strongest. Even within the Church of Storm, they might not be able to find an expert that could be compared to him. For lower duchies like theirs, the top Sky Magician was the limit. Only those high-grade duchies that had Stellar Mage in charge. Only the Storm God Sect would send Stellar Mage and the above experts to oversee the duchies. In the past, the Lemon Duchy at its peak had such an honor. However, ever since the fall of the first Archduke of the Raymond, Stellar Mage had not appeared in the plains of Mohe River for thousands of years. Those who surrender are exempted from death. I surrender, I surrender. We are willing to surrender, we are willing to surrender. In an instant, the sound of surrender could be heard everywhere in Willy City. Even the rock formation was easily shattered. What could they use to fight against the other party? They stubbornly resisted. They had just given up their lives in vain. In any case, it was not a rule to be ruled by anyone. People like them, who had a crew cut, and low-ranking soldiers, were the same no matter where they went. Furthermore, thinking about it carefully, thousands of years ago, during the reign of the Raymond's first Grand Duke, their Willy Duchy was originally the territory of the Lemon Duchy. The mighty Imperial Palace. Sigh, forget it, the general trend has passed. It has fallen. All the officials should have fallen. When the Archduke of Might finished speaking, it was as if all his strength had been drained in an instant. He seemed to have aged by dozens of years. The 6,000 years of heritage of the Willy Duchy had been destroyed by him just like that. He had let down his ancestors and his ancestors. Lemon Duchy, Raymond City, Imperial Palace. Ha ha ha, Uncle Elvin is indeed a peerless genius that only appears once in 1,000 years. 4 days. In just 4 days, he took down the Willy Duchy. Good good good. My Lemon Duchy will definitely be under Uncle Elvin's lead. I will restore the glory of my ancestors, and even be like the Archduke of the Raymond. Let the Lemon Duchy once again join the ranks of the high-grade dukedom. With Grand Duke Willy's surrender, the remaining 2 provinces of the Willy Dukedom immediately gave up resisting and surrendered. Someone, pass on a lonely decree. Bring Duke Willy back to Raymond City immediately. I want to see him. The Duchy of Cody was another great duchy adjacent to the Lemon Duchy. The land area was 68 million square kilometers. In the 12 duchies of the Mohe River Plain, the comprehensive strength of the nation could barely make it into the top 10. Not counting the Church of Storm, there were a total of 9 Earth Mages. The strongest one was a supreme earth mage. There were more than 100 advanced mages. However, to Yang Fann, these so-called earth mages and advanced mages were no different from ants. After taking down Willy Dukedom, Yang Fann led his men and charged straight into the Duchy of Cody. Very soon, there was another wave of bloodshed. 3 days, just like that, 3 days. Yang Fann stood at the Gold Hall of the Duchy of Cody. Archduke Cody knelt at Yang Fann's feet in a humble manner and chose to submit. The Duchy of Os, the Duchy of Ted, the Duchy of Land, the Duchy of Rex, the Duchy of Kerry. In a month's time, Yang Fann had swept across the entire Mohe River and destroyed all 10 nations in one fell swoop. There was only the number 1 duchy left, the Luke Duchy. The dukedoms of the dukedoms were escorted to Raymond City. These days, the Archduke of the Raymond felt as if he had fallen into a dream. They swept across the 10 dukedoms and occupied the 8th layer territory in the plains of Mohe River. This was a magnificent feat that his ancestor, the Raymond, had never accomplished in his entire life. It had actually happened in his hands just like that. It was simply unbelievable. The Duke of the Raymond was really afraid that this would be a dream. When would he wake up from his dream? Luke Principality, capital city of Luke. Ah, it's here, the devil is here. Quick, hurry and activate the City Protection Formation. Quickly activate the City Protection Formation C-1917 unifying the desert river plain. The Luke Duchy, the capital city of Luke. A huge army of over 10 million people appeared under the city of Luke. Yang Fann swept across the 10 duchies along the way. The number of troops under his command also snowballed rapidly. A large number of elite troops from various countries were transferred by Yang Fann to join him. It saved him the trouble of the 10 duchies that he had just taken down. The Lemon Duchy's strength was a little weak. If they really left a large number of duchies behind, the backyard might catch fire the moment he left. As for whether bringing so many captives with them would bring any danger of rebellion, Yang Fann did not take it to heart at all. In front of absolute power, everything was an illusion. Anyone who dared to rebel would be killed immediately. No matter how many Aphodis there were, they were just ants. Could it be that they could flip the heavens and overturn the earth? To Moonlight Magister, who had the ability to pluck the stars and moon, numbers were no longer of much use. The only thing that could defeat them was expert of the same level. Furthermore, his magic cultivation. It was only the tip of Yang Fann's iceberg. What he really relied on was his strength of divine body, which was comparable to the strength of divine body of God. It's here, the devil is here. What should we do? What should we do? Woo woo woo. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. God of the storm, please, save me, save me. Endless panic spread in Luke City, especially the nobles who had escaped from the 10 great duchies. They were on the verge of collapsing. This devil was not giving them any chance to live at this moment. A wind elemental earth mage wearing a green magic robe was riding on the wind. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived above Luke City. Duke of Luke, quickly open the city and surrender. Otherwise, Lord Duke will be furious and kill all of you. The Luke can only stand and die, not kneel and live. Make me surrender, dream on, the Duke of Luke said firmly. Duke of Evan might be a top sky magician, but the Luke Duchy was not comparable to the Willy Duchy and the other 10 nations. There was also a top-tier sky magician, although his cultivation base was not as high as Duke of Evan's. However, with the geographical advantage and the foundation of the Luke Hong Long, stubborn falling stars in the Golden Palace at the center of the army, Yang Fann's eyes flashed with a cold light. In the next second, rumble, the sky darkened. A terrifying meteor the size of 10,000 acres of farmland crushed the void, crushing towards Luke City. Earth protection. Rumble, rumble. An earthen yellow hologram rose up, enveloping the entire Luke City. Earth protection. This was the advancement of the boulder formation. It could be considered a quasi-ranked 6 defensive formation, and it was strong enough to defend against the attack of a top-tier sky magician. However, the chief archmage of the Luke Principality, Sky Magician, was also the only one who was still worried after activating the earth protection. He waved the staff in his hand and a ray of light shot up into the sky and entered the earthen yellow barrier. In an instant, a large forest shadow appeared above the barrier. The entire Luke City seemed to be wrapped in a large primitive forest. The Wood of Elves was one of the foundations of the Luke Principality. It was a rank 5 magic treasure, and it was born from earth. After fusing with the Wood of Elves, the defensive power of the earth protection rose sharply. It was not inferior to some ranked 6 defensive magic. If Stellar Mage did not come out, almost no one would be able to break the Earth protection. Bang! The huge meteorite smashed onto the Earth protection. In less than a breath's time, the Earth Guardian was covered in crisscrossing cracks, as if it would completely collapse in the next second. Ah, how is this possible? How is this possible? Stellar Mage, you are Stellar Mage! Great Magician Ivan suddenly let out a heart-wrenching cry. He even had a feeling in his heart. This Duke of Evan was not even a lower Stellar Mage. It was very likely that he was an intermediate Stellar Mage, or perhaps even stronger. With the help of the Wood of Elves, his defense was no weaker than some ranked 6 magic. An ordinary lower Stellar Mage would not be able to break through the protection of the Earth so easily. What? Xing. Stellar Mage, he is actually Stellar Mage. Woo woo woo. How could this be? How could this be? It's over. Despair and endless despair filled the entire Luke City. Stellar Mage and Sky Magician were 2 totally different concepts. They were more than 10 times stronger than before. They were absolutely not someone they could fight against. Under the city of Luke, there was an army of 10 million. Gulp gulp star. Stellar Mage, Lord Duke was actually Stellar Mage. This. Although he knew that Lord Duke was ridiculously strong, he had never thought that it would be the god and devil-like Stellar Mage. One should know that in all the kingdoms, Stellar Mages' experts were all top-notch experts. The Earth Mages dispelled the thoughts in their hearts one after another. One Sky Magician and the rest might still have a chance to resist, but that Stellar Mage's terrifying strength made them despair. Not to mention 100 Earth Mages, even 10 times more was not enough to kill Stellar Mage. In the future, as long as Duke of Evan is here, we'll just accept our fate and work for the Lemon Duchy. Perhaps Lord Duke is in a good mood and will give them some pointers. They also have a chance to break through the bottleneck and take a look at the secrets of Sky Magician. Rumble. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. The earth protection finally reached its limit and exploded with a loud bang. Ah, poof, poof. As the master of the formation, Great Magician Ivan was severely injured by the backlash. He kept spitting out blood and his breath was extremely weak. Ah, Master Ivan, are you all right? The Archduke of the Luke felt his heart tighten. Cough, cough, cough. Your Highness, this old subject. Cough, cough, cough. This old subject only received a backlash, and it was not a major problem. Cough, cough. Stellar Mage, cough, cough. Stellar Mage is not someone our Luke Dukedom can fight against. Your Highness, surrender, surrender. Master Ivan, you want me to surrender? Could it be that my Luke Duchy is really going to surrender? Is it really hopeless? The Duke of Luke was unwilling to accept this. He was truly unwilling to accept this. Their Luke Duchy had been passed down for nearly 10,000 years. How could they be buried in his hands just like that? Your Highness, as long as there is a green mountain, there is no need to fear that there will be no firewood to burn. Only by living can there be hope. If there was even the slightest possibility, Great Magician Ivan would not choose to surrender. However, he really had no choice. He was an intermediate Sky Magician, too far away from Stellar Mage. Besides, Duke of Evan was most likely not a lower Stellar Mage. My ancestors are my ancestors, my descendants are unfilial, and I can't protect the foundation of my ancestors. Grandmaster Ivan, let them open the city. 4C1918 Divinities Bout Mohe River Plain, Luke Principality. As the Duke of Luke gave up resisting, the entire 13 provinces of the Luke Dukedom fell in less than 2 days. At this point, the dispute in the Mohe River Plains that had lasted for tens of thousands of years had finally come to an end, and they had succeeded in unifying the entire empire. Lemon Duchy, Raymond City. After Yang Fann unified the plains of Mohe River, he returned to Raymond City and started his seclusion. The purpose of conquering all the kingdoms was nothing more than to plunder resources and improve his cultivation base, not to enjoy the so-called rights. Yang Fann knew this in his heart. Soon, the resources of Luke and the other 11 nations were being transported back to Raymond City. Among them, there were also the churches of the major nations, including the Church of Storm. Yang Fann did not forget the churches of the various nations when he swept across the 11 duchies. Like the Church of Lemon Duchy, the Church of Storms in the 11 duchies of Luke was also the lowest level of the Church of Storms. The strongest was the third-level bishop of the Church of Storm. It was just Sky Magician. Under the Fire God scepters, these third-grade bishops could not resist at all. They were easily fooled by Yang Fann and became Yang Fann's loyal servants. Raymond City, Duke of Evan Prefecture. This was the mansion of the missing Duke of Evan. Over the past month, Duke of Evan Prefecture had been expanding. Up until now, Duke of Evan Prefecture was only slightly less luxurious than the Imperial Palace. In a secret chamber in Duke of Evan's mansion, Poochie grug grug grug, large amounts of magic crystals exploded, forming a flood of magic that surged towards Yang Fann. At this moment, Yang Fann's pores were like small black holes, crazily devouring him. Boom 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 boom, Yang Fann's aura was rising steadily. Solomon Empire, Capital City, Solomon City, destroying the headquarters of the divine cult. The Pope of the cult of divine destruction knelt under God of Destruction's statue with a pious expression, muttering something under his breath. A few breaths later, Great God of Destruction, your most loyal servant will definitely complete your oracle and let the glory of our God spread across the entire magic continent. Almost at the same time, the cult of dark gods, the Pope of the cult of death, also obtained the oracle from God of darkness and the God of death. One day later, Solomon Empire, Darkness Empire, and Death Empire attacked the Radiant Empire, Tempest Empire, Divine Flame Empire, and Gaia Empire. The 4 subsidiary kingdoms and duchies that bore the brunt of the attack were destroyed one after another under Solomon and the other 3 great empires' war peaks. A week later, Lemon Duchy, Duke of Evan Prefecture. Poochie. The last batch of magic crystals was swallowed by Yang Fann. The next second, rumble, a terrifying aura of Moonlight Magister rose from Yang Fann's body. A few breaths later, Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes. A trace of regret flashed across his eyes. He was just a little bit away from advancing to Sunshine Mage. Unfortunately, at this critical moment, all the resources in his hands were used up. The 12 duchies in the Mohe River Plains, as well as the first-grade church of the Divine Storm, had seized a lot of resources, but they could barely squeeze all of Sunshine Mage's belongings. This was under the circumstances where Yang Fann did not consider his foundation and only wanted to break through quickly. The path of magic was only to control the path of the magic world as a secondary path of cultivation. The Great Tao of the world was Yang Fann's natal Great Tao. The path of magic was to wait for him to become the master of magic and take control of the magic world. With this so-called magic cultivation, Yang Fann would directly let his inner world devour it. It would become the nourishment for his advancement to the master realm, and his foundation would not be strong enough. Yang Fann did not care about it at all. Otherwise, with such a small amount of resources, not to mention advancing to the top Moonlight Magister, it would be almost impossible for him to break through to the next level. Who should I choose for the next target? Yang Fann frowned slightly. Should he continue to sweep through those duchies, or should he look for those kingdoms to make a move on? With his current top magic cultivation, Moonlight Magister was considered one of the top in many kingdoms. Even if he encountered some Sunshine Mage, he would at most use the strength of Divine Body. As long as he did not use Holy Spirit Mage or even God Realm Mage's power, it would not be easy to attract the attention of the 9 God sect and the gods behind them. Although Sunshine Mage was strong, there were still many kingdoms that possessed him besides the 9 great empires. However, Holy Spirit Mage was different. Not to mention the other kingdoms, even the 9 great empires didn't have one. Only the 9 great divine sects had Holy Spirit Mage. In Yang Fann's point of view, it wasn't the other empires. The kingdoms couldn't give birth to Holy Spirit Mage. It was just that the 9 great divine gods didn't allow Holy Spirit Mage to appear. As an existence second only to God Realm Mage, Holy Spirit Mage already had the qualifications to threaten the gods. The gods would never allow this kind of power that could threaten them to drift away from their control. Holy Spirit Mage, who was waiting for a new life, might have 2 outcomes. One was destruction, and the other was submission. Humans were selfish, and gods were even more so. Lord Duke, Bishop Anthony requests an audience. Not long after Yang Fann left seclusion, a maid came to report. As she spoke, the maid looked at Yang Fann with admiration. The news of Duke of Evan being the legendary Stellar Mage had already spread across the entire Lemon Duchy. Currently, there were countless young girls who wanted to become Duke of Evan's woman. Even if it was just a night of fun, it would be great. At that time, not only her, but also her family members would be able to obtain great benefits. In the Lemon Duchy, Duke of Evan's words could decide the prosperity and decline of a family. Even if he wanted the Raymond to abdicate for 5 generations, it would only be a matter of 1 sentence. Among the many duchies, Stellar Mage was the heavens and the god. All right, let Bishop Anthony come in. Yes, Lord Duke. Not long after, Bishop Anthony, led by a maid, arrived in front of Yang Fann. This was an old man with a plump figure. His aura was so strong that he was several dozen times stronger than great magician Ivan. This was Stellar Mage, and he was also the supreme Stellar Mage. After Lemon Duchy unified the Mohe River Plains, and with Yang Fann, the Stellar Mage, naturally, he would be promoted to a high-grade duchy. This Bishop Anthony was the new leader of the Lemon Duchy sent by the Church of the Storm. Anthony greets Lord Duke. After the maid left, Anthony hurriedly bowed to Yang Fann with an indescribable respect in his voice. Like the level 3 bishop, Anthony, the level 1 bishop, had also been subdued by Yang Fann and became Yang Fann's loyal servant. Anthony, why are you in such a hurry to find me? Yang Fann looked at Anthony with some doubt. In order to avoid exposing the relationship between him and Anthony, he had told Anthony not to come to the Duke's residence to find him unless it was something important. Lord Duke, the 3 major gods of the Dark Camp have issued oracles. The 3 nations of darkness have officially declared war with the 4 nations of light. The 4th divine battle has begun. C-1919 participating in the war Lemon Duchy, Duke of Evan Prefecture. What? 4th divine battle? Yang Fann widened his eyes. According to the information he obtained, 3 divine battles had taken place in Magic World after Sovereign Nu Yan's death. Every divine battle was a world-destroying tribulation of Magic Continent. Countless experts had fallen in it. The Earth Mage, Sky Magician, were just cannon fodder. Even Holy Spirit Mage had fallen. That was the collision between darkness and light. In the end, there would be gods fighting and killing, especially the 3rd divine battle 100 million years ago. Even Goddess of Life and Sea Goddess, who had always been neutral, were affected. That battle had almost caused Magic Continent to collapse. Compared to 100 million years ago, Magic Continent had shrunk by almost half. He didn't expect that in just 100 million years, the 4th divine battle would begin. One should know that the first 3 divine battles would take more than 1 billion years. So soon, God of Destruction, God of Darkness, and the Death God had launched the 4th divine battle. Was there any conspiracy behind it? Compared to the 4 gods of the Light faction, the 3 gods of Darkness did not have much of an advantage. In fact, they were even slightly at a disadvantage. Also, although Goddess of Life and Sea Goddess were neutral gods, their priesthood was still partial to the Light faction, and they were closer to the 4 gods of Light. The reason why the 3 gods of Darkness were defeated in the 3rd divine battle was because Goddess of Life and Sea Goddess had fallen into the Light faction. Even the strongest of the 3 gods of Darkness, God of Destruction, had almost been severely injured and fell asleep. In just 100 million years, God of Destruction might not even be able to fully recover from his injuries. He had almost no chance of winning the divine battle in such a short period of time. Knowing that the odds of winning were slim, he still took the initiative to provoke them and start a war. This was obviously not logical. However, very soon, that doubt was thrown out of Yang Fann's mind. No matter what schemes the 3 gods of darkness had, the arrival of the 4th divine battle would bring him hundreds of benefits and no harm. It was easier to fish in muddy water. If the Magic Continent didn't become chaotic, how could he quickly take over the Magic Continent and become the Magic Lord of the world? If these 9 gods could fight to the death, it would be best if both sides suffered. At that time, they would be able to catch all of them in one fell swoop. Anthony, is there any oracle in Tempest Temple? Yang Fann pondered for a moment and said, God of Destruction, God of Darkness, and the God of Death had already started a full-scale war against the 4 gods of light. How could God of the Storm be indifferent? Lord Duke, the Divine Hall has passed down the oracle. The vassal kingdoms and duchies of the Storm Empire will organize their armies and chase the Dark Devil army out of the territory of Tempest Temple. Due to the sudden arrival of the divine battle, the 4 gods of light had never thought that the 3 gods of darkness would launch another divine battle within 100 million years. They were completely unprepared and were caught off guard by the coalition forces. The 4 major powers of the light faction had suffered great losses. For example, Tempest Temple had a total of 68 kingdoms and 1,933 duchies under its jurisdiction. Up until now, there were already 12 kingdoms and 362 duchies that had fallen. There were also many duchies that were in imminent danger. It was hard to say when they would fall completely. It's fine to send troops, but what about the territories that we have seized back? Yang Fann's eyes flashed, and he asked the key question. he couldn't let them send troops for nothing. Lord Duke, the Divine Hall has ordered that the territory that they have seized will belong to them. Does it belong to whoever takes it back? That's right. Yang Fann's eyes lit up. Previously, he was still thinking about who to attack. If the disturbance was too big, it might attract the attention of Tempest Temple and even interfere. Although Tempest Temple wouldn't interfere in the conflicts between the major powers of Divine Hall, Yang Fann was sure that there was a bottom line in this matter. Taking down dozens of duchies was one thing, but if he really wanted to take down dozens of kingdoms, he would have to see if Tempest Temple would interfere. Now, with this oracle, he could totally conquer those kingdoms and kingdoms that were occupied by the dark forces. He could even directly counterattack the dark forces and seize their territories and resources. Very quickly, a large number of Lemon Duchy's elite soldiers gathered in Raymond City. It was not that these soldiers had a lot of combat strength, but they were the elite soldiers of the duchy, and they were generally only low-level swordsmen. Any one of them, stellar mage, could easily kill them. Yang Fann brought them along because he wanted them to take care of the finishing touches. And also to plunder resources. It couldn't be that he had to collect the resources himself. Right now, before he used the strength of Divine Body, he was just a top-level Moonlight Magister. Just by relying on him alone, any kingdom would waste a lot of his time. Fortunately, Yang Fann had just unified the Mohe River not long ago. The 10 million elites under his command hadn't left the Raymond City. In less than 3 days, the 10 million elites were gathered by Yang Fann. Apart from that, in the Mohe River Plains, the forces of the Church of Storm were also gathered together. Every time there was a war of gods, the forces of the Church would be the main force. It had to be said that the Church of Storms was indeed worthy of being the strongest force within the territory of the Empire of Storms. Their elites were far from what the duchy's soldiers could compare with. Although the number of people was not large, there were only 100,000 of them. However, all of them were official mages, and there were more than 5,000 advanced mages. There were no less than 300 earth mages. Sky Magician had 12 people, and there was also Stellar Mage, Anthony. Without Yang Fann, the so-called elites of the Lemon Duchy would not even have the qualifications to guide them. The Lock Duchy was a low-rank duchy, but it was one of the top low-rank duchies. Its influence was far above the 12 communal duchies in the Mohe River Plains. There were several Sky Magician in charge, and the strongest one was even a top-class Sky Magician. There were nearly 200 Earth Magicians who were at the second rank, which was even more than the total number of 12 duchies in the Mohe River Plains. In the past, the Archdukes of the Lock had annexed the Mohe River Plains and built the Mohe River Plains into the most stable heart of the Lock duchies. However, although the 12 duchies of Mohe River were in constant internal strife, once the Lock Duchy invaded, they could abandon their former enmity and resist the strong enemies together, forcing back the attacks of the Lock Duchy time and time again. However, now, most of the territories of the former prosperous Lock duchies had fallen and were occupied by the dark forces. Countless towns and towns had been reduced to ruins, and a large amount of resources had been plundered. The Dark Army was like a swarm of locusts, crazily plundering everything. Lock City was the capital of the Lock Principality and also the strongest city in the Lock Principality. The first Archduke of Lock City was built by the nations of all the other duchies. Under the careful and perfect efforts of several generations of Archdukes of Lock, the defense of Lock City was much stronger than Luke City. Even some intermediate stellar mage would need to put in a lot of effort to break through the city. However, the barrier for protecting the city was now filled with crisscrossing cracks. It was obvious that they were about to reach their limit. Breaking through the city was just a matter of time. Lock City, on the city wall. Grand Duke, let's retreat. As long as the Green Mountain remains, there will be no firewood to burn. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Great General Cross from Lock Principality advised the Grand Duke of Lock. Retreat. Where can we retreat to? Where is the safe place? The Archduke of Lock had a bitter expression on his face. Lock City was the strongest city in their Lock Duchy. If they could not even defend Lock City, there was no need to talk about other cities. At this moment, Duke, there's a situation. Quick, look at the rear of the Devil Army. Reincarnated reinforcements. Our reinforcements are here. C-1920. He had advanced to a Sun Magician Lock Duchy, Lock City. That exclamation was like the dawn that was born in the endless darkness. The despair in the hearts of countless people in Lock City burst forth with rays of hope. Their reinforcements had arrived. They still had hope. They had not lost yet. However, above the city wall, the Archduke of Locke and Duke Great General Cross looked at each other. They saw the doubt in each other's eyes. In order to defend against the Dark Army, they had long transferred all the elite forces of Locke to Locke City. There were only some old and weak soldiers left in the other cities and towns of Locke. How could they organize proper reinforcements? However, looking at the rolling dust behind the Dark Army, the number of reinforcements was at least a few million, even if it was not 10 million. It was almost equivalent to half of the forces of the Locke Principality. If Locke Principality really had such a huge force, they wouldn't have been surrounded by the Dark Army in Locke City. At this moment, rumble, rumble, the heavens and earth changed colors as a terrifying flaming cloud covered the heavens and covered the earth. It completely covered the Dark Army that stretched for hundreds of kilometers beneath the city. In the next second, boom boom boom, fireballs the size of a human fist rained down from the sky. This is a rank 3 spell, meteor shower. Gulp, gulp, how was this possible? How can a meteor shower be so terrifying? Illusion, illusion, this must be my illusion. In Locke City, including the Archduke of Locke, the ministers and ministers of Locke City were in disbelief. Rank 3 magic, meteor shower. It was not that they were unaware, but they could at most cover 100 acres of land and pose some threat to the earth mages. However, what they saw directly covered a few hundred kilometers. It was fine, but everywhere they passed, corpses were everywhere, and no one could stop them. One should know that Sky Magician had a lot of people in the Dark Army, more than a dozen of them. He had more than a handful of top-grade Sky Magician. There was even a quasi-stellar mage in charge. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to completely suppress the Locke. The Locke Duchy had a Supreme Sky Magician, 4 Sky Magician, and the Church of Storms had 2 Supreme Sky Magician and 6 Sky Magician. In total, they had 3 Supreme Sky Magician and 10 ordinary Sky Magician. Moreover, the Dark Army had many trump cards in their hands. Even some intermediate stellar mage didn't have such terrifying strength. It was as if they were slaughtering cows and sheep, killing them with ease. Could it be the superior stellar mage, or even the top stellar mage? Hiss. In an instant, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Stellar mage, the top stellar mage, was almost the strongest person in the duchy. Even among the many high-grade duchies, there were very few of them. 15 minutes later, a huge army crossed the hundreds of miles of ruins and arrived at the city of Locke. Buzz, the former number 1 man of Luke, Great Magician Ivan, rose into the air. According to the Oracle of Tempest Temple, from now on, Locke Duchy will be the territory of Lemon Duchy. All of you, quickly open the city and welcome my master into the city. Great Magician Ivan's voice was boiling, engulfing the entire Locke. What? My Locke Duchy has become the territory of Lemon Duchy. Legend has it that the Duke of Evan of the Lemon Duchy is a stellar mage. Could it be that he was the one who attacked us just now? In Locke City, countless people were shocked. The gazes of many nobles immediately focused on the Archduke of Locke. Your Highness, what should we do now? The Lemon Duchy was obviously trying to take advantage of the situation and take advantage of this opportunity to annex their Locke Duchy. Bishop Jess, what do you think? The Archduke of Locke turned his gaze and looked at the second-grade Bishop of Tempest Temple, who was also the person in charge of the Church of Locke, Bishop Jess. With the strength of their Locke Duchy, there was no way they could fight Duke of Evan. Now, the only one who could help them was Bishop Jess. As long as Bishop Jess was willing to help them, Duke of Evan would definitely not dare to have any ideas about Locke Principality. At least, he would not dare to swallow them up so openly. Grand Duke of Locke, this is my God's oracle, I'm sorry. Bishop Jess shook his head slightly. For the sake of the Archduke of Locke, he had offended a high-ranked stellar mage. Their relationship was not that good. Moreover, this was the oracle of the Divine Hall. As a bishop of a region, if Duke of Evan openly disobeyed God of the Storm's oracle, he would not be able to bear the consequences if Duke of Evan poked the Divine Hall. Duke of Locke, quickly open the city and welcome the king into the city. People, open the city gates. After hesitating for a while, the Archduke of Locke finally made up his mind. The terrifying outcome of the Dark Army was still fresh in his mind. Duke, you can't. All of you, stop talking. Open the city gates. The Archduke of Locke waved his hand and said firmly. He was not willing to do so in his heart. However, he could not do anything about it. Stellar Mage was not someone that the Locke Duchy could afford to offend. Very quickly, the thousands of years of accumulation in the Lock Duchy had been plundered by Yang Fann. Yang Fann also did not let go of those dark mage collections. The fiery meteors killed their bodies, but they did not destroy their spatial treasures. A day later, the Lemon Duchy army continued their journey. The Thunder Nuo Duchy was similar to the Lock Duchy. It was also one of the top lower duchies. Its strength was even above the Lock Duchy, and it had a quasi-stellar mage in charge. However, compared to the Lock Principality that still had half of its territory left, the Thunder Nuo Principality was not so lucky. The entire capital of the Thunder God had been occupied by the dark forces. Not a single one of the Thunder Nuo family remained. They were all slaughtered. At the moment, the Dark Demon clan of the Dark Empire was left in the Thunder God's kingdom. It was an army. There were thousands of races in Magic Continent. However, the undisputed number one race was naturally the human race. One should know that among the 9 great gods, besides Goddess of Life who came from the Elf race and Sea Goddess who came from the Sea clan, the other 7 were all born from the human race. A large part of the reason why Goddess of Life and Sea Goddess had always remained neutral was because they were not from the human race. And this Dark Devil race was considered a major branch of the human race. They were the descendants of the human race and the foreign race, the Dark Devil race. They were born with a powerful physique and a first-class affinity for dark magic. Among the millions of humans, there might not be a single mage that could be born. In the Dark Demon clan, almost 1 out of 10 people had magical talent. This army of Dark Devil clan stationed in the Duchy of Thunder Nuo was less than 1 million, but there were almost 200,000 dark mages. Sky Magician had more than 30 people. There was even an intermediate stellar mage, who had a high chance of winning against some high-grade principalities. However, in front of Yang Fann, Moonlight Magister, they were just a bunch of chickens and dogs. The same flaming meteor shower had severely wounded this Dark Devil army. Potter Principality, Manly Principality, Harmon Principality, Morden Dukedom, Anyan Dukedom, Layla Principality. The dark armies were swept away by Yang Fann, and the duchies were reclaimed by him. In less than 3 months, the territory of the Lemon Duchy had expanded by more than 10 times. In these dukedom wars, Yang Fann, the top Moonlight Magister, was the unsolvable bug. A huge amount of resources were sent into the Golden Palace that Yang Fann was sitting in. Soon, another 3 days passed. Rumble, a terrifying aura that was more than 10 times stronger than Moonlight Magister's rose from Yang Fann's body. C-1921 attacked the kingdom, the Duchy of Kaki, in a golden palace. Rumble, a terrifying aura that was more than 10 times stronger than Moonlight Magister's aura was unleashed. Hong Long, in the past 3 months, Yang Fann had been sweeping through dozens of kingdoms that were occupied by the dark forces. After plundering a huge amount of resources, he had finally stepped into Sunshine Mage's realm. A few breaths later, Yang Fann's aura gradually withdrew and he slowly opened his eyes. Sunshine Mage, now is the time to attack those kingdoms. Magic Continent, out of nearly 1,000 kingdoms, most of the strongest were only Moonlight Magister, a kingdom with Sunshine Mage in charge. There was only 1 in 10 of them. With Yang Fann's current lower cultivation base, even if he didn't use the strength of Divine Body, he would still be able to sweep away most of the kingdoms. The Big Dipper Kingdom was one of the 68 kingdoms under the command of Tempest Temple. Within the 68 kingdoms, its strength was considered average. It had 3 Moonlight Magister overseeing it. The strongest, the Big Dipper Great Magician, was also the founding king of the Big Dipper Kingdom. He was also an intermediate Moonlight Magister. Stellar Mage's longevity could last for 5,000 years, and Moonlight Magister could easily live for more than 100,000 years. In the eyes of ordinary people, he was truly a first-class god. In Devil, the Big Dipper Kingdom had not been established for more than 50,000 years. With the longevity of the Northern Dipper Great Magician, it was easy to support the Big Dipper Kingdom for several tens of thousands of years. If Moonlight Magister's cultivation improved during this period, he would be able to be promoted to the next level for a longer period of time. Unfortunately, all of this was destroyed in this divine battle. The Dark Divine Hall directly sent 3 rank 2 archbishops and 6 rank 3 archbishops to attack the Big Dipper Kingdom, carrying out a decapitation operation. The 9 Great Divine Hall were basically of the same level. The lowest level of missionaries were divided into 3 levels: low, middle, and high. They corresponded to the low level, intermediate, and high level magicians, and then to the 4th level, deacon. Most of them had the cultivation of an earth mage, and then the bishop. There was 1, 2, and 3 levels, and their cultivation was at Sky Magician. Stellar Mage, the Archbishop after him. There were also 3 levels, 2 and 3 Archbishops. Correspondingly, Moonlight Magister was a first-level Archbishop. It was Sunshine Mage. The last one was the Pope, the Oracle, the Presiding Judge, and the other upper echelons of the Divine Hall. They had the cultivation base of the top Sunshine Mage, and even Holy Spirit Mage. There were 3 second-grade Archbishops and 6 third-grade Archbishops in the Dark Divine Hall. There were 3 of them, Moonlight Magister, and 3 third-grade Archbishops. And 3 intermediate Moonlight Magister. Just the 3 Moonlight Magister from the Big Dipper Kingdom, including the second-grade Archbishop of the Storm Church in the Big Dipper Kingdom, as well as the geographical advantage, were far from being a match for the 9 Archbishops of Darkness. Including the rank 2 Archbishop from the Church of Storm. None of them managed to escape and were all killed in the Big Dipper Royal City. The snake had no head, and with the fall of the 4 great Moonlight Magister, the entire Big Dipper Kingdom could not organize much resistance. They were completely in a state of disunity, and were easily swept up and annexed by the dark forces. In the current Big Dipper Kingdom, the main force of the Dark Divine Hall had already left. However, there was still a second-grade Archbishop and 2 third-grade Archbishops keeping watch. Rivermouth City, a major military town in the south of the Big Dipper Kingdom. It was the gateway to the south of the Big Dipper Kingdom, guarding against the neighboring Nando Kingdom. The Nando Kingdom could be said to be the longtime enemy of the Big Dipper Kingdom. The strength of both sides was about the same. Similarly, there were 3 Moonlight Magisters suppressing the kingdom. Furthermore, they were almost on the same side as the Big Dipper Kingdom. They had been invaded by the dark forces. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they were brothers in trouble. At this moment, in River Gate City, the werewolf tribe of the Beastman tribe was stationed. They had 1,000,000 troops and a third-grade Archbishop of the Dark Divine Hall was stationed there. With the cultivation base of an intermediate Moonlight Magister, it would take a lot of effort for some of the top Moonlight Magister to take back the important southern town of the Big Dipper Kingdom. Look, there's a situation human, it's the army of the human race. Quick, release the smoke signal and inform the Archbishop. Suddenly, a sharp alarm sounded in River Cove City. Werewolves in black armor with wolf heads and human bodies quickly appeared on top of River Cove City's city walls. 100 miles away from River Cove City, a terrifying army of over 1,000 miles was approaching River Cove City, covering the sky and covering the earth. They had subdued dozens of dukedoms. The army under Yang Fann's command was like a snowball that was rapidly expanding. When they set off from Raymond City, it was just a mere army of 10 million. Now, there were more than 30 million combat weapons by their side. This was because Yang Fann kept eliminating the weak and only took the elite soldiers. Otherwise, the number would have increased by more than 10 times. Falling star rain, fall in the middle of the army, in the Golden Palace, Yang Fanshihai's sea of magic was rolling. Rumble, rumble, the wind and clouds suddenly changed. Terrifying meteorites the size of several acres of farmland were like a storm, bombarding Heko City. Meteor shower, this is a tier 7 spell, meteor shower. This scale, the top-tier Moonlight Magister, the one who attacked is the top-tier Moonlight Magister. The Dark Divine Hall's third-tier Archbishop, Shuri's, had a slight change in expression. No, I can't. I need help. I need to ask Lord Aridi for help. The top Moonlight Magister. That was an expert comparable to the second-grade Archbishop of the Dark Divine Hall. It was definitely not something a third-grade Archbishop like him could defeat. It was the same even with the army of 1,000,000 werewolves. Not to mention, the enemy was not alone. The number of soldiers beside him, even if they weren't as strong as the 1,000,000 elite Wolfman army, just their numbers alone were dozens of times greater than the Wolfman armies. They would still be able to defeat the Wolfman army. Rumble. With a thought, a dark curtain rose up and enveloped the entire River Gate City. Phew. Heath heaved a sigh of relief. With the defense of the rank 7 defensive spell, the Black Light Barrier, and his intermediate Moonlight Magister, a dozen Stellar Mage should be able to resist the attacks of the top Moonlight Magister for 2 hours. With Lord Arid's speed, it should not be a problem for Big Dipper King City to reach River Cove City in 2 hours. Big Dipper King City, Imperial Palace. Someone is attacking River Gate City, and he's also a top-notch Moonlight Magister. A fierce light flashed in the eyes of the Dark Divine Hall's second-grade Archbishop, Arid. Very quickly, he soared into the sky and disappeared into the void in the blink of an eye. Rumble, 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 countless meteors descended from the sky, seemingly intent on flattening the entire Rivermouth city. Crackle, crackle, the black light barrier violently shook, and it was covered in crisscrossing cracks. It was already close to the limit of what it could bear. Unknowingly, more than an hour had passed. Why hasn't Lord Aridi arrived yet? Could it be that Lord Aridi hasn't received my distress signal? A trace of anxiety flashed in Heath's eyes. At this rate, the barrier of black light wouldn't be able to hold on for another 15 minutes before it completely shattered. At that time, without the protection of the black light barrier, it was impossible for them to be a match for a supreme moonlight magister. Soon, another incense stick of time passed. We're almost at our limit. Lord Arden, where are you? Right at this moment, rumble, a dark shine with a long tail tore through the skies. Ah, it's Lord Aridi. Lord Aridi has arrived. We are saved. We are saved. C. 1922. The Mages of the Sun River Gate City over. Rumble, a black-clothed mage completely wrapped in a black robe ripped apart the void, causing everyone to be unable to see his face. A terrifying pressure emanated from Moonlight Magister's body, wreaking havoc in all directions. Ah, it's Archbishop Aridi. Lord Aridi is here. Lord Aridi is here. There's no need to die. We're saved. We're saved. In an instant, the low morale of River Gate City was shaken. Even the eyes of many werewolves were filled with ferocity. After being suppressed by Moonlight Magister for so long, all of them were filled with anger. Now, the time to counterattack had finally arrived. Within the Golden Palace, it's finally here. He made me wait. The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed, and an evil smile appeared on his face. Everything was within his expectation, and it was also his intention. With Sunshine Mage's cultivation base, if he was willing, he could break the black light barrier with a single strike. The reason he had stayed until now was because he wanted to use Sunshine Mage as bait to lure the second-grade Archbishop of the Dark Divine Hall to come and rescue him. As the capital of the Big Dipper Kingdom, the defense of Big Dipper Royal City was absolutely not something that Heko City could compare with. In addition to that, there was also a Supreme Moonlight Magister residing in the city. With his current lower Sunshine Mage's magic cultivation, it was absolutely not an easy task for him to take down Big Dipper King City unless he used the power of his divine body. And now, it was also time to withdraw the net. The next second, Poochie, Yang Fann's body moved and tore through the sky, appearing in front of Arid. You are that top-tier Moonlight Magister. Arid's expression became serious. He could sense a terrifying and dangerous chi from Yang Fann's body. It was as if he was facing a ferocious ancient devil beast. Top-grade Moonlight Magister, I am not. Yang Fann's lips curled up, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. Not the top Moonlight Magister. Arid was slightly stunned. He didn't understand what Yang Fann meant. The power of the falling star rain was definitely at the top of Moonlight Magister's grade. Even he, a second-grade Archbishop of the Dark Divine Hall, had to treat it seriously. How could it not be a top Moonlight Magister? That's of course. I have already broken through to that level. What did you say? Breakthrough. Could it be that you are the sun, Sunshine the sun? Arden's heart trembled, and an extremely uneasy feeling swept through his heart. That's right, you guessed it right. All right, it's time to send you on your way. No, no, Arid's expression changed. He could not care less about Shuri's and the Million Wolfman army in River Cove City. Sunshine Mage and Moonlight Magister. That was the difference between heaven and earth, even if it was the lower Sunshine Mage who had just broken through. He was far from being a match for them. Ah, am I seeing things? Lord Aridi escaped. What is going on? In River Cove City, Archbishop Shreeth and the Million Wolfman army were dumbfounded. They could not believe what they were seeing. Trying to escape, be obedient and stay behind. Red Lotus Hell Flame Rumble. A terrifying red flame that seemed to come from the depths of hell suddenly exploded around Arid, turning into a beautiful red lotus that wrapped around Arid. Ah, Fiery Lotus Hell Flame. This is the rank 8 magic Fiery Lotus Hell Flame Sunshine Mage. You really are Sunshine Mage? Arid let out a heart-wrenching cry. At this moment, he completely believed that Yang Fann was really Sunshine Mage, and not lying to him. Spare me, my lord. Spare me, spare me. Yang Fann remained unmoved, allowing the Fiery Lotus to devour Arid. The Fire God Scepter in his hand had only merged with a wisp of the origin of magic world, and his authority was limited. It was still somewhat difficult for him to confuse an elite Moonlight Magister like Arid. Ah no, no, life is not easy. You will die a horrible death. The great dark god will never let you go. Ah no, Lord Arden is dead. He's dead, just like that fuck. Sunshine Mage, he's Sunshine Mage. Woo woo woo. It's over, we're finished. In an instant, everyone, including Shu Rui, fell to the ground in despair. Sunshine Mage was actually a Sunshine Mage, he didn't even give them a chance to live. The game ends here. Meteor Shower. It was also a ranked 7 spell, Meteor Shower, but compared to before, its power had increased by several times. In less than a breath's time. Bang! The black light barrier, which had already reached its limit, completely collapsed, turning into dust. Ah no. Woo 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 woo. I don't want to die, I don't want to die, Your Majesty the great dark god, please, save your servant, save your servant. 10 days later, Yang Fann had completely conquered the entire Big Dipper Kingdom. The rank 2 Archbishop, Aridi, was in charge. The entire army of the Dark Divine Hall of the Big Dipper Kingdom was like a sheet of loose sand, unable to put up much resistance. In other words, the other rank 3 Archbishop in charge of the military of the Big Dipper Kingdom, Beiyang City, had brought Yang Fann some trouble. It had to be said that a kingdom was a kingdom, and it was far from what those duchies could compare with. Even the high-grade duchies were far from being able to compare. The resources of the entire Big Dipper Kingdom were plentiful, and it was even more abundant than the combined resources of dozens of duchies. After plundering and refining the resources of the Big Dipper Kingdom, Yang Fann's cultivation broke through another level and successfully advanced to the intermediate Sunshine Mage realm. After that, Yang Fann did not stop. He charged into the Big Dipper Kingdom's old enemy, the Nando Kingdom. Here, there was also a rank 2 Archbishop of the Dark Divine Hall, 2 of whom were rank 3 Archbishops. However, in front of Yang Fann, whose strength had improved tremendously, it was nothing. Without using any tricks to lure the enemy, Yang Fann charged straight into Nando Imperial City. He forcefully killed the rank 2 Archbishop of the Church of Darkness, Clade, who was in charge of the royal city. Relying on the defense of the palace, Claude was able to barely resist the attack of lower Sunshine Mage. However, against an intermediate Sunshine Mage, he was very weak. Very quickly, a year passed. Apart from the Big Dipper Kingdom and King Nandu's kingdom, Yang Fann had conquered 3 other kingdoms. The Duolan Kingdom, the Kingdom of Whirlwind, and the Kingdom of Warren. As for the duchies, there were even more. There were more than 100 of them. Lemon Duchy. No, they had already advanced to the Raymond. Its size kept increasing, and its territory was huge. Among the many kingdoms under the jurisdiction of Tempest Temple, he could definitely be ranked in the top 5. It could even be ranked in the top 3. Of course, in terms of overall strength. Not counting Yang Fann, not to mention top 5, top 3, even top 50 would be difficult. Warren Kingdom, King's City. Grug grug grug, the sea of magic crystals directly collapsed into slag, and was swallowed up by Yang Fann. Rumble. Suddenly, Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes slowly opened, and a cold smile flashed across his face. A Supreme Sunshine Mage, 2 Intermediate Sunshine Mage, and 4 Lower Sunshine Mage. This Dark Divine Hall really thinks highly of me. C-1923 become a Holy Mage. Warren Kingdom, King's City. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Waves of Sunshine Mage's terrifying aura surrounded the entire Warren Kingdom, completely sealing it off, and not even a drop of water could leak out. Hiss 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 in all directions, the huge space seemed to be unable to withstand the terrifying pressure, and cracks that were as dense as spider webs appeared. Ah, space shattered. Hiss. This was Sunshine Mage. In the capital, countless mages were shocked. Flying in the air was the symbol of Sky Magician, and the shattering of space was the symbol of Sunshine Mage. The spatial barrier of Magic World was incomparably solid, and only Sunshine Mages of Sunshine Mages or above level could tear the space apart. Right at this moment, swoosh swoosh swoosh, like a curtain, the space was forcibly torn apart. Numerous black-robed first-grade archbishops of the Divine Hall appeared out of thin air. Ah, seven Sunshine Mage. Gulp. How could this be? How could this be? Dead. We're all dead. We're all dead. Woo woo woo. In an instant, endless despair spread throughout the capital. Initially, they thought that it was just a Sunshine Mage, their Lord Duke. They were both Sunshine Mage, and with the geographical advantage. Even if they were no match for him, they would still be able to protect them. They had never thought that it would be the 7 Sunshine Mage. This wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. It was totally not giving them any chance to live. This lineup was enough to wipe out any major kingdom. Even the top few kingdoms had Sunshine Mage, and it was impossible for him to exceed the number of people they had. Right at this moment, Pucci, the space in front of the 7 first-grade archbishops of the Divine Hall distorted, and Yang Fann appeared out of thin air. Ah, it's Lord Duke. Lord Duke actually dared to face them directly. Could it be that master? Unknowingly, a glimmer of hope blossomed in the hearts of everyone. If it was them, they would have already fled far away from the encirclement of the 7 great Sunshine Mage. To Sunshine Mage, one man was a country. Even if all of his subordinates were killed, as long as Duke of Evan didn't die, the Raymond Kingdom wouldn't be affected too much. Now that Duke of Evan dared to appear here, it was obvious that he was confident that he could deal with the 7 great Sunshine Mage. Lord Duke, you must win. Duke of Evan, you know your own limitations. Knowing that the 7 of us are here, you won't be able to escape today. The leader of the group, Sunshine Mage, gave Yang Fann a knowing look. Duke of Evan, our God is merciful. If you surrender now, we can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, today next year will be your death anniversary. Sunshine Mage was a supreme expert in the Divine Hall. If they could subdue him, it would be a great help to the Divine Hall. You want me to surrender? You aren't qualified to do so. Yang Fann sneered, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. 7 Sunshine Mage, it just so happens that I still need some resources for my advancement. So, all of you have come to me. Not bad, not bad. Be obedient and become my nourishment for my advancement. A year had passed. Yang Fann's conquest of the world had not been in vain. After absorbing a huge amount of resources, his cultivation base had become much stronger than before. He had almost surpassed the limit of a peak Sunshine Mage. He was only a step away from Holy Spirit Mage. What? Sunshine Mage's facial expression changed slightly. A trace of uneasiness emerged in his heart, as if something bad was about to happen to them. Rumble. A flame flashed in Yang Fann's hand, and the Fire God Scepter appeared in his hand. As a universe treasure, the Fire God Scepter not only had a bewitching effect, but it was also the #1 divine weapon in the magic world. God's Constraint. This was a rank 9 spell, a spell that only Holy Spirit Mage could use. However, with the help of the Fire God Scepter, Yang Fann was able to use God's Binding with ease. Even the terrifying binding force was much stronger than many intermediate Holy Spirit Mage. He was able to catch up to a few of them. The 7 Sunshine Mage were the strongest. The strongest one was the Sunshine Mage. Compared to Holy Spirit Mage, he was 1,000 times weaker. More than 10,000 times stronger. He was completely unable to resist and was bound by the God's shackles. In the next second, he was bound by the God's Binding. Yang Fann waved his hand, and the 7 Sunshine Mage disappeared without a trace. Ah, what on earth is going on? No, it's gone, it's all gone. I'm not dreaming, am I? In King Warren's capital, the swordsmen and mages all widened their eyes, wondering if they were dreaming. Otherwise, how could the 7 Sunshine Mage disappear just like that? Warren King's city, Imperial Palace. Yang Fann quickly counted the 7 families of Sunshine Mage. He had to say, as expected of the top-tier expert in the magic continent, fighting against the ruler of a country by himself. Each of them had an extraordinary social status, and was the weakest among them. Their social status was no less than half of the kingdom's resources, especially that Sunshine Mage. His social status was so great that it was comparable to the total amount of resources in the Warren Kingdom. It was even more than half of the kingdom's resources. Furthermore, the 7 great Sunshine Mage himself was a great supplement. At this moment, Yang Fann seemed to have seen Holy Spirit Mage waving at him. Very quickly, the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique was circulated to the limit by Yang Fann. Every pore and cell in his body turned into a terrifying black hole, crazily devouring the mountain-like magic crystal resources. Boom boom boom. Yang Fann's aura steadily rose. He had even placed defensive barriers around the Imperial Palace a long time ago. Otherwise, this terrifying pressure would definitely crush the entire Warren King. It was unknown whether it was due to the constraints of the main force of Tempest Temple or for some other reason. Following that, the Dark Divine Hall did not send any experts to attack King Warren's capital. But this was also good. Yang Fann could use this opportunity to advance to Holy Spirit Mage in one fell swoop. 1 day, 3 days, 5 days, 10 days. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Rumble. A terrifying pressure that was more than 100 times more terrifying than Sunshine Mage's rose from Yang Fann's body. The magic boundary around him shook violently and distorted. Faint and dense cracks appeared on it. After absorbing all the resources of the 7 great Sunshine Mage, as well as their own bodies, Yang Fann finally took that crucial step and advanced to Holy Spirit Mage's realm. Adding the universe treasure, Fire God Scepter, Yang Fann was confident that he would be able to fight that top Holy Spirit Mage. If the 9 great divine gods didn't appear, then the magic continent would be able to defeat him. There were only a handful of them. I've used up most of my resources again. It's time to attack again. Our next target should be the Neil Kingdom. Lord Duke has ordered the army to gather. Lord Duke has ordered the army to gather. Lord Duke has ordered the army to gather.